The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Good evening, this is Matt from the past welcoming you to this Tuesday, June the 10th, 2025 edition of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I certainly hope you enjoy old time radio shows because that's what's coming up. But first, let's get on with this day in history. In 1190 AD, Holy Roman Emperor Frederick I Barbarossa drowns while crossing the Salif River, modern Turkey, leading an army to Jerusalem. In 1786, a landslide dam on the Debut River, caused by earthquake 10 days earlier, collapses, killing 100,000 in Sichuan province of China. In 1898, U.S. Marines land in Cuba during the Spanish-American War. In 1916, Hashemite-led Arabs of the Hajjah rise up against the ruling Ottoman Empire in the Great Arab Revolt of World War I. In 1963, U.S. Equal Pay Act signed into law by President John F. Kennedy. In 1977, Apple Computer ships its first Apple II computer. In 2003, the Spirit rover is launched, beginning NASA's Mars Exploration Rover mission. In 2007, The Sopranos series final airs on HBO, infamous cut to black ending. In 1865, Richard Wagner's opera Tristan and Isolde premieres in Munich, Germany. In 1977, American golfer Al Gieberger becomes first player in history to post a sub-60 score. 59 in PGA golf sanction event during second round Danny Thomas Memphis Classic at Colonial CC in Cordova, Tennessee. Born on this day, Nicholas Otto, Terence Rattigan, Saul Bellow, Prince Philip, Maurice Sandak, Sundar Pichai, Haiti McDonald, Judy Garland, Elizabeth Hurley, Bill Barr, Lily Sobieski, Frederick Lowell. Dying on this day, Alexander the Great, Frederick Barbarossa, Marcus Garvey, Jack Johnson, John Gotti, and Ted Kaczynski. And that was this day in history. Now, let's get on with the show. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
A copyrighted program created by Rio Grande. Plumas
County Sheriff's Office calling all cars. Attention all sheriff's cars. Broadcast 221 regarding an attempt murder. Suspect described as a male American, 5 feet 9 or 10 inches, 145 pounds, had dark hair. This man shot the proprietor of a railroad restaurant in Portola at about 3:30 a.m. this date. That's all. Rosenquist.
$2,657,000 automobiles registered as California residents during 1937. That's one car for every 2 persons, making California the most highly motorized area in the entire world.
Then California must be the world's most highly competitive gasoline market. Is that true, Dr. Lindsley?
Yes, but in spite of that fact, one gasoline has so steadily advanced in favor that tonight, as I talk with you, it stands on the very pinnacle of official popularity.
You couldn't by any chance be referring to Rio Grande Cracked, could you, Doctor?
Not much difficulty guessing that one, was there? Nearly everyone knows that more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment are powered by Rio Grande Cracked gasoline wherever it is sold than any other brand. But all may not be aware that officials of the state of California and the federal government also specify this superior motor fuel for their emergency automotive equipment.
City, county, state, and federal?
Correct. All divisions of government. And for that reason...
I know. And for that reason, wise motorists will profit by the experience of these officials who should know the most about gasoline.
And do know the most, believe me, because they drive the most and use the most. Friends, let their example guide you into the nearest red and white Rio Grande station. Rio Grande Cracked is the most highly endorsed gasoline in the world's biggest gasoline market. The gasoline that is first in public service. As a foreword to our program, we present a message from Sheriff L.A. Braden of Plumas County.
When we consider the large number of persons convicted and sent to prison every year in this state alone, it causes one to wonder at the mental attitude of a man who deliberately commits a crime, knowing that the chances are 1,000 to 1 that he'll be caught and punished. In the case we are to hear tonight, the crime committed was so needless and netted the criminal not one single penny, and yet it cost a man months of suffering. Not one person profited in any way from this crime, proving again that crime is not a paying proposition. The months of grueling work put in by the law enforcement officers in apprehending the criminal and preparing the case against him is another example of the determination of these officers to discourage crime in any form.
In the yards of the Western Railroad in Portola, a man walks stealthily along the station platform.
Something for you, mister?
Pack of Camels.
Thank you, sir.
Give me that money.
What?
You heard me. Give me that money.
Oh.
Nuts. Register lock.
Help! 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 Help!
I heard it. Anybody see anything here? Where's Lee? Lee someplace.
What's wrong? Who fired that gun? Where's Lou? Where's Lou? Oh, Lee. Help me.
Lou, what's the matter, Lou? Who shot you?
I don't know. Asked for cigarettes. Wanted money.
You stay right still. I'm going to phone the hospital. Come here, Charlie. Help me get Lou as comfortable as we can until the doctor gets here.
I'll be all right, Lee.
Louis Stilt was rushed to the Western Pacific Hospital, and Constable McIntosh phoned Sheriff Braden in Quincy. In a matter of minutes, deputies were searching the town, the railroad yards, empty freight cars, and even hobo jungles. Within an hour after the shooting, Sheriff Braden arrived at Portola. Inch by inch, he and his men searched the restaurant where Dilts had been shot. The only evidence of the crime they could find was the pool of blood where Dilts had lain. Next day, Sheriff Braden is joined by J.J. Foley, special agent for the Western Railroad.
Hello, Braden. How are you, Foley?
I'm tired. Spent the morning phoning all the boys to be on the lookout for the bird who shot Dilts. I rode in with Groom, the chief. I have to put in all my time on this case.
And from the looks of things, we're going to have a sweet time of it.
Why?
So far, all we got is a crime, not the slightest clue.
Can't Lou give you a description?
Yeah, the kind that makes your hair get gray before it's time.
Doesn't know what the gunman looked like, huh?
He hasn't the slightest idea as to the man's coloring, size, features, or clothing. He thinks he wore a gray suit and had on cleaner clothes than the average hobo.
How is Lou?
Not so good. The bullet pierced the lung. He may not pull through.
What does the doctor say?
Says it'll be days before he'll know.
Well, why don't you let it coast for a while, Sheriff? You've been going since 4 o'clock this morning. Let me take over.
I guess you might as well at that. I'm all in. Oh, by the way, here's the bullet they got from Dilt's back.
Good. I'll have a test run on it to find out the possible weapon used. Through the long night, as train after train puffed through the sleeping town, Foley and his men checked every car for suspects, hoping that their quarry had not eluded the net thrown out for him. Hour after hour, the officers asked questions, hoping somebody would make a false move or talk out of turn. Every jungle was turned upside down, without success. Then, next day, Constable McIntosh brought a woman to the office to talk to Foley.
Jim, this is Mrs. Reese. She's a mortician. She thinks she might have a lead on this case.
Well, I can't think of anything I'd rather have right now, Mrs. Reese.
Well, it's only possible that I have something worthwhile. On the afternoon of the night Lou Dilts was shot, a man came to my back door.
Evening, lady. Wonder if you'd help a fellow out with a bite to eat.
Why, I suppose so. Just a moment. I'll see what I have in the icebox. Well, here's a little cold roast and
Nice.
some mashed potatoes, if you think you'd like that.
Yeah, that'd be fine if you can spare 'em.
Would you like some bread?
Yes, ma'am, if you don't mind.
Well, just a minute.
Say, mind if I sit here on the steps while I eat?
I know. Go right ahead.
Thanks.
So he sat there and ate the meat and potatoes and bread I gave him. And I noticed that he had on overalls over his clothes.
Did he have on a coat?
Yes, I believe he had on a dark coat. He was carrying a jumper and an overcoat. He was cleaner than most fellows who come around. I thought maybe he was one of the road boys who'd been out of work for a while.
Did he carry anything else that you saw?
No, I don't think so. I did notice, though, that he had a bulge in the overcoat pocket such as a gun might make, though I didn't pay any particular attention to it at the time.
Was this fellow in a hurry? Or did you notice?
Yes, I did. I noticed that he appeared nervous, kept looking around as though he expected somebody to come around the corner.
Did you notice which way he went when he left your house?
Well, I think he went toward town. I found out later that he'd been in my garage. At least somebody had.
Is that so? How do you know?
Well, I keep the ambulance in the garage, the hearse, rather, and when I went out later in the evening, both doors were open. There were several footprints in the dust inside the garage, and somebody had been inside the hearse. Both doors were open on it, and there were signs that somebody had hidden in there.
I see. What did this hobo look like?
Well, he kept his head down most of the time, and I couldn't get a very good look at his face, except that I noticed he had exceptionally long eyelashes. But I'd know him anywhere if I ever saw him again.
Well, I hope you get the chance, Mrs. Reese. Foley speaking.
Jim, this is Braden at Oroville.
Oh, yes, Sheriff. What is it?
I have a suspect in that Patolda shooting.
That so? What does it look like?
He's medium build, about 25, got dark hair and blue eyes.
Has he got long eyelashes?
Yeah, I think he has. Why?
That's the description Mrs. Reese gave me. What sort of clothes is he wearing?
A dark suit and a gray cap.
Okay. Hold him for me and send me pictures.
Okay, Jim.
Well, how are you feeling today, Lou?
Not so good, Jim.
Hurting you pretty bad, huh?
Yes, pretty bad.
Look, Lou, do you feel well enough to try to identify some pictures?
I guess so.
Take a look at these. Is that the man who shot you?
Let me see. Nope. No, Jim. That's not the man.
Well, I sort of hoped that was the one, Lou. It looks like that fellow's vanished completely.
Well, you boys are doing all you can, Jim.
Yeah, I know. But just the same, I wish I could get a lead on that bird.
Yeah. The doc says you got the bullet out of my back.
Yes, I had Roger Green check up on it. It was a Smith & Wesson .44.
No wonder it hurt so.
Pretty good-sized slug, all right. We haven't been able to get a line on any gun that might have fired that slug, either.
Time's up, Miss Foley.
Okay. Well, so long, Lou. I'll drop in later.
By the way, Miss Foley, the office has a telephone call for you.
All right, thanks. I'll go and see about it. Got a call for me in here, Doc?
Yes, I have, Jim. Right over here.
Thanks. Hello?
Say, Jim, this is Rod Gordon. I just had a talk with Sergeant Washburn at the police station down here in Stockton. He and his partner Ingalls have arrested a suspect in the Patola case.
Don't tell me there's another one.
Yes. And this one's got a Smith & Wesson .44 special on him.
What?
Yeah. You better take a run down here.
And how? Tell Washburn to hang on to him. I'll be right down.
Hello, Foley. We got your wire, and Gordon told us you were coming down.
Yes, I want to get a look at this suspect you've got.
Well, we'll bring him. And if he's sober enough to talk, you may be able to get something out of him. We decided to hold him when we found the gun on him, and then when we got your bulletin yesterday, we phoned Gordon about him.
Well, this looks like the first definite thing we've had on this case.
Oh, here comes our young gun-toting drunk now. Come on in, Moore. Sit down. All right, thanks, Joe. I'll call you when we get through with him.
Okay.
What's your name, son?
Patrick Moore.
Is this the gun, Washington?
Yeah.
Where did you get this gun, Moore?
I found it.
If that's a gag, it's not a very good one.
It's not a gag.
Well, where did you find the gun?
I found it about 10 days ago in a ditch close to D&RGW yards in Grand Junction.
Colorado?
Yeah.
You didn't find this gun in a ditch, Moore. This is practically a new gun.
Well, it was in a package. It was wrapped up with some other things.
What else did you find on him, Washington?
Well, we found a fountain pen. Here it is. And a pocketbook and this Swedish coin.
1747. Looks like there's some initials on this pen.
Yeah, I make out CS on it.
And that's what it looks like. Moore, you say these things were in the package?
Yes, sir. There was a package laying in a ditch. I was walking along in the dark, and I stepped on it. I was with a couple other fellas, so I didn't open it up till I get back to the jungle. And I found this gun and a pen, a sweet $50 or whatever it is.
Got him booked, Washburn?
Yeah, booked and sentenced to 15 days as Romer Vag.
Good. Mind if I take this gun along? I want to get Green to see if that slug we got out of Dilt's back matches this gun.
No, we don't care what you do with it. Take it along.
Back to Portola went Foley to show mug pictures of the new suspect of the wounded Dilts. Still dangerously low, Dilts was able to partially identify the pictures as those of the man who had shot him. Sensing that he was on the right track, Foley took the gun to Roger Green of the Bureau of Criminal Identification and Investigation in Sacramento. Roger, here's the gun I think is the one used to shoot Lou Dilts. Let's see what you can find out.
Okay. Let me take a look. Looks like it might be at that.
And here's the slug we took from Dilts.
Okay. I've got a record card on that one already. You'll have to fire a test bullet from the gun and compare them. Now for a little digging around in the waist. Oh, nuts. Where did that thing go? Oh, here it is.
Let me see. Well, looks like it to me.
Never can tell. They all look alike to the naked eye. At least practically alike.
Well, let's take a look at it with a microscope.
There we are. Now, just a little more to the left. There we are.
Is it the same?
Looks like it.
Looks like it. Can't you tell?
Well, I wouldn't want to say till I'd had time to study it more.
You guys in the ballistics department are positive creatures.
Jim, when a human life is at stake, we can't afford to make rash statements. I've seen too many mistakes made by hasty examinations. Offhand, I'd say this gun fired both bullets. But before I'd go into court and swear to that, I'd have to do a lot of studying on it.
Let me look.
There you are. Now, wait a minute. There's a speck of dust on this test bullet. Hand me that camel hair brush, will you?
Sure. Here. What difference could a speck of dust make?
Well, under a microscope, it makes a will of a difference. Might make the difference between being right and wrong.
It still looks like the same bullet to me.
Well, that's what I said. Still, I'll have to study it before I'll give you a sure answer.
All right. Now, let's check this gun number against the sales card.
Now, what's that number?
29512.
29512. Let's see. 2829. No. No report of a sale on it.
How about theft?
Well, just a minute. We'll look. Did you say 29512?
That's right.
No. No record of it being stolen.
I wonder where that gun came from.
Well, it's barely possible that Moore's telling you the truth.
I doubt it. I'm going to wire this dope to Groom and get him to check on this gun. Immediately, telegraph and telephone wires began a steady hum as efforts were renewed to trace the gun found in Moore's possession. Meantime, Sheriff Braden and his men were tracing down every available lead that might bring news of the hold-up man's activities. On October 10th, Groom, Foley, and Sergeant Ingalls of the Stockton Police meet to question Moore.
I sent for Moore, Groom. He'll be here in a minute.
Fine. We'd like to ask him a few questions.
What did you find out about that gun, Mr. Groom?
Well, it was sold to Wolf and Clark, Fort Worth, Texas, on April 13th, 1927. They sold it to Arnold Wolf of Denver, Colorado, in June 1928.
Well, here's Moore now.
Right in here, Moore.
Thanks, Joe.
Okay.
Moore, this is Chief Special Agent Groom of the Western Railroad. He wants to ask you some questions.
Go ahead.
Moore, the state experts tell me that the gun that fired a bullet into Lou Dilts is the same gun Ingalls here found in your pocket when he arrested you.
They're crazy.
I don't think so.
I don't care what you think. I never shot anybody anywhere.
Well, where did you get that gun?
I told you I found it.
You don't expect us to believe that daffy tale, do you?
I don't care whether you believe it or not. You and the Dick seem to have made up your minds anyways. What do I care what you believe?
Do you claim you don't know anything about this shooting?
Sure I do. If that gun's ever been fired, I don't know anything about it. I know I never fired it.
Where are you from, Moore?
I was born in South Dakota.
Parents living?
No.
Any brothers or sisters?
No.
You ever been in trouble before?
Got in a jam in the Army once.
What for?
For getting drunk.
Oh. Anything else?
No.
Where did you work last, Moore?
In Palisades, Colorado.
When was that?
In September.
How much money did you make?
Oh, $3-4.
That the last work you had?
Yeah, but I made a little money playing poker and shooting craps.
When were you in Fort Worth, Texas last?
Oh, about a year ago.
How long did you stay there?
I got off in one train, got on another one.
Ever used the name of Wolf?
No.
Ever been in Denver?
Once.
When?
A couple of months ago.
Know anybody named Wolf living there?
No.
You still claim you found this stuff at Grand Junction?
Sure I do.
Where were you on the night of September 29th?
I was in Portola.
What?
No, I got in there about 10 o'clock on the 28th and left about 8 o'clock on that same night.
You're sure about that?
Of course I'm sure.
You're positive you weren't in Portola at 3 o'clock on the morning of September 29th?
Sure, I'm positive.
Okay, Moore, we're going to check your story. If it's true, okay. If it's not, we're going to send you up.
Then began the man-sized job of checking Moore's statement. On October 11th,
Arnold Wolf, a reputable Denver citizen, returned gun to Wolf and Clark.
a few days later, word came back. Wolf and Clark claimed no record of returned gun in their files. On October 12th, Foley explained his case to District Attorney Stanley Young. Complaint charging Moore with assault with deadly weapon issued. October 14th. Moore lodged in Quincy Jail. Preliminary hearing October 25th. October 15th. Lee Thomas looks at photographs of Patrick Moore.
Sure, that's the man who came in the restaurant here and asked me for some salt. I gave it to him in a paper napkin. That was the afternoon before Lou Dilts was shot.
October 16th. Deputy Don Williams tells Jim Foley.
Well, that's a picture of the bird I saw in the refrigerator car on the night of September 28th. He had on overalls over a dark suit. Sure, I let him ride. I didn't have anything on him.
October 25th. Preliminary hearing of Pat Moore.
Pat Moore held to answer in Superior Court.
November 2nd. Special Agent Groom received word from Wolf and Clark.
Have found record of Smith & Wesson gun returned by Arnold Wolf. Gun later resold to Garden Schwartz Brothers, Durango, Colorado.
On November 6th, Gordon Schwartz wired,
Gun bought September 1933 by C.N. Swenson. Family living in Durango now. Photographs mark Moore, which you sent us, not the man. All right, Moore. Now we want the truth. We know this gun belonged to a man named Swenson. We've got pretty good reason to suspect that he never was in Grand Junction. His family reports that he hasn't been heard from in months. Now, what's the truth on this?
I told you the truth.
No, you didn't. We've sent your pictures to every place you said you've been to. We found that you were in Durango, Colorado at the same time this Swenson was. And you both disappeared at the same time. What did you do with Swenson?
I never did nothing with him. I don't know him.
Yeah? Well, take a look at that picture. Ever see that man before?
Yeah, I think. But yeah, that's Whitey. I met him in Thistle, Utah.
Thistle, Utah, eh? Well, that's Selden Swenson, and you met him in Durango, Colorado, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I'll tell you how it was. You see, Whitey and me, we met up with a fella named Blackie.
Colorful story. Go on.
Well, this Whitey was a fighter. He was going up to Frisco to get him some fights. Well, when the three of us got here to Portola, we was killing time. One day, Whitey, he comes to Blackie and tells him he's in a jam and he had to beat it. He leaves his package with Blackie and, well, that's the last we seen of him.
What's the rest of it?
Well, we get to drinking a little and we hopped a reefer on the night of the 28th and beat it to Stockton. We was fresh out of funds when we got there, so we opened the package.
Yeah, wait. Don't tell me. Let me guess. You found the fountain pen, the Swedish coin, and the gun.
Yeah, that's right.
Listen, Moore, I've heard some goofy tales in my life, but this one takes the cake.
In and for the County of Plumas is now in session. Judge J.O. Moncur presiding.
Is the prosecution ready? Ready, Your Honor. Is the defense ready?
Ready, Your Honor.
You may proceed. Call Mrs. Alice Reese.
Mrs. Alice Reese. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Be seated.
Mrs. Reese, did you ever see the defendant, Patrick Moore, before today?
Yes, sir.
Where?
On the back steps of my home in Portola, California.
When was this?
On the afternoon of September 29th last year.
What was he doing at that time?
Eating.
Thank you, Mrs. Reese. That'll be all. Questions?
No questions.
Call Lee Thomas.
Lee Thomas. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Take a stand.
Mr. Thomas, have you ever seen the defendant, Patrick Moore, before?
I have.
Where?
In the restaurant of the Western Railroad at Portola.
What was he doing at that time?
He came to the restaurant on the afternoon of September 29th and asked for some salt.
And did you give it to him?
I did.
That is all. Questions?
No questions.
Call Clifford Swenson.
Clifford Swenson. You solemnly swear the statement you're about to make in this court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Take a stand.
Mr. Swenson, are you related to Selden Swenson?
Well, he's my brother.
Where is he now?
Well, I don't know. We haven't heard from him for several months.
Is he in the habit of going away without letting you hear from him?
No, sir.
Mr. Swenson, I show you a fountain pen. Did you ever see that before?
Yes, sir. I gave it to my brother for his birthday 2 years ago.
How do you identify it?
By the initials C.S. carved on it.
I offer this as Exhibit A for the people for identification.
So entered.
Mr. Swenson, do you recognize this coin I hold in my hand?
Yes, sir. It is a Swedish coin dated 1747. It belonged to my great-grandfather, and he gave it to my father, and he gave it to my brother.
I offer this as Exhibit B for the people.
For identification?
Yes, sir.
So entered.
Mr. Swenson, I show you a gun, Smith & Wesson, and ask you if you recognize this gun.
Yes, sir. My brother bought it just before he left home. He recognized the little nick in the barrel on top there.
I offer this as People's Exhibit C for identification.
So entered.
Thank you, Mr. Swenson. Your witness.
No questions.
Call Roger Green.
Roger Green? Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Take stand.
Mr. Green, state your occupation, please.
Ballistic expert, California State Bureau of Criminal Identification and Investigation.
Are your duties concerned with the investigation of firearms to determine whether a given weapon has fired a given bullet?
They are.
And did you, on or about October 5th of last year, Mr. Green, examine a Smith & Wesson revolver delivered to you by one James Foley?
I did.
I show you People's Exhibit C and ask you, is that the same gun?
It is.
And how do you identify the gun?
By the numbers, 29512, and by this peculiar nick on the barrel.
And did you on that date fire a test bullet from this gun?
I did.
And did you compare that bullet with another bullet given you by James Foley?
I did.
And what was the result of the comparison of those bullets?
Both bullets were fired from the same gun.
I show you a bullet here. Is that the bullet given you by James Foley?
It is.
And did he tell you where he got the bullet?
He said it had been taken from the body of Louis Dilt.
Objected to as hearsay testimony.
Sustained. That is all, Mr. Green. Thank you. Your witness.
No questions.
Call Louis Dilts.
Louis Dilt?
It'll be necessary to clear a passage in the court. Mr. Dilts is confined to a wheelchair.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Dilts, where were you at 3 o'clock on the morning of September 29th?
I was at work in the company restaurant at Portola.
And what, if anything unusual, happened on that night?
Why, I was shot.
Mr. Dilts, I want you to look around this courtroom. Do you see the man in this room who shot you?
Yes.
Can you identify the man?
Yes. That is the man who shot me. That man Moore sitting right there.
Your Honor, the state rests.
In just a moment, we will hear the conclusion of this case. One thing we learned during a trade slump is to make every penny speak for itself, to get the most for our money. And that is one of the reasons so many sober-minded motorists are driving into red and white Rio Grande stations these days for low-cost per-mile police car performance Rio Grande cracked gasoline. You will be convinced, if you try the various brands, that the officials of city, county, California state, and federal governments know what they are about when they specify Rio Grande to power their emergency equipment. And when you learn, as tens of thousands have, that this superior gasoline gives you more for less money, you will stick to Rio Grande cracked for the sake of your pocketbook and the thrill of police car performance.
Patrick Moore was found guilty as charged, and on June 4th received a sentence prescribed by law. He is now serving time in San Quentin. 4 months later, Selden Swenson was located in Utah. He told of being slugged and robbed by Moore and a companion. Thus was the last vestige of doubt removed as to the guilt of Patrick Moore. His was another crime that did not pay.
County Sheriff's Office calling all cars. Attention all sheriff's cars to cancellation of broadcast 221 regarding an attempt murder. Suspect in this case is now in custody. That's all. Rolls and Quist.
This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for Rio Grande.
and Bing Crosby is up next.
Sound off! Sound off! Sound off for Chesterfield! Howdy, folks, a big hello. We're here to start the Crosby Show. Before you do another thing, just take this tip from Brother Bing. Sound off for Chesterfield! Sound off for Chesterfield!
Try a pack of Chesterfields and do it
today!
Someone waits for me.
This is Ken Carpenter. Welcome you to the Bing Crosby Show for Chesterfield, produced and transcribed in Hollywood, with John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, Judd Collins of the Bears, and Bing's guests, Miss Patty Page and Mr. Bob Burns. Ladies and gentlemen, this being National Potato Chip Week, I would like to announce that the National Potato Chip Institute has designated Gary Crosby as this year's chip off the old block. And now, here's the old block himself, Bing Crosby.
That's right, Ken. Gary did get the gold potato chip. Suitably inscribed, too, yes. And thanks to our friends in Idaho and Maine and wherever spuds sprout for this crisp, appetizing award.
Gee, I'll bet Bob Hope is burned up that you Crosbys were so honored.
No, he's been taken care of, Ken. It so happens that the potato chip people have honored Hope, too.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What award did he get?
He's been selected as Mr. Deep Fat of 1952.
Oh, that boil's sizzle at the... Bing, perhaps we shouldn't kid Bob.
Why not? He kids
Well, I understand. No, I think we should be careful.
Why?
I understand Bob contracted a very severe case of poison oak.
I'd like to see the oak that could poison him.
No, he really did get poison oak. Got it playing golf.
Well, he always wanted to be a scratch player. Now he can really scratch. Say, I suppose I could do the handsome thing, though.
What's that?
Well, send him a bottle of calamine lotion and one of those wooden hands on a stick to reach those faraway places. He's got an abundance of them.
Down yonder.
Yes, down yonder.
Bing, I've often wondered what kind of a golfer is Bob? What's his handicap?
His lack of talent, I guess. But let's forget old Clabbergal for the nonce, shall we, Ken, and consider this potato chip business. This is a very engrossing subject.
I'd like to hear about it.
Because the Institute has sent me some literature on the subject, and I was surprised to find that the history of the potato chip is alive, just teeming with drama.
Well, sounds exciting.
Educational, too. For instance, did you know that the first potato chip was made in 1853?
1853,
yes,
huh? I think I got that one at the Villanova the other night.
Well, now, you should be happy. That was a vintage year,
Good.
Yeah. But the whole thing really came about accidentally. You see, the potato chip was invented when an old Indian lady... She dropped a thin slice of potato into a frying pan.
I hope I get that question on a quiz program sometime.
Well, if you do, you'll be in the chips.
Yeah.
Anyhow, there was a fella... When she dropped this thing in the frying pan, a fellow named George Crumb came by. He saw the crisp bit of potato in the pan, and he popped it into his mouth.
And what did he say?
Holy smoke, that's hot.
That's what he said, huh?
That's a direct quote. Those words are on microfilm in the time capsule.
Just think, if that fella hadn't eaten that hunk of potato, the potato chip would never have been.
Oh, don't even talk of such a thing, Ken. What a frustrating thought that could be. If it wasn't for the potato chip, Elsa Maxwell might never have invented the cocktail party.
Yeah. Well, Bing, since you've done some research on this subject,
yes, I have.
Maybe you can help me out with something that's it's bothered me for some time.
I'd be happy to.
After eating potato chips at a party, what's the proper method of getting the salt off your fingers?
Well, there are several accepted methods, Ken. One way is to pet a dog if one is handy.
Preferably a shaggy one, I presume.
I believe Emily Post recommends a French poodle. Another way, of course, is to casually rub your hands over the drapes. But I guess, after all, the best method is to find a friend who's wearing a blue serge suit and slap him on the back.
Is that really the best way?
Well, that way you can see if you're getting any results.
You're positively ingenious.
Well, the Americans are forever inventive. Ken, I think we'd better get on to some music here now. We've yacked quite a while. Our opening selection is a little wintry roundelay, suitable for the season, entitled Sleigh Ride. John Scott, Jingle Them Bells. hear those sleigh bells jingling, ring, ting-a-tingling too. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you. Outside the snow is falling and friends are calling you. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up, let's go. Let's look at the show. We're riding in a wonderland of snow. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up, it's grand, just holding your hand. We're gliding along with the song of a wintry fairyland. Our cheeks are nice and rosy and comfy cozy are we. We're snuggled up together like two birds of a feather wouldn't be. Let's take that road before us and sing up a chorus or two. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you. There's a birthday party at the home of Farmer Gray. It'll be the perfect ending of a perfect day. We'll be singing the songs we love to sing without a single stop.
At the fireplace where we watch the chestnuts pop,
pop, pop, pop. There's a happy feeling nothing in the world can buy when they pass around the jelly and the pumpkin pie. Aye, aye. It'll nearly be like a picture print by Currier and Ives. These wonderful things are the things we remember all through our lives. Just hear those sleigh bells jingling, ring, ting-a-tingling too. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you. Let's take that road before us and sing up a chorus or two. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you. Whoa now, whoa there, easy. Steady there, steady. Everybody out. Ding, ding, ding.
Now, I've got a word for all the folks in the more than 1,250 towns where our show is heard. Soon now, you'll hear me telling you about Chesterfield's sales increasing in your hometown, just as they're increasing fast in Providence, Milwaukee, in my hometown of Peoria, Illinois, and all over the country. Now, there are two reasons for this. Chesterfields are much milder, and they give you the added protection of no unpleasant aftertaste. No unpleasant aftertaste, confirmed by a leading research organization. Mildness, well, you can prove that by smoking Chesterfields. So sound off for Chesterfield. For the first time, you'll get the cigarette that's much milder with the added protection of no unpleasant aftertaste. Try a pack of Chesterfields, and do it today.
This boy is absolutely right, friends. Now, folks, I would like to present our first guest of the evening, a young lady who is easily the country's top female recording artist. From Claremore, Oklahoma, the singing rage, Miss Patty Page.
Thank you, Bing, and hello, everyone.
What are you going to kick off with tonight, Patty? What are you going to open up with?
Well, I'd like to do a new song called Come What May.
This happened to be a recent recording?
Well, we did it about 2 weeks ago, Bing.
Well, we're getting right in on the ground floor, folks. This is practically a premiere performance of Come What May. John, are you ready?
A gypsy with a crystal ball to gaze in can look into the future, so they say. But I am so afraid of fortune tellers. To know the truth might cast my world away. Just suppose I called upon a gypsy to find you're gonna break my heart someday. So, darling, I'm confessing, not knowing is a blessing. You can keep me guessing, come what may. A gypsy with a crystal ball to gaze in can look into the future, so they say. But I am so afraid of fortune tellers to know the truth might cast my world away. Just suppose I called upon a gypsy to find you're gonna break my heart someday. So, darling, I'm confessing, not knowing is a blessing. You can keep me guessing, come what may.
Oh, she sings fine, really fine, Patty. Thank you. Now, folks, I'd like to welcome one of my very good friends, cohort and associate of some years back on the Kraft Music Hall, a man whose rural ruminations and homespun hokum are familiar to one and all. Van Buren, Arkansas's ambassador to the San Fernando Valley, Bob Burns.
Well, thank you, Bang. Thank you. I'm awful glad you introduced me like I'm a member of the diplomatic corps. After all, I am known as the Anthony Eden of Canoga Park.
Yeah, I've seen that raccoon Homburg you wear.
Yeah, it's lucky I read Esquire. I knew enough to cut the tail off.
What'd you do with the raccoon tail, Bob? You got it hung on the radiator of your car?
No, I had it made into a choker from a peahen.
Man, that's stylish. That's real style. A fur choker for your peahen. I bet that caused quite a stir around the hen house.
It sure did. Plenty of gossip going on, too.
Yeah?
The other birds think she's been stepping out with a rich old bald eagle. Nothing personal.
No, nothing pointed. I believe you, Bob. Nothing like a gal in a new fur piece to start the tongues wagging. Say, by the way, what does your peacock think of the peahen getting all dolled up like that?
Oh, Bing, he's burned up. He packed up his plumes and moved to his club.
Well, I guess when you get right down to it, animals and birds, they will have their little squabbles, just as human beings will.
Yeah, you know, birds and animals on farms nowadays are just as used to mechanical conveniences as human beings are.
Sure. Modern farms are the last word.
Well, I've got electric nest warmers for my hens.
Yeah?
Yeah, you know, in the cold winter, them hens used to lay their eggs from a standing position.
Heat up the nest a little. You need an egg catcher. That's what you need.
Yeah, I've got ultraviolet ray slop troughs for my hogs.
No, really?
You know, my cows have never been touched by human hands.
I don't believe it.
Up till the big storm a couple of weeks ago, that is.
What happened then?
Well, the storm blew down the power lines and they couldn't use the milking machine.
Good heavens, that might have been catastrophic.
Well, yeah, you see, my cows had never been milked by anything but a machine.
Mm-hmm.
When I started to milk them by hand, I milked and nothing happened.
Well, what was wrong?
Well, tell you the truth, I think them cows are just as embarrassed as I was.
You mean you provoked some bovine blushes, huh?
Yeah.
That might have been a shock to them, Bob. I suppose up till then they'd always regarded you as a perfect gentleman.
Well, I tell you, Bing, you know, farming's a lot of trouble.
Of course it is. Plenty of headaches.
During that big storm, my ducks just pretty near went crazy. They never saw so much water.
Oh, man, we really got it, didn't we?
I tell you, those ducks was hysterical. Had to take them see a doctor.
Oh, did you take them to a psychiatrist?
No, I always take my ducks to a quack.
Well, this is an age of specialization.
Well, I've been trying to get my chickens to lay more eggs, so I put electric lights in the hen house so the hens wouldn't fall asleep on the job.
Oh, you keep the hen house lighted at night so the hens will produce more eggs, huh?
Yeah, it's not working out so good at my place, though.
Why not?
Well, every night my rooster sneaks in and turns off the light.
I guess that's just a rooster who doesn't believe in progress.
I'm not so sure about that.
You're raising lots of chickens, huh, Bob?
Oh, the chickens are just a sideline, Bing. At heart, I'm a pig man.
Oh.
You know, I made a mistake.
How?
When I got them pigs, I got all pedigreed hogs.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, I'm sorry I did, because I get an inferiority complex. You know, I haven't got a hog on my place didn't come from a better family than I did.
Pretty fancy, huh?
Yeah. Why, the fancy hogs, I let them come right in the house with me.
Now, isn't that a little unsanitary?
They haven't caught anything yet.
Rugged beast. But, Bob, I know you didn't drop in to discuss pigs. There's something that you wanted to talk to me about. What do I owe the pleasure of this little visit?
Well, Bing, tell you the truth, I'm always after something, ain't I? I came down here to see you because I got some problems. What advice can you give me about going on television?
Don't. Next problem, please.
Well, I really have got a problem trying to cook up a television show. You see, on radio, I had all my kinfolks to talk about.
Oh, that's simple. Why don't you put your kinfolks on television?
Bing, I had trouble cleaning that bunch up for radio.
Can't be as bad as all that. You must have some relatives with talent.
Well, now that you mention it, some of them do. There's my Aunt Pudgy.
Aunt Pudgy?
Yeah, that's my fat aunt. She's quite a singer.
She ever appeared in public singing anyway?
Yeah, sure. Her ideal is Lily Pons.
Oh, yeah.
I remember she got a picture of Lily Pons and had a dress made just like the one Lily Pons had on.
Is that so?
And she gave a concert at King's Opera House in Van Buren. That's before they put the hay in there. And you know, when she got that dress on, she didn't look a thing like Lily Pons. Where Lily Pons curves in, Aunt Pudgy curves out. Where Lily Pons curves out, Aunt Pudgy leaves the road entirely.
Oh, disappear. That sounds dangerous. You should paint a white line down her back or something. But you got plenty of other relatives anyhow. What about your Uncle Slug?
Yeah, that's my drinking uncle.
How about him?
If I could sober him up, he might be good for one of them afternoon cooking shows.
Do you cook, Uncle Slug?
Well, not exactly, but he got a wonderful recipe for making white mule in a hollow tree stump.
Sounds like quite a science. Does he lose many stumps?
Well, it's funny you mentioned losing them stumps. You know, he used to have a way. Don't look for it. It ain't on
I
there.
don't think so. Very little of it is. I've got a skeleton.
You know, he used to mix this stuff in a hollow stump, and then he'd age it. And the way he found out if it was aged, ready to drink or not, he'd go there and he'd drop a horseshoe in it. If the horseshoe went to the bottom, wasn't ready yet.
Mm-hmm.
If the horseshoe curled up and jumped out, it's ready to drink. And you know, after he drained off that liquor, many a time I've seen that stump get up and go off through the woods looking for bears.
Sounds like a powerful potion Uncle Slug makes, but assuming that you could lure Uncle Slug away from his stump and get him on his feet, is there anything he could do, any entertainment he could provide on TV? What's his act?
Well, Uncle Slug, quite a performer. He plays the jug.
You mean he can get a tune out of a jug?
If there's anything in a jug, he'll get it out.
Well, gee, Bob, I'm sorry all your relatives aren't shaping up for the TV show. At least none of those we've mentioned. We haven't dug up anybody yet.
Well, I got others.
Oh.
There's my cousin Walford, my Aunt Peachy Sims, Uncle Hod Durnit.
Mm-hmm.
None of them can do anything.
Everything will come out all right, Robin. By God, I sure wish you'd brought your bazooka with you tonight so we could have done a number together.
I've got my bazooka here.
I had to open my big mouth.
You know, the bazooka is a mighty handy instrument, Bing. I pumped out my basement, you know.
During the flood?
Yeah, I'm going to have to play this tonight.
Well,
boy.
is it broke?
Boy, I'll kill the next plumber that borrows this thing from me.
Say, Bob, what song do you think we ought to chop up for the folks tonight?
Let's do one of those oldies that we can kind of play a little
back.
sneaky. Yeah. You know that How Come You Do Me Like You Do?
I certainly do. Let's go now. You folks in the front row there, watch it. Don't get too close to this horn. This is a flood area, you know. Okay, John. How come you do me like do? How come you do me like you do? Why do you always make me blue? Mama, I ain't done nothing to you. You might be
the meanest gal in town. I'm just mean enough to turn your dapper down. How come you do me like you do? How come you do me like you do? How come you do me like you do? Sound like the Black Ball Fairy Line. You were never in better lip, Bob. Now, if I may, I would like to be excused for a minute and get on to a delightful chore here with Miss Patty Page. You ready, Patty?
Yes, what's on your mind, Bing?
Well, if you catch a little cold, I'll sneeze for you.
Well, I'm not expecting one, but it's a very attractive offer.
Well, I try to be gallant at all times. This is a sort of a semi-precious duet. Who starts it, Patty?
Well, what do you say let's jump off together?
Me? Well, you're taking a long chance, Gal.
If you catch a little cold, I'll sneeze for you. On a frosty winter day, I'll freeze for you. If you're restless, I will sail the seas for you to prove that I'm in love. If an onion burns my eye,
I'm gonna weep for you.
If I'm spying on a friend,
I'll peep for you.
If I wanna jump at joy,
I'll leap for you to prove that I'm in love.
And if you're nervous, I will bite my lip. I'll be your stand-in where you stand.
And you won't have to move a fingertip. Automatically, your wish is my command. If there's water in your boat, I'll bail for you. If you build a house, I'll hit the nail for you. If you break the law, I'll go to jail for you to prove that I'm in love. I'd love to be beside you everywhere, to grant your wishes on the spot.
And if I spoiled you, do you think I'd care? I most certainly would not.
At a phony wrestling match, I'll boo for you. If you tumble down the stairs, I'll sue for you. I have hardly told you all I do for you, 'cause I'd do anything you ask me to do to prove that I'm in love. Thank you, Patty. Ready, go.
1, 2, 3, 4. Get the smoke that gives you more. 5, 6, 7, 8. Chesterfields are going great.
Thousands are changing every day. All over the country you hear them say, Chesterfield.
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 Milder, so much milder, milder Chesterfield.
That's right.
Seems everyone's changing in Arkansas. Well, the other day they even got Paul. He switched to the one that sets the pace with no unpleasant aftertaste. The best cigarette for you, that's right. So do what I always do, that's right. Sound off
for Chesterfield.
Sound off
for Chesterfield.
Try a pack of Chesterfields and do it today. Friends, it's true. All across the country, more and more smokers are changing to Chesterfield. How about you? Sound off for Chesterfield. For the first time, you'll get the cigarette that's much milder with the added protection of no unpleasant aftertaste. A very popular ballad of the fall and winter season. Everybody's had a go at it. I better do the same or I'll get shut out here on the good ones.
Take away the breath of flowers, it would surely be a sin. Take the rain from April showers, and it's a sin. Take away the violins, dear, from a lovely symphony, and the music deep within would cease to be. Is it a sin to love you so, to hold you close and know you are leaving? Though you take away my heart, dear, still the beating there within, I'll keep loving you forever, for it's no sin. Is it a sin to love you so, to hold you close and know you are leaving? Though you take away my heart, dear, still the beating there within, I'll keep loving you forever, for it's no sin.
Now, as this meeting comes to a close tonight, I would like to thank Patty Page and Bob Burns for joining up with us this evening.
I surely enjoyed it, Bing.
See you soon, Patty. Folks, you will be with us, I hope, next week when our guest is going to be Mr. Fred Astaire.
Bing, ain't you getting a little optimistic there?
What do you mean, Bob?
You just announced Fred Astaire will be your guest next week. You sure radio's going to hold out that long?
I think maybe it'll hold together for a couple of 3 more weeks, Bob. Anyhow, that's got to get it for now. We'll rendezvous with you next Wednesday night. Meanwhile, what are you waiting for? Try a pack of Chesterfields and do it today. For the first time, you get the cigarette that's much milder with the added protection of no unpleasant aftertaste.
The Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield, was produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Tune in next week and hear Bing and his guest, Mr. Fred Astaire. Friends, every victim of infantile paralysis in the last 5 years has received aid from National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis funds. Last year, thousands of needy polio patients received direct financial aid. Thousands more who were able to pay their own bills were helped by the trained personnel, by the equipment, and by the research also provided by your National Foundation. The March of Dimes is truly everybody's. Give more dimes and dollars to your 1952 March of Dimes today.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Come in through the mysterious door which hides the secrets and sometimes horrors we dare not even think about. but which are nevertheless brought to the forefront of our imagination by the tale you're about to hear. A door, a simple door, shuts us out or lets us into a room. But such a room as we are to visit now is one perhaps we'd be better off avoiding. At least Stephanie Miller would have been better off if she'd never set foot in it again. Or would she? Maybe that was her destiny. And who can question what the fates have decreed?
Mrs. Lanning, would you mind awfully if I just sat here in the room a moment? Alone?
Of course not. I'll go down and make some tea.
Oh, please don't bother.
No bother at all.
You're very kind.
Sit here and take your time. Come down when you're ready.
My dear, dear room. You look so different. I really don't like your yellow wallpaper. And there's no rug. Your floor must be cold. Oh, it's just like old times, talking in my old room. Talking. I don't understand why Mrs. Lanning doesn't like you.
Our mystery drama, Stephanie's Room, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Bob Juran and stars Mercedes McCambridge. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Our story begins in a modern tract home in a Los Angeles suburb. Stephanie and Tom Miller are an average couple. Tom's on his way up in his advertising career, and for both of them, it means some sacrifices.
I may be a little late tonight, Steph. I have some things to clear up on the Rogers account.
Well, that's okay.
Now look, honey, before you get upset, I got to tell you sometime.
Oh, Tom, does this mean another move?
Steph, it's my best chance yet. It's New York City, the home office. I'll go in as ad director. A vice presidency in 2 years, no more than 3. Look, it's the start of a whole new life.
Tom, we came to Los Angeles chasing rainbows and vice presidencies.
Well,
and before that, it was Chicago. Honestly, we've had 3 different homes in 5 years.
Well, this will be the last, I promise.
Well, your career is important, but I'm so tired of living out of a barrel.
I know. Look, we'll live anywhere you want. Maybe even your old hometown if you like. Wasn't it in the suburbs?
In Crestwood, yes.
All right. Now, Steph, I swear to you, if anything does go sour on this deal, I won't move again. I'll take my chances in New York and we'll stay.
All right, Tom. It would be nice to see the old house again.
You know, Steph, looking down on New York like this, I feel as though we're on top of the world.
Mm-hmm. But let's get settled soon, Tom.
Oh, sure. We'll house hunt every weekend. I don't like this hotel room any more than you do.
Listen, I thought I might take a run up to Crestwood tomorrow. It's only 35 minutes by train.
Sure, why don't you?
Well, I mean, I'd like to see it, you know. See what's changed since I was a child. And see the old house. I wonder who's living there now.
Well, maybe they'll let you in, show you around.
Oh, I couldn't ask that. I'll just stroll around.
Well, you can at least ask. After all, you did live there.
Yes? Good morning. I'm not selling anything, really.
Oh, what is it you want?
Well, I know this may sound foolish. My name is Stephanie Miller, and I grew up in this house until I was 14. And I wanted to see it again, you know, to see if it had changed and who was living here now.
Oh, well, my husband isn't home at the moment.
Well, that's all right. I understand. It's preposterous of me to ask. It's okay. I'll just look around outside if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind that. How long has it been since you've seen the house?
Oh, it's 15 years. See, we've been living in Los Angeles, and my husband's firm transferred him here to New York. so that when I was this close, I just couldn't resist coming back.
Stephanie Miller, you said?
Yeah.
Well, come in, Mrs. Miller. I don't see the harm. I'm Mrs. Lanning.
Oh, thank you.
I imagine it's changed a lot since you lived here.
No, not that much, really. Oh, your furniture is different, of course, but I remember this room so well. Oh, I love that table.
It was my mother's.
And the fireplace. I used to sit in my pajamas on cold winter nights and watch the pictures in the embers. I saw tigers fighting and flowers and monkeys and horses. You too.
Oh, I love the fireplace.
Hey, I wonder.
Oh, what is it?
Well, it really couldn't still be here, but...
What are you looking for?
There was a penny. I put it up in a crack in the chimney when I was 10 years old for good luck, you know, and I think I can just about reach it. Ha, 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 ha! Yes, I can hardly believe it. It's still here. Look.
What? Isn't that amazing?
Oh, golly. Well, do you like the house, Mrs. Lanning?
Oh, I do, except...
For what?
Oh, nothing really. Now, come on, you want to see the kitchen.
Okay. Oh, how charming, Mrs. Lanning.
Thank you.
Yeah. Of course, we didn't have the breakfast nook. My mother had a big oak table right here in the middle of the floor.
Well, I like room to move around.
And everything happened at that old oak table. Mom and Daddy'd sit there every night and they'd talk. And I can almost see my mother making her Christmas strudel now. All those family conferences. I was always included in the minor decisions.
Oh, you were an only child then?
Yes. Gee, may I see upstairs? I'd love to see my old room.
Oh, yes, if you like. Mr. Lanning and I use the front bedroom.
Yeah, mine was the small one facing the back.
That's our, guest room. We don't use it at all.
You're sure you don't mind if I look?
Oh, of course not. We don't have any children to bring grandchildren visiting, and we never have overnight company, but it's still the guest room.
Oh, it's very pretty.
Oh. I was going to use it for a sewing room, but...
But what?
Nothing.
Is it the same thing you hesitated about downstairs?
Well, yes, I've never been able to use this room.
Why?
I feel as though I'm not wanted. I'm not welcome in this room.
But this is your house. Why wouldn't you be welcome?
Well, I'm not sure any house is ours. We live in them, use them. But there are some things we can't ever own.
Oh, I love this room. I even used to talk to it. Really. And Mother had white curtains with little bluebells all over them and a bedspread to match. And my dresser was over here, right next to the window. And then I had a little white chair.
Don't you feel it?
Feel what?
With strangeness in here. As though we didn't belong here.
Mrs. Lanning, would you mind awfully if I just sat here alone for a moment to remember?
Why, of course not. I'll go down and make some tea.
Oh, please don't bother.
Oh, it's no bother at all. I'm enjoying the company.
You're very kind.
You take your time. Come down when you're ready.
You do look different. I really don't like that yellow wallpaper. And there's no rug. Your floor must be cold. Yes, it's just like old times. Talking in my room. Talking. I don't understand why Mrs. Lanning doesn't like to.
Why so quiet, Helen?
I wasn't going to tell you about what happened today, but I must. A woman who used to live here as a girl came to the house today, and she wanted to see it again.
And you let her in?
Now, Will, she was a sweet, young...
No, wait a minute. She asked to see the house with a story about having lived here?
Yes.
But don't you know what she was? A con artist. Oh, she used that story to get into the house. She looks around and makes note of anything valuable, and next time we're away, poof, she and her accomplice rip us off.
Oh, now, Will, she wasn't anything like that.
Oh, you're so naive, Helen.
No, she remembered a penny she'd put in the fireplace chimney, and she reached in and pulled it right out.
Oh, sure. She had it in her hand all the time. It was a trick.
Well, she knew her room, the one I can't stand.
Oh? That was her room, was it?
Yes, and she described just how it looked when she was a child.
I'm calling the police.
No, wait, Will. Now listen to me. After she left, I went up to that room. Something strange happened there.
Oh, Helen.
I mean it. There's a totally different feel to that room. I don't know what it is, but it's as though the room were alive.
Is that you, Steph?
Tom, you home already?
Yeah, we finished up early on that field trip to New Jersey. How was Crestwood? I take it you went.
Yes, I went.
Oh, you don't sound enthused. Who's living there now?
Oh, there's a retired couple. I only met the woman. She was very nice.
Oh, Steph, what's the matter? Were you disappointed?
No, not disappointed. I was puzzled.
About what?
Well, I went up to my old room, and I sat there for a while, and I had the oddest feeling that the room remembered me, that it didn't want me to leave.
Honey, rooms really can't remember.
And then all the way home on the train, I kept thinking, knowing, really, that I have to go back there again.
I'll be back tomorrow night.
All right, Will. I'll be here.
Well, don't look so down in the dumps. This isn't the first fishing trip I've been on.
Now, Will, I didn't say anything.
Lord knows, retirement's boring enough. You don't expect me to sit in a rocking chair for the rest of my life.
No, I don't.
If only we'd had... no, I promised I'd never say that again.
But you think it. And I feel it. But we've stuck together, Will, even without children. There must be something for us.
I'll be back tomorrow around 6.
I'll have dinner ready.
And listen, Helen, if that woman comes around here again, don't let her in. Call the police.
All right, whatever you say. Oh, good luck. Bring home a trout dinner. If only we'd had. If only we'd had. Our whole lives have been nothing but if only. Only I could make Will believe me about the room. I know there's something different there. Something happened when that girl came back here. Stephanie's room. How many happy hours did she have here? How many tears? How many hopes?
Sing a song of sixpence, pocket full of rice, 420 blackbirds baked in a pie. When the fire was open, the birds began to sing. Now wasn't that a dainty dish to set before the king?
Backward, turn backward, O time in thy flight. Make me a child again, just for tonight. The poet's words strike a note in all of us who wish for a touch of childhood again. When the world gets weary and our own hopes aren't quite as bright as they were once, childhood looks awfully good. But beware, all of you who would turn backward. You'll see what I mean when I return shortly with Act 2. Another poet and novelist, Thomas Wolfe, told us, "You can't go home again." Nothing stays the same. And the old familiar things just aren't as we remembered them. And how often they prove to be so disappointing. But for Stephanie Miller, going home again, rather to the house in which she had once lived, was proving to be a compelling experience.
Hello? Hello. Mrs. Lanning, this is Stephanie Miller.
Oh, hello.
Hello. I really hate to impose, but I wondered if I could come out just one more time to see my old room.
Well, now, my husband...
Well, I don't want to intrude. Just, any time that's convenient.
Well, then, why don't you come today? My husband's away on a fishing trip. Yes. Come today. Come in, Mrs. Miller. I'm really glad to see you.
Thank you. And please, call me Stephanie.
All right. Come on in the kitchen. I have coffee and
strudel. Oh.
It's only from the supermarket, but you told me how your mother used to make it.
Yeah, at Christmas time. Always at Christmas time. Oh, how very thoughtful of you, Mrs. Lanning.
Now, slide into the nook there and we'll have our coffee.
Okay.
You can stay as long as you like. I didn't think I was going to see you again. My husband did, though. He thought you were a con artist.
Oh, what?
Oh, he thought you made up the story about living in the house just to get in, to see if we had anything valuable to steal.
Oh, he didn't. Really?
But I know differently. I know you lived here, in that room.
Mm-hmm. Could we go up now?
Well, of course. Bring your coffee along.
I feel so peaceful in this room. Really, it's almost as though I'd never been away.
My husband won't believe there's a change in the room.
Do you know that I was never afraid of the dark in this room? Mama would put the lights out, and then I'd begin to see the shadows start to form, and they were always friendly shadows. Listen. Do you hear anything, Mrs. Lanning?
Hear anything?
Yeah. A sort of sound. I don't know, it comes and goes.
No.
I heard it the other day when I was here.
Stephanie, you were happy here, weren't you?
Oh, yes.
Then this room was a happy room. I think that the room is glad to see you.
Well, I suppose if we love a house or a room, it just naturally has love in it.
Responds, Stephanie. It responds. That's why I want you to come and visit any time you want.
Mm.
You love this room. And your presence, it changes things.
Well, that's kind of you, Mrs. Lanning. But I guess this will be the last time, for a while at least. Tom and I have so much to do, finding our own place and getting settled. But I tell you what, after I'm settled, I'll drop out maybe once a month or so to visit.
Oh, I hope it's sooner. Will, breakfast ready.
We're right there. What? I'll be darned. When did she do that? Say, Helen, when did you change the drapes in the guest room?
What?
You changed the drapes in the guest room, didn't you?
No, they're the ones we've always had.
Oh, that's funny. They look different. Oh, I admit I'm not as observant as you'd like me to be. Well, maybe they were gray all along.
Gray?
they look like to me.
Well, they're chartreuse.
Well, maybe they faded from the sun. But it's not a big issue. Forget I mentioned it.
After breakfast, I'm going to march you upstairs and show you the difference between gray and chartreuse. I don't understand.
Well, they look faded to me. Well, maybe they were chartreuse. Come to think of it, wallpaper looks different, too. Wasn't it more of a gold color?
Yes, but that could fade, too.
I know. You never liked this room. Well, what's the difference? We never use it anyway. Close the door and let's forget it.
Yes. Why don't we do that? Let's not worry about it. I'm so glad you came, Stephanie. Do you remember what color the drapes and walls were in the guest room when you were here last?
Yes, I'm afraid I do. And I'm afraid that I didn't... Well, I mean, it just isn't my style.
What were they?
Well, the drapes, they're chartreuse, and the walls are sort of gold.
Good. That's what I wanted to know. Come with me to the room.
Why, what is it, Mrs. Lanning?
I think you're in for a surprise after you see the room.
Oh, this is so mysterious.
Oh, you'll see.
Oh, Mrs. Lanning, where did you ever find them?
Why, I didn't.
But they're my drapes. White with bluebells. They're exactly like the ones Mother had made up for me.
But they weren't like that.
Oh,
yes,
you must have searched for days to get them so exact.
Oh, but I didn't. I don't know what to say.
You did get these drapes for me. Because I told you Mother had white drapes with a pattern of little bluebells.
Well, I thought...
Oh, Mrs. Lanning, you are a beautiful person.
Stephanie, what color was the wallpaper in here? Do you remember?
Pale blue. Yes, to pick up the color of the bluebells.
Pale blue. That would be right, I guess.
But these walls are a dingy gray. Weren't they gold last week?
They were. But Stephanie, the next time you come, I promise you, they'll be pale blue.
Are you ready to turn in, honey?
No, Tom, no. I just want to read a little bit longer.
Dev, things are okay, aren't they?
Okay?
Well, I mean about the move to New York. You're not too unhappy.
Oh, Tom, I'm not unhappy at all. I feel as though I've come home.
I know we've had trouble finding the right house, but I have a feeling this weekend...
I know, we'll find it.
Yeah. I've been thinking about those visits you've made out to Crestwood. Would you want to live there?
In my old house? Oh, no, never.
But you seem so drawn to it.
Well, I mean, it's a nice place to visit, but I wouldn't want to live there. No. Oh, Mrs. Lanning was sweet to put up the drapes like I had as a child, and now she even wants to change the wallpaper, but I don't want that, Tom. I want our own place, brand new, for us alone.
Mm-hmm. And the kids.
And the kids, I can hardly wait.
Well, neither can I. Okay, I'll see you for breakfast.
Yeah, I wouldn't miss it.
Good night, honey.
Good night. Oh, where was I? Here we are. Roger leaned across the table. Lois, please come with me, he said. I can't. Oh, I don't want to read anymore. I'm going to go to bed. What? What's that? Yes. I'll come back. I'll come. Of course. Don't worry, I'll be there. You know I'll be there.
Stephanie.
Huh?
What are you talking about?
Talking? I wasn't talking. I was reading.
Well, Steph, I heard you talking in here.
No, I wasn't. I mean, maybe I was reading out loud and you didn't know it.
Why don't you come to bed?
Well, I will in a minute or two.
Okay, but I think maybe you've read enough. You're starting to dream out loud.
Well, I'll be there in a minute. Yes. Yes, I hear you. And I'll come back. I'll come back. Hello, Mrs. Lanning.
Stephanie.
You said that I could come to visit whenever I wanted.
Oh, of course. Come in.
I hope I'm not bothering you. I mean, coming all the time like I do.
Oh, no, I like your visit.
I brought something with me today. Look.
Why, what a beautiful doll.
I was unpacking one of the barrels and I found her. I always loved Miranda. That's her name. Miranda. I've known her for such a long time.
And she's so beautiful. Why don't we put Miranda in your room? That's where she belongs, isn't it?
Yes, of course. Up in my room. And she'll look so nice in there.
Just the way she always did.
I always kept Miranda on the bed. Like this.
Stephanie, could you call me Mother?
Mama?
Yes, Mama.
Mama was tall and young, and she had brown hair and such blue eyes.
I have blue eyes.
And such a smile. Mama was happy all the time.
I could be happy if only...
Mama had brown hair.
Stephanie, look at my hair. Look at my...
Mama loved to sing, too. She taught me many songs.
My hair is brown. When we're together in this room, it's any color I want it to be.
This is my room.
Yes, it's your room. It's always been your room. Your room with the drapes of bluebells, the blue wallpaper, and now Miranda. It's your room because it wants you. It remembers you. And for the first time in my life, I feel I belong somewhere. Here, in this room with you.
Sing to me, Mama.
Yes. Yes, I will. London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down. My fair lady.
Two women caught in the spell of a room, or the spell of love. A woman who never had a daughter, a girl whose mother was taken from her at an early age. They both found something in this room. But the relationship goes far beyond their mortal feelings, and far beyond anything you might imagine. You'll see what I mean when I return shortly with Act 3. Let's return now to Stephanie Miller, who paid an innocent visit to the house of her childhood, and now feels strangely drawn to her old room. Right now, however, she's in the New York hotel where she and her husband Tom are staying until they can find a house of their own. And at the moment, they're not seeing eye to eye on the forthcoming obligation.
Steph, we have to go.
Why?
Well, it's company politics. Mr. Ames expects it.
Oh, Mr. Ames. It's always what Mr. Ames thinks.
Well, look, he's my boss.
Well, I'm fed up with company parties and...
But it's part of the sacrifice, and there'll be lots more when I get to be vice president.
All right, Tom. It's important to your career, I know that.
Steph, look, you always enjoyed parties and entertaining.
I just dread a big dinner party. Having to talk to all those people.
Well, it never bothered you before.
All right, Tom, I said I'd go to the party. I'm just saying I'm not going to enjoy it.
Now, look, go out and buy yourself the best dress you can find. Maybe that'll make you feel different.
Why, Stephanie, what a surprise.
I hope you don't mind my coming without calling again.
No, of course not. Come in.
Okay. Because I have something to show you.
Oh, looks like a dress box.
Yeah, it is. It's my new dress. It's for the party. Come on up to my room. I can't wait to show it to you. I haven't been to a party in such a long time. Oh, I hope you like my new dress. I picked it out all by myself.
Oh, Stephanie, it's beautiful.
Yeah. It's my first formal. Oh, I'm so excited. Imagine me in a formal.
Try it on. Let me see.
Okay, I will. There were 2 of them in the store, and I liked them both, but I had a hard time choosing between them. You think I picked the right one?
Of course you did. Why, nothing could be prettier than this.
You really like it?
I do.
Look, I like the way it swirls. Watch, see? Hey. Yeah, I hope my date likes it. His name is Tom, and is he groovy?
He'll be the proudest boy there.
Yeah, I'll bet Virginia will be so jealous, because her mother is making her dress, and her old date doesn't even have a car.
Now, you shouldn't act that way with a friend,
Oh, you're always
Stephanie.
saying things like that. No, really, I like Virginia okay, but I'm glad that I've got a new store-bought dress and a date with a car. Hey, I gotta get out of this thing and run.
Where are you off to now?
Well, see, there's this new record I gotta get, and I promised Virginia I'd bring it over. So, will you be an angel and hang this up for me?
Yes, of course.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Put it back in the box. I gotta take it with me.
Well, whatever you say.
Oh, I'm so glad you like the dress.
It's lovely, Stephanie. And I appreciate your coming so far to show it to me.
Oh, it's fun to share things with people we like. I really dread going to that party, though.
Well, in that dress, you'll be the hit of the evening. And that'll make you feel different.
Come on, Steph. We're late already.
I'm ready. I just have to straighten this belt.
Oh, you want help?
No. There, that does it. How do you like it?
Oh, it's pretty.
Just pretty?
Well, the style, it's a little young for you, isn't it?
Oh, you mean young for me? You sound as though I was over 40.
Well, look, I don't know anything about women's styles. It's pretty, it is.
Well, you don't like my dress, I'm not going to go to the party.
Honey, I like it. I
don't believe you. You're just saying that.
So please, what's the matter? We've got to get going. Mr. Ames hates for anyone to be late.
Oh, Mr. Ames. Yeah, Mr. Ames.
Stephanie, what's the matter with you?
What? What did I say?
Well, you're acting like a 12-year-old brat.
Oh. First I'm too old for the dress. Now I'm a 12-year-old brat. Tom, have you been drinking?
No. Should I ask the same of you?
Don't be silly. You know I don't drink.
Steph, were you out to the Crestwood place again?
Yes. I wanted to show Mrs. Lanning my dress.
Oh. Why?
What do you mean, why?
Because every time you've come back from there, you've acted strangely. I mean, what goes on up there in that house?
Nothing. We just have tea and talk.
Well, look, I don't want you going there anymore. Besides, you're going to be too busy entertaining when we get our own place. Now, come on. We've got to go.
Mrs. Miller, a pleasure to meet you at last.
How do you do, Mr. Ames?
We're very fond of Tom at Connecticut paper. With us only a month, and already I can tell he's executive material.
Well, that's nice of you to say, Mr. Ames.
Oh, it's nonsense. You're on your way up. And I can tell after meeting Mrs. Miller, you have the last and most important asset. Charming wife and hostess.
Oh, I wouldn't be where I am without her.
Oh, come on now, gentlemen. You're going to turn my little old head.
Well, go on. Enjoy yourselves. Dance. I'll chat with you later. Go ahead.
Well.
Dance, Steph?
All right.
So, what do you think of Mr. Ames?
Well, he's very nice. He's forceful. I can see that.
Oh, yes. He knows what he wants.
Uh-huh. And he seems to want you.
Well, look, I'm grateful. It's my big break.
Tom, maybe New York was the right thing.
I know it was. Hey, Steph, have you been on a diet or something?
On a diet, me?
Yeah. You seem so much lighter and smaller. I can feel it.
No, I haven't been on any diet. And I'm not losing any weight. You just haven't danced with me lately. How would you know?
sorry to cut in, Tom, but the evening's almost over, and I haven't had the pleasure with Stephanie.
Oh, of course, Mr. Ames.
Last dance, Stephanie?
I'd be charmed, Mr. Ames.
I think a lot of Tom, Stephanie. I'm delighted to have him with the firm.
Well, I know he's happy there, Mr. Ames. Really, he's finally found, well, fulfillment in his career with you.
That's nice to know. I've had my eye on him, and I know he's going places, to coin a cliche. And with you by his side, you can't miss. You see, Stephanie, a man in Tom's position has to have a wife who can meet people, entertain on the spur of the moment. You might have to have 12 guests for dinner without notice and not bat an eye. Tom will be traveling a lot, out of town for weeks at a time.
What are you saying, Mr. Ames?
Well, when a man as bright as Tom wants to get ahead, it takes sacrifice. Sacrifice of home and wife, I'm afraid. My Martha put up with it. God rest her soul. And look where I am. At the top.
Entertaining lots of people. Being without Tom for weeks, that's what this job means, doesn't it?
I'm afraid so, Stephanie. But I know you're up to it.
No, I'm not up to it. I don't want to be alone. Oh, Tom. Tom, I don't want to have to leave again.
Stephanie, well, what is it?
I want to be where I belong. Where I'm warm and safe. I've got to be there. Forever.
Stephanie.
I'll be there, yeah. I'm coming back.
Stephanie, where are you going?
I'm going home. I'm going home. I'm going home.
What's the matter, Helen?
Oh, nothing. Why?
Quiet as usual.
It's the rain, I suppose. I always feel depressed when it rains.
Helen, I've been meaning to ask you, you've been dyeing your hair?
Dyeing my hair? Whatever for?
Well, it looks darker than usual. You've been gray for years, and suddenly there's a brown streak in it.
Oh, you're imagining things, Will. Oh, I'm the same plain Jane I've always been.
Somehow it looks different.
You really think so?
Well, maybe it is my imagination.
Oh, I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, is this Mrs. Lanning?
Yes?
Mrs. Lanning, this is Tom Miller, Stephanie's husband.
Oh, yes.
Is Stephanie there?
Why, no.
Well, she ran out from a party we were attending, said she was going home, but she's not at our hotel and no one's seen her.
Oh, dear.
If she does show up there, Mrs. Lanning, will you call me right away? The Imperial Hotel in the city.
What makes you think she'll come here?
She's very fond of you and that house. I don't know what got into her, but she was apparently upset when she left the party.
Oh, but it's such a night. It's pouring rain. I expect she'll turn up at the hotel.
I hope so, but please, let me know if she comes to you.
Oh, yes, I will. At the Imperial. Good night, Mr. Miller.
What the devil was all that about?
Stephanie's husband.
What?
He thought she might be here. He can't find her.
You've been letting that woman in here all along?
I've grown fond of her, Will, and it is her room.
Was, you mean? Now, I'm putting a stop to the... What?
Stephanie!
How did you get in here?
Through the back door. I always come in the back door.
Well, you...
I'm going up to my room now. I'm going to my room. I don't feel very well. Good night.
What's the matter with her?
Will, I'm warning you. Stay right here. You stay here and don't say anything or do anything. And I mean that.
I don't want to go to Chicago. I want to stay here.
You don't have to go, Stephanie. You can stay here with me.
They say I have to go and live with Aunt Louise.
Not anymore. You can stay here.
I can't.
Yes.
Miranda, do you hear that? Oh, Miranda, you bad doll. Your face is all dirty again. I'll have to give you another bath. You naughty girl.
Later, dear. Rest now.
Yes, it's time to rest, Miranda. Goodbye, baby, in treetops.
Helen! What's going on in there?
Go away, Will. Don't open that door.
Cradle will rock.
Oh, thank God you're here, Miss Miller.
Mr. Lanning, thanks for calling me. I got a cab up from the city.
I've been watching for you. I don't know what's going on.
Where's Stephanie?
Well, come on, follow me.
Hush, dear. Time to put Miranda to bed. You've had a busy day. And tomorrow, Mother's going to put up new curtains, white with little blue bells. We're saying goodbye to the pink bunny rabbit. There's my big girl.
Stephanie!
Helen! It's Stephanie's husband. Open this door, Helen. Look, what is going on in there? I'm going to find out.
On the treetop. When the wind
Good Lord.
Where's Stephanie?
It's not possible.
Where is Stephanie? She must... Oh, no.
I'll admit that Stephanie's room was a bit unusual. But think about your old room, in the old house you grew up in. Maybe it's waiting for you to return someday. Maybe even hoping. So if you should get the chance, why not go back and say hello, if you dare? In any case, I'll be back shortly. To be young again. We all search for that fountain of youth. And so often we don't realize it's with us all the time. You're only as old or as young as you feel. Those years don't matter. It's how you think that counts. I hope you'll keep thinking of us and join us again. Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, William Redfield, Mary Jane Higbee, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
She was a priestess in the temple of Apollo at Delphi. And she fell in love with me.
Hey, Pop, you know the sun's getting hot out here. Maybe you ought to get inside.
Anyhow, you swallow a few grains, and you go into a deep trance. And when you come to, or wake up, it's hundreds of years later.
Oh, rave on.
Now make plans to break out, Augie. Quickly before they come for you. Go get your gold.
Sure, get the gold. And then where do I hide?
You can hide anywhere. A secluded spot, a cave, a forest, a desert.
Yeah, great. And what do I do for chow?
I'm trying to explain this, Augie. You don't eat. You don't drink. You're oblivious to cold, to heat, to rain, to snow. And in several hundred years, you come alive again.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
Welcome to Mexico Town. We are all mighty glad that you're here. Welcome to Mexico has begun. And as you're driving, we hope to bring you lots of fun. So welcome to Texaco Town. We're glad you're here so you can hear our mayor sing and frown. Welcome to Texaco.
Good evening. Again, the 45,000 dealers who serve you with Fire Chief gasoline and other Texaco products present His Honor, the Mayor of Texaco Town, Eddie Cantor.
Hello, Jimmy. Hello, everybody.
Eddie, what are you so happy
What
about?
am I happy about? It's our program for tonight. It's the greatest we've ever had. And funny, right here, the first line where I say the, it's terrific, Jimmy.
Well, why are you laughing so?
Because I'm the only one who knows the answer. Oh, Jimmy, when you howl, this is so funny.
Stay where you are. Don't move, none of you. I got you covered.
Why, what's the matter?
Yeah, what's the idea?
Shut up. Listen, Cantor. What have you got in your hand?
Why, it's tonight's program. It's the funniest one we ever had.
Maybe, but you ain't gonna do it.
Why?
From now on, I'm printing the jokes for this program.
What do you mean? You're a writer?
Sure, nothing but original stuff.
Yeah?
Now, here's one I made up last night about Social Security.
Yeah.
Wellington says to you, who was that lady I seen you with last night? And I say, and you say,
Yeah.
that was no lady, that was my wife.
Yeah, but what has that got to do with Social Security?
Don't you get it? That joke is over 65.
Oh, my.
I got loads of it.
You have loads of them?
Yes, every time I open my mouth to tell them, the people scream with laughter.
Yeah, I don't blame them. Why don't you have your teeth fixed?
Shut up.
All right.
Now, you do what I tell you.
Yeah.
Here's the program I wrote for you.
Yeah.
Now, you read what it says there.
Yeah, but bump off Joe McGurk, rob bank, get rid of the hot bomb?
Oh, no, that's our schedule for
All right,
tomorrow.
I'll throw that away, yeah.
Here's the program I wrote, full of jokes.
Yeah, your jokes? Why, look, in my program, I had one about the Siamese twins.
Go on, Joe Penner did that joke.
Yeah, maybe, but he didn't do the joke about the Three Musketeers.
No, but Ed Wynn did that joke.
Yeah, well, you can't tell me that anybody did the joke about the Four Horsemen.
Sure, Stroopnagel and Bud did that
Yeah?
joke. All old stuff.
Yeah.
But do you know the joke about the guy with the 5 daughters?
Do I know it? I'm the guy, and it's no joke.
Oh, boy, that's telling him, Eddie. Attaboy. Good for you.
Now, listen, Cantor, you think you're funny.
Yeah.
But I've got a good notion to blow your brains out.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Now, what have you got to say to that?
All I can say is you got a poor sense of direction. Take the gun away from my hip, will you, please?
Now, what I said before still goes.
Yeah?
You're a punk as a comedian.
Listen, Eddie, don't let him intimidate you. Why don't you go up to him and knock him down? Go ahead.
Jimmy, I can't strike a man while he's standing.
No?
No, I'm a sit-down striker.
Stop gabbing.
Yeah?
I'm taking charge here from now on. Read my program just the way it was written.
Now, wait a minute. This has gone far enough. I'm the mayor of Texaco Town, and nobody's going to intimidate me.
Yeah?
Yeah. There's only one thing that'll make me do your program, and that's it.
Come on, get going or I'll knock you dead.
All right. Look, I'll do your program, mister, but how do I know I'll get laughs with it?
Now, don't worry, Clamface. I got that all fixed.
Yeah?
Hey, Spike! Bring out the shotgun.
Okay, Chief.
Hey, Butch! Bring in the machine gun.
Right, boss.
Yeah, wait a minute. You're not going to shoot me, are you?
No. Spike and Butch stand here, and if the people don't laugh at the jokes, we bump them off.
Oh, I get it. That's one way of making sure your jokes will kill the audience.
Yeah, and what's more, if you don't make the people laugh, we bump you off. Now, we're going in right here on the stage.
Yeah?
Mingle with the audience. See that those mugs laugh.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Gee, Eddie, what are you going to do?
I don't know. Look, ladies and gentlemen, you're my friends, I hope. If I ever made you happy, now is the time for you to reciprocate. Anyway, you're in as much trouble as I am. If I don't make you laugh, I get bumped off. And if you don't laugh, you get bumped off. So listen, every time I tell a joke, I'll put my hand to my nose like this. You see what I mean? And you laugh, and for heaven's sakes, laugh loud, would you?
Eddie, here comes the tough guy now.
Now, don't forget, laugh. Don't forget now. Don't forget.
Come on, Cantor, quit stalling. Do the program I gave you.
All right, I'll read the stuff that you wrote. Hello, pal. Hello, you mobsters. Wait a minute, fellas. I can't call my audience mobsters.
Go on and do it the way it's written. What are you, sissy? Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jimmy. Go ahead.
Well, Eddie, this is no time to be typewriting a letter.
Who's typewriting? My teeth are chattering. Jimmy, it's making the audience laugh.
It's great work, Janet.
Yeah?
The people laugh.
Yeah.
But there's one mug up in the balcony that ain't even smiling.
Yeah?
I think we'll bump him off.
Oh, please don't.
Hey, boss, how'll I plug him? With a machine gun?
Or with the shotgun?
Or plug him with Texaco.
Texaco?
Yeah, that's the best plug you can get on this program.
Now go ahead with the program just as it's written.
All right. Start in, Jimmy. Read his program. Go ahead.
No more kidding about the California weather, Eddie. I saw a robin this morning.
That was no robin. It was a sparrow in red flannel underwear. Jimmy, it worked again. They're laughing.
Yeah, they're all laughing except this dame. She's got a sour puss.
Oh, yeah? Lady, I'm surprised at you. Why aren't you laughing? Don't you think the program is funny?
No, I can't laugh at anything you say.
Well, why not?
Because I'm Jack Benny's wife.
I got a good mind to let her have it.
Listen, boys, don't do that, will you?
She's a dead pebble.
No, just a living stone.
That's a pretty good joke, Cantor.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
What?
There's a girl in this row that ain't paying any attention.
Yeah?
I think we ought to give her the work.
Just a second. Look, before you do anything rash, let me talk to her. Young lady, listen, young lady, I can't understand why you're not laughing. Really, I think you're being very rude. And I must say that your upbringing has been sadly neglected. As a matter of fact, I imagine your father must be an ignoramus.
That's right, Daddy.
It's my daughter, Janet. How do you like? I'll fix you good when I get you home. You hear that?
Get going, Cantor. I'm losing money.
What do you mean you're losing money? How?
I'm charging you $50 for every laugh you get from my joke.
Oh, my heavens. $50 for a laugh. It's a racket. $50 for a laugh. How do you... Stop laughing. You ruined me. $50 a laugh. What's the matter with you?
I can't help it.
Well, what's so funny to you?
Oh, I'm hysterical.
Well, why are you laughing?
Oh.
Listen to it. Mister, why are you laughing?
Did you hear Fred Allen's program last Wednesday?
Oh, gee, but you're swell. When I say swell, I mean you're lovely as well. When I say lovely, I mean glorious, too. I'm mad about you. You're about the grandest thing that I ever knew. You got just what it takes. And I'll admit I get the luckiest break. And I mean lucky for what else could it be? When a girl like you loves me, I mean it honestly, gee, but you're swell. Gee, but you're swell. When I say swell, I mean you're lovely as well. When I say lovely, I mean glorious too. I'm mad about you. You're about the grandest thing that I ever knew. Darling, love's in the air. But call up City Hall, that man will be there. And when we're set, he'll get his regular fee. And an extra $5 from me, I guarantee he'll say, gee, but you're swell.
Once a motorist uses Fire Chief, he seldom uses anything else. Because in Fire Chief, he gets the gasoline which he
Hey,
don't...
can the chatter.
Well, now, wait a minute. You don't understand. I'm supposed to tell the audience about our product.
Yeah, but we don't get you. Let Popeye do it so my mob will understand it.
All right, go ahead, Eddie. It's up to you.
All right, mister. See how you like this. I hope your mob will understand this. Listen, Muggs, go straight. Go straight to your Texaco dealer and have him pump your tank full of Fire Chief gasoline. You can get more miles to the gallon. And your pals will be happy to be taken for a ride. Using Texaco product rubs out all engine trouble. Don't get dirt in your motor, 'cause grime doesn't pay. If you want more mileage when you're doing a long stretch, go to any station that flashes a red star in the shape of a copper's badge. Use our grease and your brakes will never be squealers. Police! Police!
Are you hollering, copper?
No, I was just saying police. Please go to your nearest Texaco dealer. Put your car on the spot and say, gee, man, you've got the goods that I want. Come across with that Fire Chief gas. Thanks. Now listen, Mr. Louie the Weasel, do you want me to continue with your program?
Sure.
Hey, boss, Why don't you let me tell a joke? My mother's listening in.
Oh. Yeah, go ahead, let him.
Okay, go on and crack it.
Yeah, well, if you've heard this one before, just stop me. There was two Irishmen, Pat and Mike.
I guess you heard it. Go ahead, take him out. Oh, well, Bobby Breen, well. Daddy,
was that a shot?
No, it was one of our jokes that went over with a bang.
Did you write the joke, Daddy?
No, Bobby, this gentleman did. Bobby, I want you to meet Professor... what's your name?
Louis the Weasel.
Yeah, this is Bobby Breen. Bobby, meet the French professor, Louis the Weasel.
Come on, crack some more jokes.
Well, from an economic standpoint, I think it would be much more economical if the youngster would eke out a canonical song, don't you think?
Shall I sing When My Dreamboat Comes Home?
Yes, Bobby. You know, Boy Scout Week begins today. I think it would be nice if we dedicated this song to the future citizens of our country, the Boy Scouts of America.
When my dreamboat comes home, when my dreams no more will roam, I will meet you and greet you, hold you closely.
Look, Cantor.
Yeah.
Have the kid do a hunk of an opera, will you?
Bobby, what? Let's speak. Who wants to speak? Go ahead.
Say, Daddy, let's do the aria La Donna Mobile.
You want to do it? Okay. La Donna Mobile, qual più malvento, muta decento.
Di pensiero, sempre un'amabile, lei ci ha trovito. In pianto un riso e menzognero.
La donna immobile, qual più malvento, muta decento.
E di pensiero.
Not bad at these prices. E di pensiero. Hooray! With all these gorillas around, I wish I had my friend, one Punt Ben Bernie. I want you to do something for me, Bobby.
I will do it right away.
Go out to the telephone and call up Brian Dunleavy.
I will call Brian Dunleavy.
Lahadi. Get out of here. Well, tell me, boys, how did you like it?
It was okay, but the guy in the control room says he can't understand you.
Oh, send him out here. I'll make him understand me. Come on out. Listen, Mr. Control Man, come on out here, will you please? What do you mean? Say, listen, this fella claims that you can't understand me.
So what? I thought if he wants to say it, so he said it. So you heard it, so you got it. You think, supposing, sue me. What are you going to get? Nothing.
Listen, all I want to know is, was there anything wrong with my song?
No, your song, it was good. I like it.
Yeah?
I thought it was swell, you know.
Yeah?
And when you, it was marvelous.
Yeah.
And your singing.
Yeah.
It was rotten.
My singing was rotten?
Oh, the pity of it.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it wasn't rotten. Maybe it was written rotten, because if they write it, oh, Fig Newton.
Yep. Now, look. What kind of a man is that? I don't know. Look, let me sing for you, and you can judge for yourself.
Yeah.
Ready,
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, if anybody out there has a hunting license, what are you waiting for?
Yep. Look, are you or aren't you going to listen to my song?
Oh, push button.
Yep.
It's hard, you see. You're singing horizontal.
Yep.
I'm listening vertical. So you think... Oh, I'll give you a hit in the head in a minute.
Oh, I can see. You know a lot about music. Why don't you go back to the farm?
Oh, plow.
Yep.
I'm a musician. I'm a musician on a farm. See, when a farmer gave me a hoe and he asked me to rake the hay, I used to hide it under the barn.
Yep, but why?
Because when they went, hey, hey, I used to hide the hoe.
Yep.
It's a joke, you get it? See, everything's a joke. Even my father and mother, they got married for a joke.
Yeah.
And here I am.
Yep.
Want to make something out of it?
No, look, I think it's too late to make anything out of it. Why don't you stop acting like a dope?
Who's acting?
Yep.
If I want it, so maybe I'll have to. The big boss, he said to me, do you think you... So I couldn't. I didn't. You wouldn't get it, so how can I help it?
What is this, double talk? What is this? Look, will you do me a favor?
Yeah.
From now on, speak English and stop talking shorthand.
Shorthand? You think... Someday... Oh, I'll give you another hit in the head in a minute.
Look here, Mr. Control Man. Look, I want to know your name.
Oh, you mean my maiden name or just my cognomen?
Look, you still don't understand. What do people call you?
I'm sorry if I gave you that impression. You take my wife. Why should you take her?
Yeah.
Well, she's my wife. She wanted me. She got me. She's stuck.
Yep. Look, you take my wife either.
Yeah.
She married me. She got stuck. I got stuck. She's got 5 boys. I've got 5. Oh, I'll give you a hit in the head.
Look at me. I'll give you a mangle in a minute.
I'll mangle your back. How do you like that? Look, all I want to know is your name. Everybody has one. Jimmy Wallington, that's his name. Jack Renard, that's his name. Even me, I've got a name.
Sure, I know you. Hi, Al Jolson.
Yep. Al Jolson. I'm Eddie Cantor. This is the Texaco program.
I don't care. When I get a pass, I go anywhere.
Yep. Yeah, they should give you a pass to an insane asylum.
Sure. As soon as I get the pass, I'll pay you a visit.
Yep. Look, we're not getting anywhere.
What's this? We're not going anyplace,
Yep.
you know. Hey, last night I had a date with my wife, see, and I forgot where I told her I was supposed to meet her.
Yep.
I forgot whether I was supposed to meet her 7 o'clock on 8th Street or 8 o'clock on 7th Street.
Yep. So tell me, so what did you do?
So I went to 6th Street at 10 o'clock.
Yep. Well, sir, I'm glad he's gone. Tell me, Louis the Weasel, why didn't you stop him from gabbing so much?
So I was standing there, so he was talking here, so I don't want to get a hit in the head.
Now, look, it says here in the program that you gave me that you want a hot singer.
Hot? She's got a sizzle.
Look, I've got a singer that'll melt the hearts of you and your whole mob.
Ah, blowtorch singer. Fetch her in.
Come in, Deanna. Come in and sing for the professor.
that you promised to be mine someday. I long to be. You say to me, I adore you, ma chérie. If your love is real, then keep real. Just a little longer, just an hour that holds the world of hearts that tremble like the stars above me, and that little word that says, I implore you, say to me, I adore you, ma chérie. If your love is real, then
Deanna! Come out, Deanna! Come here! Deanna, darling, I keep on repeating it, but I must say, honestly, you thrill me to death, just as you do these people. Every time I get choked up, honestly. You're grand. You really are.
Wait a minute, Cantor. What are you doing? Giving us a double cross?
Why?
We want a Sophie Tucker, and you give us a hunk of sponge cake.
Yeah, but you don't realize
I'll
what you.
shove them big words down your throat. Why you?
Wait a minute! Leave go of my throat! Why you're choking me! You're choking me!
Take your hands off him.
Knuckles, the big boss.
It's the killer.
Eddie, Bobby Breen gave me a message.
Gee, thanks for coming over.
Listen, you mugs, I want you to lay off this program. Cantor's a pal of mine. I'll give you some new territory. You go over to Jack Benny right away.
Oh, no.
No, don't send us there.
No.
You'll go and like it.
Please, we'll do anything. We'll bump off a guy. We'll crack a safe. But don't send us to Jack Benny.
Ah, you're yellow. You're afraid of Jack Benny.
No, it ain't that, boss. We just don't want to hear him play the B on his violin.
Get out.
No!
Get out!
No! Oh, Brian Donlevy, I want to tell you something. You are a lifesaver. I didn't know you were this tough away from pictures.
Oh, yeah, Eddie. I'm tough on and off the screen.
Well, you know, Brian, I'm no sissy myself. When I was 5 years old, they had to play strip poker with me in order to get me to bed.
Yeah. You know, Eddie, yet I frightened the life out of you in your last picture, Strike Me Pink.
Yes, sir. You certainly scared me to death on that roller coaster.
Did you ever have a greater menace, Eddie?
Only once. In the picture, The Kid from Spain. The bull tried to throw me over the fence.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, Eddie, I guess he was trying to get even with you. He probably heard you throw the bull over the radio.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what... I'll give you a hit in the head in a minute.
Don't you try. Remember, I'm tough on and off the screen. I'm not afraid of any human being alive, man, woman, or beast.
Oh, Mrs. Donlevy, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Eddie Cantor.
Oh, hello, darling.
Don't you darling me. The idea of you leaving the house without doing the dishes.
Oh, but honey, I didn't know...
Oh, yes. Yesterday you didn't do the windows. Today you didn't do the laundry. I suppose tomorrow you won't scrub the floor.
I guess you're tough on and off the screen, all right.
Eddie, you know, this is just...
I know. I'm married, too.
Brian Donlevy, you come home with me right now or I'll give you a hit in the head.
Goodbye. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to ask you something. Do you ever eat before you hit the hay? Well, don't. I did the other night, and now I say, I won't. Because I had a nightmare, a dream so confusing, let me tell you about it. You might find it amusing. I saw Winchell and Bernie in the swellest cafes, throwing things at each other. Then I went in a daze, for they'd given up brickbats and were tossing bouquets in my dream of the radio. I saw Amos and Andy, and it surely seemed queer. They were cast with the Goldbergs, and this fell on my ear. Yoo-hoo, Mrs. Goldberg, the Kingfishers, yeah, in my dream of the radio. Oh, the voice of experience was worried so sick. He discovered a question that he couldn't quite lick. So he called Gracie Allen up, and she turned the trick in my dream of the radio. And the town crier Wolcott, he was present, of course. He played Renfrew of the Mounted, that he-man of great force. And our own Jack Renard played the part of the horse in my dream of the radio. There was Kate Smith in pink tights, balanced up on her toes, in a red-hot Kazatsky, dancing with Major Bose, while Schnauzola Durante led the band with his nose in my dream of the radio. And Jack Benny gave concerts when the curtain was rung. Up in Carnegie Hall, 1,000,000 wisecracks were flung, but then Jack played the B and Freddie Allen got stung in my dream of the radio. Martha Ray was there singing, and the crowd gave a shout when she started in singing, and she opened her mouth, for inside there was Whiteman playing I'm Going South in my dream of the radio. Eddie Cantor was missing, and it didn't seem fair, but still Eddie was happy, and he just didn't care, because Ida surprised him with a fine son and heir in my dream of the radio. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight I want to say a few words about a great industry, aviation. During the recent floods, airline companies generously offered their services to the Red Cross and other flood relief agencies. Food, warm clothing, medical supplies, serums, doctors, and nurses were flown into the stricken area. Aviation is a comparatively young industry, yet the businessmen at its head have in a short time developed a network of airlines second to none the world over. Last year, over 1 million passengers were carried over our great national airlines, totaling a distance of almost 400 million passenger miles.
Well, Eddie, that's certainly a fine record, and one in which we, too, can take reasonable pride, because 3/4 of the nation's major airlines use one or more Texaco products. And this preference for Texaco should mean a great deal to every motorist, too.
And now, before the evening ends, may I remind you that if you have not sent your contribution to the Red Cross for flood relief, do it at once. If you've already given, give again. Give. And thank God you're on the giving instead of the receiving end. I love to spend each Sunday with you. As friend to friend, I'm sorry it's through. Good night.
Be sure to listen again next Sunday evening at the same time for Eddie Cantor in Texaco Town, direct from Hollywood. In the meantime, whenever you hear the siren and bell, think of Texaco Fire Chief gasoline. James Wallington speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Nine p.m. BULOVA, Boulevard Watch Time. WABC, New York. ABC, New York. ABC, New York. ABC, New York.
My Favorite Husband is up next on nightly old-time radio shows. Please enjoy it.
It's time for My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball.
Hello, everybody.
Yes, it's the Gay Family series starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. Transcribed and brought to you by the Jell-O family of Red Letter Desserts.
Oh,
The big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O puddings. Yum, yum, yum. Jell-O tapioca puddings. Yes, sirree.
And now Lucille Ball with Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper. Two people who live together and like it. As we look in on the Coopers tonight, Liz and George are entertaining George's boss, Mr. Atterbury, and his wife, Iris. Dinner is over, and the foursome is in the living room.
Another demi-tasse, Mr. Atterbury?
Please, Liz.
What happened to the demi-tasse Liz just poured for you? You didn't drink it.
No, it disappeared into that lump of sugar at the bottom of the cup.
Wait, I'll get you a man-sized cup, Mr. Atterbury.
No, never mind. This'll do.
Iris, what are you going to wear to the play at the Women's Club?
I may not go. I haven't a thing to wear.
I haven't a single thing to put on myself. I may not go either.
Well, you could always wrap a towel around you and make a run for it.
Rudolph, this is a big problem.
Oh, I know, dear. We have the same problem, don't we, boy?
Mercy, yes. What are you going to wear, Mr. Atterbury?
I may not even go.
Okay. You never seem to get tired of that stale routine. Just get it all out of your system in time for the play Saturday night.
Saturday night? Well, we can't go to any play Saturday night.
I should say not.
Why?
The Jolly Rovers are having their annual stag party Saturday night.
Well, can't they have it some other night?
I should say not. We always have our stag party the Saturday before Christmas.
Well, how can you pass up a perfectly wonderful play put on by the Women's Club for a lousy old stag party?
We force ourselves.
Well, I think it's terrible. Having a big, wild stag party just before Christmas.
It's not a big, wild stag party. It's our yearly dinner where we give presents to all the newsboys in town.
We really do. We even have a Santa Claus who hands out the presents.
Santa Claus.
Oh, they do, Iris. A cute little blonde Santa Claus who jumps out of a cake.
All right, Liz.
You see, it's a switch. The Jolly Rovers sit down, and Santa Claus sits on their laps.
Untrue. We're having a real man Santa Claus.
No.
Yes. His costume is in the hall closet. He's picking it up tomorrow.
Well, if it's that kind of a party, why can't we go?
Yeah.
Well, it's a rule, that's all.
You, that's all.
No women allowed.
No women. Well, then who's going to jump out of the cake? A wire-haired fox terrier?
No one is jumping out of the cake. Oh, by the way, where's my Jolly Rover hat?
That stocking cap with a pom-pom on it? Oh, George, that hat makes you look like one of the 7 dwarfs.
It's our official Jolly Rover hat. Now find it.
I hope you haven't mislaid my hat, Iris.
Don't worry. I know just where it is, dopey.
Lotus bud.
Don't pay any attention to them, Mr. Atterbury. They're just soreheads because we won't let them come to the Jolly Rover stag.
Would you care to join me upstairs, Iris?
What for, girl?
We're going to design official hats for us jolly soreheads. Oh, hi, Iris.
Liz, girl. I just stopped by on my way from the market.
Well, come on in. I just finished pressing George's Jolly Rover hat.
Every time I think of our husbands going to a stag party to ogle dancing girls, it makes my blood boil.
But, Iris, they said it was a party for the newsboys and there wouldn't be any girls there. You don't think they were lying, do you?
Yes.
So do I.
Let's face it, girl, they're going to have a big, wild spree. Now, what are we going to do about it?
What can we do? I know. Let's have our own stag party. Or rather, we'll have a dough party.
Yeah!
We'll invite all the girls, and we'll have a table with a big cake on it. And in the middle of the evening, the cake will burst open, and a man will jump out.
Okay. What else will we do?
Well, we'll sit around and smoke cigars and tell each other stories we've heard before.
I don't think I like that.
Nah, me either. Apparently, a stag party isn't as much fun when a doe does it.
Yeah, let's forget about it. Let them go to their old party.
Gee, I'd like to fool them. Do you suppose there's any way we could sneak in?
Nah.
Nah. The only way would be to dress up in men's clothes. We never get away with that.
Nah, we never get away with that.
It's absolutely out of the question.
Yeah.
Which do you want to wear, George's gray pinstripe or his blue serge?
Oh, girl, do we dare?
Well, it's worth a try. Now, let's get dressed and see how we look.
Okay.
If we look enough like men, we might be going to our first stag party Saturday night. Well, Iris, how do I look in George's gray flannel suit?
Right out of Esquire. Oh, but look at your lumpy shoulders. Did you leave the hanger in your coat?
No, these are George's shoulders.
Well, doesn't he take them to work with him?
I'm afraid not. George stops at the lapels.
How disillusioning. Well, how does this coat look on me? It's too big, isn't it?
No. Here's your necktie.
Oh, thanks.
Well, take it.
Wait a minute. I know my hand's up this sleeve somewhere. Oh, there it is. Oh, hey, come here. There's something white hanging out of your trouser leg.
Oh, must be the lining. Rip it out, will you?
All right.
Oh, let go, Iris. You're choking me. That's my shirt tail. Do you think we could get by at a stag party with these clothes on?
Well, you could fool me.
Well, you could fool me, too, but we better try it out on some impartial observers.
How?
Well, we'll walk down the street and see if anyone notices. Ooh, wait a minute. We've got to wear something on our heads.
Oh, yes.
After all, how many men have hair the color of mine?
As a matter of fact, how many women have hair the
Just never mind. Anyway, we don't have to worry. We'll be wearing Jolly Rover hats at the party.
Oh, that's right.
Here, we'll just put on a couple of George's hats for now. Here's one for you. Come on, let's see if anyone spots us. Just walk along like we're two men.
Okay. Oh, I feel so silly. Say, here comes someone we don't know.
I'll ask him the time.
Good idea. Hey, Bud.
Yeah?
You got the time?
Sure, it's 2:45.
Thanks a lot, Mac.
Perfectly welcome, madam.
Darn it, how'd you know I was a woman?
Well, that's hard to say. It could be the way you walk. It might have been the lipstick you have on, but I think the real reason is that you're the first man I ever saw carrying a purse.
Come on, Iris, let's go home. Good to be back in our own clothes again, isn't it?
I'll say. Feels wonderful to be able to straighten up.
What do you mean?
Well, George's socks hung down over my shoes, so I hooked them onto my girdle.
I thought you looked bent over.
Well, Liz, I guess we're not going to make it to the Jolly Rover Stag.
Too bad. I'm dying to see what makes those tired old rovers so jolly. There must be some way, Iris. I'm not going to give up.
I am.
I wonder if we could both fit in the cake.
Huh?
I mean, as long as we can't pretend to be men, maybe we can pretend to be women.
What?
Well, you know what I mean. We could go as dancing girls.
Personally, I think we're better qualified to go as men.
Well, there must be some way to get in.
There's only one way left. We'll put icing on our heads and go as the cake.
Oh, stop. You may have given up, Iris, but I haven't. I wonder who that can be. Yes?
Hello, are you Mrs. Cooper?
That's right.
Mr. Cooper sent me out to pick up my Santa Claus suit.
Oh, yes, he mentioned it. It's right here in the hall. Wait a minute. A Santa Claus suit?
Yeah, that's right.
With long whiskers and a white mustache?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you. The party has been called off.
Oh, are you sure?
Positive.
But they already paid me.
Oh, that's all right. You just keep the money.
Oh, gee, thanks. Merry,
Christmas.
Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas. Jingle bell,
Liz, what did you do that for? Now they won't have any Santa Claus at the Stag.
Oh, yes, they will.
Well, how do you figure? Who'll it be?
Ho, ho, ho. Sit on my lap and tell me what you want for Christmas, little girl. Ho, ho, ho.
You know, crashing a party can cause a lot of commotion sometimes. Haven't you had unexpected guests drop in and stay for dinner and you were at wit's end as to what to serve? Well, good news. You can whip out a grand and glorious Jell-O dessert in jig time now with this swell new quick-setting way to prepare it. Just dissolve your Jell-O in 1 cup of hot water. Then add 1 cup of ice cubes or crushed ice, filling the cup to the brim with water. Stir until ice melts completely and chill firm in the refrigerator. And in just about 1 short hour, you have a beautiful finished Jell-O dessert all ready to set on the table. It's a big boon for this busy holiday season. And all 6 delicious Jell-O flavors fit right into the holiday mood. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. Bursting with rich fruit-like flavor and sparkling with gay Christmas color. So look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O stands for Red Letter Desserts. J-E-L-L-O. And now back to Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband. As we look in on the Coopers again, Liz has just sent away the man who was to have played Santa Claus at the Jolly Rover's stag party by telling him the party was called off. Then she broke the news to Iris that she planned to sneak in as Santa herself.
Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas, all you jolly old rovers. Ho, ho, ho.
Oh, Liz, that's a wonderful idea. They'll never recognize you in a Santa Claus suit.
Of course not, and we'll be able to see the whole party.
Yeah, we'll be at the... Wait a minute. What do you mean, we? Where am I? Up on the roof holding the reindeer?
Oh, I forgot. Well, Iris, let's face it. We both can't go. They'd get suspicious if there were 2 Santa Clauses.
Well, okay, but why should you go? I'm shaped more like Santa Claus than you are. What am I saying?
Iris, the Santa Claus outfit is in my closet, and possession is 9 points of the suit.
You stinker. You got me on a technicality.
Good. Come on, help me get dressed. Jingle bell, jingle all the way.
Well, do you jolly rovers know any good stories?
Now, what's the matter with this car? Oh, no, I'm running out of gas. Oh, thank goodness I'm near a station.
Good evening.
5 gallons of gas, please.
Okay, and how about some hay for your reindeers?
What? Oh, I forgot I had on the Santa Claus suit.
Hey, wait a minute. Your voice sounds familiar. I know you're Mrs. Cooper.
That's right, and I'm in a big hurry, please.
Okay, 5 gallons of gas.
Yes, and charge it.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Cooper. No more credit until you pay me for the last fender I fixed.
But I can't pay you for the fender yet. I haven't told George about it. I'm 4 fenders behind on my telling.
I'm sorry. No more credit.
But I have to have that gas.
Well, don't you have any money with you?
No, I left my wallet in my other purse.
Well, I'm sorry, Mrs. Cooper.
Oh, dear, what'll I do? Oh, wait a minute. Miller's department store is just across the street. They'll give me some money.
Okay, I'll have your sleigh all ready to go when you get back.
Pardon me.
Oh, there you are, Santa Claus. I've been looking for you everywhere. You certainly took a long enough dinner hour.
Oh, well, now, wait.
Never mind the alibis. Just get over to that toy department. There's a line of kids a block long waiting for you.
Look, if you'll just let me explain, I'm not really Santa Claus.
Do you want the youngsters to hear you?
Oh, for goodness sake.
Hey, wait a minute. Your voice sounds funny. Have you been drinking?
Of course not. Look, I am not
Stop
Santa
saying
Claus.
that. Get into that toy department. And for heaven's sakes, in your condition, don't breathe on the children.
Listen, if you make me talk to all these children, you'll be sorry.
If you don't talk to them, you'll be sorry. Now, you get up in that chair and... hello, Sonny. Tell Santa Claus what you want.
Hi, Santa Claus. Hello, little boy. Ho, ho, ho. What would you like for Christmas?
Well, I just told you yesterday. You got a lousy memory. I want an electric train, but they cost too much dough for my old man.
Not at all, Sonny. Not at all. Miller's department store is going to give every kid an electric train free.
No kidding.
Santa, what are you saying?
Not only that, every child is going to get a free bicycle and a free wagon and a BB gun for boys and a doll for the girls and skates and candy, all from Miller's free.
Oh, boy.
Okay, Santa, it's time for your dinner hour again.
And to the parents, Miller's is going to give a free washing machine and a new car and a free lawnmower. Cook the hand off my mouth.
Who do you think you are, Santa Claus?
I told you you'd be sorry.
And I told you you'd be sorry. You're fired.
You can't fire me. I don't work here.
And what are you doing here in the store?
I'm Mrs. George Cooper, and I'm trying to cash a check.
Fat chance after all the trouble you've caused us.
Miller's is also giving free to every child in the world a complete playhouse,
All right.
a pony.
All right. We'll cash a check, anything. Only get out of our store. Oh, and one more thing.
What's that?
Merry Christmas!
Same to you!
All right, men. All right. It's time to start the program for our annual Jolly Rovers Christmas party. Now we've all had a good dinner. Now we'll turn our attention to the fun part of the evening. George, has Santa Claus arrived yet?
Yes, he just got here.
Oh, good. I've just had word from my scouts at the North Pole that Santa Claus is just driving up in front of the building with his reindeer. And there he is coming in the back of the hall now. Let's give him a big welcome. Hey, Santa Claus!
Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas, everybody! Merry Christmas!
Hello, Santa Claus. Glad you finally got here. Have a chair.
I hope I haven't missed any of the, show.
No, we're just about ready to start.
Oh, good.
Originally, we were going to start our program with a dance.
Oh, ho, ho, ho! Let me get a seat down front.
But unfortunately, our dancer had a little accident.
What happened? She get her foot caught in the icing?
What?
Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho!
Well, like I was saying, our dancer, Jim Andrews, sprained his ankle and won't be able to do his tap dance tonight.
Tap dance?
Jim? Yes. I'm sorry you didn't get to see him, Santa.
Yeah, too bad.
And now, man, I'm reminded of a little story.
Oh, here it comes. I'm all ears. Give us a hot story.
Hot story?
Let me get over here close so I can hear better.
What's that?
Santa dropped something.
I did? What is it?
It's a lipstick.
It is? I mean...
It is? Well, oh, I know. Probably belongs to Rudolph, my red-lipped reindeer.
What?
Merry Christmas!
To get on with my story.
Yep.
It all begins with a traveling salesman.
Hot dog.
This traveling salesman met a newsboy in our city of Sheridan Falls one night. The salesman was broke, and this newsboy lent him enough money for food and lodging. Years later, when the traveling salesman became successful, he organized the Jolly Rovers to help out newsboys everywhere. And that's why we are meeting here tonight.
Well, go on.
That's all.
That's all? You never got to the farmer's daughter.
There's no farmer's daughter in this story.
There isn't?
No. And now for your big moment, Santa. We're going to bring in the newsboys from the next room, and you'll hand out the presents.
What? I mean...
What? You really are giving presents to newsboys?
Yes, that's what you're here for.
Oh, no.
Santa, what's the matter? You look strange. Are you sick?
Yeah, that's it. I'm sick. I better go lie down.
Oh, well, all right. Somebody take Santa to the men's locker room and... We'll give out the presents when he feels better.
Men's locker room?
You there, come here. Here, fella, help Santa down to the locker room, please.
Look, mister, I don't think I need to go to the men's locker room. I'm feeling a lot better now. You run along. Really, I can get there myself.
Wait a minute, mister. I can't go through that door. Might as well confess. I'm a woman. I've done a terrible thing. I came here dressed as Santa Claus to see what a stag party was like. I didn't know they were really going to give presents to little newsboys. See, I couldn't face those kids. I'm so ashamed. Are you going to turn me in? Are you? Well, say something.
How do we get out of here, girl? Masquerading as a man.
Oh, Iris, I love you. Come on, let's get out of here, boy.
Yes, Lucille, where do we go tonight?
Tonight, Robert, we go to darkest Africa. I am a British lady on a hunting expedition with my husband, and you are our number one boy. A little African music, please, Wilbur.
Sahib, quick! Wild rhinoceros is charging on camp.
Oh, I say, Chumley.
Yes, Penelope.
There's a wild rhino charging on the camp.
Oh, what a crashing ball.
No, it's a charging rhino.
Sahib, quick, get guns. Rhino is at gate.
I say, Penelope.
Yes, Chumley.
How about a spot of tea?
We're not having tea today, Chumley.
No tea.
No tea.
Sahib, the rhino.
No tea.
That's right, old bean. We're having something much better.
Better than tea.
Rather. We're having Jello.
Look, the rhino.
Jello. With the flavor that's locked in and can't get out till your first delectable spoonful.
Look, Sahib, the rhino coming toward us.
Yes, that's the one. Jello that comes in 6 delicious flavors. And all you do is look for the big red letters on the box.
The rhino.
Well, I say, old girl, if we have Jello, what flavor shall it be?
Well, strawberries, Jolly.
Ooh, rather.
Quick, Sahib, your gun.
On the other hand, raspberry might be tasty. And then there's... Oh, by Jove, I forget the other flavors. You know what they are, Chumley.
Indubitably. Let's see. Strawberry.
Yes.
Raspberry.
Yes.
Cherry. Orange. Lemon. And,
The rhino drags Sahib in the underbrush.
Oh, what beastly luck. He hadn't given me the last flavor.
Lime!
Oh, good show, Chumley, good show.
Sahib's gone.
I know. Whenever he talks about Jello, he gets carried away.
We miss Sahib.
Well, chin up, hip, hip, chitty-o. He's gone, but what a way to go, right between lemon and lime.
You have been listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, and based on characters created by Isabel Scott Rorick. Tonight's transcribed program was produced and directed by Jess Oppenheimer, who wrote the script with Madeline Pugh and Bob Carroll, Jr. Original music was composed by Marlon Skiles and conducted by Wilbur Hatch.
Henry. And on our honeymoon, too.
But gosh, honey, the new improved instant Sanka's really different.
Sure thing. Just look at the new richer coffee color. Taste the new full-bodied real coffee flavor. Discover how much less Instant Sanka costs. And did you know the makers of Instant Sanka make the only caffeine-free coffee? The kind that can't affect anybody's nerves or sleep. Try the new Instant Sanka. It's wonderful.
Be sure to listen to Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband again next week, presented by...
Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jello family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jello family. That's Jello.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jello pudding. Yum, yum, yum. Jello tapioca pudding. Yes,
The name Jello is a registered trademark of General Foods. Bob Lamont speaking.
This is CBS, where you hear My Favorite Husband every Saturday evening, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
One of my all-time favorite shows, The New Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce, is up next on nightly old-time radio shows. Enjoy.
Sir Arthur Conan Doyle claimed he based the character of Sherlock Holmes on a teacher of his, Dr. Joseph Bell, whose real powers of deductive logic awed all who knew him. Yet Dr. Bell, in a letter to Conan Doyle, stated quite bluntly, You are yourself Sherlock Holmes, and well you know it. Conan Doyle did not dispute this statement, for in fact Sherlock Holmes had the best characteristics of his creator. So did Dr. Watson. Highly educated, honest to the core, and one of the best writers of the Victorian age, the British public and then the world took him to their hearts. It was not long before the doctor-turned-writer found himself a well-established man of letters and friend to such countrymen as Oscar Wilde, Rudyard Kipling, and H.G. Wells. Not bad company to be with. In real life, Conan Doyle solved more than 2 actual murder mysteries, saving the lives of innocent men by his careful research, gathering of facts, and deductive reasoning. Few men in history can claim such feats. When he died in 1930, a time not so long ago, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle had this epitaph engraved on his tombstone: "Steel true, blade straight, Arthur Conan Doyle, knight, patriot, physician, and man of letters." Fitting words for such a giant of a man. And now, Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in The Adventure of the 00.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to spend the next half hour listening to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And say, let me tell you something I found out just the other day. Steaks are really back again. Good, thick, juicy porterhouse steaks. That's for me. A thick, tender steak on the rare side, together with a glass of Petri California Burgundy. You know, Petri Burgundy is a perfect mealtime wine. And with meat or any meat dish, it's the very last word in good eating. Honestly, when you taste the wonderful flavor of that rich red Petri Burgundy, you're tasting one swell example of the art of winemaking. It's full-flavored and just about the most delicious wine that ever poured from a bottle. Try it the next time you have steak or chops, or the next time you have hamburger or pot roast. Believe me, Petri Burgundy is the best friend a good meal ever had. And now let's look in on our good friend and host, Dr. Watson.
Come in. Ah, there you are, Mr. Bartell.
Evening, Doctor.
Just in time to join me in a cup of coffee. Draw up your chair, young fellow, my lad.
Thank you.
Ah, that's it.
Well, Doctor, you told us last week that tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure takes us to the south of France.
That's right, Mr. Bartell. The south of France in the year 1900. A beautiful playground bordered by the bluest of blue seas and populated with an extraordinary cross-section of cosmopolitan Europe. Rich man, poor man, beggar man, thief. All of them attracted by that Riviera paradise. All of them drawn by the magical spell of a small white ball spinning round the rim of a roulette wheel.
Now, don't tell me that you and the great Sherlock Holmes were there on a gambling spree.
We were not, Mr. Bartell. At the time my story begins, we had just concluded an extremely delicate mission. A mission, I may say, that concerned the safety and good name of a very prominent member of the royal family.
Say, Doctor, you don't mean...
One story at a time, Mr. Bartell. In any event, my boy, I'm afraid that's a case about which my lips are sealed for all time. But to return to tonight's adventure, one June evening, I persuaded Holmes to accompany me to the gambling casino at Fréjus, not far from Cannes, where we were staying. It wasn't quite as fashionable as a casino at Monte Carlo, but as I intended to do a little modest gambling myself, it seemed an establishment more suited to my means. As we stood there at the green baize-covered tables, the chatter of voices and the melodic chanting of the croupiers as they called the results of each spin of the wheel formed a background to a quiet conversation that Holmes and I were having.
Lost again, Watson.
Oh, confounded. That number 10 must come up soon.
Oh, why not cut your losses, old fellow, and come for a stroll with me on the waterfront?
Well, just let me make a couple more bets, Holmes. I have a feeling that 10 is bound to come up in a minute.
Watson, I believe the blood of a gambler courses through your veins.
Oh, there's no harm in taking a little flutter once in a while. Why don't you risk a few francs, Holmes?
Oh, thanks you, my dear chap. The law of averages convinces me that my money is safer in my pocket. In any case, I'm a little dubious as to the integrity of this particular casino.
Well, what makes you say that?
Well, you will observe that this roulette wheel has a 00. Most continental wheels have only a single one. It would indicate that this house is extremely concerned with its percentage.
Mesdames et messieurs, faites vos jeux.
Oh, just 2 more turns of the wheel, Holmes, and I'll take that walk with you.
Why müssen Sie hier spielen? Why do you not play from the other side of the table? Why must you always stand next to me?
Hello. What's the trouble up there?
I've placed my bet, so let's go and see.
I ask you, sir, why do you play here beside me?
I'm afraid I don't see any reason why I can't play wherever I wish.
You've broken my luck. Ever since you come to the table, I've done nothing but lose. Please to move away.
Well, move away yourself if you don't like my company.
Heinrich, why do you not stop now? You've already lost more than we can afford.
One more throw, Elsa. I can win it all back if only this young man will move away.
Why should my husband move? He's had a bad run of luck, too.
Rien ne va plus. Neuf. Rouge, impériment.
You've lost again, Watson.
Heinrich, you must stop now.
I must stop, Elsa, because I've lost everything. I hope you're satisfied, Mr. American. You've broken my luck and ruined me. I hope that you in your turn will be ruined too.
Heinrich! Heinrich, wait for me!
I never heard such rubbish in my life. Were you listening to him, sir?
I heard his last few remarks, Mr.
Gilbert. Roger Gilbert. And this is my wife, Helen.
How do you do? My name is Holmes, and this is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
How do you do? Didn't you think his remarks were a little out of place, Doctor?
I certainly did, Mrs. Gilbert. I don't see how he can possibly blame your husband for his run of bad luck.
I didn't like the look on his face as he left the table, though. Have you any idea who he is?
His name is Schneeman. He's staying at the same hotel as we are. I've never spoken to him, but I've heard him being paged there.
Well, he shouldn't gamble unless he can afford to lose.
Well, I'm losing, darling, and I can't afford it.
Oh, but I can let you have more money. You know that.
Oh, no, Helen, I may have married an heiress, but I'm not going to use her fortune to gamble with.
Oh.
I'll lose my own money, and then I'll quit.
Mesdames et messieurs, faites vos jeux.
Your last bet, Watson?
Yes, Holmes. This time I know that number 10 is going to come up. It's got to.
Numéro 10.
10 at last.
I've lost again, darn it. Helen, this is my bad night.
Well, why don't you stop now, dear?
Holmes, I've made 350 francs.
On this throw of the wheel, old fellow, but as you've lost some 500 francs doing it, I can't say that your profits stagger me.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, I can see that you're no gambler.
I'm afraid not, Mrs.
I
Gilbert.
wouldn't say that, Holmes. You may not like roulette. You've taken a good many chances in your life with long odds against you, too.
Well, nevertheless, old chap, in the sense Mrs. Gilbert means it, I'm not a gambler.
Say, what's the commotion over there?
Oh, that German woman with a crowd forming around her.
Yes, the wife of that man that said I ruined him.
Attention! Attention! Est-ce qu'il y a un docteur dans la salle?
There must be trouble. He's asking for a doctor.
A doctor? Come along, then.
Will you excuse me, please? Thank you. Excuse me, madame. Mon ami est docteur.
Monsieur, cette dame a besoin d'un docteur.
What happened, madame?
It is my husband.
Is he ill?
I just found him lying out in the garden. Please come with me at once, gentlemen.
Of course we will, madam.
What seems to be the matter with him?
Herr Doctor, I think he is dead. He's lying by that tree, Doctor. Please see if you can help him.
Somebody else seems to be on the scene before us. Who are you, sir?
I am Monsieur Chevray, director of the casino. Do any of you know this poor man?
I am his wife. Is he dead?
I am afraid so, madame.
Let me look at him. I'm a doctor.
Was your husband gambling in the casino tonight, madame?
Yeah, he was. Poor Heinrich. He lost everything that we have.
I'm afraid he's dead, madam. Shot through the heart.
Oh, du lieber Gott.
Suicide, Watson?
Yeah, looks like it.
Yes. Powder burns on the shirt front, revolver clutched in the right hand, fingers in a natural position. The angle of the wound settles it. Obviously self-inflicted.
I missed you as you slipped out of the casino. What's wrong with him?
I'm afraid he's dead, Mr. Gilbert.
Yes, he committed suicide. I hope, young man, that you are satisfied. All night you brought him bad luck. He asked you to move away from him to change his luck, but no, you could not do it.
Oh, Frau Schneemann, I'm terribly sorry, but I really don't see how you can blame me.
I do blame you, and I also blame you, Monsieur Chevry.
Me? But what have I done, madame?
Why do you let a man lose all his money at your tables? Is life so cheap to you, and money so important, that you cannot close the tables to someone before he's ruined?
Madame, I am all sympathy for you in your tragic loss. But the casino cannot be held responsible. If your husband could not afford to gamble, then he should not come here. How are we to know the financial limitations of our customers?
You say that your husband lost everything you had tonight, madame.
Yeah, everything.
Then how do you account for this sheaf of banknotes in his breast pocket?
Good Lord, must be several thousand francs, sir.
Then he wasn't ruined.
And his suicide, therefore, cannot be blamed on his losses at my casino, madame.
How do you account for this money, Frau Schneemann?
Well, I do not understand. Heinrich kept nothing from me. I know that he had not so much money on him when he started tonight. Well, why do you all look at me like that? Is it that you think? You think...
Quick, Watson, she's fainted.
I've got her. Let's get her to her room.
You can take her to my suite in the casino.
No, let's take her to the hotel. My wife will look after her. Poor woman, she's had a dreadful shock. She can probably do with another woman's company.
That's very considerate of you, Mr. Gilbert. Where are you staying?
At the Hotel Crillon. It's quite near here.
I'll get a cab, and while I'm doing that, Watson, see if you can revive her, will you?
Yes,
then we'll take her to the Hotel Crillon. Very kind of you, Mrs. Gilbert, to let us bring the poor lady into your suite.
Well, it's the least I can do, in spite of what she said about Roger bringing her husband bad luck.
I'm sure she'll need your help when she wakes up, Helen.
Yes, I think you'll find that she'll sleep for some hours. I gave her a strong sedative.
Well, we were just about to have a drink, gentlemen. Do you care to join us?
Oh, thank you, sir.
Well, that'd be very nice, Mr. Gilbert.
Roger was just telling me that quite a large sum of money was found on Herr Shaman's body, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Mrs. Gilbert. Several thousand francs.
It's very puzzling, Holmes. Why should a man commit suicide with so much money on him?
I think the answer is obvious. He didn't.
What on earth do you mean?
Well, the money was placed there after he had shot himself. The banknotes were in his breast pocket, if you remember. Hardly the usual place to carry money. Though it is the easiest pocket for someone to insert it without disturbing the body.
But why on earth should someone place money on him after his suicide?
To prevent the casino from getting a bad name. I've heard of it being done on several similar occasions. Gives the impression that the unfortunate victim had other motives than gambling losses to account for his suicide.
Great Scott, you mean that one of the casino employees found the body lying there and slipped the money in his breast pocket before we arrived on the scene?
As you know, my dear Watson, I'm not a gambling man, but I'll lay you 100 to 1. That is what happened.
Well, that's a new one. Well, here are your drinks, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Say, Helen, Mr. Holmes has given me a brainwave.
Another one? What is it this time, Roger?
Now, I've been losing very heavily tonight.
Roger, I've told you, if you need money, I'll be only...
But I don't. I've got a scheme for making some. I'm going to gamble again tonight after dinner. If I lose, here's what I'll do. I'll stain my shirt front with red ink, walk out in the grounds, fire a shot, and lie down as though I'm dead. I'll wait for someone to come along and stuff my pockets full of banknotes.
Not a bad idea, Mr. Gilbert.
I think it's a darn good one. What do you say, Mr. Holmes?
It's a whimsical one at any rate. Who knows? You might even be successful.
Roger, you're not really going to do it, are you?
Sure. Perhaps I'll get some of my losses back that way. Well, let's drink to it, gentlemen. At least I may have hit upon an idea of making money.
My dear Watson, you'll have to work hard at your practice when you get back to England. Your infallible system appears to be extremely fallible.
And yet the fellow who told me about it said it couldn't miss. It's just a matter of doubling the stakes each time you lose, and then...
my dear fellow, I've been studying your system, but I can tell you a really infallible way of making money at roulette.
You can? What is it?
Well, own the gambling house and operate the tables yourself. The odds would be all in your favor.
Oh, what a brilliant suggestion. The gambling house will not able to...
Not gambling for tonight, Watson? It's nearly 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I think so. Let's take a stroll round the other table, shall we?
By the way, old fellow, the young American, Mr. Gilbert, was losing heavily again tonight.
He was? I wonder if he'll try that trick that he threatened, the one with the red ink and the shot in the night.
I shouldn't be at all surprised. As a matter of interest, I saw him leave the tables about half an hour ago.
Here comes his wife, on the arm of Monsieur Chevry, the director of the casino.
Good evening, Mrs. Gilbert. Monsieur?
Bonsoir, monsieur.
Hello, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson. Monsieur Chevry is giving me a personally conducted tour of the casino. It's quite fascinating.
And it is quite fascinating for me to have so beautiful a woman on my arm, mademoiselle. I know that I am the envy of all the men in the room.
Oh, stop flattering me so much. I'm not used to it.
Mrs. Gilbert, how is Frau Schneemann?
She seems much better. She wakened an hour ago and insisted on going back to her own room. I wanted her to spend the night with us in our suite, but she wouldn't hear of it.
I think I should drop in and see her before I go to bed.
Oh, you have finished the gambling for tonight, perhaps, Doctor?
No, perhaps about it, Monsieur Chevry. I've had a bad run at the tables.
Oh, I am so sorry.
Has anyone seen Roger?
He left the tables about half an hour ago, Mrs. Gilbert.
After doing as I did and losing quite heavily.
So he lost again, did he? I wonder if he'll try that new system he was talking about.
We were just discussing that possibility ourselves, Mrs. Gilbert.
Mrs. Gilbert! Mrs. Gilbert!
Frau Schneemann, you shouldn't have left your hotel, you know.
It is too late to worry for me, Herr Doctor. It is for Mrs. Gilbert now that you should worry.
What do you mean, madame?
Well, I went back just now to where poor Heinrich died. And there, lying in the grass, I saw another body. I was too shocked to go too close. But I am quite sure that I recognize your husband, Mrs. Gilbert.
Oh, Dr. Watson, she's ruined Roger's trick.
And he'll have taken fright and bolted by the time we get there.
Possibly. Let's go at once and find out, shall we?
He hasn't gone. He's still lying there.
It's a most convincing spectacle. That red ink really does look like blood.
Yes. And blood sometimes looks like red ink. Mr. Gilbert.
Roger, get up. The joke's spoiled. Roger, get up!
I'm afraid that's impossible, Mrs. Gilbert. He's dead.
Dr. Watson's story will be continued in just a second, which is all the time I need to tell you that the easiest way I know to transform a simple meal into a feast is to serve that meal together with Petri California Sauterne. Petri Sauterne is a delicate white wine that's the perfect companion for chicken or turkey. Turkey, ah, yes. Turkey and Petri Sauterne. That's the heart of any Thanksgiving dinner. Look, why not make this Thanksgiving dinner the best one you ever had? Give it the air of a banquet. Serve it with Petri Sauterne. And when you buy that Sauterne or any wine for your Thanksgiving dinner, whatever you do, look for the letters P-E-T-R-I, because a Petri wine is always a good wine. Well, Doctor, so the young American's joke turned out to be another tragedy.
Yes, Mr. Bartell. The poor fellow was lying there dead with a bullet wound in the heart and a great splash of blood staining the whiteness of his shirt front.
What happened next?
Monsieur Chevry, director of the casino, took the distraught widow away from the scene while Holmes and I examined the body closely. Within a few minutes, we were joined by Inspector Ganivet of the French police. As we stood there in the moonlight, the sounds of music could be heard from the casino. It was hard to believe that two men had died in that lovely garden since the moon had risen.
Monsieur Holmes, you and Dr. Watson have concluded your examination?
Yes, Inspector Ganivet.
Will you favor me with your observations? You say that you are certain that this is not another suicide?
I'm sure of it, Inspector. Look at the wound. The bullet entered the body at a direct right angle, whereas a self-inflicted shot is always fired obliquely.
Yes, that is so. Then you suggest that this man was shot from above as he lay on the ground pretending to be dead?
I'm convinced of it.
Why, Monsieur Holmes?
Well, for two reasons. Though it's impossible to be sure without a laboratory test, I'm certain that beneath those blood stains are stains of red ink. Look for yourself, Inspector.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed, it does look like it. What is your other reason for being certain that this man was shot as he lay here pretending dead?
Show him the banknotes, Watson.
Here you are, Inspector. We found them stuffed in his breast pocket.
So, banknotes with a bullet hole through the middle of them. Very illuminating. Tell me, gentlemen, how many people knew of this
This little plot you have told me about, this plan of the dead man's to pretend to be shot.
Just 3 people, Inspector. Dr. Watson, myself, and Mrs. Gilbert.
Alors, then the answer is obvious. You and your friend are innocent. It must be the wife who killed him. No one else knew of the plot.
I'm not so sure of that. Frau Schneemann, the dead German's widow, was in the next room when Gilbert told us about his plan. She might have heard, though I could swear that she was asleep. I gave her a very strong sleeping draught.
From what you have told me of her husband's suicide, she might easily have had a motive for murdering this man.
Come, gentlemen. Surely it's obvious who murdered Mr. Gilbert?
Who, Monsieur Holmes?
Well, it's certainly one of the 2 widows.
Since there seems to be some doubt in your minds, I suggest we return to the casino. I can promise you the answer to your question within a very few minutes. Well, Monsieur Chevrolet, now that we're all assembled in your office, I shall sit down quietly and let Inspector Ganivet conduct his examination.
No, Monsieur Holmes. No, you have handled the case so far. Please to continue it to the end.
Yes, Monsieur Holmes. I should appreciate it. On behalf of the casino.
Very well, gentlemen. It won't take me long. Frau Schneemann.
Ja, Herr Holmes.
What time did you leave your hotel tonight?
Well, I do not know what time it was.
Well, what made you leave it?
I could not sleep. I knew that they had taken poor Heinrich's body away, but I felt that I must walk back there. It was the last place I saw him alive.
How close did you come to Mr. Gilbert's body when you saw it lying there?
Oh, close enough to see who it was. Then I ran into the casino to tell his wife. I knew what had happened.
How did you know? You say you didn't come close to the body.
I could tell by every line of the body as it lay there. I could tell because I knew that poor Heinrich's death would not be avenged.
Thank you, Frau Schneemann. That will be all. You may go.
Monsieur Holmes, she has no alibi. Surely you should stop her.
Ganivet, if I'm to conduct this investigation, I must do it my own way.
Pardon, Monsieur Holmes. Please continue.
You may go, Frau Schneemann. Mrs. Gilbert?
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Where were you prior to our meeting in the casino tonight, just before we discovered your husband's body?
After I left the hotel, I walked over here along the seafront.
Can anyone verify that statement?
I suppose not. I didn't meet anyone that I knew.
And what did you do when you arrived at the casino?
I played a little chemin de fer. A few moments later, Monsieur Chevrolet came over to the table and asked if he might escort me over the club. 10 minutes after that, we walked into you and Dr. Watson.
That is quite true, Monsieur Holmes. I can swear to it.
Thank you, Mrs. Gilbert. I'm sorry to distress you with these questions. You may go.
I'll wait outside, Mr. Holmes. I must know what happened.
Wait for me there, madame. I shall join you in a few minutes and escort you home.
Well, another suspect with a poor alibi, eh, Ganivet?
I must say, Monsieur Holmes, your methods puzzle me. It seems to me that both those women should be watched.
Yes, I agree with the Inspector, Holmes.
Please don't worry, Inspector. I've asked 2 of your plainclothes men to keep an eye on the ladies. And now, Monsieur Chevrolet, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Ask me any questions you wish, Monsieur Holmes.
Thank you. You will agree that it is the custom of the casino to put money on the bodies of suicides after their death, to give the impression that gambling losses were not responsible for the tragedy.
Well, I do not think...
Oh, come now, Chevrolet. I know that is a fact as well as you do.
Exactly. Now, on those rather gruesome occasions, whose responsibility is it to secrete the money? Yours? Or do you entrust the matter to an underling?
I do it myself.
I see. Did you place the money on Herr Schneemann tonight?
Yes, monsieur, I did.
And did you also perform the same service on the body of Mr. Gilbert?
No. I knew nothing of that death until a German lady, Frau Schneemann, come running into the casino.
Excuse me interrupting, Monsieur Holmes.
Of course, Inspector. What is it?
I think that you are wasting time. It is obvious that Madame Gilbert committed the crime. She knew of her husband's plot, she had no alibi, and she had the motive. For is not marriage itself the greatest of all motives for murder?
Oh, my dear Inspector. How very cynical.
Madame Gilbert did not kill her husband. I know it.
And what is your opinion, Watson?
Well, it's that German woman. She had no alibi either. And remember, she was half mad with grief.
Mr. Chevrolet, you say that you know Mrs. Gilbert is not guilty. How do you know?
I was with her myself at the time the murder was committed.
Oh, indeed. How very interesting. And what time was the murder committed?
Well, it was...
Our investigations have never established what time the murder was committed, Monsieur Chevrolet. I'm afraid you've walked into my trap. You've given yourself away.
Great Scott, Chevrolet, it was you.
Chevrolet, I've known you a good many years, and this is going to be a hard thing to do. I am going to arrest you.
Oh, no, you're not, Ganivet.
Put down that revolver, sir.
Do not be frightened, Doctor. I am not going to shoot you. Chevrolet, why did you murder Roger Gilbert tonight? Surely you know that too, Monsieur Holmes. Because I am in love with his wife. She's young, beautiful, and rich. It did not occur to me until I saw the young fool lying there tonight pretending to be dead. In my profession, it is natural that I should carry a revolver. What was simpler? Mr. Gilbert gave me the perfect opportunity. I could not resist it.
Put down that revolver, Chevrolet.
Why are you all so frightened? Surely you know how I am going to use it this time.
I think so, monsieur. But it's a coward's way out.
What an unperceptive remark for such a perceptive man. No. No, all my life I have been a gambler. I gambled tonight for the highest stakes of all, and I lost. No, I am not afraid to pay for my losses. Au revoir, monsieur.
What an extraordinary case, Holmes. I never suspected Chevrolet.
And I, old chap, suspected him from the beginning.
Well, I wasn't the only one who was stupid anyway. Inspector Ganivet thought it was the wife.
True. Very puzzling conclusion for a detective inspector to arrive at.
Well, it seemed logical enough to me at the time.
No, my dear Watson. Cold logic should have told you otherwise. Roger Gilbert had been losing heavily and had planned this hoax. He obviously had no money on him. Therefore, the money was planted in his pocket by Chevrolet.
After he shot him?
No, my dear fellow. Before.
Before?
The bullet hole through the banknotes provided that. Now, had the money been put there innocently, Gilbert would have, come back to life as soon as the person placing it there had left. He would not have remained lying on the ground for a murderer to find him.
And Chevrolet must have bent over him as he lay there, placed the money in his breast pocket, and then fired.
Precisely, Watson.
Well, Holmes, I must say you solved it very neatly. You've told Inspector Ganivet that you wanted no credit in the case.
Naturally, publicity would be unfavorable. If you remember, no one is supposed to know that we're in the south of France.
I'm certain that the inspector learned a few tips about detection tonight.
Possibly, old fellow. And I hope that you have learned a few things about gambling.
How do you mean, Holmes?
Well, you're backing the wrong color. A gambler is usually superstitious, and superstition... Well, I should have told you what color to follow tonight.
I still don't understand you, Holmes. I was playing number 10.
Exactly. Number 10 is black. You should have followed a red color tonight, old fellow. The color of red ink. Red ink. And blood.
Say, Doctor, that was a swell story. I didn't know you liked to play roulette.
Well,
I figured out a system for roulette. It's like yours. Every time you lose, you double your money and keep doubling until you win.
Oh, it's a great system, Mr. Bartell. There's only one thing wrong with it.
What's that?
You lose, you go broke before you win. Look, take my advice. Don't gamble. You can't beat the laws of chance.
But suppose I bet on a sure thing.
Like what, for instance?
Oh, like the fact that Petri wine is always good wine. It is, you know. Because the Petri family has been making wine for generations. They've been handing down from father to son, the art of turning luscious, sun-ripened grapes into delicious, fragrant wine. Ever since the Petri family started their business way back in the 1800s, they've been perfecting the art of winemaking. That's why Petri wine is always good wine. The Petri family took time to bring you good wine. So no matter what type wine you prefer, why not take a few seconds of your time to look for the letters P-E-T-R-I. They spell delicious wine, Petri wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes story are you going to tell us next week?
Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you of a strange adventure that Sherlock Holmes and I had when we were in Stratford-on-Avon many years ago. It concerns an actor, a mysterious boating accident, and several dead butterflies.
Sounds good, Doctor. I'll see you then.
Oh, fine, but now, don't forget, next week we're going to broadcast our program from the Paramount Theater in Hollywood for the Victory Loan Drive. So if any of our friends are going to be in Hollywood, we'd love to see them there. Just buy a Victory bond at any store or bank on Hollywood Boulevard, and in return, you will be given your ticket of admission. Better hurry up, though, before all the seats are gone. Let's really buy lots of those victory bonds. Let's finish the job.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, A Study in Scarlet. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studio. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The two episodes you've just heard, the original The Adventure of Thor Bridge and The Double Zero, are part of the New Adventures of Sherlock Holmes starring Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce, and are a 1989 copyrighted production of 221A Baker Street Associates. The Sherlock Holmes stories and the characters of Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John H. Watson were created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle and are used with the kind permission of Dame Jean Conan Doyle. This is Harry Bartell. Won't you join me again on another cassette when I present Murder in Wax and The Man with the Twisted Lip? Thank you for listening.
This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio.
Chapter 6. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And the Lord said, My spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh. Yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. And God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And it repented the Lord that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. And the Lord said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping thing, and the fowls of the air, for it repenteth me that I have made them. But Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man, and perfect in his generations, and Noah walked with God. And Noah begat 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth also was corrupt before God, and the earth was filled with violence. And God looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. And God said unto Noah, The end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And behold, I will destroy them with the earth. Make thee an ark of gopher wood. Rooms shalt thou make in the ark, and shalt pitch it within and without with pitch. And this is the fashion which thou shalt make it of. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, the breadth of it 50 cubits, and the height of it 30 cubits. A window shalt thou make to the ark, and in a cubit shalt thou finish it above. And the door of the ark shalt thou set in the side thereof. With lower, second, and third stories shalt thou make it. And behold, I, even I, do bring a flood of waters upon the earth, to destroy all flesh wherein is the breath of life from under heaven. And everything that is in the earth shall die. But with thee will I establish my covenant, and thou shalt come into the ark, thou and thy sons and thy wife, and thy sons' wives with thee. And of every living thing of all flesh, 2 of every sort shalt thou bring into the ark, to keep them alive with thee. They shall be male and female. Of fowls after their kind, and of cattle after their kind, Of every creeping thing of the earth after his kind, 2 of every sort shall come unto thee to keep them alive. And take thou unto thee of all food that is eaten, and thou shalt gather it to thee, and it shall be for food for thee and for them. Thus did Noah. According to all that God commanded him, so did he.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Fibber, Magee, and Molly Show. NBC and Tums bring you Fibber, Magee, and Molly transcribed. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Ralph Goodman and directed by Max Hutto. Fibber and Molly will be with you in a minute.
This is Don Wilson with a message for people who can't get to sleep at night, for the thousands who lie awake because their stomachs are churning up too much excess acid. That's when a handy roll of Tums can be worth its weight in gold for fast, don't-wait relief. All you do is take 1 or 2 Tums whenever excess acid keeps you tossing and turning, or as a nightcap when going to bed. See if you don't fall asleep more quickly and feel lots fresher next day. Yes, Tums neutralize excess acid in record time and require no water, no mixing, no waiting. That's why millions always keep Tums handy on the bedside table or in a pocket or purse for top speed relief whenever acid indigestion occurs. So don't wait. Get a roll of Tums today. Still, only 10 cents.
The topic under discussion in the Magee living room right now is the Wistful Vista Ladies Club Christmas Fund. Mr. Magee undertook to raise some money for the fund last week, and he didn't do badly either because Mrs. Magee says...
And I think it was wonderful that you were able to take that $10 and invest it so cleverly that you ran it up to $30.
Just routine, Tootsie, just routine.
So I'm going to turn in the $30 and tell the other ladies that my smart husband did this.
Oh, no, not yet, Molly. You just leave that $30 right where it is in the sugar bowl.
Yeah, but dearie...
I haven't even started yet. I told you I'd run that dough up to $100 for you, and I'm gonna.
But $30 is more than any of the other ladies have made. I'll be so proud to show them how clever my husband is, and...
You'll be even prouder to show them 100. That's 3 times as clever as $30. With Thanksgiving and all last week, I haven't had time to look around for the right investment yet, but I'm watching. Don't you worry, I'm watching.
But you might lose it on your next investment.
Lose it? How could I possibly lose it?
That question has so many answers I wouldn't know where to start. You know, Uncle Dennis once said something to me that I've never forgotten, Magee.
What'd he say? Not so much ice in it?
No, I was just a little girl at the time, and I was watching him pour himself a glass of root beer.
What kind of beer?
Root beer.
Oh.
I said to him, "How do you always keep the foam from running over, Uncle Dennis?" And he said to me, "McCushley," he said, "I always quit as soon as I get ahead." That's something you should learn to do, Magee. Quit when you get ahead.
No, that's a cute little anecdote, my dear, but what's it got to do with me making money for your ladies' club? I fail to see any connection between Uncle Dennis pouring root beer and me.
Never mind, skip it. What are you looking at, somebody on the porch?
Mailman just came. I'll get the mail.
Oh, dear. He's not going to be satisfied till he gets himself involved in another get-rich-fast deal and loses that money for me. Oh, well, I'll take $10 of my own and donate that to the ladies' club if I have to, because...
A lot of mail, Molly.
Good.
Here's a letter for Wimp. I told the mailman to drop his stuff off here as long as Wimp's staying with us till his wife gets back.
Good idea.
Here's a letter for you.
Oh, thank you.
The rest is just bills and circulars. Who's your letter from?
Well, from Aunt Sarah.
Ah, dear, sweet, loaded Aunt Sarah. Bless her rich old bones. What's she beefing about now? Did the income from her diamond mines drop from $8 million to $7 million this week?
No, she's very happy about everything.
Good.
Just a note to say she's spending the winter in Florida, having a wonderful time, and wishes we were there.
Oh, she does, huh? Well, that can be arranged. All she has to do is send some plane tickets and fix us up with a beach house, and I'll be happy to put aside this exciting life temporarily just to make the old girl happy.
You're sweet.
After all, kiddo, if a guy can't do something for a rich old aunt once in a while...
I'll write and tell her you're willing to make the sacrifice, sweetheart. Now, if you'll take Mr. Wimple's letter upstairs to him.
Oh, I don't want to disturb Wimp right now. He's having too much fun.
What's he doing?
He's practicing his nose.
His nose?
That's right. He's been saying yes to Sweetie Face so long he forgot how the other word sounds. So he's walking around the room saying no, no, no.
No.
Yeah, that poor guy. Oh, hey, look at this.
What?
This ad from the camera shop. Photography contest. $50 prize for the most unusual snapshot of the week. Aha! That's the kind of deal I've been waiting for.
Deal? I don't see what
For your ladies' club, kiddo. I'll invest some of that money in films and stuff, take my camera, go downtown, shoot the most unusual picture this week, cop the prize, and toss the $50 on the drum for the ladies' club.
You make it sound so simple.
Oh, how can I miss? With that camera of mine. Ah, my little old German Anthrax with the F-33 pure glass lens that I wanted on the Elks Club punchboard in 1937. Why, with that camera and my talent for taking unusual pictures, I'm a cinch.
Well, now, when they say unusual pictures, dearie, they don't mean the kind with a big thumb sticking up in the foreground, you know.
Ah, that was an accident. That don't always happen. My picture album is over here somewhere. Oh, here. I don't get my thumb in all of them.
Let's see one.
Here, take a look at that. Did you ever see a more interesting picture of the City Hall? Look at that composition, that majestic feeling. No thumb in that one.
I took that picture, dearie.
Oh, yeah, so you did. Well, how's about this one? Dugan's Lake at sunset. You didn't take that, did you?
No, dearie. You took that one all right. And it isn't Dugan's Lake at sunset.
It isn't?
That's what came out when you accidentally snapped the shutter when you were loading the camera in the kitchen.
Yeah, but what about this sunset and all those trees?
You got it pasted in upside down, you see.
What?
That's a fried egg and some parsley.
That's what I say. It's unusual, ain't it? I'm going to get my camera out and check it over and then run down to the camera shop and get an entry blank. I'll need plenty of flim because, boy, when I start shooting pictures,
There's more fun with the Magees shortly. Faith in God has always been a cornerstone in American democracy. And since our first beginnings, America's religious institutions have strengthened the fabric of our daily lives. Among other things, religious faith stabilizes the family and holds it together. Attendance at churches and synagogues builds the moral and spiritual character of our people and helps them to be tolerant, responsible citizens. Religious leaders have always been distinguished in the giving of personal guidance to those with pressing problems. In our armed services, chaplains of all faiths give comfort and moral armament to those who fight for freedom. Clearly, then, religion plays a great role in our way of life, a role that grows in importance each day in a world where moral and spiritual values are too easily exchanged for material and selfish values. We urge you, therefore, to attend church or synagogue with your families regularly and to support your community church during the current Religion in American Life campaign. Light their way with faith. Bring them to worship this week.
Oh, dear. Dishes, dishes, dishes. Yes, Bertie. I just get the lunch dishes washed, and it's time to dirty them for dinner again. I think I'll just leave them out and... What was that noise? I hope we're not... Oh, it's you, Mr. Wimple. You don't have to knock on the kitchen door before you come in. We're very informal around here, as you should know.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Magee. I wonder if I could have a glass of water?
Oh, well, certainly.
I didn't have a glass upstairs. Could I have a large one, please, full of hot water?
Hot water?
Yes. I'm going to take a bath.
I beg your pardon?
I always use a glass of hot water to rinse the ring off the tub after I'm finished.
Oh, I wondered if you were going to take your bath. Say a letter came for you a while ago. It's there on the table. See it?
Oh, I have it. Thank you. Oh, it's from her.
Her? I suppose you mean...
Yes. Sweetie Face, my big old wife. I recognize the fragrance on the envelope.
Oh, scented envelopes, huh? What is it, Shalimar for romance or taboo for mystery?
No. Sloane's liniment for muscles. She likes to keep me reminded that... Oh, darn.
Something wrong?
Oh, no. I meant to say, oh, goody. Her mother is better, and Sweetie Face is coming home next week.
Oh, well, I'm glad her mother is better. Do you have a nice relationship with your in-laws, Mr. Wimple?
Just perfect, Mrs. McGee. Haven't seen them since 1940. It's been lovely. Actually, her mother never approved of our marriage, you know.
Really?
Yes, we eloped, you see, and her parents were so angry that when we got back, her mother tried to trip her.
Trip her?
You know, when she carried me across the threshold.
Oh.
Like I was saying to Mr. McGee. Oh, by the way, where is Mr. McGee today?
Well, he should be home soon. He went down to the camera shop a while ago. They're having a photography contest this week.
Oh, I love contests.
Yes. McGee went to get an entry blank and some film. There's a $50 prize for the most unusual picture.
My goodness, I wish I'd had a camera this morning. Up in the maple tree right outside my window, I saw a rare purple-crested snoony bird. Did you ever hear the cry of the snoony bird?
Oh, I don't know, Mr. Wimple. I'm not very good at recognizing bird calls. I wouldn't know the cackle of a grackle from the shriek of a shrike.
Well, the snoony bird has a very peculiar little cry, Mrs. McGee. It goes, shoot the works, shoot the works.
Isn't that interesting?
They're fascinating little creatures, really. The snoony bird lays a six-sided egg with spots on each side, you see.
No.
Yes. And in the springtime, all the little male snoonies gather in a circle to choose their mates.
How cute.
In the center of the circle are two of these spotted snoony eggs. And each time a female snoony bird passes by, the little males roll the eggs out with a loud cry of, shoot the works, shoot the works. And the lucky bird who turns up the most spots wins the little lady.
Heavenly days. I'd certainly like to see that.
Oh, no one has ever seen it, Mrs. McGee. We've only read about it, of course. If anyone ever got a picture of that, they'd be sure to win a prize because...
Hey, Molly, I'm back, kiddo. I'm back.
Out here, dearie.
Hello, Mr. McGee. Did you get your entry blank from the camera shop?
Oh, hi, Wimp. Yeah, boy, I'm all set. I'm going to start taking pictures tomorrow. Come and help me unload the car, will you?
Unload the car? What'd you buy that...
I'm going into this camera contest right, Tootsie. You get one entry blank with every roll of film, you see. So I bought $20 worth.
$20 worth? McGee, that...
40 rolls of film, yep. The way I figure this thing, kids, if I take enough pictures, I'm bound to win that prize. So I'll start tomorrow morning and shoot everything in sight. Because with my little German anthrax camera with the f/33 lens and my talent for...
We'll say goodnight to Fibber and Molly in a moment. Here it is, the 1st of December already. Christmas is almost upon us, and if you're like me, I'll bet you haven't even started your Christmas shopping. It's always such an energy-consuming job to find exactly what you want. But we all seem to come through the Christmas season unscathed. Maybe it's because we all have a good American sense of humor. All of us enjoy the better things in life, but we take the bitter with the better and season it with a laugh. Radio entertainment helps chase your worries away, too. When you sit back and relax and lose yourself in the hilarious adventures of such comedy stars as the great Gildersleeve, you're just joining millions of Americans in a typical Wednesday night habit. Groucho Marx is another comedian radio listeners from coast to coast enjoy every Wednesday night. Why don't you make it a regular habit to set your radio dial to this same station every Wednesday evening for the best in comedy entertainment? Wednesday's Wonderful on the NBC Radio Network.
Just checking over your ladies' club money, kiddo. Making sure I got it all straight. I had $10 to start with, and I ran that up to $30.
Right.
$20 worth of film, stuff to develop my pictures after I take them with, car fare downtown and back. Incidental expenses come to, let's see, 2 is up, 3 is 5, 4, 2 and 3 is 5, and carry the one. Yeah, it checks.
How much is left?
90 cents. I'll keep it up here in the sugar bowl till I win the $50 to put with it. Good night.
Good night, all.
NBC and Tums have brought you the Fibber, McGee, and Molly program transcribed with Bill Thompson as Wallace Wimple. This is John Wald inviting you to be with us again tomorrow night for another visit with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. Enjoy 2 hours of fine music Mondays on the NBC Radio Network.
Enter the world of detective noir with Philip Marlowe up next.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. It could have been perfect. Snowbound in a mountain lodge with a girl who was falling in love. But also present were a widow sick with rage, a bitter old woman, and a jealous man. All with reason to hate me more than anyone else in the world. It happened like this.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Grim Echo.
Pretty thick.
Yeah. You're lucky you caught me, son.
Yeah?
We're just closing up. What do you have?
Yeah, better fill it with a regular, huh?
Okay. Does that mean that you're aiming to go on?
That's right. Got to get back to L.A.
I wouldn't advise it, son. Old Jacker and sure wouldn't. Liable to hit 10 below, they say.
Yeah?
Where you been, skiing?
Yeah, a week of it up at Angel's Roost. How's the road ahead?
Well, you got 40 miles of nothing but mountains to the next town, you know. You're bound to get drifted over any time.
Hey, why don't you blow that thing?
Huh?
Hey, what's the tariff?
Oh, call it $3 even. You know, I've been running this Mobile gas station here for 20 years, and I know these storms are nasty. Oh, thanks.
Yeah, I'll be all right.
That's what you all say. Out on the road, you could freeze to death. Real easy.
And this plaid shirt I'm wearing, you're ripping me, Pop.
Listen, that shirt won't even start to keep you warm on a deserted highway in this blizzard. Take it from old Jacker and Son, I know.
Yeah, well, thanks anyway. So long, old Jacker. It took me a solid nerve-wracking hour to make 12 miles. I began to realize just how right old Jack Ernst, the gas station boy, had been when the road ahead was lost completely in a constant racing blur of white. Transformed every rise into a treacherous barrier I had to batter my way through. The chains on all four wheels chewing at the drifts, I managed to keep on the road somehow and plow out another 5 miles. And then I caught a glimpse of the first lighted window I'd seen in all that distance just as I started down the backside of a short, steep hill. Then it happened. First, the helpless feeling of a skid. Before I could do anything about it, I was off the road in the ditch nose first and hood deep in a culvert drifted full of snow. I forced the door open and floundered back up to the road. I knew there was no chance of getting the car out without help and lots of it. And the 10 below zero that the Weather Bureau had bragged about was setting in. I looked back through the slashing snow for the lighted window I'd spotted and saw a lantern swinging crazily in the hands of somebody coming toward me. A minute later, I could see it was a girl.
Hello? Hello, are you hurt?
No, I'm okay.
What?
My car's stuck. I skidded off the road.
Yes, I know. I'm watching you. Oh, my. No chance of getting it out of there tonight.
No.
That's bad. Maybe tomorrow, if the visit lets up, we can get you out. Meantime, you better come on up to the lodge, mister.
Lodge?
Uh-huh.
You mean I slid off the road right in front of a tourist lodge? Oh, boy, how can I be that lucky?
Well, maybe it's fate. We're not open for business in the winter, but on a night like
I
this...
know what you mean, believe me. I really appreciate it. Could get tough staying out here. Oh, by the way, my name's Marlowe, Philip Marlowe. I want to pay you for...
Did you say Philip Marlowe?
Yeah, something wrong with
What's
you?
your business, Mr. Marlowe?
Oh, well, I'm a private detective from L.A. I've been skiing.
I don't care where you've been or where you're going. You'll get no help from me, Mr. Philip Marlowe, you understand? I'd rather give shelter to a dirty dog. I hope you freeze, do you hear? I hope you freeze to death.
She was a thin girl with black hollow eyes, full of hate for me. She didn't stop or look back all the way to the door, just ran in and slammed it shut. Couldn't understand it. Even on my worst day, my reputation never was that bad. I didn't wait around to worry about it because I was cold. Besides, I wanted to know why the good name Philip Marlowe was such poison at a place I'd never heard of before. I waded up to the heavy rustic door and looked in through a tiny window. All I could see was one corner of what had to be a big room. It was log, leather, and Navajo rugs, dominated by an enormous fireplace that filled every nook with a warm, dancing glow. Poison or no, I wanted in.
Darling, just a minute. Oh. Hello.
Oh.
You took your bad night to travel.
Yeah, it sure did.
Oh, well, won't you come in?
Oh, sure.
I'm Donna.
How are you?
This is Echo Lodge. We're not open now, but, well, of course you can't go on in the storm.
No, I can't. Besides, my car's in the ditch.
Well, you'll be spending the night then.
I'd love to, but there seems to be two schools of thought on that subject.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I don't know why, but, I don't think I'm very welcome.
Why do you say that?
Well,
I'll tell you why, Donna. Well, Helen. Oh, dear, what's wrong? You've been crying. Do you know who he is?
No, we haven't gotten around to the magic of my name yet, Helen, but maybe you'll be good enough to tell me.
Baraki. Does that mean anything to you?
Baraki?
Oh, Helen, yes, Baraki. Virgil Baraki was my husband. Virgil Baraki was Donna's brother, and Virgil Baraki was the man that you shot down and killed. Do you remember?
I remembered, all right. 6 months ago, a trail that led up a blind Los Angeles alley to a garage where stolen cars were switched. I remembered the pair of vicious blue eyes glaring at me over the sights of a blazing .45. I remembered shooting back fast. When it was over, I was alive and he was dying. And later, the coroner's jury decided I'd killed in self-defense. The savagery here in the eyes of the woman who had been Virgil Baraki's wife said that decision meant nothing.
Is this true? Are you the one who...
Yeah, it's true. I shot a man named Virgil Baraki. I had to or be killed by him. There was no choice.
You liar. You killed him in cold blood. Now get out of here. You've done enough to us. Get out.
Helen, stop it.
Oh, Mama, Baraki, listen, Mama. This is the man who killed Virgil.
I know. I've been listening and I heard everything. Go find Ralph for me, Helen. Then you'd better go out to your workshop for a while.
Did you hear me? I said this is the man.
I said go call Ralph now. At once. Tell him to open the cabin. Then go back to your carving. Can't turn a man out in this weather, not any man. You stay, Mr. Marlowe.
Thank you, Mrs. Baraki.
Donna, go get some hot food.
All right, Mom.
So, you're Philip Marlowe, the private detective. You don't look much like I'd imagined you.
Do people ever?
Perhaps not. Oh, would you mind fixing the fire? Needs another log.
Oh, not at all.
You, were stopped by the storm, Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah. My car's skidded into the ditch about 50 yards down the road.
I see. Almost at our doorstep, you might say. Rare coincidence, isn't it?
Almost too rare, Mrs. Baraki. I'm sorry the circumstances are painful for you.
I've grown used to that kind of pain, having lost both a husband and a son. Fate up to now has never been very generous. Do you believe in fate, Mr. Marlowe?
I don't know. Oh, some things happen for which there's no explanation, maybe,
no explanation? Who knows? Perhaps everything happens according to a prearranged schedule. And for a purpose.
Oh, come on. You don't really think I was deliberately shoved off the road at exactly this spot for a reason?
Oh, you might admit it's strange, though, that there was a house nearby just when you needed one. And that it was our house. Oh, thank you, Donna.
Oh, it's only soup, but it's hot and good, and it's fresh bread. The coffee will be ready in a few minutes.
Go ahead, Mr. Marlowe. Sit down. It'll do you good.
Thanks. It looks wonderful.
In the meanwhile, I'll check up on Ralph. He should have the cabin ready by now. It's small, but you'll be comfortable. There's a fine big oil heater in it.
I haven't worked one for years.
You won't have any trouble.
Tell me, who is this Ralph?
Ralph Tolman, a young fellow who lives near here.
Ralph works for us in the summer.
And looks after us in the winter. He's staying over tonight because of the storm. He was my son's best friend. Oh, don't let the soup get cold, Mr. Marlowe.
The soup was thick and delicious, and the coffee was rich, black, and steaming. Donna sat across the table and watched me eat. There was no hatred in her eyes. I looked for it closely. It wasn't even animosity. Only confusion and, for some reason, a shadow of fear. But as an hour slipped by and the conversation came easier, the shadow disappeared. Her eyes even began to smile a little. When I'd finished down to the third cup of coffee and started to help her clear the table, the cup slipped. We both grabbed for it, caught one slim inch from breaking, and wound up together on the floor. Our faces close.
Why, Phil, we did it. What a team.
Table waiters or jugglers?
Oh, we could double as both and make a fortune. Oh, Ralph.
Yeah, Ralph. What's going on?
We have almost dropped a cup.
Uh-huh. And it sure would have been too bad, wouldn't it, Donna? You only got about 50 like that one.
I don't know why it's so important to you, but for what it's worth, I was the one who dropped it.
It's not important to me. I guess other things aren't so important to Donna either. Think you can get it out to the kitchen now without any more help, Donna?
Ralph, it's high time that you...
Mrs. Barucki asked me to tell you the cabin's ready, Marlowe.
Thanks.
No thanks necessary, mister. It's just part of my job. Guess everybody's job has its lousy side, huh? Even a private detective. Some of them get trigger happy, I heard.
I'll see you, Donna.
You better get out there right away, Marlowe. Donna's got 4 whole dishes to carry out. And at the rate she's been going, she ought to get started or she'll never make it.
Keep your fat trap shut, Buster. You're causing a draft. Tolman walked behind me as far as the door and pointed through the snow to a tiny square of light sitting apart from the rest of the buildings that made up Echo Lodge. As soon as I was outside, he slammed the door against my back and bolted it. I stood on the porch and thought about the setup for a minute while I lit a cigarette. Then I stepped out into the snow and headed for the cabin. Halfway there, I could see it clearly. It looked snug and warm. And under the circumstances, I knew it was better for everybody that I was sleeping outside the main lodge. But then I saw a sudden flash and felt the impact before anything else. Right in front of me, the cabin lurched. One entire wall burst out and the roof collapsed. A second later, as I ran toward what was left of it, I could hear the others coming.
The cabin blew up. They hit him on the
Phil, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm okay, Donna.
What happened, Marlowe?
I don't know, Tolman.
It must have been the heater, but I can't understand it. The heater exploded?
Yeah, Helen, that's the way it looks. But it was working okay when I left. I guess it's not going to burn, though. The snow's put it all out.
Well, just another few seconds and you'd have been in there. You'd have been killed.
Yeah, maybe that was fate, too, huh? Maybe.
Donna, get away from here. I wish you had been in there, Marlowe. You deserve it. Stop it, Helen. He's got no business here. Stop it. Oh, let me alone. Lord, after what he's done to us, how can you bear even to look at him? Oh, Helen, come back here. Let her go. This was an accident, Donna. An accident, you hear? They happened. Don't say Mr. Marlowe.
Oh, sure. Everybody knows accidents will happen, Mrs. Barucki.
Of course. Oh, and let's get back into the house before we freeze to death. You can have my room now. I'll sleep with Donna. Come along, all of you.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, Groucho Marx, his famous ad-libs, and his teams of opposites will be back betting their lives on most of these same CBS stations tomorrow night. You've missed half your life if you haven't bet your life with Groucho Marx on Wednesday nights this season. Hear him on this top quiz show tomorrow night on CBS. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Grim Echo.
It was a dreary little procession that trudged back toward the lodge again from the shuttered cabin. I said nothing and pushed hard against the storm as far as the front door. But when they were all inside, I ducked back into the biting blizzard and ran down to my car in the 38 I kept in the glove compartment there. I figured it would be a warning comfort through the long, cold night ahead. Until I saw that somebody else had figured the same way. The lock on the glove compartment had been sprung and the gun was gone. Now there was no doubt about the explosion. It had been no less accidental than Lucretia Borgia working over an after-dinner drink. As I hurried back to the lodge, I suddenly felt the kind of inside cold you can't ever blame on the weather around you. But a moment later, that same cold began to thaw. Because huddled at the edge of the lodge steps ahead was Donna.
Phil, where have you been? What have you been doing?
Everything's going to be all right.
Oh, Phil, please. Why did you go down to your car?
Well, I'll tell you, but you're going to be sorry.
Sorry?
But you got so upset over nothing. I wanted to get some cigarettes out of the glove compartment. It's fresh out.
That was your only reason? Cigarettes?
Sure. Now, come on, huh? You got to worry. Let's do it where we can both be warm. Come on over to the fire. I'm a city boy, you know. This cold isn't doing me any... Hey, Donna. Those tears in your eyes. There.
They're from the wind. It always makes me cry. Oh, Phil. Why do things have to be this way? An hour ago when you were eating, everything was so nice, so friendly. And then suddenly Ralph angry, the explosion, Helen screaming and clawing at you, Mama.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But look, baby. Listen to me hard, huh?
Yes?
You see, the things you just spoke of, Ralph, the explosion, Helen, all of it, all the trouble, it belongs to tonight. Like the blizzard out there. Oh, it's raging now, sure, but tomorrow, or maybe a little after tomorrow, it'll stop. Everything will look bright and clean to you. Honest, honey, that's the way it'll be. All the way around. Believe me?
Oh, Phil, I want to, but...
But what?
But you're talking about tomorrow. I'm worried about tonight. I'm afraid, Phil. Awfully afraid.
I spent the next 10 minutes trying to convince Donna that there wasn't anything to worry about. And then when she'd gone to her room, I went to mine and started all over again, trying to convince myself. The out-of-season fireworks at the cabin and a gun stolen from my car made that a very tough proposition. And then I checked the room, which was on the ground floor and close to the kitchen. And then I bolted the door and looked forward to some much-needed sleep. After that, I took off my shirt and shoes only, got into bed, and waited for sleep, which a weekend of skiing made more important than a cabin full of hate. Suddenly, I was wide awake and sitting straight up in bed. The footsteps could have belonged to my dream. The door that closed couldn't have. I scrambled out of bed and ran to it, but it was still bolted. So I turned to the single closet in the room and opened it sharply. It was empty, except for a long, thin finger of light that streamed through a keyhole. A keyhole that belonged to a door at the rear of the closet that gave out onto the kitchen. Obviously, the closet had once been a pantry. I tried the door, but it was bolted from the kitchen side. I got into my shoes, grabbed my shirt, and ran out of the room, around to the kitchen, and smack into a very surprised Ralph.
Marlowe, what are you doing up and roaming around?
I'm a sleepwalker. What's your excuse?
Come on, let's have it. I'm through playing target for tonight. Talk! Get your hands off me, Marlowe.
When I know why you're here and exactly what's on your mind, I will, not before. Well, have we come to terms?
All right, let go. I'm here because my room is on the ground floor, and I heard somebody cross through the house and come into this kitchen. So I decided to investigate.
You're a liar. You were in my room, Tolman, and you know it. You got in through the door that leads into the closet. Come on, Buster, let's level. We're keeping each other awake.
Listen, Marlowe, I don't like you.
Honest?
And I don't like the way you and Donna are...
The way we're what? Come on, boy, get it off your chest.
Never mind that now. Look at this.
Wood shaving, so what?
Yeah, found it near the door to the closet in your room. Might also be the answer to who your visitor was. She left her calling card.
What do you mean, calling card?
Helen. She's always covered with these shavings. She makes things out of rough pine.
Where is this workshop of hers, Tolman?
Out in the back. Just beyond the barn. What are you going to do, Marlowe?
Not that it's any of your business, but I'm going to see the lady, and I'll see you.
What do you want?
Conversation, Helen, if you don't mind.
Now, wait a minute. You were late.
Close that door.
I will not.
And I will. Now get over there and sit down. We got a few things to clear up.
Like what? Where you murdered my husband, perhaps?
Cut it out. Stop it, Helen, or I'll put your arm off.
No,
Just as soon as you decide to behave. Those nails are yours, draw blood, baby. What, gonna be good?
Yes.
All right. Now sit down over there, away from those sharp chisels you work with, and keep your hands in your lap. Go on, that chair there.
Very well, Mr. Marlowe. Anything to accommodate the man who murdered my husband.
Which brings us right to the point.
You deny it. You deny that you shot him down.
I fired in self-defense.
That's a rotten, stinking lie. You did it to feather your own nest, to be a hero to the police and the newspapers.
You're wrong, Helen. I killed your husband because I had to. He was on the wrong side.
Oh, don't make me laugh. You call trying to get money for his family, for me? You call that being on the wrong side? So much that he should have been killed, shot down by the likes of you? Oh, Mr. Marlowe, you have no idea how through these past 6 lonely months I've thought of you. I've wondered what you looked like, what the man who killed Virgil was doing, how you'd like to meet the same death you brought to my husband under the brave banner of law and order.
Now, wait a minute.
And don't think I didn't plan your death 1,000 times over. Don't think I didn't approach Mama Baraki, Ralph, even sweet little Donna with a delicious thought of revenge. No. No, they talk like you talk, Mr. Marlowe. Virgil was doing the wrong thing. He was caught.
It wasn't right or wrong. It was him or me.
Oh, you shut up and listen. Sure, Virgil was stealing, all right. He was stealing from me, his wife. That's why he left here. That's why he tried so hard. That's why you had no reason to kill him. And that's why you should die, too.
Oh, that's also why we had an accidental explosion at the cabin I was supposed to sleep in, huh?
I was clumsy. I was hasty. I won't be the next time.
You're completely out of your mind, Helen.
Out of my mind? Of course I am. Did you think this existence, this living without the man I love, could leave me otherwise? Did you think making me stupid, making me crazy?
Killing me isn't going to bring him back.
You get out of here. Go on, get out. And if you can, Mr. Marlowe, go back to bed.
While you wait for a chance to get me with my own gun, the gun you stole from my car?
I'm not going to shoot you, Mr. Marlowe. That would only further disgrace the Baraki name, no. No, I'm not going to shoot you. But I am going to get you.
For a long, chilling moment, I stared into the eyes of the half-crazed woman standing in front of me. The ice-cold, bottomless eyes that a cancerous hate had destroyed as something human. And as I turned and started out of the room, I knew that I'd made a mistake that night. Virgil Baraki had died in my arms. A mistake I had to correct before it was too late. And there was nothing left of Helen but the ruthless machinery of a mind dedicated to murder. I headed back to the house to talk to Mama Baraki, which I figured had to be the first immediate step. When I'd gone only a dozen yards from the workshop, I stopped.
Phil, I'm over here.
Donna, what are you doing out here?
Please, Phil, I was too worried about you. And then when I saw you leave the house from my window and head for the workshop, Phil, your face.
Oh, it was Helen. She got a little upset in there.
A little? I couldn't look at you. Your pocket ripped off your shirt, your face scratched.
Oh, it's all right,
Phil,
Donna.
she
No. Hey, my pocket ripped off. The gun.
Oh, Phil, why did you tell me, please?
Now, hold it, Donna. Give me a second. Yeah, sure, it adds, all right. Now, look, get over there inside the barn and scream. Long and loud, huh?
Scream?
Yeah, it's our only chance. Go on, do as I say, Donna. Scream.
All right, I'll do it, Phil, whatever you say.
The second Donna cut loose, I stepped out of sight behind a tree that was opposite the barn, and I kept my eyes glued to the door of the workshop I just left. I waited for the shattering report of the gun I was afraid I'd hear. But then the door flew open, and Helen was running out toward the barn, and Donna screamed. My .38 clenched in a handkerchief in her right hand. A look of stark bewilderment danced over her face.
Donna, answer me. What's up? Donna, what are you doing there by the barn? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know?
Favor to me, Helen. Let's have that gun back without further discussion. Yes. There. Now get back against that wall and don't move an inch.
No.
Phil, what is all this?
Attempted murder, honey. She's all right.
Attempted murder? You mean Helen here was going to try and kill someone?
Yeah, herself.
Suicide?
Uh-huh. Suicide that would be called murder and pinned on me. It's going to be her way of getting even.
I know, Phil. I can't believe
She tried to once, honey, the explosion at the cabin. When that failed and everybody knew how she felt about me, a warped mind hit upon this little plan, and all the pieces would have fit tight, too.
What pieces. What do you mean?
That one, we argued. Two, she came to my room tonight and ripped the pocket off his plaid shirt so that we'd find it clenched in her hand after she was dead. You see it? Three, she stole my .38, which has my fingerprints on it. And four, she left an obvious clue on the floor of the kitchen, a wood shaving that would bring me out here on the run. So everybody could find me close by when it happened. Oh, yeah, it was tight, all right. Tight as a hangman's noose.
And then she was going to shoot herself, Phil, just after you left her. And that's why you made me scream?
Yeah. And that's why now, Donna, later tonight, I'm going to tell her something that I intended to break to her gently. Something I was going to tell Mama Barucki first. Something I hoped would straighten her out.
What, Phil?
Well, your brother Virgil didn't die the moment he was shot, Donna. He lived long enough to ask one thing of me.
What are you trying to say, Phil?
But I never let Helen or you people here know about the woman he was in love with in L.A. The woman through whom I tracked him down.
Oh, Phil.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it wouldn't be good for her.
If I was around too much? No, honey, not for a while, anyway. Wouldn't be good for any of us, huh? Come on, Donna, let's get her into the house.
Yes. Yes, Phil.
Well, it was the next morning. I went into the kitchen for some coffee and found myself all alone. Donna wasn't any place in sight. So I got my things together and walked slowly down to my car, and when I got in, I didn't feel like leaving. Not right away. And I was glad that warming up my motor was the smart thing to do. Gave me time to light a cigarette and think. Look around. Back toward Echo Lodge, where I could see Donna waving goodbye from an upstairs window. Yeah. I'd see her again in a little while. It was a small world, all right. Full of echoes. And just think how the web of paths we call coincidence had brought me and those who knew and loved Virgil together. Someday, maybe, Donna and I would be looking for each other. And those paths would make it a lot easier.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Sammy Hill, Betty Lou Gerson, Verna Felton, Frank Gerstle, and Junius Matthews. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time a peddler of pulp paper love, a blackmailer with muscles, a south of the border chiseler, a simpering prude, and a corpse in a bedroom, all had one thing in common. Each was a woman.
Al Jolson will pay another of those wonderful visits to Bing Crosby this Wednesday night. And the gags and songs will again fly thick and fast. Bing and Al will team up to sing Waiting for the Robert E. Lee and Whispering. And as for the gags, well, just tune in on most of these same CBS stations. Remember, that's this Wednesday night, the CBS Bing Crosby Show. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for Pursuit, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS network stations. This is CBS, where you bet your life with Groucho Marx every Wednesday, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely. Her name was Rose, and she was pretty. And that's all anybody in Dodge knew about the girl. She'd come in on the stage from the South a month before and opened a blackjack table in the Long Branch, working on a 50-50 split with a house. The game got a big play, of course. A woman gambler was a new thing in Dodge. And some of the smartest and crookedest cardmen in town started coming around to try their luck. But with Rose dealing, the house never lost. And after a 3-week run of that kind of luck, I figured it was time to look into things.
Oh, doggone it, Matt. We've been sitting here for an hour and a half. How long's it going to take to catch her cheating?
Doc, we're not going to catch her.
We're not?
Yeah, the way she handles that deck, we could sit here till doomsday and never see a thing.
Well, maybe she's dealing honest.
Yeah, maybe. Chester.
Yes, sir. Oh, yeah, Chester. Maybe he noticed something. You know, playing right there at the table with her.
That's the last place in the world to spot a crooked game, Doc.
I swear, I just don't know what you could have been thinking of, Mr. Dillon. Why, she's as nice a young lady as you'd ever care to meet.
Now, how much did she let you win, Chester?
$14.20. Yeah, but that ain't got nothing to do with it. I watched her every second.
All right, Chester. Who was the heavy loser, then?
Well, that Elko Dean must have lost about $200 before he pulled out, but just by betting foolish, Mr. Dillon, why, he didn't have no more reason to do what he done.
Who else?
Well, the ones there now, I reckon young Slim Raddick's out about 150 as the game stands.
He's been losing every night for 2 weeks, the way I hear it.
Well, he gets to making calf eyes at Rose and don't pay no attention to his cards.
Oh, yeah, maybe that's how she does it, Matt. She gets them so all fired up over it that they don't care if school keeps an eye.
Somebody like young Raddick may be, but not the professional gamblers, Doc. You sit down for a while, Chester. I'm going over and talk to her.
What you sipping on?
17 showing. Another card is 10.
Hit me again.
Again it is. 6 of hearts, 23 and busted. Much obliged to you, Mr. Raddick.
You doggone sure ought to be. Seems all I do. Oh, evening, Marshal.
Hello, Slim. Your luck turning on you?
It ain't turning, no way. It's been against me right along.
Then maybe you won't mind if I interrupt the game for a while. That is, with your permission, ma'am. I'd like to talk to you.
Why not? All right, gentlemen, the game is closed. If you want to step over to the bar, the drinks are on me. Well, how about it, Marshal? Do I get a clean bill of health?
Along what lines, Rose?
Running a square game. You've been watching me like a hawk for the last hour and a half. Every deal, every move I made. You see anything off color?
Well, I saw Elko Dean slip a cold deck in on you.
So did I. But I'll give you 10 to 1. You didn't see me slip it right back out.
No, as a matter of fact, I didn't.
Neither did Elko. And that mistake cost him $230. More eventually, because he'll be back here tomorrow night trying to get even.
So the game is crooked, huh?
Marshal, the man who taught me how to handle cards used to say, "You can't cheat an honest man, Rose, so don't bother to try. But a crook is fair game any day."
Uh-huh. Tell me something, Rose. How does that fit young Raddick?
Slim?
Yeah.
That's different.
Different how? He's been losing steady here at your table. It can't all be bad luck.
I've tried to keep him away. I told him over and over again to stay out of it and leave me alone.
Stay out of what, Rose?
It doesn't matter. Here, Marshal. Take a look. Go on, count it if you want it. That's the money I've taken from Slim. $2,642. And when I leave Dodge, he'll get it all back. Every cent of it.
Can I ask you something, Rose? What's a girl like you doing in this business, anyway?
Earning a living, for one thing.
Now, there are other ways, you know.
None that I know as well. Besides, it lets me cover a lot of country. Look people over.
Why is that so important?
I'll tell you why, Marshal. I've spent 4 years now looking for one certain man.
Now, you won't quit till you find him, huh?
I found him. Tonight.
Oh? What happens now?
I'm going to kill him.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Only the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip can bring all of L&M's full, exciting flavor through to you. And that's the big reason why today more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. Remember, L&M draws easier, tastes richer, smokes cleaner. So live modern. Change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
Jerky. You know something, Mr. Dillon?
No, what, Chester?
That doggone ham you get nowadays ain't nothing like it used to be.
Oh, is that so?
Well, just look at that. Lamb, they don't even half smoke it anymore. Just put on more salt. That's all they do.
Well, it's better than side meat, anyhow.
Why, even down in Texas, we used to smoke our meat at least 2 days.
How are you, Marshal? Chester?
Oh, morning, Slim.
Oh, Slim.
You had breakfast yet?
I'm aiming to right now.
I'll pull up a chair and join us, huh?
Thanks, Marshal.
My, you must have made a night of it. Didn't even get back to the ranch, huh?
Oh, ranch will keep. I have some eggs and ham, Jeff.
Right away, Slim. Yeah, say, maybe if you ain't tried this ham before, you ought to think twice.
I've tried it, Chester. Most every morning out at my place. Jeff here buys all his meat from me.
Oh. Well, it sure is a whole lot better than side meat.
How's the ranch coming along, Slim? Had a good year?
Best one yet.
Mm-hmm.
First time the place has brung me any hard cash. Feels mighty good to hear a few eagles jingling in your pocket.
Might jingle some louder if you stayed clear of that blackjack table.
My luck's bound to change.
Not with Rose dealing. She's warned you already, I understand. Told you to keep out of the game.
I guess I'm a stubborn man, Marshal.
Here's some coffee while you're waiting, Slim.
Oh.
Slim, what are you after?
Well, it's like this. Been 5 years now since I took that leased land up there on Bitter Creek. I spent 5 winters out there all alone. That ain't good for a man. I need me a wife on the place.
Huh? When'd you decide that?
3 weeks ago. First time I seen Rose.
Oh. How'd she feel about it?
Hard to say. She got something on her mind that won't let her think of nothing else.
Yeah, I know, Slim. She told me that she aims to kill a man.
That's so.
You wouldn't know her last name, would you?
I never asked her.
You know where she comes from?
Nope.
Any idea who the man might be?
Marshal, if I did, I reckon I'd up and kill him myself, just to make Rose happy.
You're just the man I was looking for.
Evening, Doc.
Yes, here. Sit down, Matt. You're just in time.
Time for what?
A poker game. We got these 2 drummers here, fresh off the Santa Fe from St. Louis. Oh, Matt, they're as green as grass.
So help me, Doc. If you'd sweat as hard over healing the sick as you do trying to clip some tenderfoot, well, we'd have
This
a lot...
town's never been healthier, thanks to me.
Matt, you got a minute?
Yeah, sure, Kitty. I'll see you later, Doc.
Maybe later it'll be too late, too. Oh, man, they will be sorry.
I'm sorry to break in that way.
Oh, that's all right, Kitty.
Matt, I just found out.
Oh, found out what?
About Rose, who she is.
Oh?
Matt, she's Bill Prawley's daughter.
Bill Prawley?
That's right. The gambler who was killed in Liberal 4 or 5 years ago.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember.
Rose Prawley, her name is.
Bill Prawley's daughter, huh? Who told you, Kitty?
Mule Skinner came in tonight. He saw her dealing a table out in New Mexico last year.
Yeah, and I guess that explains a lot of things about her.
It explains one thing, Matt. I haven't told anybody, of course, but the word will get around. And once it does, she's through here. Nobody's going to buck a game run by Dirty Bill Prawley's kid. They'll know it's crooked.
Maybe the word's already out. I noticed Slim Raddock's pulled out of the game. He's standing over there at the bar.
And she threw him out, along with all the other players except Elko Dean. She said it was a private game. I guess Elko wants to get back the money he lost last night.
Say, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Oh, something kindly funny happened. You know that sawed-off shotgun Sam keeps behind the bar, the one with the pistol grip?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, it's gone, and Sam thinks maybe it was Rose that took it.
Rose?
Yeah, but that don't make sense. Her and Elko were just sitting over there at the blackjack table looking at each other. Neither one of them made... What's the matter, Mr. Dillon?
We're about to have a killing on our hands, Chester.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Live modern. Smoke modern. Smoke L&M. Enjoy full, exciting flavor through L&M's Pure White Miracle Tip. L&M draws easier. Tastes richer. Smokes cleaner. That's why today more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. So free up. Freshen up your taste. Live modern. Change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest-growing cigarette.
Matt, what are we going to do?
I don't know, Kitty.
What do you think she's planning?
Well, I can guess. Chester, is Sam sure that Rose took that shotgun?
He said she come back to the bar just before he missed it. She could have hit it in the fold of her skirt.
Elko's looking pretty white, Matt.
Yeah, just look at them sitting over there facing each other. You know, 10 to 1, she's got that shotgun under the table pointed at him.
Can't you slip up behind her, Matt? Grab her before she can use it?
A shotgun's not like a pistol, Kitty. All you gotta do is point in the general direction of your target.
Yeah, but why she want to kill Elko?
Revenge, I guess. Chester, did Slim Raddick hear about her having the gun?
No, sir, nobody didn't. Sam called me to one side.
Good. Word got around, somebody'd be sure to lose his head and touch the whole thing off.
Well, it's going to happen anyway, Matt. Elko's starting to get restless.
He's sure going to make a move soon.
Well, it'll be his last one if he does.
Matt. Oh, Matt. These plums are just ripe for the picking. I can't hold up the game all night for you.
I'm sorry, Doc. I'm busy.
Oh, well, as long as you feel that way about
Doc, you don't understand.
Oh?
Well, only one way to handle it, I guess. No, you stay there, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Be careful, Matt.
Will somebody tell me what's going on here?
Good evening, Rose.
I'm sorry, Marshal. Table's closed.
Oh? It, not closed to Elko, then.
Marshal, she
Shut
said
up. Elko and me have a personal game going, Marshal.
Yeah, I know. Better hand over the gun, Rose.
Sit down. Sit down and put your hand flat on the table, Marshal. Same as Elko's got his. Good. Now keep him there. I guess you know this is a shotgun I'm covering you both with, underneath the table.
Yeah, I know that.
But why'd you come over here if you knew that?
Keep your voice down, Elko.
Why didn't you shoot her from where you was standing? She's aiming to kill me, Marshal.
Yeah, I figured it was about the way things stood.
I knew I'd find him someday if I just kept traveling and kept on dealing cards. And last night it happened. I recognized him the minute he sat down at my table. I knew he'd be back tonight, and I was ready for him when he come.
Now you mean to kill him, huh?
She's crazy, Marshal. She's out of her head.
Keep your hands on that table. I mean to kill him.
Why, Rose?
If you knew me, if you knew who I am, you'd understand.
I do know, Rose. You're Bill Prawley's daughter.
That's right. Dirty Bill's daughter.
Look, Rose.
Oh, I know what they called him. Dirty Bill Prawley. All the cheap little tin horns that tried to cheat him and lost their shirt doing it. They're cowards. And that's the only way they could hit back. Give a dog a bad name and shoot him for mad.
Take her, Marshal. She's gone clean out
Shut
of her
up,
mind.
Elko, before you get us both killed.
My father was a fine man, and anybody that says different is a liar.
Marshal.
That night he was killed, I was upstairs asleep. The shots woke me up. I looked out of my window, and I saw a man run out the front door with a gun still in his hand. I saw him for just a second in the light from the door. But I never forget his face.
Elko here, huh?
That's him.
Don't listen to her, Marshal. She's lying.
It's a job for the law now, Rose.
Now you walk away from this table, Marshal. Stay clear of this. I got nothing against you personally.
I want your gun, Rose.
Sorry. The hand's played out.
No, not yet, it isn't. I got a hold card. Hey, Slim. Slim Raddick.
Marshal.
Yeah, Marshal?
Come here a minute, will you?
What do you think you're doing now?
Marshal, you...
Hold it, Elko. Keep your hands on the table.
What's going on?
Get away, Slim. Stay back.
Right here, Slim, between me and Elko, huh?
No.
That's right.
What's the matter, Rose?
Oh, you fool.
All right, Rose, you were planning to give him back his money, so he must mean something to you. And he's in it now, too. The way a shotgun works, it's all three of us or none of us. Now, you hand over that gun.
No. Oh, Slim, why didn't you stay clear?
Now, what's this all about?
Rose, I want that gun, and I want it now.
You knew I couldn't. You knew I couldn't, not with him in it.
Well, I was sure hoping you couldn't. Chester. Here, put this in back of the bar, will you?
Yes, Mr. Jones.
It wasn't fair, Marshal. It was cheating. It wasn't fair.
Sometimes you have to cheat, Rose. Get her out of here, Slim. And if you take my advice, you'll keep her out of here.
Don't you worry about that. Come on, Rose. Matt, if that wasn't the doggonest thing I ever saw.
Hey, Elko.
What?
Wait a minute.
No.
I said, wait a minute. You're under arrest.
You're not taking me in, Marshal.
Look out, he's got a gun!
Drop it. Drop that gun!
Well, Matt, I guess a man's luck can't last forever.
His sure did it?
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. Now a public service message from CBS Radio. What is America really like? Thousands of men, women, and young people all over the world want to know the truth. There's proof of it in the flood of mail received by the volunteer group called Letters Abroad, which gets mail from people everywhere in the free world who are eager to be in correspondence with someone in the United States. They want to know all sorts of details about our everyday life. Anyone who is over 15 years of age who would like to write to someone overseas in Europe, the Middle East, or the Far East should send his or her name in a stamped, self-addressed envelope to Letters Abroad, 45 East 65th Street, New York, New York, together with information about age, occupation, and interests, which will make possible selection of a suitable correspondent. That address again is Letters Abroad, 45 East 65th Street, New York, New York. Everyone who does enter into such a correspondence is sure to find it greatly rewarding, a contribution to better understanding among peoples of the free world. And now, William Conrad.
You know, when they buried a man out on the high plains, they usually wrapped him in his saddle blanket and forgot about him. But next week, a man dies and leaves a will that keeps the whole of Dodge from forgetting him. And that was the West.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Virginia Christine, Vic Perrin, and John Daner. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success. Front page news. The Crosby Poll, famous impartial research group, has just finished asking United States government leaf tobacco graders,
what cigarette do you smoke? More named Lucky Strike than any other brand. Yes?
United States government tobacco experts name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike first choice.
This same impartial Crosby poll also proves Lucky's first choice with independent tobacco buyers, auctioneers, and warehousemen. And when these tobacco experts choose Lucky's, then you know.
LSMFT. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
United States government tobacco experts name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike first choice.
So for your own real, deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke the smoke tobacco expert smoke, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Broadcasting for the March of Dimes campaign in Denver, Colorado, the Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, the Sportsman's Quartet, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the star of our show, a man who is loved and admired by millions. Not only a good fellow, but a great artist. And here I am, Don Wilson.
Don, what's the idea of that introduction? I come all the way to Denver to do a show, and you introduce yourself as the star.
Well, Jack, Denver happens to be my hometown, and I didn't think you'd mind.
I wouldn't mind. Don, if that ever happens again, you'll be back doing spot announcements on KOA. But, Don, I can understand your enthusiasm, this being your hometown. From what I've seen of it, you can be very proud.
Oh, I'm glad you said that, Jack. I don't want to sound overly sentimental, but I love every square mile of Denver.
Well, that's as it should be, Don, because I'm sure Denver loves every square mile of you. So you're even.
Oh, now, there you go again, Jack, making jokes about my size. Now, you may not believe this, but when I was born, I was an incubator baby.
Oh, I know, Don. Mayor Newton told me that in your honor, the city still has the incubator. They really have. Really.
Gosh, Jack, I didn't know that. I wonder if they'd let me take it back to California with me.
I don't think so, Don. They're holding the rodeo in it now.
Oh.
I don't think they will. Or rodeo, as they call it in Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. But, Don, isn't it wonderful to be broadcasting here from the City Auditorium with an audience of 3,500 people?
Yes, Jack, and for the March of Dimes, each of them contributed anywhere from $500 to $1,000 for a ticket to get in.
Don, you mean the people paid as much as $1,000 to get in here today?
They certainly did.
Gosh, if I'd have known that, I'd have raised the price of the popcorn in the lobby. I could have gotten $10 a pop. But anyway, oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Say, Mary, isn't it a thrill being in Denver at this time?
Oh, it's wonderful, Jack. And wasn't that a grand reception we got when we arrived in town?
I'll say, but Mary, there's something I wanted to talk to you about.
What's that?
When we got off the train, just because I shook hands with the governor, you didn't have to kiss the mayor. You see?
You say hello your way, I'll say hello mine.
All right. What's done is done. But remember, when we leave, things are going to be different. Do you understand?
Okay, I'll shake hands with the governor and you kiss the mayor.
I didn't mean that. Huh?
Well, kidding aside, Jack, Mayor Newton is awful cute. And just think, being the mayor of a city the size of Denver, and he's only 35 years old.
35? Don, is that how young Mayor Newton is?
That's right, Jack, just 35.
Gosh, it's hard to believe I'm only 3 years older than he.
Jack.
What?
We were talking about the mayor, not the governor.
Oh. Listen, I know who we're talking about. In fact, Don introduced me to both of them. You know, Mary, Denver is Don's hometown.
Oh, I know it is, Jack, and I've written a poem in his honor.
Well, that's sweet. Let's hear it.
Okay. To you, Don Wilson, our announcer. We love you all. Yes, every pound, sir.
Yeah.
From the front or from the back. So round, so firm, so fully packed.
That's very good, Mary, very good. Of course, I've had so much fun here in Denver, I think everything is good. I certainly had a thrill last night at the stock show when I auctioned off a prize steer. And, Mary, you wouldn't believe it, but that steer weighed 2,000 pounds. I never thought that...
Jack.
What?
How much did you say that steer weighed?
2,000 pounds.
That's a lot of bull. That was pretty good, huh, Jack?
John, now how could you possibly pull such an old corny joke? That's a lot of bull. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Jack, is that an old joke?
Oh, Mary, a long time ago when I was in vaudeville, I sent one of my old suits to a rescue mission, and that joke was in the pocket. Really.
But, Jack, 2 weeks ago I heard that same joke on Fred Allen's program.
How do you like that? He's worn out the suit, but he's still using the joke. I was a little nervous there. You'll excuse me. Well, I'm in a strange town. Now, Don, what I said still goes. I don't want any more of those corny...
Okay, girls, throw away your lassos and don't you miss, because who hog-ties me first gets a great big kiss. Lay it on me with that Denver
Phil, did you think up that introduction all by yourself?
Well, I sure did, Jackson. My brain's really working, but I got to give Livy credit for it. She told me what to do.
Mary, what'd you tell him to do?
I told him to squirt some oil in that hole in his head.
Good. Well, Phil, now that all the parts in your head are moving again, tell me, you've been having a good time here in Denver? You know, there's so many places of interest.
You're not kidding, Jackson. When I got off the train, the first thing I did was go straight to the library.
Well, Phil, Wait a minute. You went to the library? What'd you take out?
The librarian. Oh, Harris, 2 more jokes like that, and you'll have to have your oil changed.
Don't change it. Just add a quart. Phil, your being in a library makes about as much sense as Maxie Rosenblum addressing Congress. Although, Phil, if you spent more time in the library, you might learn something.
What are you talking about, Jackson? There are other ways to pick up an education. I've done a lot of traveling. I've been all over the country. I know plenty.
Oh, you do, eh? Well, then tell me. In what state is Pikes Peak?
All right. So you picked the one thing I don't know.
I thought so. Phil, I'll make it simpler. What city is the capital of Colorado?
Well,
Look. In what state is Colorado Springs?
Oh, Jack, let him alone.
Wait a minute, Mary. Watch this. Phil, how many pool rooms are there in Colorado?
297.
You see, that he knows.
Pennsylvania has 492. New York's got 2,053. North Dakota's got 165. West Virginia's got 23.
Okay,
There's
we
3
believe
snooker
you. We
tables.
believe you. We believe you. Now, listen, Phil, closely, and I'll help you. I asked you what city is the capital of Colorado, and you didn't know. Well, I'll give you a hint. The name of the city starts with a D and ends with an R.
Pueblo?
Phil, pick up your stick and lead the band, will you?
Okay, Jackson, hit it, boy.
no more music. We haven't got time. No more music. We haven't got to. We're running way over now. That was Your Guess Is As Good As Mine, played by Phil Harris, and he makes you want to go to Leadville Orchestra.
And now, Bo, wait a minute, Jackson, wait a minute. I wish you wouldn't make no cracks about the band. I went to a lot of trouble rounding up these musicians here in Colorado. Almost didn't have enough men.
Really?
Yeah, but luckily the governor pardoned 6 of them just for this program.
Well, that was nice of the governor. Come in. Yes?
Is this the Jack Benny program?
Well, come right in. Gee, I'm glad to see you. Have a chair.
I have a telegram for Jack Benny.
Take it, Mary. Thank you, son. Phil, why'd you make such a fuss over the kid? He's only a messenger boy.
I thought it was Mayor Newton.
Say, maybe... No, it couldn't be. This boy shaves already. Say, Mary, who's the telegram from?
Just a minute, I'll open it.
Okay.
Oh, Jack, look, it's from New York, from Fred Allen.
Oh, fine. What does he say?
Dear Jack, I hear that your show and the stock show are in Denver at the same time. There's a wind coming from the west that tells me the stock show is fighting a losing battle.
How do you like that?
There's a P.S.
A P.S. on a telegram?
I saw pictures of you in the current issue of Liberty magazine. To paraphrase Patrick Henry, don't give me liberty, give me death.
Thinks he's so smart.
Say, Jack, I saw those pictures in Liberty magazine. I read the article, too.
So did I, Jack.
You know, I haven't seen it yet. Mary, do I look good in the picture?
Oh, Jack, you look wonderful.
Thank heaven.
And Lady Esther.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. You know
Come on, Jackson, come on. Let's hurry up and finish this clam bake. I want to leave for home as soon as this show's over.
Why, Phil, what's the big hurry?
Are you kidding? While I'm here in Denver, Robert Taylor's going to be a guest star on my program back in Hollywood. Just think of it. Robert Taylor with Alice.
Why, Phil, don't tell me you're jealous.
Certainly I'm jealous. Robert Taylor's a big husky guy with dimples in his cheeks, beautiful wavy hair, and a gorgeous smile. He's almost as pretty as I am.
What?
And if he can sing That's What I Like About the South, I'm dead.
Oh, Phil, I wouldn't worry about Robert Taylor. He's a dope. He doesn't even know that Pueblo is the capital of Colorado.
Well, if he thinks I'm going to tell him, he's crazy.
Certainly. So believe me, Phil, you have nothing. Hey, what's that?
Hello, partner. Yippee! That's me in person. Hop along, Kitzel.
Well, hello, Mr. Kitzel.
Hello.
Mr. Kitzel, what are you doing here in Denver?
I came up to visit the stock show. Ho, ho, hoo.
Oh, you're interested in cattle?
Yes. I always wanted to see what a salami looked like while it was still walking.
Oh.
Well, Mr. Kitzel, you certainly look like a regular cowboy.
Yeah, you must have been riding a lot of horses.
Who, me? I never ride horses.
Then how come you're so bow-legged?
My coat is too heavy.
But, Mr. Kitzel, you're not wearing a coat.
I know. I left it down at the railroad station.
Oh, is your coat checked?
No, it's blue serge. Oh, Mr. Bennett, that's a joke I heard on a radio program.
I know. It was on last Sunday's Lucky Strike program.
You listen to it, too?
Yes, whenever I get a chance. Well, tell me, Mr. Kitzel, do you like this part of the country?
Oh, yes, I do. You know, I even own a big ranch here, 1,700 acres.
No kidding.
Yep, and I'm protecting it all myself from cattle rustlers. All day long, I'm walking around carrying my trusty 88 revolver.
88? Don't you mean 44?
Why be half safe?
I see what you mean. Huh?
Well, goodbye, partner. Reckon I got to be running along.
Goodbye, Mr. Kitzel.
I got spurs, the jingle jingle.
You know that Mr. Kitzel has a good time every place he goes.
Hey, Jackson, where's Dennis? Ain't it time for the kid to do his song?
Phil, if you'd come to rehearsal, you'd know that Dennis couldn't be here. He had a bad cold for 2 weeks, and his doctor wouldn't let him travel. Gee, I wish he could have been here. He'd have gotten a big kick when I auctioned off that steer at the stock show last night. You should have seen it, too, Phil. That steer weighed 2,000 pounds.
That's a lot of bull.
Now cut that out! I bawled Don out for using that same old corny gag, and I don't want to hear it again.
All right, Jackson, all right. Don't bawl me out. I'm worried about Alice and Robert Taylor. That's why I'm so cognasticated.
Phil, there's no such word as cognasticated.
What's the difference? I pronounced it right.
Oh, go sit down. Say, Don, if Dennis isn't here, what are we going to do about a song?
I've got that all fixed up, Jack. That's why I brought the quartet. They prepared a beautiful vocal number.
Oh, yes, the Sportsman. Fellas, do you really think it fits the occasion? Good. Let's hear it.
Oh, give me a home where the buffalo roam, where every boon and speedy rigs play, where all you can hear is that fine auctioneer, and they smoke Lucky Strike all the day. Home on the range, where my branding iron I'll never change. On each steer you will see an LSNFE. That's the brand that they smoke on the range. LSMFT, where quality of product is essential to continuing success. Any man who smokes a Lucky Strike, and he will tell you that's the only one he likes, for they are round and firm and fully packed and easy on the draw. Yes.
That was very good, Don, very good. I didn't expect the boys to go into a commercial, but I forgive them from the bottom of my bread and butter. Now, kids, since this particular broadcast is so important, I do think we ought to, excuse me, come in.
How do you do, Mr. Benny?
Well, it's Governor Lee Nouse of Colorado. Well, Governor, it certainly is an honor having you drop in on us.
Well, thank you, Jack. I'm so glad you came to Denver, and I hope you haven't minded the weather. It practically changes from one hour to the next.
I know what you mean, Governor. Yesterday I saw a girl walking down the street wearing a bare midriff and snowshoes. Oh, by the way, Governor, you remember Mary. You met her at the station.
Oh, yes. How are you, Mary?
Oh, hello, Governor. Do you mind if I ask you a personal question?
Oh, not at all.
Well, I've seen several pictures of you, and in each one you were wearing a bow tie. And I noticed that you have on a bow tie again today. Do you always wear one?
Yes, it facilitates matters when I appear before the state legislature.
The bow tie?
Yes. Once you get them swooning, and the rest is easy.
I believe I understand.
Governor, would you mind answering another question?
Oh, not at all, Mary.
Well, I notice your hair is rather thin on top and you're gray around the temples. How old are you?
38.
38, but Governor, I'm 38.
I thought we looked about the same age.
Ladies and gentlemen, there will be a short pause while Jack Benny turns Republican.
Mary, please.
Hey, Jackson. Hey, introduce me.
Oh, yes, Governor Nouse. This is Phil Harris.
Hello, Mr. Harris. Didn't I see you in the library?
Oh, yes, sir. Were you there, too?
Yes. I was trying to find a book that would translate the lyrics Oh, that's what I like about the South.
Hey, that governor's a sharpie, isn't he? Yeah, you're not. You're not kidding, Phil. You should have heard the governor last night. You know, Governor Nouse gave a little talk at the stock show when I auctioned off the prize steer. You know, Governor, that steer weighed 2,000 pounds.
Well, that's a lot of bull.
Hey, did you hear that joke, kids? What a sense of humor.
Jack.
Mary, he's the governor. What a terrific gag.
Oh, Jack, I shouldn't have pulled such a corny joke.
Corny? Governor, it was sensational. It was not only clever, but it had just the right touch of subtlety. Now, tell me, Governor, have you ever thought of doing any writing?
No, Jack, I haven't. You see, the affairs of state keep me quite busy. Most of my writing is confined to official correspondence and personal letters.
Oh.
Which reminds me, you didn't answer a letter I sent you 2 years ago.
Yeah, it's funny. I should remember receiving a letter from you. What was in it? I mean, how did it go?
It started out, I can't stand Jack Benny because.
Oh, the contest! Oh, the contest, of course. Oh, the contest. Well, I'm sorry that you didn't win the prize.
Oh, that's all right, Jack. Because of that letter, I was elected governor of Colorado.
Oh, Don, come here a minute.
Yes, Jack?
Governor, I want you to meet my announcer, Don Wilson.
Oh, I know Don. He's one of our native tons.
Oh, Governor, just a minute, Governor. Look at the script. That's Sons.
Look at Wilson, and that's tons.
Oh, I get it.
Hello, Don.
Well, hello, Governor.
Well, Governor, I'm awfully happy you dropped in, and if there's anything you want me to do while I'm in Denver, just mention it. Right there at the bottom of the page, Governor. It's all right.
Well, Jack, there's one thing I'd really like to have you do.
I'd be just as nervous if I was governor. What would you like me to do, Governor?
Now, please play your violin.
What?
Governor, you asked Jack to play his violin in front of all these people?
Yes.
Aren't you interested in being reelected?
Mary.
Well, maybe you're right, Mary, but seriously, Jack, before I go, the citizens of Colorado would like to give you this citation as a token of their gratitude. It says, in appreciation to Jack Benny for coming to Denver and launching the 1948 March of Dimes campaign. His presence has brought sunshine and joy to stricken faces, and he has accelerated the giving of many thousands of dollars in the never-ending fight against infantile paralysis. And Jack, it gave me great personal pleasure to place my signature and the state seal on this citation.
Well, thank you, Governor. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
And if you'll notice, Jack, there's a real dime on that citation.
I noticed that right away, yes.
And, Jack, you might be interested to know that this coin is the first one of a new series. If you look closely, you'll see how it differs from the other dimes.
Let me see. Well, what do you know? E pluribus Benny. Well, thank you, Governor. It's been a great pleasure coming up to Colorado for this campaign. Thank you. Say, Don.
Yes, Jack?
I want to tell you I really got a thrill meeting the governor, and I don't blame you for being proud of this wonderful state. This trip has been one of the most... Oh, there's the telephone. I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. What did you call me for?
Well, I'm over here in your suite at the Brown Palace Hotel, and I think you're in trouble.
Why? What happened?
The manager dropped in.
The manager of the hotel?
Uh-huh, and he got a little upset when he found you rented out your other twin bed.
Oh.
And he got kind of aggravated when he found you were doing laundry in the bathroom.
Gee.
And then he got awful red in the face when he saw the slot machines you put in the hall.
God.
And when he found out you opened a coffee shop in the broom closet, he went all to pieces.
Oh, that's awful. How are things in my living room?
Not so good. One of the barbers just quit.
Well, have one of my writers take over his chair.
Yes, sir. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Can I have the night off? Some friends here in Denver are giving me a birthday party.
Wait a minute, Rochester. I thought your birthday was in April.
That's in Los Angeles.
Oh.
In Chicago, my birthday's in June.
I see, but your real birthday is today.
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
38.
Rochester, you're 38?
Yeah, ain't everybody?
Yes, everybody but Al Jolson. He's 39. Well, Rochester, you can go tonight, but I want you to be home early because...
Hold it, boss. Hold it.
What's the matter?
The hotel manager just came back. He got into a fight with the man who rented your extra bed, fell over a bundle of laundry in a bathroom, lost $2 in your slot machine, got indigestion in your coffee shop, and one of your barbers snipped off his ear.
Yeah, I better calm the manager down. Put him on the phone. Let me talk to him.
Well, he finds the party listens to him.
Oh, well, never mind. I'll talk to him later. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I better get to the hotel right away and straighten things out. Ladies and gentlemen, the nation's fight against infantile paralysis continues relentlessly. The March of Dimes has made this possible. But your contributions must keep rolling in order to continue the fight against polio. Please send your dimes and quarters to your local March of Dimes headquarters now. Join the March of Dimes. Thank you.
Jack, we'll be back in just a minute. But first, here's Basil Rysdale with front page news.
United States government tobacco experts name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike first choice.
In the nation's great tobacco markets, the independent Crosby poll asked United States government leaf tobacco graders,
"What cigarette do you smoke?"
More said Lucky Strike than any other brand. Yes?
United States government tobacco experts name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike first choice.
And in the same impartial poll, independent tobacco buyers, auctioneers, and warehousemen again named Lucky Strike first choice.
You've heard the poll results. Now listen to what veteran tobacco buyer Carl Hartfield said recently.
Season after season, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine tobacco. Ripe prime leaf that's got real quality. I've smoked Lucky's 28 years.
Friends, when experts like independent tobacco buyers, auctioneers, and warehousemen and United States government leaf tobacco graders name Lucky Strike first choice for personal smoking enjoyment, then you know.
LSMFT. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke Lucky Strike.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Governor Nouse, Mayor Newton, and everybody in Denver for making our week here so enjoyable and inviting us here to help launch the March of Dimes campaign. They've done a wonderful job here in Denver. Tomorrow night, we'll be saying hello to all my friends in Pueblo, Colorado, to continue this worthy cause. Good night, everybody.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Join the adventure with Frank Rice up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
The Adventures of Frank Rice, starring Tom Collins. war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race.
They say the way you wake up has an important effect on the whole of your day. Coming awake peacefully sets you off to a relaxed, poised beginning. So I came out of my nocturnal fog to the sound of...
Now listen, you're gonna talk to him if I have to beat your brains? Oh, now look what you did. Just because you want to be stubborn.
Mark, for Pete's sake.
Oh, are you awake?
Am I awake? What are you trying to do, break my lease?
Well, we just want to talk to you.
You both wanted to talk to me? And somehow I have the idea that the desire isn't exactly mutual.
But this guy's in trouble, Frank, and he's a friend of mine. His name is Bob Kennedy, and he drives a hack, just like me.
It was cold outside, and all Kennedy had on for a coat was a worn Army field jacket. He needed a shave. And the way he shaped up, he could have done with some solid meals. His features were distorted with fear.
I've been telling him, Frank, if anybody can help him, you can. Go on, Bob, spill a story.
Oh, look, Mark, we're wasting time. I gotta get out of town. It's my only chance.
Your only chance for what?
He thinks his wife is in the morgue, Grace.
Any connection with that item in yesterday's paper? An unidentified girl?
Yeah, that's it. Same description, her clothes.
The report said there was plenty of indication that she might have been murdered. How do you fit in, Bob?
Well, would you believe me if I say I didn't do it?
Now, let me get dressed. I think we'd better go to the morgue and have a look at that girl. And on the way, you can break this down for me. Ex-GI, studying architecture on a BA program. His wife had been an English war bride. He told me about it as we drove.
I didn't marry into the royal family or anything like that. She worked in the factory during the war making ammunition. But she was pretty. No guy could have a better wife.
Yet you had a fight.
Yeah. We picked a great place to pull it off. In a cafeteria with a million people around. She left me there. That's all I know.
Where might she have gone, Bob?
Oh, I don't know. Unless it was to look for a job.
This is it. And I know the boys in here, so you might let me do the talking. The girl in the morgue was Bob Kennedy's wife, all right. She still looked pretty and young, even lying there. Bob's stricken eyes came up to meet mine, staring at me. I shrugged at the attendant, and he replaced the sheet. I think you ought to go to the police, Bob.
Oh, after that fight? You know what else? We had insurance policies on each other. Double indemnity endowments. Yeah, they were her idea. For our old age and to protect the kid. There's the big fat motive they're going to pin on me.
You have a child.
2 years old. Boy.
That money could be important to him.
Sure. Sure it could.
He'll never use a quarter of it if the court declares you guilty of murdering his mother. And hiding out now is going to look bad. You turn yourself in.
Not a chance. I haven't got a prayer, and I know it. I'm going to say thanks and get lost.
Mark's cab stood at the curb. Mark shot me a warning look as I came out. There was reason for his attitude. On the sidewalk waited a couple of gentlemen who might have been ward heelers just for getting out the vote. The smaller of the pair intercepted me at the bottom of the steps.
You're Frank Race, ain't you?
That's right. And you?
What's the idea case in the morgue?
Maybe I'll live here.
You don't, but you might. What's the story?
Sorry. Saving that for my biography.
Yeah? Well, we'll see how long you save it. Okay, get in the cab.
He had his argument in his hand, a snub-nosed automatic. So I shrugged and moved toward the taxi. At the same time, Mark slid across the seat and stepped out as though to open the door for us, and immediately pinwheeled into action with a 14-inch end wrench.
Take the big guy, Frank.
Watch it, Mark.
Hey, miss me. Get on this, Eddie!
It is washed up as of now.
And you too, Marlowe! Oh, brother, that wraps him up. Come on, Frank, let's get out of here before that shot brings the boys in blue.
Now, as soon as I unload this gun. What's the story on that Milo personality? You seem to know him.
Milo Morgan? Certainly. He belongs to Larry Carmichael, the racket boss. Why?
Larry Carmichael. Good lad, Marcus. You've steered me into the lead I've been looking for. I knew Larry Carmichael. Big fellow with blonde curly hair that was going gray. Found him in his nightclub office practicing billiard shots.
Hey, what's the pitch on you anyway? You come in here for the first time in a year and all you do is ask questions.
Too nosy?
I don't like questions. You ought to know that.
Ever heard of a girl called Fay Kennedy?
I know lots of people.
I saw her a little while ago. On a slab in the morgue.
Go on out to the bar. Have yourself a drink. I sell good liquor.
But you don't want to talk about the Kennedy girl.
I gave a party. I had lots of guests. Your dame was there. I never knew it. And if you keep playing cop, I'm going to get sore.
I left him as he muffed his third shot, which wasn't like him. It was still early in the evening, but several people were sitting at the bar. As I went by, a voice tagged me.
Heave to, Frank. It's martini time.
Well, Larry Carmichael, Jr. You've grown up.
Sit down, Race. This is Bunny Covington.
Hello, Race.
Dusky hair and blue eyes are always tough on a man. When they go with everything else this girl had to offer, you wanted to sit down. Slowly. Bunny Covington, #1 glamour deb of the season. Top of the bottle for looks, poise, or money.
Quit staring, Ray. She's going to stay a while. What have you been doing?
I just finished chatting with your father.
How'd you find him?
His billiard game was off. His disposition's off with it.
If he's playing billiards, he's feeling happier than he did yesterday. Might be a good time for me to interview him. Stay put, children. I'll be back.
So the kid has made the big league.
Meaning me?
According to the rotos, you're an ultra-exclusive package.
People talk about you, too.
Yeah, I'm not as pretty, though.
Well, you make an impression. I understand you enjoy getting into trouble.
Kids like Larry are inclined to exaggerate.
Is that what you're doing now? Getting into trouble?
If you're talking about this very moment, I'd say the answer was yes.
I'm going to enjoy you, Race. How would you like to take me somewhere else? I'm in the mood to patronize several spots tonight.
What about young Larry?
Oh, he's a charming boy, but I'm not wearing fraternity pins this season.
Well, I must make a phone call first.
Well, go ahead and make it. And to ease your conscience, I'll say goodbye to Larry Jr.
My call was to the Homicide Bureau, to a friend by the name of Lieutenant Vander. I asked him if the girl in the morgue had been identified.
Sure, a kid called Fay Kennedy.
Well, how's it go in the book? Homicide?
Well, she was found alongside the highway, dead from a blow on the head. What do you think?
Picked up anyone yet?
What's your interest in this, Frank?
Oh, just curiosity.
You and your curiosity.
I'd still like to know if you've made an arrest.
Well, we brought in the girl's husband about an hour ago.
I'm calling it open and shut?
Oh, no, not this early. But the guy was skipping town when we took him.
I don't think he did it.
Does that mean you know something, Frank?
I'll keep you posted, Lieutenant.
Listen, Frank.
You ready to go now?
I'll have to call a cab.
Oh, we can use my car.
What about Larry Jr.?
Still talking money with his dad. The child has to live, you know.
We went out to the parking lot, and they brought her car around. I had to repress an exclamation when I saw it. One of those export jobs they're sending out of Europe these days to the tune of about $7,000.
I'm flattered that you like it, Race. Jump in and drive.
I should think you'd want an exclusive on that.
Oh, not I, darling. My whim runs to handsome chauffeurs. You know something?
What?
3 nightclubs in a row adds up to a lot of nightclubs, even for me. How about going into that drive-in for hamburgers?
We're in.
Oh, I'm starved.
Must be the exercise. Yeah, we won't need menus, miss. Make it hamburgers, french fries, and coffee.
Ah, this is nice. But you're not going to take me right home, Race. I'm determined to make a night of it. This is the first time in a week that I haven't been bored.
Poor little rich girl.
Tell me something, Race.
If I can.
What do I have to do to get you to take me seriously?
You might tell me something about yourself.
Ask me anything.
How long have you been running around with young Larry?
Oh, a few days. Just for laughs.
Were you at the Carmichael party the night before last?
As a matter of fact, I was. Why?
There was a girl at that party who was found dead the next day. Police think she was murdered.
You're talking about the girl the police identified today?
That's right. Faye Kennedy.
Well, how do you tie her in with the party, Race? The paper said something about the body being found on some highway.
Well, I'll move around, ask a few questions, listen to a few answers. Get answers.
That girl, are you working on the case?
Not professionally. I'm just trying to help someone out of a jam.
Would I be helping someone out of a jam if I told you I saw that girl at the party?
Keep giving.
She was one of the extra girls hired as a maid. I noticed her when I heard her talk, that English accent. I liked her. I tried to engage her to work for me.
What happened?
She didn't want a steady job.
Do you know what happened to her later?
Yes, I do. It was almost morning when I talked to her about working for me. Most of the guests had left, and she couldn't get a cab. So Larry loaned her one of the house cars, a Ford coupe.
And she left by herself. All alone? You sure of that?
Well, yes, I'm positive. I watched her drive away. What's the matter? Don't you like my information?
I'm thinking what it probably means for her husband. Trial and conviction for murder.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
I've had cases that have been failures, plenty of them. But when a kid has been accused of murdering his wife, the mother of his son, and something tells you he's innocent, you don't like the thought of failure. So I called it homicide and interrupted Lieutenant Vander doing some desk work.
Sit down, Frank. What can I do for you?
I'd just like to get a look at Faye Kennedy's effects.
Well, I happen to have them right here. Look all you like. As compact, lipstick, 4 pennies, and a photograph of a small boy.
That all?
That's the business.
Did you know that she worked as a maid?
Yeah, we know. She only worked a few days at a time, but I guess she was looking for a regular job because she just applied for a Social Security card. Now it's your turn, Frank. What do you know about her?
Nothing worthwhile yet. When I do, I'll bring it to you. Where are they holding the child?
Juvenile hall. Why?
I'd like to see him.
Hey, mister, can you use a cab?
A good man, that's against the law. You know it.
Stop making with the funnies, Frank. Come on, get in here and I'll give you a lift.
I was going over to Juvenile Hall to see Bob Kennedy's kid. What were you doing around here?
I was going to see if I get a pass to go in and see Bob. I'll make it later.
Brief me on something, Mark.
Sorry.
What do you know about Larry Carmichael, Jr.?
Crazy kid. Always getting into jams.
What kind of jams?
Dames, mostly. They're always taking them for dough. I guess that's why the old man tightened up on a bankroll. Why?
I've sort of had him on my mind. What about Larry Sr.? Has he ever been arrested?
Oh, yeah. But they never proved nothing against him. He was indicted by the grand jury about 8 years ago, but he beats the rap.
What was he charged with?
They hooked him as head of a ring that had been clouting hot shorts.
Doing what?
Clouting hot shorts. You know, stealing cars.
Didn't they have enough on him?
He was too clever. By the time he got finished repainting him and everything, even the insurance companies couldn't identify him.
Where did he do all this painting and changing?
Garage he's got, over on State Street.
Does he still have it?
Yeah, but it's strictly legit now.
Just the same, I think I'll postpone my trip to Juvenile Hall for a while. Drop me off and you can go and visit Bob Kennedy.
Okay, that's the way you want it. Where you going now?
To pay another call on Larry Carmichael Sr.
Hello, Race. You back again?
Oh, I just thought you might want to talk to me now.
I might. Care for a drink?
You can owe me one.
Hey, I thought you and me were friends.
We are, aren't we?
The way you mauled a couple of my boys yesterday.
Oh, come now. They wanted to prod me around with pistols.
So they thought you were somebody else.
They knew me.
I still think they made a mistake.
Why don't you call them in here? You could ask them a few questions.
Well, they're not around right now.
Why were they casing the morgue, Larry?
Would you believe me if I told you I didn't know?
I might. Go ahead and tell me.
Who are you working for, Frank? What are you so busy about?
Now you're making sounds that don't mean anything. You know the story.
Kennedy girl?
Didn't want to talk about it yesterday.
Well, I didn't know I was going to have you breathing down the back of my neck. What are you trying to prove?
I don't want to see your husband go to the block for something he didn't do.
You got ideas I'm the one that tripped him up, huh?
Did you, Larry?
Look, Race, I thought you worked for insurance companies.
That's right.
Well, go back to work for them. You'll be happier.
Tell me something, Larry. You own a big garage, don't you? One of those open all-night affairs?
I own a service station. So what?
Oh, just a casual question. May want to sell you some advertising one of these days.
What are you talking about?
If it's about me, I want to hear all of it. Hello, Race.
Hello, Bunny.
Going somewhere?
As usual.
Take me?
Why don't you hang around here, baby?
I'm sorry, Larry. I need some fresh air. How about it, Race? I've got your favorite car outside.
It won't be exciting.
Let me decide that. Where are we going?
To see a little kid. He was tiny and tow-headed. It looked as though he'd usually have a cute, ready grin. But there was evidence that he'd been crying a lot. And when I lifted him, I caught a soft, tired sob deep in his throat. I was told he'd be kept there until the disposition of his father had been decided, either by the police or by the court. Later, when Bunny Covington and I got outside, there seemed to be more clouds in the sky than when we'd gone in. More bleakness to the day.
What did they call him, Race? I didn't get it.
Kimmy. His first name's Cameron. Let's go.
What'll happen to him if his father's convicted?
I'm not sure.
Go ahead, you drive. They'll probably put him up for adoption, won't they?
Oh, something like that. Whatever happens, it's going to be rough on him.
How are you doing on this case?
So far, I've walked up a lot of blind alleys. I keep getting the feeling that I'm overlooking something. Something I've already seen.
Well, what about the police? Can't they help?
Well, they've got the husband. No, I don't know. Maybe they're right, but...
But you'll keep trying.
That's right. Incidentally, this Greyhound of yours is running low on gas.
Oh, well, there's a station across the street.
I know. Let's go to that garage of Larry Carmichael's. I can't help being curious about that Ford coupe you mentioned. The service station was one of Larry Carmichael's pet enterprises, one of those super service subdivisions that peddle everything from windshield wipers to body and fender work. It was toward the body and fender building that I made my inquisitive way. Well, the car took time out for gas, and Bunny took time out to pretty up. There's no activity going on, but the Dent and Scratch Emporium was open, so I prowled in. I'd been peering around for about 5 minutes when someone switched on a light. It was one of those uniformed private police boys. The moment I caught his malevolent grin, I knew something ugly had turned up. While I was thinking this, he leveled a .38 at me. I dove behind a Buick station wagon, crawled as far as the rear wheels of a Dodge truck, where I jumped up and tore for an open door at the far end.
What's the matter, Race?
Come on, let's get out of here.
Oh, whatever happened?
Some lad set me up for a clay pigeon. He almost won the Cupid dog.
Oh, there's never a dull moment with you, Race. Should we drop in somewhere for a drink?
Yeah, sounds enticing, but on the way, I'd like to patronize the first public telephone we see.
More cops and robbers?
Yeah, getting shot at seems to have blown the fog from my brain. I just caught the idea that might wrap up this package.
Good. Then maybe you'll have a little time for thinking about me.
I spent 45 minutes in one of those sidewalk phone booths. I called Vander at Homicide and asked him to relay a message to Bob Kennedy in his cell. When Vander called back with the answer, I talked to him into securing another item of information from the motor vehicle department. And when I got back to Bunny, everything had finally gelled.
You know, I've discovered what makes you so attractive to me, Race. It's because I'm always having to wait for you. Do you know that you're the first person I've ever waited for in my life?
Drive on, Duchess.
Now you take the wheel.
You know, I've been thinking about that.
About what?
The fact that you never want to drive.
Well, I told you the reason. I like handsome chauffeurs.
Want me to tell you the real reason?
Go ahead.
Your driver's license has been revoked. Too many convictions for speeding, for reckless driving.
All right, so I'm a good little girl. I let others drive for me.
You drove the other night, though. You drove and you had an accident with this car.
Race, you're upset. You haven't been getting enough sleep.
You bought the car new, didn't you, Duchess? How long have you had it?
6 weeks.
Both the front fenders have been refinished. I can tell because the rubber fittings are coated with paint. That's always the tip-off to a repaint job.
Do you read palms, too, Race?
It all ties in with what happened to Fay Kennedy. You see, when you offered her that maid's job, she didn't turn you down. She accepted it. She'd been looking for a job, so you took her home with you when you left the party. Which would have been all right, except that on the way, you couldn't resist showing off the speed of this rocket. And you ran it off the road into some brush. You didn't hurt yourself, and the car was still drivable. But you fractured that girl's skull. So you pushed her out and left her there, alongside the road. Because you knew that with your record, you'd face a charge of manslaughter.
Darling, you are upset. Let's go and have that drink.
Sorry, Duchess. No drinks.
Oh, Race, you can't really believe all this. Oh, I admit I cracked up the car, but the rest of it... Oh, you're letting your imagination run away with you.
No. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it because you lied. You lied when you said you saw that girl drive a Ford away from the party.
I did see her, Race. I can prove it.
No, Duchess. Fay Kennedy was born in England into a poor family. Poor families, they don't have cars. She didn't have a driver's license either because she never learned how to drive a car.
All right, Race. You've put it together. But you're not going to be difficult about it, are you? After all, manslaughter isn't murder.
You'd have turned it into murder. You'd have let that girl's husband go to the chair.
Oh, they wouldn't have given him the chair, Race. Life imprisonment, maybe, not the chair.
Just life imprisonment. You have no trouble being casual with other people's lives, do you, Duchess? Tell me, how much did you have to pay Larry's private cop to shoot me for a trespasser?
Race, I was in a jam. Race, give me a chance. Give me a chance to show you my real inner feeling for you.
I had a look at your inner feeling, Duchess, when we saw that baby. You were about as sympathetic as a poleaxe.
Where are we going, Race?
To Center Street, Homicide Bureau. Last year, debutante, you came out. This year, you're going in.
Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins, came to you from Hollywood. The series is written and directed by Joel Murcott and Buckley Angel. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time, 1 week from today, for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production.
Adventure awaits with the Lord of the Jungle, Tarzan, up next on nightly old-time radio shows.
And now we bring you another episode of Edgar Rice Burroughs' amazing story, Tarzan of the Apes. Tarzan drops from a tree, dashes down the beach toward the fighting men. The knife flashes downward. Tracy closes his eyes. It's the end. Tarzan's flying feet send silent sprays of sand shooting out behind him. Fango's arm, which is driving the knife downward into Tracy, is grasped by Tarzan, pulled back with a terrific jerk which almost pulls his arm out of its socket. The Chinaman is hurled from Tracy's body and sent sprawling backwards. Gates draws a knife and leaps upon Tarzan's unprotected back, but his shadow on the sand warns Tarzan. He whirls, catches the Cockney's upraised hand in his, and with his free hand he grasps the Cockney's throat. Tarzan's vice-like fingers close the man's windpipe. The Cockney's eyes bulge. His face turns a ghastly blue. He sinks to his knees, limp. Tarzan releases his death grip, and Gates pitches forward in the sand, unconscious, all but dead. For a second, Tarzan looks at his fellow men. His lip curls contemptuously. He turns to the others. Fango snatches the green jade bottle and runs for the jungle. Tracy's after him. Tracy knows that to return the bottle to Yount is the only way to save Jane, Clayton, and Professor Porter. The giant Chinaman is swifter by far than Tracy, who doggedly runs after him. The two men disappear in the rank undergrowth of the jungle. Tarzan, puzzled, watches, and then follows them, leaving the inert Gates lying on the sand. Gaining the jungle, Tarzan leaps into a tree, swings off after the pair. His mind is in a quandary. The copper man and the wizened one are not trying to kill the tall man because they want to eat him. It's because of the green thing he had seen them pick up on the beach. They belong to the same tribe. They came from the same boat. Yet two of them had tried to kill the other. It's all very strange, Tarzan thinks, as he speeds through the trees following the trail of the two men. He pauses for a second, standing poised on a branch, and looks down in the thick underbrush below, studying it for a moment. Evidently, the copper man, with eyes like Hista's, had outdistanced the man whose face he liked. The tall man had gone off in one direction in pursuit. It would be better to follow the copper man, the man he did not like, for he had the green thing which he had taken away from the tall man. Tarzan leaps to another branch and is on his way with terrific silent speed of an arboreal ape on the hunt. He comes upon the Chinaman pushing his way through the jungle. He is no longer running, but walking, seemingly a little uncertain of his course. The man is lost. With a suddenness which makes the Chinaman step backward with a cry, Tarzan drops down in front of him. An expression of terror crosses the Oriental's face. But he's no coward. He stands his ground, waiting. The Chinaman is nearly as tall as Tarzan. He's a brute of a man, heavy-muscled, agile. The copper man appraises the bronze giant who stands observing him so curiously. Slowly, hardly perceptibly, the Chinaman's hand creeps to the knife at his belt. Tarzan sees the movement, but is indifferent to it. By the time it'll take the copper man to draw the knife and come close enough to bring it into play, he'll be ready for him. Suddenly, Fango whips the knife from his belt, pulls it back over his head, hurls it with the full force of his tremendous arm. The knife tries striking him in the shoulder. With a triumphant cry, Fango rushes the ape man. Meanwhile, aboard the tramp steamer in the harbor, we find that Jane Porter and her father and William Clayton, locked in the salon, waiting for Tracy to return the jade green bottle. which will save their lives.
This waiting is driving me mad. I'll play you a game of Russian bank until Captain Tracy comes back, Mr. Clayton.
You know, I've a hunch that Tracy isn't coming back.
Nonsense, Clayton. Of course he's coming back. He'll have no alternative. That pirate Yount sent 2 of his men ashore with him. At the same time, I wish I knew what had happened to Philander.
It wouldn't surprise me if he sent those men not to make sure that he would come back, but to make sure he wouldn't. I saw Yount take the Chinaman aside and tell him something. By the nasty look in the beggar's face, I'd say that it didn't look any too well for the captain. As to Philander, he can't be any worse off than we are.
You're right. Our own position is none too safe. In fact, it might almost be classed as hazardous.
Oh, I hardly think Yount would dare do away with us. If Captain Tracy finds the chart, we'll probably lose the treasure, if there is a treasure, and then be set ashore in some strange port to make our way back as best we can.
Yount would dare anything. With any of us alive, he's in constant danger. However, if he can do away with us, disband the crew and scuttle the ship, he'd be comparatively safe. Naturally, the ship would be reported missing. And after a while, it would be thought one of the tragedies of the sea, where a ship goes down with all hands lost and is never heard of again.
Well, you have the most charming imagination, Mr. Clayton.
Oh, I don't wish to be alarming, but we might as well face this thing. We're in a beastly hole.
On the other hand, Clayton, there's no use congesting our livers by getting into a frenzy about it. No. There's nothing we can do but wait. So let's wait with the minimum of effort.
If there were only some way we could barricade ourselves and at least hold them off for a bit. By Jove!
What?
As long as the ship is at anchor, no one is likely to go near the steering gear.
Well?
And it's on the deck below this, a filthy hole, but it has a watertight compartment door. It's the last place they would look for us in, and even if they did find us, they'd have the Dickens' own time getting into us.
Well, the only trouble with your idea, Mr. Clayton, seems to lie in getting there.
And that I don't think is so very difficult. I've been watching our guard. He's a big Negro, a mute. And being a mute, he can't raise an outcry.
But this door is locked. We can't...
One good jar would burst it open. We'll both throw our weight against it. Once outside, you and Jane make for the steering gear. I'll take care of the Negro.
All right. Let's try it.
Right. Both together. Now! Run now! I'll get the guard. The sound of the door being burst open carries faintly to the captain's cabin, where Yount is sitting with his right-hand man, Snipes.
What was that? I didn't hear nothing, Chief. I thought I heard something. Anyway, I'm going to take every man ashore. And I'm going to find Tracy and that double-crossing cheek and limey if I have to crawl across Africa on my hands and knees.
Maybe they're still looking for the green bottle on the beach.
Don't be a fool. They found the bottle, and the 3 of them have gone after the treasure. Tracy's got a smooth tongue. He talked them into running out on me. But I'll find them, and when I do, it'll be very artistic, Snipes. All hands on deck, and ship 'em all over the side.
Shall I leave the dumb nigger to stand watch over the passengers?
No.
Ain't they liable to get away?
No.
You ain't going to...
Yes. We gotta get rid of them sometime. Give me that automatic. And get these men in the boats while I cancel our passengers' round-trip tickets.
Righto. I'll send one of the boats back after you as soon as...
This way, Porter. What was that? Hey, look out the port here.
What?
The guys have busted down the salon.
Now, let me see. A fine guard you put over them.
Shall I follow them, Chief?
No, they're going below. Let's see what their game is.
Right, Joe. Come on.
Now we return to Tarzan. He tries to lift his arm. There's a shooting pain in his shoulder. If he moves his arm, he'll cut a muscle. The arm is useless until he removes the knife. Fango is upon him, confident that his strength will equal that of Tarzan now that one arm is crippled. Fango snatches up a dead branch, swinging the club around his head, bears down upon Tarzan. Tarzan stands motionless, waiting. Fango wields the club high, brings it down with tremendous force. With a speed greater than any boxer's, Tarzan sidesteps. The club barely misses him. Tarzan's good arm shoots out, catches the Chinaman around the waist. With a mighty jerk, sends Fango spinning, the club flying from his hand. Before he falls, Tarzan is upon him. Running low like a football player, Tarzan strikes Fango with his good leg just above the knees. Chinaman falls over Tarzan's back. At the same time, Tarzan stands up, grabbing the Chinaman's foot. Fango hangs over Tarzan's shoulder like a sack of meal, holding the Chinaman's ankle in an armed grasp. Tarzan starts to revolve. Faster, faster. Fango swings out wide in an arc. Tarzan, with superhuman strength, strings to his ankle as he turns faster. Tarzan is swinging Fango around with him. And as an athlete will swing a hammer, leaning back farther and farther, turning faster and faster. Suddenly Tarzan lets go. Fango flies through the air with a flash of fire. Fango crumbles at the base of the tree, stunned. He struggles to his feet, wavers. There's fear in his eyes. Fear for this man whose strength is that of the great apes. Tarzan is upon him before he can run. Fango picks up a huge rock, raises it high over his head with both hands, and hurls it at Tarzan. The rock flies directly at Tarzan's head. Tarzan ducks. It misses him by a fraction of an inch. On Tarzan comes. Fango turns to run. It's too late. The ape-man's charging body strikes him, drives him against a small tree. Tarzan's good arm wraps about the Chinaman in the tree. The great muscles in his arm tense. Slowly, as he crushes the murderous, writhing Fango against the tree. The great muscles in Tarzan's neck, shoulder, and arm knot and swell as he exerts his terrific strength. Tarzan releases his hold. The Chinaman slumps to the ground. Tarzan gives no further attention to the dead man. Slowly, carefully, he removes the knife sticking from his shoulder. The pain makes his jaw muscles bulge. The knife comes out easily, and to his surprise, he can now move his arm. The wound is minor but painful. Tarzan selects leaves from a nearby shrub, and with them treats the open wound. He turns his attention to the dead Chinaman, searches him until he finds the green bottle, and starts with never a backward glance at his victim to seek the tall man to whom the bottle belongs. Swinging with easy grace and miraculous speed, Tarzan comes upon Captain Tracy, hopelessly lost in the maze of undergrowth. A slight movement in the tall grass behind Tracy catches Tarzan's eye. A tawny shadow. Numa, the lion, crouched for a spring.
Get ready to laugh with our Miss Brooks, which is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, written by Al Lewis. Well, most school teachers are accustomed to early rising. But last Friday morning, our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, was awakened a little too early by her landlady, Mrs. Davis.
Connie! Oh, Connie, I've got something to tell you. Are you up?
I am now, Mrs. Davis. Is it 7 o'clock?
No, dear, it's only 5 o'clock.
I hope you didn't wake me up to tell me I've got 2 more hours to sleep.
Oh, certainly not. I thought I heard a noise in the kitchen.
Oh? What sort of a noise?
Well, first I heard something that sounded like footsteps in the backyard. And then there was a sound of a pane of glass breaking. Then the window slid up. Then there were some more footsteps in the kitchen. And then there was a sound of the refrigerator being opened.
Did you go into the kitchen to investigate?
No, I figured it was only the cat.
Minerva? Well, she wouldn't go to the refrigerator. She likes her milk warm. It's probably just your imagination, Mrs. Davis. Now, let's go back to sleep, huh?
But, Connie, as I think back, those footsteps were pretty heavy for a cat.
Please, Mrs. Davis, if you're trying to frighten me into thinking there's someone in this house, you've succeeded. Hand me my robe, please. The one on the chair with the extra heavy tassels on the belt.
Oh, here you are, Connie. I'll go put my slippers on and join you in the kitchen.
All right. Oh, this hallway is nice and dark. Why do they always have to put the switch on the opposite end from where you are? I'll just feel my way along the wall and... Oops! Who's that? All right, don't move now. Who are you and what are you doing in this house?
I'm looking for my slippers, Connie. Maybe they're under my bed. I'll go see.
Oh, sorry, Mrs. Davis. I've got my bearings now. Here's the kitchen door.
Ooh! I beg your pardon. I didn't mean to startle you with the flashlight. It's just a tool of the trade.
If you're looking for the gas meter, it's outside.
I'm not looking for the gas meter. Anybody else living here besides yourself?
My landlady, Mrs. Davis. But this seems like a strange time to be taking the census.
I'm not taking the census either, Miss,
Brooks. Connie Brooks.
How do you do? My name's Joe Phillips.
Oh, happy to shake your flashlight, Mr. Phillips. If you're looking for money, I can save us both a lot of time. I'm a school teacher.
Oh, no. I wasn't looking after money. I just broke in to raid your icebox. Of course, if I'd have known you were a school teacher, I'd have brought you a sandwich.
But I don't understand. If you're just after food, why didn't you go to a restaurant?
I got a dandy answer for that one. They charge. You see, I've been out of work for several weeks now, and since I was a kid, I've always been led to believe that starvation is a very unsatisfactory career. So when I'm hungry, I just take a chance and drop into various kitchens.
I never heard of such a thing. Sit down at that table for a minute. I've got to hear some more about this.
Yeah, but you caught me red-handed. Aren't you going to call the police?
The police? We're lucky if there's enough in that icebox for you and me. Of course, we just had leftovers for dinner last night, but you're welcome to some leftovers.
Well, to tell you the truth, I wasn't thinking about dinner. What I had in mind was breakfast.
Oh, I'm sorry. I lost my head. I'll just step out on the back porch and get the milk.
I brought it in with me.
That was very thoughtful.
Did you look around, Connie? Is everything all right?
So far, so good, Mrs. Davis. This is Mr. Phillips. He's a burglar.
Oh. How do you do, Mr. Phillips? Have you been here long?
Not very, Mrs. Davis. Why?
Because I thought I heard someone moving around in here before. Did you notice anybody?
Oh, just a little cat out on the back porch.
Oh, that's Minerva, but it couldn't have been Minerva because he's a burglar.
Yes. He claims he's just after our vitamins, Mrs. Davis. He doesn't seem very violent, so I thought I'd give him a bite to eat and get the rest of his story.
Well, for heaven's sake, I'll put on some coffee.
Thanks, Mrs. Davis. Could I trouble you for the address here, please?
The address? Why do you want that?
Yeah, seems to me you found the place all right without the address.
Well, I like to jot it down in my little black book. You see, I keep a record of every kitchen I've visited. And as soon as I can afford it, I'm going to pay back everyone who's contributed to my nourishment. Yes, ma'am, I'm going to throw the biggest party you ever saw.
Dinner party, huh? How many on your guest list so far?
About 150 couples.
With all those people, you'll have to break into a pretty big restaurant.
Oh, that's one shindig I'm going to pay for. I realize I'll have to find a pretty good job before I can do that, but I really intend to make the effort.
Well, good for you, Joe.
Yeah. I must admit that in the past, steady work has always seemed quite repellent to me, but, well, it's the only way to get even, I guess.
Here's some cereal, Mr. Phillips. The coffee will be ready in a minute.
Thank you.
Tell me, Mr. Phillips, in your little food raiding expeditions, have you ever been caught before tonight?
No, ma'am. But I was almost caught last night. And the setup looked so lovely. It was about 7:30 in the evening. Here was this man fast asleep on a couch. Here was this big bowl of fried chicken on a table behind him. And here was this open window right near it. But just as I reached in to grab it, he woke up. You never heard such a bellowing in your life. Chased me 15 blocks before I finally shook him.
Well, that's one way to work up an appetite.
Chicken wasn't worth it. Things fried in deep fat murder me.
Well, look, Mr. Phillips, if you're serious about wanting to pay back your food debts, I may be able to help you. Our school custodian has been sick for a few days, and I might be able to get you a job filling in for him.
Please, not while I'm eating.
Here's your coffee, folks. Oh, while we're on the subject of eating, Connie, I've been invited over to my sister Angela's for dinner. I'd like to ask you along, but Angela hasn't been very well lately, and
I wouldn't think of bothering Angela, Mrs. Davis. Don't worry about me. I'll have a nice dinner in the drugstore.
Oh, don't do that, Miss Brooks. If you're short of funds, why not have dinner with me?
Thanks just the same, Mr. Phillips, but I hate to eat and run.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith.
No other dentifrice offers proof of such results.
Proof that Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts.
2 years research at leading universities using Colgate Dental Cream, hundreds of case histories, makes this the most conclusive proof in all dentifrice history on tooth decay. Conclusive proof that when teeth are brushed with Colgate's right after eating, Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts. Yes, the toothpaste you use to clean your breath while you clean your teeth now offers a safe, proved way to reduce tooth decay. Modern science shows decay is caused by mouth acids, which are at their worst right after eating. Brushing teeth with Colgate's as directed helps remove acids before they harm enamel. Colgate Dental Cream has been proved to contain all the necessary ingredients, including an exclusive patented ingredient for effective daily dental care. Get Colgate Dental Cream today. Big economy size, only 59 cents. Always use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay before it starts. Remember, no other dentifrice offers proof of such results.
Well, after breakfast, Mr. Phillips helped with the dishes, those he didn't swallow, and we arrived at school several minutes before my first class. You are now in the hallowed halls of Madison High, Mr. Phillips. On your right is the office of our beloved principal, Osgood Conklin, known to the faculty as the Lion's Den.
Good morning, Miss Brooks.
And directly in front of you is the lion's cub, Harriet. Miss Conklin, meet Mr. Phillips.
Hello, Miss Conklin.
How do you do, Mr. Phillips?
Just call me Joe.
All right. Then you just call me Harriet.
Okay, Harriet.
Now that we're all engaged, I'd like to ask you something, Harriet. Has the custodian returned to work yet?
No, Miss Brooks, he hasn't. As a matter of fact, Daddy has asked me to see that the things that need fixing around here get fixed, at least until he can get somebody to take Mr. Jensen's place.
Oh, then we're just in time. You wait right here, Mr. Phillips. I'll arrange an interview with Mr. Conklin.
Okay, Miss Brooks.
Come in.
It's me, Mr. Conklin. There's something I'd like to talk to you about.
Very well, Miss Brooks, but first there's something I'd like to discuss with you. It seems the salary checks have been held up this month, and, well, this is a very embarrassing statement for me to make, but I'm short of funds.
If you think that's an embarrassing statement, wait till you put your next question. I'm flat broke myself.
Oh, I wasn't thinking in terms of borrowing money, Miss Brooks.
Oh.
But as I recall, my daughter Harriet brought you home to dinner one night last week. Now, my wife left town yesterday to visit her mother, and while I don't feel that you owe me a dinner, well, I am one up on you.
And after tonight, you'll still be one up on me. You see, Mr. Conklin, Mrs. Davis is visiting her sister tonight, and I'm going to eat in the drugstore. But about this matter of a new custodian, Mr. Conklin, I'd like to tell you about...
Maybe the grocer would extend my credit and
Please, sir, I didn't finish talking.
What? Oh. I'm sorry, Miss Brooks. You'll have to forgive my preoccupation with the inner man, but I haven't had a square meal in 2 days. Last night, Martha left some delicious fried chicken for me on a table, and somebody made off with it.
Well, that's too bad, sir, but... Oh, no. Did you get a good look at the man?
Well, it was pretty dark, and How did you know it was a man?
Well, if he was reaching through the window, why, it must have...
How did you know that he reached through the window?
Well, it's only natural. If you were napping on the couch, there was no other...
How did you know I was napping?
I didn't. Don't you always take a nap before your evening meal?
Miss Brooks, did you steal my dinner?
Mr. Conklin, how can you say such a thing?
Oh, well, I'm sorry, Miss Brooks. I was quite upset by the incident. I'm almost certain it was a man. I chased that thief for blocks.
Well, that's one thing about the man I'd like to recommend for the custodian's job, Mr. Conklin. He's as honest as the day is long.
What? You have someone to replace Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
Well, why didn't you say so? Well, don't stand there. Where is he?
He's right outside. I'll call him. Come on in, Mr. Phillips. Mr. Conklin will see you now.
Thanks.
This is Joe Phillips, Mr. Conklin.
How do you do? Say, haven't I seen you someplace before?
I was about to mention that same thing.
Oh, no, I'm sure you two haven't met. Although Mr. Phillips does get around to some of our better homes.
Oh. Well, Probably just a coincidence. Now then, Phillips, I understand you'd like to fill in here as our temporary custodian.
Yes, sir.
Are you a handyman with tools?
You ought to see him with a knife and fork.
I'm very handy, Mr. Conklin, and hours don't mean anything to me either.
You said it.
If I can just take a crack at this job, I know you'll be pleased.
Very well. Here are the keys to the custodian's office. Now help yourself to a pair of overalls and report back to me. You've got yourself a job.
But, Mr. Conklin, don't you want to ask me any questions about my background or anything?
If there's one thing I have, it's an ability to judge character. Now go, my boy, and good luck to you.
Thank you, Mr. Conklin. And you too, Miss Brooks. You won't be sorry.
Oh, I'm sure I won't be sorry. I can tell by looking at that fellow that he's not only competent, but honest and loyal. Now, reach over to my desk and hand me the pen on it. I've got to send a memo to the board about our new custodian.
Yes, sir. Oh, there's no pen on the desk, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, there must be. I put it there myself, alongside of my watch.
Watch?
Now, don't tell me that's gone, too.
Are you sure you put your watch on the desk, Mr. Conklin?
Positive. When I came in this morning, I took it out of the little pocket in my trousers.
Trousers?
Yes. Trousers. And stop turning your face away. It's common courtesy to look at the person you're addressing.
Frankly, Mr. Conklin, I'm afraid to look. In spite of the circumstances under which we had met, I was determined to give Joe Phillips a chance. By lunch period, I felt confident that he was taking advantage of his chance, because 4 desks, 2 sewing machines, and a typewriter were reported missing. I didn't completely lose faith in his honesty, but it was ebbing pretty rapidly. However, when I dropped into the biology laboratory to meet Mr. Boynton for lunch, I temporarily shelved our temporary custodian. Hi, Mr. Boynton. Ready to go to lunch?
Oh, I'm not going to the cafeteria today, Miss Brooks. I brought a box lunch with me. Since our salary checks were delayed this week, I'm a little short.
I've attained full midgethood myself. I'm joking, of course. I have enough money for a light lunch if you don't weigh it.
Look, Miss Brooks, we've been friends a long time. I brought a very large lunchbox down today. I insist you share it with me.
All right, you get in first. I mean, you're very kind, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, it's nothing at all. You're the one who's kind. Kind, considerate, and the fairest-minded person he's ever met. That's what Mr. Phillips said about you this morning.
Mr. Phillips?
Our new custodian. He was in here after first period. Offered to help me clean out the lab.
That's Mr. Phillips, all right. But couldn't we talk about him later? I'm kind of hungry, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, of course. I'll get my lunchbox out of the desk and... Well, that's funny. It's gone.
Your lunchbox?
My desk.
Well, come on, Mr. Boynton. We'll go halvies on a glass of milk in the cafeteria.
But where in the world...
I can't discuss it in detail just yet, Mr. Boynton, but I'm worried. I need your advice.
Oh?
Tell me, what should a person do if this person befriended another person, only to find out that that person may not have been worthy of the first person's faith, in view of certain occurrences which, although the second person couldn't definitely be accused of them, circumstances seem to point the finger of suspicion and... Well, just tell me this, Mr. Boynton.
What, Miss Brooks?
How did I ever get to be an English teacher? Oh, thanks, Walter. The cafeteria's pretty crowded today. Mr. Boynton's just getting me some milk.
This chicken a la king is swell today. You ought to try it.
It does look good. But, Walter, I'm surprised at your table manners. You're eating with your fingers.
Everybody's eating with their fingers today. The silverware's all gone. Yeah, including a fine set of Easterling knives and forks, donated by the wife of Madison High School's founder, Mrs. Yodar Critch.
Well, she'll never miss them. She's been dead 10 years. Oh, but this is awful, Walter. I can't help feeling it's my fault.
Your fault? What did you have to do with it?
I've got to tell somebody, and it might as well be you. Have you noticed the new custodian bustling around school today?
Yeah, come to think of it, I have.
He seems like a very industrious chap.
He's industrious, all right. That's why I feel so responsible. Do you know where I met this gentleman?
Where?
In my kitchen icebox at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Wasn't it awfully chilly?
This is no kidding matter, Walter. This Joe Phillips broke into our place this morning, and when Mrs. Davis and I caught him, he said he just wanted a meal. He seemed so sincere, I brought him down to school and got him a job.
Gosh, Miss Brooks, you mean you talked Mr. Conklin into hiring a crook?
At the time, I was convinced he wasn't a crook, but in view of the day's events so far, I am now convinced that in spite of his very convincing approach, I was prematurely convinced. This isn't one of my better days.
Gosh, Miss Brooks, there's no reason for you to be so upset about it. Why don't we just call a cop and have him tossed into the pokey?
Because we haven't any evidence, Walter. Besides, I'd like to get him out of here without Mr. Conklin's knowledge. I'll never hear the end of it if he discovers I've recommended a criminal.
Well, there must be something we can do. Oh, you should have called the police last night when you had him dead to rights. Hey, wait a minute. I've got an idea. You've got to get him back to your house again tonight. Have you got something you could lure him with?
I like to think I have. Oh, but his most vulnerable spot is his appetite. He'll eat anything, as long as it isn't fried in deep fat. That murders him.
Great. Then all we have to do is drop a casual remark that you're having a big turkey dinner at your place tonight, and that you're leaving the house right afterwards.
Where am I going?
To the show. The Baron of Arizona just came to town.
Is he taking me?
No, that's the name of the movie.
Oh.
Now, you tell Mr. Boynton about our plan and have him at your house tonight at 7:30 or so.
Quiet, Walter. Phillips is coming over here. Now, remember, you know nothing.
Right.
Well, good afternoon, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Mr. Phillips. This is Walter Denton, one of my students.
Oh, glad to know you, son. Enjoying your food?
Oh, he's enjoyed every handful. Sit down, won't you?
Thanks. I'm kind of tired. I've had a very busy morning.
Yes, I know.
Of course, I'm not too familiar with the job as yet.
Don't worry about it. I'm sure you'll pick things up as you go along.
Mr. Conklin's expecting big things from me, I guess, and I'm going to do my best not to let him down, but after all, I only have 2 hands.
If you had more, there'd be no school by now.
Oh, and Miss Brooks, didn't you have to see one of the other teachers about something?
What? Oh, yes, of course. Please excuse me, Mr. Phillips. I've got to see one of the other teachers about something. See you later, Walter.
Bye. Now then, Mr. Phillips, you look to me like a man who likes to eat.
I do my share of it.
Yeah, me too. And if there's one thing I love, it's roast turkey.
Say, now you're talking.
There doesn't seem to be any room at the other table, so I'll have to join you, Denton. Hello there, Phillips.
Hello, Mr. Conklin.
Is that all you're having for lunch, Mr. Conklin? A glass of milk and a donut?
It's all I require, Denton. I'm on a diet.
Yes, sir. Harriet told me about your salary check being held up, but if you're that
quiet!
Say, that must be why Miss Brooks didn't have anything in front of her just now. She can't afford to eat.
Don't be silly. She's purposely not having any lunch because her landlady, Mrs. Davis, is roasting them a big turkey for tonight.
A big turkey?
A big turkey?
A big turkey.
Well, it's almost 8 o'clock. If he's coming at all, he should be here any minute.
Are all the lights out in the house, Miss Brooks?
I just sent Walter to put them out in the kitchen and dining room. I also told him to leave the back door unlatched. I'm running out of windows.
Oh, Miss Brooks, come here a minute.
What is it, Walter?
Look, on this kitchen table here, in this roasting pan.
It's a cooked turkey.
A beautiful cooked turkey.
Oh, now isn't that sweet? Mrs. Davis must have left it for me when she went to her sister's. Put the lid back on, Walter.
Oh, this is great. Now we've got some real bait. Now remember the plan. When we hear him come in, we wait till he's in the middle of the kitchen. Then Mr. Boynton jumps on him, I throw my belt around him, and you put the lights on, Miss Brooks.
Right. Now turn them off, Walter.
There. Gosh, it's sure dark in here.
Well, the darker the better. If we can get him by surprise.
Quiet. Somebody Somebody's coming.
I hear him.
I see a flashlight.
I should have told him the door was unlatched.
He's eating it.
Geronimo!
Miss Brooks, put the lights on.
All right, Walter.
Yeah, there.
There, we've got you.
You might have waited until I finished a drumstick.
Conklin.
Well, I just wanted to talk to you about something, Miss Brooks. There weren't any lights in front, so I thought I'd try the back way.
Through the window?
Well, that was an accident. But once I got the window open, I thought I'd come in and leave a note for you.
And in what handier place than buried in the stuffing of a turkey?
Please, Miss Brooks, let's go into the living room and talk this thing over.
Well, let's all go into the living room. We still expect company, you know.
Oh, yeah. You don't always snag the right weasel the first time.
Now that's a switch. Somebody's at the front door. Coming.
Hi, Miss Brooks, it's me.
Mr. Phillips, what do you mean by sneaking in the front way?
I'm not sneaking in. I just came over to explain a few things.
This I've got to hear. Come in.
So there you are.
Good evening, Phillips.
Oh, I'm glad you're here tonight, Mr. Conklin. I missed you at school this afternoon, and I was going to give Miss Brooks a message for you.
What kind of a message, Phillips?
Well, your daughter Harriet was very helpful today, sir. But when I told her to bring the silverware to the shop to be polished, she had it picked up a little too early, before lunch.
Yes, I know. That isn't the only mistake she made. While she was dusting, she put my watch and fountain pen in my desk, and I didn't find them till after school.
But what about the desks and sewing machines and the typewriter that were missing?
Oh, I just took them down to the cellar to repair them. They sure needed a good varnishing.
So does my suspicious mind. Mr. Phillips, I owe you an apology.
And so do I, Phillips.
Me too.
Fortunately, we've got something in the kitchen that'll make us all feel a lot better. Suppose we start carving that nice roast turkey.
Where do you keep your knives, my dear?
What was that?
It came from the kitchen.
Well, come on, let's investigate.
Right behind you.
Well, I should never have told Walter to unlatch that back door.
Why, Miss Brooks, what's happened?
Somebody swiped our turkey.
Returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight? Yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Better than a soap, better than a liquid. Luster Cream is a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean. Free of loose dandruff. Glistening with sheen. Soft. Manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is Eve Arden.
The Red Cross provides immediate help for victims of disaster, as well as long-term help. The rebuilding and repair of homes, extended medical care, and where needed, even the training for a new job. During 1949, almost 300,000 persons in over 300 disaster operations received vital Red Cross aid. This cost over $6.5 million. This year, when you contribute to the Red Cross, give generously. Help the Red Cross continue its good work.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, directed by Al Lewis, with the music of Wilbur Hatch under the direction of Maurice Carlton. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, and Bob Sweeney.
Doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days. Yes, 36 leading skin specialists proved in tests on 1,285 different women that Palmolive soap facials using nothing but Palmolive brought new complexion beauty to 2 women out of 3. Just wash your face 3 times daily with Palmolive soap, each time for 60 seconds, massaging Palmolive's beauty lather onto your skin. Then rinse. So start your Palmolive facials today. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
All right, it's time for the question of the day, and today's question is quite simple. What would you like on your tombstone? Take that any way you want, but personally, I would like some pepperoni, bacon, and sausage. I love an all-meat pizza. Maybe if it's available, maybe it will come with onion and mushrooms on it, but I don't think they make that. But anyway, let us know what you would like on your tombstone. And now, let's get back to the shows. One of the most acclaimed shows of all time, Orson Welles' Mercury Theater of the Air, is up next.
The makers of Campbell's Soup present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. We bring you tonight a story by one of America's most successful writers in recent years, Kenneth Roberts. The title, Rabble in Arms. Our guest, Miss Frances D., one of the real actresses among Hollywood's younger stars, and an old friend of yours in the Campbell Playhouse. But before Rabble in Arms, here's Ernest Chappell with some new thoughts on an old kitchen custom. Mr. Chappell?
Thank you, Orson Welles. And ladies and gentlemen, that kitchen custom is an old one of the oldest on record. It's the making and the enjoying of vegetable soup. Certainly, many, many years before cookbooks were ever heard of, women were taking good meat and vegetables and combining them in a hearty, substantial soup. And so, in offering their vegetable soup, Campbell's have always recognized the friendly competition of the home soup kettle. They've known that time-saving and trouble-saving in themselves, though important, would never alone sell Campbell's vegetable soup to conscientious wives and mothers. They've known that to have Campbell's vegetable soup accepted at the family table year in and year out by good home cooks, it must compare in fine flavor and good nourishment with the best vegetable soup ever made at home. If you've tried it, then you know that's the kind of vegetable soup Campbell's make. Your first taste tells you they've taken fine beef and simmered it down till the stock is rich and rugged and full-flavored. And in this beef stock, you enjoy the flavor of the 15 different garden vegetables Campbell's use. With a vegetable soup as fine and as wholesome as this waiting at the grocer's, it's no wonder that women everywhere have given up making vegetable soup and turned to Campbell's. If you haven't tried it, won't you do so? If you will, I'm convinced that in your home, too, you'll say, Campbell's is the vegetable soup for us. And now, Orson Welles.
In June 1778, Benedict Arnold was placed by General Washington in command of Philadelphia. Early in February of the next year, the Executive Council of Pennsylvania, presided over by Joseph Reed, one of Arnold's most persistent enemies, presented to Congress 8 charges of misconduct against him. In April, Congress, through throwing out 4 charges, referred the 4 to a court-martial. And despite Arnold's demand for a speedy trial, it was December before the court was convened. It was probably during this period of vexatious delay that Arnold, always sensitive and now incited by a keen sense of injustice, entered into a secret correspondence with Sir Henry Clinton with a view of joining the British service. On January 26th, the court, before which Arnold had ably argued his own case, rendered its verdict, practically acquitting him of all intentional wrong, but directing Washington to reprimand him for 2 trivial offenses. Arnold, who had expected absolute acquittal, was inflamed with a burning anger that even Washington's kindly reprimand, couched almost in words of praise, could not subdue. It was then apparently that he first conceived the plan of betraying some important post to the British interests. With this in view, he sought and obtained from Washington command of West Point, the key to the Hudson Valley. Arnold's offers now became more explicit, and in order to perfect the details of the plot, Clinton's Adjutant General, Major John Andre, met him near Stony Point on the night of September. On the 23rd, while returning by land, Andre, with incriminating papers, was captured, and the officer to whom he was entrusted unsuspectingly sent information of his capture to Arnold, who was thus enabled to escape to the British lines. Ladies and gentlemen, I have read to you from the Encyclopedia Britannica on the subject of the notorious and celebrated treachery of Benedict Arnold. What follows tonight is a defense of his character and of his career before that treachery. Rabble in Arms by Kenneth Roberts, with our guest star, Miss Frances D. Rabble in Arms is a story of the Revolution, of which the author, Kenneth Roberts, tells us on his opening page that this is no book for those who swear by old wives' fables, holding all Americans brave, all Englishmen honorable, and all Frenchmen gallant. It cannot please such innocents as are convinced that men in public office always set the nation's welfare above their own, nor those that think all soldiers patriots. It will disappoint the credulous who cherish the delusion that patriotism burns high in every breast in the hour of a country's peril. Those who crave such poppycock must turn to fairy tales for undeveloped minds. For we are obliged tonight to deal with facts and write what we conceive to be the truth.
America? Good heavens, why, America's a wilderness. If you go there, you'll be eaten by lions or chased by savages.
It isn't a wilderness at all. Jack Burgoyne showed it to me on the map. Why, it's like a regatta on the Thames. You go to Quebec, and then you come to the lakes, beautiful lakes, and then to the Hudson River. And before you know it, you're in New York. Aren't you, Lord Domain?
That's quite right, my dear. Quite right. It's as safe as walking in Hyde Park.
There, you see.
What about the rebels?
The rebels? Oh, they won't bother you. They'll run like sheep when they see our regulars. I'm sending 1,000 of them over next week under Burgoyne. 2,000 Hessians, 5,000 Indians recruited in Canada. That'll put them in their places. Oh, they're nothing but beggars, you know, officered by shoemakers, butchers, barbers. Imagine our British troops being opposed by rabble. That's all they are, you know, rabble. A rabble in arms.
the English thought of us in 1776. I heard it with my own ears, sitting in the rotunda in Ranelagh Gardens in London. That was many years ago now. My name is Merrill, Captain Peter Merrill of Arundel in Maine. I've sailed my ships out of New England ports these many years now, to South America and the Indies and around the Horn. The things I remember the best are the things that happened to me many years ago, when I was still a young man, almost a boy. And those years I spent at the war with my brother Nathaniel, the war of the Revolution against England. Now, as it happens, when the war started, I wasn't in America. I was with my brother Nathaniel on my father's business in London. There it was that Nathaniel first met that woman, Marie de Sabrevois, and fell under her spell. And there it was that I heard what those English lords and ladies thought of us Americans. A rabble, they called us. A rabble in arms.
Here, sir. Ebenezer Plant.
Here.
Jeremiah Small.
Come in, I'm coming.
Tom Bigfoot. You here, Tom?
I'm here, Steve.
Good. Doc Means.
Sitting on a rum barrel.
Peter and Nathaniel Merrill.
Yeah? You're right here, Mr. Nason.
All right, I guess that makes up the whole company. Cap Huff?
Yep, Mr. Nason.
As quartermaster of this detachment, you'll kindly inform the men of their requirements.
Very good, sir. Each man enlisted for scout duty with the Continental Army expected to serve for a period of 3 years and required to equip self and be constantly provided with good firearm, ramrod, worm, prime and wire, brush, bayonet, scabbard, belt, cutting sword, tomahawk, or hatchet, pouch containing cartridge box for 15 rounds, 100 buckshot, toe for wadding, 1 pound powder, 40 balls to fit firearm, knapsack, blanket, canteen or wooden bottle, capacity 1 quart, provision for 3 days.
All right, men. You've heard what your requirements are as specified by the American Congress now assembled in Philadelphia. They haven't supplied you with a blessed one of these things. They don't have nothing to do with it. Now then, get your packs on. We've got a long way to go, and we're going fast. I want no stopping anywhere along the way to rest, nor to argue, nor to steal. We want no stragglers, neither women nor boys. We've got to go fast and alone. Squad, attention! Forward, march! Keep in step! Keep in step!
Rabble in arms, they called us. Well, they weren't so far wrong at that. That's just about what we looked like on that June morning 3 months later, with all our folks gathered around to see us go. Barely 24 of us in our homespun suits. No uniforms, no stores, no guns for the half of us, and no two alike. Just where we were going, none of us knew. Nor for how long we'd be gone, nor what we'd do once we got there. On the morning of the 6th day, we reached the Richelieu River. The next day, going upstream in hired bateau, we passed some provision boats going north from Lake Champlain. The next day, our 8th, we reached St. John.
Hello! Who are you? Scouts from the state of Maine. Steve Nason commanded. Keep away from here. Hey! Hey, what are you talking about? You're not coming in here. Orders are no more men received in this section of us provided with rations. We've got 280 soldiers here with a smallpox and nothing to put in their stomachs.
What's happened to your supplies?
About a half week down in Philadelphia, hold them up. Congressmen, they call themselves. A factor halfway. Say, brother, you better be careful how you talk about Congress. There's a law against it. Well, you've been up here a couple of hours before you start telling us how to talk about Congress. And wait till you see the generals that stand up here. Oh, women. That's what they are.
I don't know what generals you're talking about, mister. But I'll tell you right now, Congress sent up Benedict Arnold, and there ain't a better officer alive.
Arnold, that's different. Even if I am from Pennsylvania, I admit Arnold's the best officer up here. Yeah, maybe that's why Congress relieved him of his command. You mean Arnold ain't running things up here no more? Not since General Wooster took over.
I've got orders to get these men through to General Arnold. I'm going to get it done. So do we come ashore here, or do we have to land back a piece and dodge around you?
Oh, well, if you're that set on catching the smallpox and starving to death, that's all right with me. Yep, everything's in a mess anyway. I guess you won't make it much worse. Come ahead. You can land.
I tell you, Mr. Nason, it's no use.
I've tried everywhere.
They say us New Englanders is tight. These here French farmers here around St. John.
They won't even
There's something
sell-
else again.
They won't even sell you nothing for money.
Since that there retreat from Quebec, the French won't touch Congress money.
That's
Well,
true.
do you blame them? No, sir, I
No,
don't.
it's not worth the paper it's printed on.
That's right.
I've got an idea, Mr. Nason. You, Nathaniel? What is it?
I've got a little hard money, Mr. Nason. An English sovereign I saved from London.
Hey, you never showed
I think if
me
I go
enough.
up to those farmers across the river, I can pick up enough pork and cornmeal with that to get us to Montreal. I'll start now if you want me to.
Good. The sooner the better. Buy what you can and get back here with it as soon as possible.
Mr. Nason.
Yes, Peter?
I'll go with him, Mr. Nason. I've got some hard money, too, and I can speak a little French. I'll go with him. Anyway, for bargaining, 2 is better than 1.
Peter, we'd have a much better chance to find food if we'd go separately.
No, I'll go with you, Nathaniel.
I can get along myself, Peter.
Now, I've been watching you. I know what's in your mind. Before you left London, that Frenchwoman, the one you were seeing all the time, Marie de
Sabrebois. What about her?
She gave you a letter to deliver up here in Canada, didn't she? Didn't she?
Well, what of it?
Well, I've an idea that St. John's here is where you're to deliver that letter.
What if it is?
I think your mind is on that letter now more than it is on your duty. Which is to get food so our detachment can get through to Montreal.
I know our business as well
Where does
as
she
you
live?
do.
Where does she live, this niece of hers?
She lives in the big house with the cross, the other side of the river.
Oh. So that's why you were so anxious to get away alone across the river.
Well, and what of it? What's wrong in such a note?
Nathaniel, I'm not letting you get into trouble here in St. John's or anywhere else. If anybody wants to know where you've been in this town and who you've seen, I propose to be able to tell them. So if you want to deliver your letter, hurry up about it, because I'm going with you.
What is it? What do you want?
Is Ellen Phipps here? Ellen Phipps. I have a letter for her. From her aunt. From Madame de Sabrebois.
Hélène. Hélène!
Oh, oui, Madame Saint-Onge.
Sit down, my dear. Monsieur, from where did you bring this letter?
From London. We were in London until the end of March. I met Marie, Madame Sabrebois, there.
Ah, yes, of course. She is the guardian of this child. Read the letter, Hélène. Read it out loud for these gentlemen.
My darling Ellen, I send you my love by a kind gentleman who may see you before I do. I shall come to you as soon as I return. Pray assure the good Madame Saint-Onge.
That is my name, Monsieur. Madame Saint-Onge.
That all goes well here, but that I long to see you once more. Never again to leave you. Meantime, I send you 8,000 kisses. Your loving aunt, Marie de Sabrebois.
Ah, so kind she is. Always so good and kind.
She said in her letter she'd come here to St. John's when she returned. Do you know when that will be?
I do not know.
You've had no news of her?
This is the first news in many months.
I'd like to leave a message for her. Could I write it here?
But of course, Monsieur.
Well, there's no time,
If you will
Nathaniel.
come
We're
here-
supposed to be getting food.
Peter.
This way, Monsieur. And you, Hélène, you will entertain this gentleman until we return.
Yes, Madame. Sit down, Monsieur, before the fire. You must be tired and cold. Isn't that better?
Thank you. Thank you kindly, miss.
You're with the army, are you not?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Something I know so little about, this terrible war. We hear sad tales here and at the convent.
What sort of tales?
About those poor Americans without food and without medicines. Everyone says it's hopeless what they're trying to do.
Hopeless?
That's what they say, but of course I know nothing about such things. I only hope they can return safely to their homes and to those who love them.
How old are you?
17. Why do you ask?
Oh, I have a sister back home. She's your age. But her hair is black and straight.
Oh, my. If I had straight hair, then it wouldn't tangle. There'd be no need to cut it off like this. I have no sister. No brother either, for that matter.
Where's your mother?
She died 5 years ago. Since then, I've had nobody except my Aunt Marie.
Madame de Sabrebois?
Yes, the one whose letter you brought me. She placed me in the same convent to which she went when she was a young lady in Quebec. The nuns were very sweet to me, very kind, like mothers almost.
So you missed the convent?
Well, it was my only home. It's possible to be homesick even for a convent if you have no other home.
Why did your aunt take you from the convent and send you down here in wartime?
I don't know. I think she thought it was an opportunity being allowed to come with the sisters to work among these poor people here at St. John's.
Your aunt's an American, isn't she?
Oh, she wouldn't like to hear you say that. My aunt's the sister of a great French officer.
Oh.
He was killed last year by the Americans.
Be sure to give it to her.
I will.
Oh, thank you. All right, Peter, I'm ready.
Did Elaine entertain you, monsieur, while we were gone?
Oh, yes, she was most kind. We spoke of her family.
Her family. But she does not remember too much about it. She was very young.
Nevertheless, it was most interesting. Bye, madame.
Goodbye, monsieur.
And thank you again.
It is nothing, monsieur. I hope you will have a pleasant journey to Montreal, the two of you.
Bye, Ellen.
Goodbye.
Nathaniel, there's something strange about that place. And that girl. And that letter. Did you notice anything strange about that letter?
No. It was a letter from an aunt to her niece that she's fond of. She was sending her love, that's all.
I wonder if that is all. Did you notice anything strange about the number of kisses she sent?
No, of course not. Oh, Peter, you're talking nonsense.
She sent 8,000 kisses. Do you remember what Lord Germain said that evening at Ranelagh? He said 2,000 Hessians, 1,000 regulars, and 5,000 Indians. That makes 8,000. The next day, we were in Montreal. On every street were American soldiers, recognizable as soldiers only because they had bayonets and scabbards, most of them, or dented kettles banging against their hips, or the tattered remains of blankets made fast to their shoulders. But for that, I would have taken them for beggars. They were the raggedest men I had ever seen anywhere. Shoeless, stockingless, many of them, with breeches seemingly made of dirty rags and ribbons. And they were searching for food, every one of them. When we asked them where their companies were, they sometimes said they were hunting them or that their enlistments had expired and they were trying to get home, though most of them, I think, were lying. When we went on, they slunk away, peering into alleys and up at windows like hungry cats. We came to the Chateau Ramezay, Arnold's headquarters.
General Arnold? Well, Nathan, you've been away long enough. I trust the results have justified your little vacation. Is this all you got, one man? Don't tell me this is the sole result of 2 months' holiday. Who is this man?
General, this here's Captain Peter Merrill.
Captain? Captain of what?
The brig Orestes, sir, Arundel, 188 tons.
Mason?
He's all right, General. Known him for years, him and his brother Nathaniel.
Take your word for it. When were you in St. John's?
Last night.
Who was there? General Sullivan come through with a new regiment?
No, sir, but we had news of them. They were just leaving Albany on their way up. There wasn't anybody in St. John's except 2 lieutenants and nearly 300 men down with the smallpox.
Smallpox? Smallpox? If we could fill our haversacks and cartridge boxes with smallpox, we could whip the world. Well, in a mess. We've got an army, thanks to General Washington, but thanks to Congress, it's got nothing to eat, nothing to wear, nothing to put in its guns. Men desert by the score. They say they've got to get their crops in. Here's letters from 40 officers begging leave to resign their commissions and go home. The best general we've got for this country outside of Washington, of course, is Schuyler. I asked Congress to send Schuyler up here to take command, but he was the best man for the place, so, of course, Congress sent him elsewhere.
Is there anything we can do now, General?
Yes, there is. Captain Merrill, you came as a scout, but you're a shipman. I want you and Huff here to go down to St. John's. Start tomorrow. There's a half-finished schooner there. Finish it. Then dismantle it and hold it in readiness to move south. We'll need it on the lakes if you ever have to retreat.
Very well, sir.
Nathan, you come back in the morning with the rest of your men. I'll have orders for you, too.
Yes.
And you pardon me now. I've got letters to write. Letters to Congress. Letters to commissioners. Letters to tradesmen. I got into this war to fight. Now all I do is write letters. Good night, gentlemen. Well, what are you waiting for?
I was going to ask you, General. My men haven't eaten today.
Oh, you haven't, eh? Well, there's nothing but dried peas to be had around here. If you're hungry, I can give you an order for some of them. Dried peas. It's as good a diet as any other on which to die for your country.
I'd been in St. John's 2 days when the new troops from Albany began to arrive on their way north. The new troops. 4 battalions of Pennsylvanians under General Sullivan in their bright new uniforms, every man's musket tipped with a bayonet, and each soldier's hair properly clubbed and neatly tied, just so. I found myself wishing that Nathaniel could be with me to see these fine regiments. And it dawned on me that I might never have had such a wish unless, in my heart, there still remained certain doubts about him. And I began to think of that letter and of that woman, Marie de Sabrevois.
Yes, what is it? What do you want?
Madame.
Oh, it's you, the American.
Yes, madame. Can I see Miss Ellen, please?
But I do not understand. Have you not seen your brother lately? I mean...
No, madame. General Arnold detailed him to scout duty on the St. Lawrence. I haven't seen my brother for some days.
Oh, then that explains everything. Elaine is quite fond of your brother, you know. Quite fond. He stopped by here 2 days ago.
My brother was here 2 days ago?
Oh, yes.
Where is he now?
He is gone. I am surprised you did not know. And Elaine, too.
Ellen?
Why, yes. He had a note with him for Madame de Sabrevois in Quebec.
Madame de Sabrevois is in Quebec?
Yes. She has arrived from England some days ago. She was afraid from something she had heard that there was to be fighting in these parts. So she sent Elaine to Albany.
What? Alone?
No. Your brother was kind enough to take Elaine to Albany.
What?
Personally. Why, Mr. Merrill, what is it? You look so surprised and so disapproving.
I do disapprove. My brother's in the American Army and we're at war. If this gets known...
Oh, well, they have been barely 2 days on the road. If you hurry after them, it is just possible that you will be able to catch up with them. If you are very lucky.
It was 2 weeks before I saw them, Ellen and my brother Nathaniel. And in that time, a heap of things had happened. Things that you can read about today in the history books. How Sullivan's troops, those beautiful regiments that went up the river so full of hope, landed at Trois-Rivières. How their Indian guides tricked them and led them first into one swamp and then into another. How the English came up from nowhere and caught them by surprise. That's the thing nobody's ever been able to understand. How the English knew they were coming. But they did somehow, and burned their boats and then shot them to pieces while they struggled in the swamps. I saw them come down the river. Sullivan's army, naked and starved and sick. Of the army that had gone up that river 10 days before, less than half was alive. And if it hadn't been for General Arnold and what he did then, I doubt if a single man of them would have escaped. Racing down from Montreal, cutting his way through the whole English army with a handful of men, it was he who planned the retreat. He alone who made it possible. I tell you, he was a great man. The best leader and the greatest general and the finest brains in the whole Continental Army. Except maybe for General Washington. That he trusted me and that I had some small share in his work is something I'm prouder of than anything that ever happened in my whole life, before or since.
Captain Peter Merrill at Crown Point from Brigadier General Arnold in command of the American Naval Forces on Lake Champlain. I'm hereby ordered to assemble ship's timbers the southern tip of the lake at once. Find a sawmill at Skeensboro. Start getting more timbers, no loss of time. Lay down keels for 10 row galleys. If we can get enough men, we'll build a 38-gun ship, a frigate, and she'll kick up a dust. Everything depends on speed. Benedict Arnold, Brigadier General.
Hello, Peter.
Nathaniel.
Why, what's the matter? Aren't you glad to see me?
What are you doing here at Skeensboro?
Why,
Nathaniel, where have you been? Did you go to Albany?
Albany?
I heard you were on your way there.
Is there anything so wrong about that?
While other men get killed for that country, you go running pretty ladies' errands in Albany.
Don't talk to me like that, Peter.
Oh,
If
that's
I were
like
a
a
child,
fool.
I'd
Don't show you
understand
where
where
I'm
I'm
going
going
now.
out.
Peter? Nathaniel.
Ellen.
Mr. Nathaniel, I told you your brother would be angry. It's all my fault. Perhaps if you let me explain, Captain Peter. Only you might say how do you do to me first.
How do you do, Miss Ellen?
It's better. Now I'll tell you everything, and you'll find it very simple. My aunt, Madame de Sabrevois, wished me to go to Albany. She'd intended to take me there herself. And suddenly she became ill and couldn't go. She was very anxious for me not to delay, so she chose your brother as my escort.
My brother had no right to have sent himself from duty.
Peter. Well, perhaps that's why he was not very gallant. I never did see a gentleman less anxious to accompany a lady.
But I thought... I understood that Nathaniel...
Oh, yes. Yes, he's very devoted. But it's the aunt he loves, not the niece at all. And the aunt is still up in Canada.
Oh.
Why do you look so strangely, Captain Peter? Is anything the matter?
No. Go on.
So here's poor Nathaniel with a young lady on his hands, and see how miserable he looks. He thinks it'll be 2 days, and already it's nearly 2 weeks. And here we are, still at the end of the lake, and no carriages, no horses, no means to take me to Albany. It's very sad, don't you think?
If I'd known that you were here when General Arnold was going down, I'd have sent you with him.
With Arnold? Oh, no, I wouldn't go with him. What? I've heard about him, an awful man, a murderer.
Ellen,
a ruffian who gives orders to kill women and children.
He's nothing of the sort. Let me tell you that General Arnold is one of the...
Peter, what's the good of trying to stand up for Arnold after what's happened?
After what's happened? What? You mean after what he did to save our troops in Canada?
You know he's no fit man to hold high rank in the American army. Everybody knows he's going to be arrested for what he's done.
Arrested?
Well, he certainly won't be allowed to hold a command. Not after Congress hears what he's done.
Nathaniel, what are you talking about? What is this nonsense?
Nonsense? Why, it's common knowledge.
No, it's not.
Well...
It's not common knowledge.
Well, Peter, everybody
What do you mean by
knows.
saying when Congress knows what he's done?
I mean just that, Peter. When Congress learns about the things he stole in Montreal, there'll be trouble. The supplies for the army and the church treasures and the...
Oh, so Congress is going to hear that Arnold's a thief, is it? Who's it going to learn it from?
How should I know? Somebody's bound to tell.
Who told you?
Why, everybody.
Tell me one.
I don't remember any particular one, but in
Listen to me,
Canada,
Nathaniel.
everybody...
What you're saying is a lie. Do you understand? It's a lie. And I insist on you telling me who said these things.
I'd rather not discuss it any further.
And I tell you, you must tell me.
Goodbye, Peter. See you later.
Nathaniel. Nathaniel! Come back here! Nathaniel! It's a lie, I tell you!
Captain Peter, if you must get so excited and wave your arms so, you'd better let me take your coat and stitch it for you before it falls off.
Thanks.
Well, let me have it. And that's better. I have a needle and thread. It won't take me long. Sit down and rest.
Miss Ellen, perhaps you can answer a question that's been worrying me about yourself.
You've been worrying about me?
Yes, worrying and wondering, too. I was wondering why your aunt is so anxious to have you go to Albany now, in the middle of this war. Is there anything in particular you're to do there? Anyone you're to see? Have you any letters you have to deliver?
Letters? Why, yes, there was a letter.
From your aunt?
No, it was not from my aunt. It was from a friend of hers in Canada, she said, to a friend in Albany.
You have this letter here?
No, only yesterday an officer came through that was riding to Albany. I gave it to him to deliver.
Do you remember who it was addressed to?
No, I do not. I don't remember at all.
I see.
Captain Peter.
Yes, Ellen?
Do you mind if now I ask you something? Something I've been wondering?
No, of course not.
I've been thinking, and I'd like to tell you what I was thinking because I don't wish to be mistaken. See if I'm right. From the first time I met you, Captain Peter, you've now and then had a few thoughts about me, haven't you?
Yes.
Were they kind ones?
Yes.
Well, if you have kind thoughts of me, that means you like me, doesn't it?
Yes.
That's what I thought, only I want to be sure. Now I wish to tell you something else. The first time you came to the house at St. John's and sat beside me before the fire and told me about your sister, I thought you were very kind, and I've thought a lot about you ever since.
Ellen.
Wait, I'm trying to make you understand something that I feel. There were other questions you asked me the first time you saw me. It seemed to puzzle you what I was doing there at St. John's in time of war.
Yes, it did.
And just now you asked me certain other questions. Questions about my going to Albany.
Yes.
You don't want me to go to Albany, do you? Why?
Well, you see, until I know just why your aunt is sending you to Albany, I'm afraid to have you go there.
Afraid? You're afraid something may happen to me?
No, not exactly. Not in the way you mean.
Then what are you afraid of?
Ellen, something you innocently might say or do... It's not easy to say.
Go on, say it. Please say it.
Very well. I'm afraid that without knowing it, you might do something to hurt our cause. The American cause.
I see. I understand now. You think my aunt's a spy. That is what you think, isn't it? That's why you asked me all those ugly questions.
But, Ellen, I didn't mean to...
If you suspect her, then you must suspect me, too.
No,
if you can
Ellen,
think wickedly of someone so dear to me, you must think me wicked.
Ellen.
No.
Ellen.
No, Captain Peter. You and I can't be friends, and I don't want to see you again. Do you hear me? Ever again.
Brigadier General Benedict Arnold in command of the American naval forces on Lake Champlain. Report from Captain Peter Merrill in charge of fleet construction, Keensford, New York. 3 schooners, 1 sloop, 6 gondolas, 4 galleys launched and being fitted. Will be ready for action within 3 weeks.
Captain Peter Merrill, Brigadier General Benedict Arnold. Good work, but English fleet will not wait 3 weeks. Expect entire American fleet ready for action within 10 days.
To Brigadier General Benedict Arnold. Report entire American fleet, now fitted, awaiting orders.
Captain Peter Merrill, October 12, 1776. General orders to the fleet. All ships will proceed to anchorage at Valcourt Island in the northern section of Lake Champlain. Immediately and without delay. Well, gentlemen, are we all aboard? Thatcher, the Washington galley.
Present.
Warner, the Trumbull galley.
Present.
Merrill, Congress galley. Davis, Lee galley. Dickinson, the Enterprise. Present. Condello, captains. Grant of the Connecticut.
Present.
Homer of the Specify.
Present.
Simmons, the Providence.
Present.
Reed of the New York.
Present.
Rice, the Philadelphia.
Present.
Grimes, the New Jersey.
Present.
Sumner, the Boston.
Present.
All right, gentlemen. Word has just reached me from the patrol boat Revenge. An hour ago, the British fleet passed Cumberland Head. By now, they're abreast of us on the far side of the island. It's what I expected and figured on. They haven't observed proper precaution. They've overrated themselves. They haven't kept proper watch. So they're going by. Now, gentlemen, either we can let them go or we can engage them. If we fight now, we fight against a fleet almost twice our own size. But we fight in our own position and at our own time. The opportunity may not present itself again. Gentlemen, what's to be done? Hurry, gentlemen, they're going by.
What's your opinion, General?
I don't have my opinion fast enough. What's yours?
If we fight them here and we're caught, we'll never get away. They've got a full-rigged ship that can outshoot anything we've got. On the lake, if we're sinking, we'll have a chance to haul out. If we fight here, we're cornered.
You want to fight him on a retreat, Mr. Davis?
Well, isn't it better to save some ships than not save any? That's true enough. I agree with that.
All right, that's what some of you think, and here's what I think. The object of this fleet isn't to save itself. The chief thing is to keep the British from getting to Ticonderoga and the Hudson in this campaign. To save the lake from them, for this year at least. What happens to us doesn't matter so long as we keep them where we are. If luck's against us, which I trust under God it won't be, then we can talk of retreat, but not till then. It's my opinion. Let them come, by God. Let them stick their heads into this bottleneck. They'll never board us. They can't do it. They've got to stay out in front of us, swap shot for shot with us. If our men could only shoot her, they'd send us a 10th part of what we needed. Those mercenary rats on the seaboard and put all their sailors and all their money into privateers, so there's nothing left for the defense of their country. We could fight off twice our strength in ships and guns. And yes, we can do it now, right here on this anchorage. We can fight him all day, and with luck we can beat him off. If we can't, we'll find a way of delaying him again, delaying him till we've saved the lake. Gentlemen, I say fight him here, and fight him now. What have you got to say?
It appears we're all willing, General.
Thank you. Then if there's no objection...
Objections? Oh, good grief, General. There ain't time to think of any.
Council dismissed.
General, what's that? Gunfire.
I had an idea you'd agree with me, gentlemen. 10 minutes ago, I gave orders for our patrol boat to engage the enemy. The Battle of Lake Champlain has begun. You ready, Mr. Gunner?
Ready, sir.
Fire!
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Rabble in Arms, starring Francis D. and Orson Welles in the role of Benedict Arnold. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we shall resume our presentation of Rabble in Arms. But first, I'd like to remind you that it wasn't really so very long ago that women had to make their own soup. It was usually a long and tedious task. But they knew that good soup is something that families enjoy having regularly. So they devoted long kitchen hours each week to tending the soup kettle. But then a change came, a change that has been welcomed in countless homes. One by one, women tried Campbell's soups and compared them with their own. And they knew when they tasted them that these soups must have been made in the true home way. They saw how much the family enjoyed their fine flavor. And thoughtful husbands said to wives, with all you've got to do, I wouldn't spend time anymore making soup. Not when you can buy good soup like this. So tonight I'd like to ask you, are you still making soup at your house? If so, I'm sure it must be because you haven't tried Campbell's soups. Won't you do that? If you will, I believe your family will urge you, too, to give up making soup and serve Campbell's soups for their convenience and fine flavor. And now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Rabble in Arms, starring Orson Welles and Francis D.
We didn't know it then, or in the hours that followed. But on what we were doing that day on Lake Champlain, with the help of Arnold's grim determination, depended the life of the revolution, and the very existence of what we know as freedom. If Arnold had failed us, or if we had failed him that day on Valcour Island, I think that no American that hears these words would be in the position of life in which he finds himself today. What we set out to do was achieved. We delayed the English. We delayed them till winter came. We delayed them so that for 9 months at least, Ticonderoga and Albany and the Hudson Valley were saved. And what was Arnold's reward? They said of him that he lost the battle. They said of him that he left his men to drown. They called him down to Washington and had him court-martialed by a lot of small, mean men. And by the time they exonerated him, they'd put Gates and 3 more incompetent, intriguing generals over his head. For me, too, that was a sad winter. Nathaniel was gone. Drowned or taken prisoner in the sinking of the Royal Savage. And Ellen. Ellen was gone, too. When I returned to Skeensborough, she'd vanished. Whether to Albany or to the north among the enemy troops, I couldn't discover. And then in the spring came the fall of Ticonderoga and the English advanced toward the Hudson Valley. There were times when the enemy camps were not more than a mile or 2 apart. In July, General Arnold returned to the army.
Peter Merrill?
Yes, sir.
Come in. I want to talk to you.
It's good to see you back, General.
Thanks. Good to be among men again after 6 months around politicians and congressmen. Merrill, there's something I want to ask you.
Yes, General?
What's happened to your brother, Nathaniel?
I don't know, sir. He was on the Royal Savage, as you know, when she sank.
Yes, I know.
I've no idea, sir, if he's alive or dead.
You're not lying, are you, Merrill, to save your brother?
Why, sir, I don't understand.
Well, I seem to know a bit more about him than you do. I may have been out of service for a while, but my sources of information have continued. See, I know that your brother is alive.
He is, sir?
I also know that at this moment he's in the British camp.
You mean, sir,
Have you ever heard of a lady called Madame de Sabrevois?
Yes, I have,
It
sir.
was an unlucky day for your brother when he became infatuated with that lady.
Well, you know about
I
it.
know that Marie de Sabrevois is the most successful English spy on this continent. She's the one who sent information to Congress that General Schuyler deserted his troops and that I stole money which was to be used for supplies. I have her to thank for my court-martial. I also know that Marie de Sabrevois was the one who gave Congress false information that General Burgoyne was not marching down the Hudson, but had sailed to New York from Quebec. That's why Sinclair was left at Ticonderoga with only 3,500 men. That's why we left it without firing a shot.
I promise you, sir, my brother had nothing to do with that. I swear he
I'm
doesn't
not
even...
saying that he does, still. Still, you wouldn't like it said that your brother contributed to the downfall of his country, would you?
What can I do, sir?
It's up to you, my boy. I happen to know that General Burgoyne came down from Canada 3 days ago. With him in the English camp are this lady and your brother.
Nathaniel?
Men have been known to get from one camp to the other in the dark, Mr. Merrill. It's not easy, but it's been done. Any day now, the English will attack us. Then it'll be too late. So, your last chance, save your brother. That's all, Mr. Merrill. I've got work to do.
Thank you, General. And good night.
Good night.
Oh, who's there?
Second Grenadiers on patrol.
Password.
Ticonderoga. Pass.
Halt! Who's there? Password.
Ticonderoga.
Pass.
Nathaniel. Nathaniel. Peter, what are you doing here? Hiding in that pit, waiting for you to come by. You must be mad coming into the English camp like this.
Oh, getting in isn't hard. It's getting back. Nathaniel, I had to see you.
Don't you know they'll shoot you if they catch you?
Oh, they won't catch me.
Nathaniel.
Yes, Peter. How is it?
If you're a prisoner, you're here at liberty.
Oh, I haven't joined the British, if that's what you're worried about. Huh? And I'm not a prisoner on parole, either, thanks to Marie's great kindness.
Marie?
Madame de Sabrevois. Everyone's been very good to me, thanks to her. I'm treated as a non-combatant. Officially, I'm a guest of General Burgoyne.
Why, you were guest of General Burgoyne? Where did you spend the winter?
Quebec?
In the hospital?
No. Marie nursed me.
Oh. I see.
She has a lot of power here on the English side. She and General Burgoyne...
Yes, I know. I suppose you've seen General Burgoyne and talked with him, eh?
Oh, yes. Only last week he offered to let Marie and Ellen travel south with the army.
Ellen, too?
And so Marie persuaded him to let me go along as well. Oh, believe me, Peter, I've done nothing wrong or disloyal.
Yes, Nathaniel, I believe you. But there's one very bad side to being the guest of the English, as I see it. Anybody who finds out about it is liable to misunderstand your position.
Who's going to misunderstand it? I haven't been able to write home. Nobody knows whether I'm dead or alive. After Burgoyne marches down the Hudson, there won't be anyone left whose wrong opinion makes any difference.
Yes, but suppose Burgoyne doesn't.
Doesn't what?
Doesn't march down the Hudson.
Peter, that's what I'm trying to tell you. The war's over. We've lost.
Nothing's over until the last gun's fired. Nathaniel, now listen to me. If we stop now, we're stopping before we have to. Arnold hasn't stopped in spite of the way he's been treated. I tell you, we wouldn't either of us feel right ever, I don't believe, if we stopped before we've tried everything.
What is there to try?
I want you to come with me. Now, Nathaniel. Tonight. Back to your own people.
There's no way. There's no way.
Yes, there is. You remember that letter of Ellen's? The one that was to be delivered in Albany? Now, this winter, quite by accident, I met the officer to whom you gave that letter. Well, you know what was in it?
It was a letter from Marie to a friend in Albany.
No, it wasn't. In that letter were the names of 200 Albany Tories. Tories that could be counted on to join the British Army if it ever got as far as Albany. Now, that letter is now in General Arnold's possession. Now, listen. You go to your friend, Marie de Sabrevois, and tell her this. If we reach the American army safely before dawn tomorrow, it'll go no farther. If we don't, I wouldn't give $1 for the lives of all 200. Go on. Hurry. I'll wait for you here.
Captain Peter. Captain Peter.
Who is it?
It's me. Ellen. Nathaniel will be here in a moment with the safe conduct from General Burgoyne.
But,
I'd have come before, but I knew she was watching me.
Ellen, you shouldn't be here.
Oh, I knew you'd come back one day, Peter. When Nathaniel came to my aunt's tent just now, I knew then that you were here. I came just as soon as I could.
It's not safe for you here. You must go back, Ellen.
I had to see you. The last time I saw you, I behaved very badly. I'm sorry.
No, it was my fault. I shouldn't have.
No, Peter. You were right. You were right about my aunt. She's what you said she was. I know that now, and worse. She has been kind to me always.
Oh, Ellen, she used you. You loved and trusted her, and she took advantage of it.
I know that too now. That's why I won't stay here any longer, or among people who fight you and your country, Peter. I want to go into the colonies, into your colonies. I want to leave here tonight.
Yes, but, Ellen, where would you go in the colonies? You haven't any relatives, have you, on this side?
No, I have no one. No one except you, Peter.
Me?
You remember at Skeensboro, Peter, you told me that you felt kindly about me, and I told you that I felt how I felt about you. What I didn't tell you, Peter, is that from the first day I saw you, from the first day you came and sat beside me by the fire at St. John's and talked to me, I've thought always of you, only of you.
Ellen.
Oh, Peter, I love you. I love you.
2 days later, the English attacked, Burgoyne moving south and east down the Hudson Valley, trying to break through to the sea. That he didn't break through that day, that the war of the American Revolution was not ended there and then, was due to one man, and one man alone, Benedict Arnold. I was there, and I know. All his life, Arnold was a performer of prodigies, a man who saw how to do and freely risked his life to do what other men said could not be done. Yet when it was all over and the English were stopped, Arnold, his horse shot dead under him, a bullet in his leg, and deprived once more of his command, was lying in the hospital.
Charlotte, impudence. And a doctor among you knows what he's doing and how he does it. Why don't you learn your trade so you don't have to spend half your life guessing, quacks.
Quacks, that's what you are. Get out! Get out!
The General.
Get out!
Well, our turn now.
Peter, you go in. Ellen and I'll stay out here.
No, we'll all go in. It's better to face a man when he's angry. His anger can't last forever, and it grows less, and then he becomes kind. Go on, Peter, knock.
All right.
Stay out! Stay out! Don't come in here! Who the blazes is it?
Peter Merrill, sir.
Well, come in. Come on in. Oh, you finally came to see me, huh?
I didn't know you were here, General, until this morning. Where were you hit, sir?
In the leg, and I wish it had been my heart. If it hadn't been for that bullet, I'd have driven Burgoyne into the sea.
I know you would, sir.
Oh, Gates, that dressmaker's dummy, will let him get away, and we'll have to start all over again. Only this time, maybe I won't be there. Well, what is it, Mr. Merrill? Who are these people?
This is Ellen Phipps, sir.
Sit down, Miss Phipps. You'll excuse this disarray, ma'am. It's not often we find such gems of loveliness in this part of the world.
And this is my brother, Nathaniel.
So this is Nathaniel.
Yes, sir.
So he was not a prisoner. Nathaniel Merrill remained within the British lines during an entire campaign. What's his excuse for that?
I'll not make excuses for himself.
Well, sir,
and he'll make none for himself. My brother believed what was told him by the woman he loved. He believed that the cause of the colonies was hopeless, and that the sooner the American people knew it and stopped fighting, the better it would be for them.
You believe that?
Yes.
And yet last night you returned to the American camp. You fought in today's battle.
I wanted to be with my own people, with my brother. If he was beaten, I wanted to be beaten too.
Sir, Nathaniel made a mistake. A terrible mistake. He knows that now. Sir, if he's given a chance, he's as valuable a man as you can find anywhere. Valuable to you and to the American cause.
That's what you think, is it?
I know it. I was never so sure of anything in my life.
What do you think, miss?
I agree with Peter, General Arnold.
You hear what they say, Nathaniel. From now on, do you think we can count on you?
I do, sir.
Very well, then. Blasted leg. Give me that field desk, somebody. Get that field desk, miss. Open it up and hold it so I can write on it. That's it, thank you. I have the impression, ma'am, that you're in love with Nathaniel Merrill. Or am I mistaken?
I care for him very much. And his brother.
His brother, did you say?
Yes, sir.
His brother? Perhaps he has more than one. Which of his brothers do you mean? Not this one here, I trust. I'm sure you could never mean Captain Peter Merrill. That's impossible, of course. Impossible.
There's nothing impossible about it, General Arnold. If I didn't care for Peter, that would be impossible.
Oh. Captain Peter Merrill. You're a ladies' man, after all. I'm disappointed in you. Well, here you are. How'll this do? Valcour Island, October 11th, 1776. The day we fought the English on Lake Champlain. Nathaniel Merrill, scout, Captain Nason's company of scouts, is ordered on detached duty at his own discretion till this order is rescinded. Signed, Benedict Arnold, Brigadier General. Order rescinded, what's the date today?
October 18th, sir.
18th. Order rescinded, October 18th, 1777. Signed, Benedict Arnold, Major General. Shameful forgery, but I think it's what you want. Here you are, Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, sir. I can't tell
Nonsense. Now, I suppose you want your orders. Well, here they are. All able-bodied scouts formerly under my command will go south. There won't be any fighting here for a while. Go south and report to General Washington. From what I hear, he needs every man he can get. He's a man you can be proud to fight with. Believe me. Now, as to you, Captain Merrill, I see you're wounded.
Oh, General.
Silence.
Only a scratch.
Silence. Captain Peter Merrill, place you on the sick list. You're ordered to return to your home for a period of 3 months to recover your health. Counting on you, young lady, to see that he does it. So...
Oh, General.
General Arnold.
Oh, be off with you. Be off with you. My leg's playing the devil. Maybe you think all this talk has improved it, or my temper, or the state of the country. Be off with you, all of you. Goodbye, confound you. Goodbye. Send my orderlies if you should go. And go on, all of you. Get out. Get out.
That was the last time I ever saw him. The last time I heard his voice. That was many years ago. Of all that happened later, I know nothing. Or of the deed that caused him to be branded traitor, forever doomed to be cursed by the mass of his countrymen. But knowing Arnold and the sort of man he was, and the battles he planned, and his hold on the hearts of those who fought under him and beside him, I have this to say, and I say it gladly. Benedict Arnold was a great man, a great general, a great mariner, the most brilliant soldier of the Revolution. He was my chief in that war, and the bravest man I've ever known.
You have been listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Rabble in Arms, starring Orson Welles and Francis D. In just a moment, Mr. Welles will return to our microphone. But first, right now, a word, if you please, to the mothers listening. Every mother knows that plenty of vegetables are a necessity for growing, active young people of all ages. And wise mothers are glad to know that in Campbell's vegetable soup, there are 15 different garden vegetables lavishly mingled in a stout, invigorating beef stock, cooked just right for flavor and nutrition. Little wonder that mothers have come to regard this vegetable soup as almost a meal in itself. Always a comfort to mothers, too, is the way the youngsters take to Campbell's vegetable soup. Its very look is a bright invitation to the children to come on and eat. And because it's so delicious, they like to have it often. So I ask you mothers this. Do you keep Campbell's vegetable soup on your pantry shelf regularly? And now, here is Orson Welles.
And here, ladies and gentlemen, beside me at the microphone, is one of our favorites on the Campbell Playhouse. This evening's guest is Francis D.
Good evening.
Francis, I'm glad you kept your word of a few weeks ago. We're all glad you've managed to come back to us as soon as you have. Everybody who heard it, I know, remembers your fine performance as Lotta in Come and Get It.
You know, Orson, I wanted to tell you something about that. You remember you gave me that lovely triangle with which you called the men to dinner and Come and Get It?
I do indeed. Mr. Harry Esmond, have you an equivalent for the lovely triangle? Sounds like a fire engine, but is that a reasonable facsimile? You said you wanted to use it, as I remember, to call your two boys to eat their
Campbell soup.
Thank you so much, Miss
Yes,
D.
and would you believe it? That triangle has disappeared. I think it was too fascinating for
take
some
it.
of the neighboring youngsters.
You were wondering? You were wondering.
I was wondering.
Go ahead and wonder.
I was wondering if there was anything on this broadcast you could give me to take its place.
Well, would they come if you played Yankee Doodle on a drum and fight?
Well, I'm afraid you don't know, little boys, or maybe you do. The next time they'll want a symphony orchestra.
A small enough price, Francis, believe me, for a performance, and believe me, again, as entirely swell as yours was tonight. Thanks again, and come back again.
Thank you, Orson. I will.
Good night. Francis D., ladies and gentlemen, in her more serious moments, was Ellen Phipps. Pretty wonderful Ellen Phipps, and Captain Peter Merrill was pretty wonderfully played by Mr. George Coulouris. Edgar Barrier was Nathaniel Merrill. Captain Nason was Mr. Robert Warwick. Huff was Richard Baer. Guy Rep was Edward Donahue. Richard Wilson was Scout Fleck. And William Adeland was General Adlib. Madame St. was Georgia Bacchus. And Benedict Arnold was your obedient servant. The music tonight was inspired by and was contemporary with the American Revolution. And was authentic, or so Mr. Bernard Herrmann claims, who conducted it, as always. And now, as to next week. Next week, we bring you our own radio version of one of the truest and finest plays yet written in America, Craig's Wife by George Kelly. It's a personal enthusiasm of mine which I hope next Sunday we can persuade you to share. A Pulitzer Prize play, a study dramatic and penetrating of a type of woman unfortunately not as rare as she ought to be. Unfortunately, not as rare as she ought to be. And to play her, I'm pleased to announce, I was right, an actress whose talents are as rare as they come, another old friend of yours and one of the supremely gifted ladies of the theater world. Miss Fay Bainter. Miss Fay Bainter will be recalled by Campbell Playhouse listeners for her sensitive and searching portrait of Mrs. Dodsworth in our own recent broadcast of the Lewis novel. Moviegoers have seen her very lately in our town, the United Artists picture, And a newer picture is young Tom Edison and RKO's bill of divorcement eagerly awaited. It's impossible to think of anybody better for Craig's wife. In fact, it's almost impossible to think of anybody any better. And until then, until next Sunday night, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us remain, as always, obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us in the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we present Craig's Wife with Fay Bainter as our guest. In the meantime, if you've enjoyed tonight's Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow
when you order Campbell's vegetable soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early days of the western United States. He rode from the hills of Wyoming to the mountains of Mexico in the cause of justice. His strength and courage were always on the side of right against might, and it was his daring and resourcefulness that broke the power of the outlaw bands on the frontier. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for Land's End. There's going to be trouble. Oh, Silver, away! The Lone Ranger and Tonto had made camp for the night in a cave near the banks of a river. The rocky cavern was so large that Silver and Scout had been led inside. But after the men had rolled into their blankets, the horses became restless. I can't get to sleep while Silver's so uneasy, Tantor. Something's troubling the big fella.
Oh, Silver, like good watchdog. Him always give sign when trouble come close.
Trouble for us or for someone near us? I'm going to get up. There now, old fella. Steady, Silver. What's the matter with you?
You hear?
Tantor, it sounded like a gunshot.
That right. It come from north of cave.
I don't suppose there's any use trying to investigate that shot tonight. We might have a look north of here in the morning, though.
Maybe a cowboy shoot wolf.
I've never heard of wolves in this section.
Maybe rattler.
It would take sharp eyes to see a rattler in darkness like this. I don't know of any ranches around here either. The nearest town is Land's End. That's 10 miles away. I'm going to have a look out of the mouth of this cave. There might be a second shot. Can't hear anything. Not even hoofs of a horse.
You hear that?
A splash.
That's right.
Something fell into the river.
That sound north of here, too.
There, you hear that? That's a horse.
It go away from here.
I wonder what all those things we just heard mean, Kemosabe. The next afternoon, Jimmy Stevens, a young manager of the express office in Land's End, was working at his desk when his wife entered the office and...
Man to see you, Jimmy.
Who is he, Molly? What's he want?
I don't know. He just said that he had to see you and that it was very important.
If only I had this job steady, I might know who was and who wasn't important. As it is, filling in sort of temporary, I don't know who's who.
You'd better see this man anyway.
Well, if you say so, Molly. I don't know how I could get along here without your advice.
My advice? You say that just as if you took it.
I do. I take it so often that I'll bet a lot of folks would find it hard to believe that we've been married 2 years. Come here, Molly.
Now, Jimmy, that man's waiting out in another room.
Well, another minute won't hurt him. There.
Oh, silly.
Silly? Silly for a man to love his wife? Not a bit of it.
No, wait till my hair's all
beautiful as usual. Oh, you know, Molly, this job is a big chance for us. If we can show the Wells Fargo people that we can handle this office, they might let us keep the job permanent and not send a man to replace old Abe.
It's a mighty big responsibility, Jimmy. And you might be keeping one of the important Wells Fargo men waiting. Now, should I send him in?
Doggone, I never thought of that. I'll go talk to him.
I'll bring him in this room.
Oh, no, not with so much cash in the safe. Better for me to talk out in the other room. You stay here. If you do leave, be sure and lock that safe.
I shan't leave.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. You're in charge here?
Well, I am right now. What can I do for you?
My name is Barton, Sam Barton. You should have a letter about me.
Golly, Mr. Barton, there might have been a letter.
Might have been. Don't you know?
Well, you see, the man that had charge of this office died a couple of weeks ago, and I've been in charge since then.
Oh.
I don't know much about the letters Abe had before he died. I was his assistant, but he never told me much about things.
Temporary here, is that it?
Well, I hope it'll be permanent.
Yeah, up to you, huh? Up to you to do the job right.
Well, that's about it.
Well, save you looking up the letter. Here's my credentials. You can see that I'm a special detective sent out here by Wells Fargo to check on things. There's a lot of cash goes through this office.
Yes, sir.
The whole payroll for that railroad gang goes through here, doesn't it?
Yes, Mr. Barton.
Take your time, look those papers over, and satisfy yourself that I'm who I claim to be.
I am. I hope you don't take offense.
I'd think you were careless if you did otherwise. What's your name?
Stevens, Jim Stevens.
Glad to know you.
Glad to know you, Mr. Barton. Now, won't you sit down? Oh, here's your credentials back. I reckon they're all right.
Thank you. I'm a man of few words, Stevens. I'll get right to the point.
Yes, sir.
I suppose you wonder why I come here.
Well, I figured you'd tell me sooner or later.
The fact is, we've had information about a robbery that's going to be attempted.
A robbery?
Yes. Robbery of the railroad payroll from this office. You've got a safe here, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
Well, this critter that plans to burglarize your safe is from the east. His name is Durkin.
Durkin? I never heard of him.
He hasn't worked in this part of the country very much, but he's done a plenty of safe cracking in the east. The law finally caught up with a pal of his, and this pal squealed and told what Durkin's plans were.
Oh, I see.
How long do you have the payroll in this office?
Well, generally not more than one night. Comes in on the stage one day and is picked up by the railroad company the next.
When is the next payroll due?
Well, as a matter of fact,
Or have you got the cash in your safe now?
Well, that is
And if that's the case, this crook is likely to make his play for the money tonight. How often does the payroll come out here?
Every 2 weeks.
Tonight's the night, then I'll bet my shirt on it. It's a good thing I got here.
Tonight?
Yep. Who's that?
Molly.
Jimmy,
dog.
Yeah, I see him.
Who is it? Who is it?
Masked man, he's riding over that way. Oh, Jimmy, what does it mean?
I don't know. What'd you see him, Molly? What was he doing?
I was sitting here watching the safe, and then I looked up. I felt sort of as if someone was in the room with me. Turned around, and then I saw this man's face. He was at the window.
The window? Which window?
That one right there. He was standing beside his horse.
He could see the safe, then?
Yes, he must have been watching from the... Oh,
You needn't worry about me, ma'am.
This is Mr. Barton. He's a detective for Wells Fargo.
oh, detective.
Yes.
Did you get a good look at the man's face?
Yes, that is, I saw his mouth and chin. The other part of his face was masked.
Masked?
Are you sure of that, ma'am?
Yes, sir, I'm sure of it, Mr. Barton. He had a black mask across his eyes.
That's him, then, Mr. Barton. It's Durkin, the safe robber.
Safe robber?
Mr. Barton was telling about a crook named Durkin that plans to rob our safe.
Jimmy, if you lose that money...
I don't aim to lose it. Forewarned is forearmed.
That's the idea, Stevens. Forewarned. Just let that critter make his play. We'll be ready for him.
Oh, Mr. Barton, this is my wife, Molly. She's helping me here.
Glad to know you, Mrs. Stevens.
I'm afraid I'm trembling like a leaf. The sight of that masked man, I was so frightened.
I can understand that, ma'am, but don't you worry. Don't you worry a thing. I've come a long way to get Durkin, and if he tries to rob the safe, we'll catch him in the act.
Molly's father was a veteran of many Indian fights in the West. And later that afternoon, the girl told him about the masked man she had seen and Barton's plan to capture him.
I don't want to take the chance, Pa. Jimmy and Mr. Barton plan to set a trap to catch this man when he comes tonight.
Trap my eye? What's the West coming to?
I feel this way about it, Pa. That masked man knows he was seen. He'll probably figure that there will be a trap, and it's just as Jimmy says. Forewarned is forearmed. If he suspects a trap, he'll do something to escape it.
Sure he will. What's more, that ain't the way to catch a crook.
I thought you could help.
I'll help. When I was in my better days and we seen a crook, we trailed the critter down. We didn't lay in wait for him to come and stick his neck in a noose. We went out with a noose swinging over our head, dropped it over his shoulders, and used the same doggone noose to string him up with. That's the way to handle crooks. That's the way of the West.
I didn't tell Jimmy I was going to speak to you about this.
Just as well, daughter. You say this masked hombre was looking in the window at the office?
Yes.
Which window? South or north one?
South one.
If I recollect, there's soft dirt there. He likely left tracks, ain't that so?
Yes, he must have left tracks.
Then them tracks'll hang him. Wait till I get old Chris. There's a dog that can follow a scent from here to Kingdom Come. Here, Chris. Come in there, boy. Quiet down. Now, quiet down, Chris. Me and you got a job on our hands. We're gonna trail safe robbers.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto had made their camp in the woods outside of the town. The Indian was preparing their evening meal when they heard the barking of a dog. Instantly, the two men became alert.
That sounds like a hound, Tonto.
Him come this way.
Probably trailing someone. It's odd, though, that the law here would have learned about a crook as quickly as this.
Feller on horse, follow dog. Him coming this way.
So he is. I don't like that. I might have to answer a lot of questions about this mask.
I see ya! I see ya! Don't move!
Him come here.
That dog. Here, boy. Steady there. Steady
I
down.
got you covered. Don't move or I'll blow your head off.
There now. That's a good dog. Quiet, boy. Steady.
Chris, stop it! Stop it! Them men ain't to be friends to you. Them's enemies.
Good dog you have there, stranger.
Never mind the dog. Heist your hands, Durkin. You're my prisoner. You too, Injun. That ratted, Chris. Get away from him.
Is your dog always as friendly as this with strangers?
No, he ain't. Something's wrong with him. He ain't no use at all for strangers, usually.
We're friends. Aren't we, Chris, old boy?
Chris, I'm ashamed of you. Masked man, get your hands up like what I said. I ain't fooling.
Perhaps you're not, but I think you're mistaken.
I know who you are. Your name is Durkin. You're a robbing thief that's come here to bust into the express office. Well, you ain't going to get that chance. Now get your hands up.
My name is not Durkin. I'm not here to... In just a minute. Who are you?
None of your doggone business.
You might be Durkin for all I know. What about that?
Me? Why, hang it and blast it all out.
Where did you hear about this crook named Durkin?
My daughter told me. Her husband's in charge of the express office. Mr. Barton of the Wells Fargo came and warned us that you was around here. Then my girl seen you.
I was afraid I'd frightened her. I'm sorry.
Being sorry won't help you none. I got Chris on your trail and he found you. Now you're heading for jail.
I'm sorry, but I can't go to jail right now.
Oh, you can't, eh? Well, you're gone. And what's more, you're taking off that mask. I'll have a look at your face.
You said a man from Wells Fargo was here.
He is. He's watching for you.
I'm sorry he didn't come here instead of you.
There ain't nothing he'd do that I won't. Now, I got no more time to waste in talk.
You're the father of the man who runs the express office, huh?
Father of his wife.
Then let me show you something. I think this will identify me.
What is it?
Here, take a look. Catch.
Hey!
Me got him.
Let go of me.
Steady there. And don't fire your gun just for the sake of firing it. You might hit the dog. Go ahead, boy.
Me got man.
Get him, Chris, get him. Come back here and get him.
Here, boy. Easy, Chris. I have the dog, Cantor. Take that man's gun away.
Me got him.
I'll just tie you over here, Chris. We don't want either you or your master to get hurt.
I'll get you for this. You won't get away with it. Blasted all to tarnation. I should have known that trick. You tossed me something, then jumped me when my eyes was off on you.
I wanted to show you who I was, that's all. I'll still show you what I tossed at you. Here it is. A bullet. A silver bullet.
Don't mean a thing to me. You're a crook. Your name is Durkin. You're aiming to rob the express office.
Now, quiet down. You're just letting yourself get all excited about the wrong man. Now, let me tell you what I know about Durkin.
I won't listen.
Very well. Good dog. Yeah, boy.
Well, go on.
Go on? What do you mean?
What about Durkin?
That's better. You can let go of him now, Cantor. And just keep his gun so he can't grab it suddenly. And we let him sit down and hear what we have to say.
You sit there.
I'll sit, but I'm giving you fair warning. I'll take you into the jail as a prisoner if it's the last thing I do. I'll take you in on general principles till you get that mask off and show your face. Now go on. What about Durkin?
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. As Barton and Jimmy Stevens waited for night and the expected visit from Durkin, the detective answered Jimmy's questions concerning his work for the company.
What you say is downright interesting, Mr. Barton. Sure must be an exciting life, traveling all over the country protecting the Wells Fargo offices.
Interesting, maybe. But sometimes real dangerous. Now take this man Durkin.
Yeah?
I've never seen the man. Don't have any idea what he looks like.
Molly gave us a pretty fair description of him. She saw him at the window, you know.
Uh-huh.
I still think that he'll be afraid to come back tonight. He must know by this time that you're on the job here.
We'll see. That's the best way. Wait and see.
I don't suppose he'll show up before dark, will he?
It ain't likely yet.
Jimmy, I'm scared.
Scared again, Molly?
It's about Paul. He hasn't been back yet.
Your father?
Yes. Oh, I wish I'd talked to you first, Mr. Barton. I shouldn't have let Paul go.
Go?
Where to, Molly?
Well, I told him about the face at the window. I was afraid Durkin would kill you if he came here to rob the office, Jim. I told Paul about it.
You shouldn't have done that, Miss Stevens.
Well, where is Paul?
He took Chris.
Chris is his old hound, Mr. Barton.
He went out to try and track down this masked man, and he hasn't come back.
You don't know where he went?
No. Chris picked up the scent outside the office window, then he started off with Paul riding behind to follow him.
I don't like that.
Maybe we should report to the sheriff's office, Mr. Barton.
Not yet.
But Paul might be in danger. Maybe he's captured. Maybe he's been shot.
Wait. Let's wait a while. Wait till after we've watched for this thief. If we can capture Durkin, we'll make him tell what he's done with your father.
It might be too late then.
If it isn't too late now, it won't be too late by morning. I want to get Durkin with the goods.
Well, now, look here, Barton. I'm less interested in getting Durkin than I am in getting Pop back safe and sound.
Oh, that's Chris. Chris, where's...
Hi there,
Pa. Oh, you're safe, thank goodness.
Hey, Pop, you all right?
I look to be all right, don't I?
Where were you? We thought... That is, I was worried. I told Jimmy and Mr. Barton.
Told him, did you? Huh.
What did you learn by your tracking and trailing?
Nothing much. I reckon Chris ain't the hound he was 5 years ago.
Well, didn't you find Durkin?
Nope. Never seen hiding a hair of it.
Well, now that your father is back, we can go ahead with our plans to stand guard here tonight.
Yes, I reckon we can.
What are your plans?
We're staying in the office, Molly, Mr. Barton and I. We'll leave all the lights out and stay on guard here in case that thief comes.
Got to get him with the goods, you see, ma'am.
You want a bar, Chris?
No, we don't want the thief to be scared away until he gets into the safe and gets the cash in his pockets. Then we'll have a good airtight case again him.
I savvy.
You and your daughter better go home now. Stevens and I will stay here. It'll soon be dark. Then we can look for our visitor to show up almost any minute.
Tain't the way we used to go after a crook.
Now you remember this.
Me?
You. Keep that dog chained, and don't try to get Durkin yourself. If you do, there won't be any evidence against him, and we'll have to let him go.
I'll see that Pa doesn't interfere. Come on, Pa.
All right, but I still don't like this way of catching crooks. Come on, Chris. There ain't no use for anything that we can do.
Now then, Stevens, we'll make our plans.
Whatever you say, Mr. Barton.
Let me look that other room over. That's where the safe is.
Right. I'll lock this door before we go in there.
Good idea.
There. Now, come on in here, Barton. You close that door, will you?
Yep.
There's the safe.
Locked?
Here.
Windows there. One there. That's likely the way you'll try to get in.
The window?
Yep. Tell you what you'd better do.
What's that?
Unlock that safe.
Unlock it?
If he has to make enough light to work the lock on the safe, he's likely to see us in hiding here.
Gosh, that's so. I wouldn't have thought of that.
You have to think of everything when you're dealing with a smart crook like Durkin. If he tries the safe in the dark and finds that it ain't locked, he may not make any lights. Then it'll be all right for us to wait till he has the cash in his pockets before we grab him.
You're right. I'll have the safe open in a minute here.
We'll get all fixed before it's real dark. Then we can just wait.
Seems to me it'd be smart to let the sheriff in on this.
Stevens, when you've been trailing and running down crooks as long as I have, you'll learn that a good many times too many people can spoil the trap. The safest thing is to let nobody know what our plan is. Then there's no chance for a leak, you see?
Yeah, it would mean my job if we lost the
Sure it would.
There. It's unlocked.
Good enough. Now you crouch under that window and I'll wait under this one, you see?
Yeah.
When he comes, let him get in. Don't take no measure to stop him. Just keep still. Don't even breathe loud. Wait till he starts making his escape.
Then we grab him.
That's it. I want the crook alive, not dead. He stole a lot of stuff. And while he lives, there's always a chance we can get some of it back.
Whatever you say, Mr. Barton.
If shooting is needed, let me do it. Now get to your place and settle yourself in a comfortable position. And keep quiet.
We've been here an hour, don't you think, Barton?
Just about an hour. We may have to wait till half the night is through. So don't get impatient.
Really? It's mighty tiresome, ain't it?
Quiet.
How long is it now, Barton?
Quiet, don't talk. Can't tell when the crook will be sneaking up.
I figured to be 2 hours now.
What's the matter? You getting tired? Go to sleep if you want to.
Oh, I ain't sleeping on this job.
The minutes passed slowly for Jimmy Stevens. His muscles were cramped, and several times during the third and fourth hour of silent waiting in the dark, he caught himself dozing.
I mustn't sleep on this job. Gotta get the crook. Got to get him.
He hardly dared move, afraid that the slightest sound might betray the trap. The fifth hour was torture. At last, Barton's tense whisper broke the stillness.
Stevens.
Yeah?
Someone moving around outside.
There he is.
I spotted him sneaking up toward the window on this side.
About time. We're ready for him.
Remember what I said? Let him get the cash.
Yeah, right. I'll follow your lead, Barton.
Quiet now. He's moving up close.
Jimmy saw the black outline of a man's head and shoulders rise against a square of moonlight at the window. Then he heard the window being opened. A moment later, the shadowy figure faded into the darkness of the room. The floor creaked. Then the door of the safe could be heard opening. A muttered exclamation.
Unlocked. Good.
Jimmy Stevens tensed every muscle, ready for action. The figure appeared once more at the window. Then Barton cried out.
All right, I've got you.
I'm with you, Barton.
Oh! Hey, he slipped away.
Get him.
He's got out. I'll drill him.
I'm half blind. He smashed me in the face with something.
Missed him.
Well, stand aside, Barton. You're blocking me so I can't shoot.
I'll get him this time.
Don't let him get away.
Stevens, this is bad break.
He's gone.
Yeah, he's gone. He got away. Confound my shooting. Why couldn't I have dropped him? Why didn't I shoot to kill instead of trying for his legs?
We've got to get after him.
Get a light, Jimmy. Get a light going, and we'll see for sure if he did rob the safe.
Just a second. I'll have the lamp going. Oh, if you'd only let me jump him while he was at the safe. Now what'll we do?
Keep your head, boy. That's the main thing.
There's the light. And look, he's cleaned out the safe.
That's bad. But don't give up all hope. I'm a good man at trade on a crook. I'll catch up with him.
Oh, my job's as good as gone now.
Jimmy, the shooting, are you all right?
Molly, the cash is gone. He got away with it.
What's that? Got away with it, did he?
Yes.
How'd that happen, Barton?
Jimmy closed in on him and got smashed in the face.
Oh, Jimmy.
I fired, but missed him. I'll get started after him right away.
I wouldn't be in too much of a hurry.
There he is. That's him. Put your hands up.
Take it easy. Get the guns from both those men, Cantor. We don't want any shooting here.
Cantor, get guns.
You've got plenty of nerve coming back here like this.
How did the thief get in and out of here?
You ought to know. Right through that window.
In that case, there should be footprints beneath the window, shouldn't there?
They wouldn't be on that side. It's hard ground. It ain't like the other side of the building.
But it is. It's all soft now. There was some water spilled there. So the tracks of anyone who went out that window could be seen.
What?
I explained to your father, Stevens, just who I was.
That's right, boy. He told me who he was and who this Mr. Barton was.
My name is Barton. I proved that.
Me got gun now.
Very well, Cantor.
You see, Jimmy and Molly, the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger?
Who? That's right. The Lone Ranger heard a shot last night. Then he heard something splash in the river east of here. He found the trail that Barton's horses made up to the river, then seen where there'd been a rumpus. Then he found the body of a man that had been shot washed ashore downstream. Well, the tracks of the horse went from the river to here.
You can't talk yourself out of this. What did you do with the cash?
You keep quiet.
Quiet.
We realized, after studying the trail of the horse, that the rider was changed at the river. One man rode the horse to the river. There was a shot, and a man was killed. The other man rode the horse from the river here.
A lot of talk.
Quiet.
That means that the man who came here killed the man we found. I didn't know who it was until Barton told you that a crook named Durkin was on his way here.
Where you...
Go on, mister.
Durkin was on his way here and knew that Barton was after him. Durkin's horse gave out. Then Durkin waited, killed Barton, and stole Barton's horse and credentials.
You mean that the man called Barton is really Durkin?
I think so. He figured out a scheme to rob the safe and do it right under your nose.
But I saw them...
You saw a man rise up against the window. Are you sure the man wasn't in the room all the time?
Oh, gee, I never thought of that.
Me and them two know that no one come through that window.
Barton, or Durkin, whatever your real name is, you took the cash and tucked it into your pockets, then made believe you shot at the thief. In the darkness, you struck Jim in the face so he couldn't see what you were shooting at.
That ain't true.
If that's not the truth, there'll be footprints outside the window. If my story is true, the cash will be in your pockets right now. Take a look, Stevens.
Barton, you dirty double-crossing polecat. If that's the truth...
Get away from me. You can't do that.
There's a hat stuffed inside his vest.
The one you saw when he gave his act.
And the cash.
Jim.
All right, you got me. Now what are you going to do?
That's a starter for you, Durkin. If I had a gun, I'd drill you.
Well, that's why we took your gun, Jim. Durkin is wanted alive.
I'll take charge of that snake. He's got a hanging waiting for him.
And by the way, Jim, I think after you prove that he's the crook, you'll find there are some rewards out for his capture.
Well, those rewards are yours.
You tell them, old-timer. Come on, Cantor.
You see, the Lone Ranger, he won't take no rewards, Jim. He figures you and me should take 'em and split 'em.
So that's was the Lone Ranger.
Hail, Silver, away! The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows, enjoy the adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective.
But, Phyllis, it's true. I know it's true.
But it's not true, June, darling. Don't you suppose I'd know it if you were going crazy?
But why do I hear these noises all the time? Why am I so cold when it's really warm in here? Why
Listen, June, you're just working yourself up over nothing. Now, why don't you
Alex
relax?
told me my mother acted the same way, Phyllis.
My husband didn't mean
He
that.
said Mother heard noises like thunder in her ears. He told me that she was cold and shivering no matter what the temperature was. Alex told me that.
Well, even if that's true, it doesn't prove...
It does. I'll kill myself before I let them take me away. I won't go to an asylum. I won't.
A young girl convinced that she is going insane. A fiancé who is not convinced, who doubts that it can be true in spite of the evidence. An appeal to Nick Carter, Master Detective. The uncovering of a strange and unnatural plot. Not for money, not for power, but for hate. This is the story unfolded in The Case of the Demented Daughter.
That must be Randy Wyatt. I made a date for him to see you at 10:30.
Is Mr. Carter here yet?
Yes, he is. Won't you come in?
Thank you. Mr. Carter,
Yes?
I'm Randy Wyatt. Your father and mine used to be pretty good friends. That's why I'm taking the liberty of asking you to help me now.
Why, no liberty at all. Come in, sit down.
Thank you, sir.
What seems to be the trouble?
Well, last night I got this note from the girl I'm engaged to. She sent my ring back with it.
May I see it? It's no use, Randy, darling. I'm doomed. And I won't have you burdened with an insane wife. So this is goodbye. Your heartbroken June.
I tried to call her as soon as I got the note, but the housekeeper wouldn't let me talk to her. Said she was too ill to come to the phone.
Well, have you seen any signs of this insanity she speaks of?
I know, and I don't believe it. There's been something funny going on somewhere. She's been a little more nervous than usual when we've been out together this past month, but that isn't insanity.
You say when we've been out together. Does that mean that you don't see her at home much?
Well, for the past month, she seemed to prefer to get out of the house. Doesn't want to stay home anymore.
Well, have you seen her at home at all?
Well, I was there one night about a week ago. Her sister Phyllis and her brother-in-law, Alex Benson, were out, and we spent the evening there alone.
Did she seem to be the same as usual?
Why, except for one little thing, yes. She complained that she felt cold, almost shivery. The house was cold even for me. The thermometer said 78, but it wasn't as warm as that in there. But the fact that she was cold when the thermometer said 78 seemed to prey on her mind. I tried to tell her the thermometer was wrong and that I was chilly too, but she insisted I was just being nice to her.
I see. Well, is she any reason to be afraid of going out of her mind?
When I was waiting for June the other night, Alex, her brother-in-law, warned me that she was acting queer. Said he felt I ought to know. Told me her mother died in the Harrow Hill Sanitarium. I tried to laugh at him, but he insisted he and Phyllis had seen definite symptoms.
Uh-huh. Anyone else live there with June beside Phyllis and her husband?
The housekeeper, Miss Everett, a cook, and a maid.
They must have plenty of money.
Oh, yes, June's father was a rich man, and he left his entire estate to be divided between the two girls.
How long ago did her mother go to the sanitarium?
Let me see. June was 6 then, so it must have been 1932. She died there in 1940.
I see. What does this Alex Benson do?
He has a very good business, I understand. Doing very well.
And this housekeeper you spoke of, has she been with him long?
Since a couple of years after Miss Kemper was taken away. She's a peppery old lady, but an excellent housekeeper. She and Phyllis brought June up.
I'd like to talk to your fiancée, Wyatt. Can you arrange it?
That's what I'd hoped you'd say, Mr. Carter. June isn't crazy, I know that. Just as sure as I know my own name.
Well, when can we see her? Around 5 this afternoon, perhaps?
We can try. Where shall I meet you?
You better be here at the office about 4:30. We'll go up together.
I'll be here. Oh, Mr. Carter, I do hope you can straighten this out.
I'll certainly do what I can, Wyatt.
You're swell, Mr. Carter. Well, see you at 4:30. Bye.
So long.
Goodbye, Mr. Wyatt. Oh, the poor kid. Losing her mind at her age.
I'm not at all sure she is, Patsy.
Huh?
Look at this note she sent Wyatt.
Well, what about it? Writing looks awkward, but she was probably upset.
Now, look closely. See how the pencil bears down much harder in some places than in others?
Yes.
And it's not always in the places where the lines would naturally be heavier.
Which means?
One explanation would be that somebody was guiding her hand, forcing her to write this.
Oh.
Patsy, I think we'll do some checking up.
Okay. What'll we do?
Call Scubby the paper. Ask him for a full report on both Phyllis and Alex Benson.
Uh-huh.
The society doings and any other information he may find in the morgue.
Yeah.
Also tell him to check up on Alex's business and financial ratings.
All right. Anything else?
Yes, I want you to call in the housekeeper. Give her some excuse. Find out all you can about her.
I'll tell you what. I'll pretend I'm making a checkup of the conditions under which housekeepers work for some magazine, say. That'll do it.
Good. While you do that, I'm going down to the surrogate's office and take a look at the father's will. If there's any conspiracy going on, there's very likely to be money involved.
Okay, Nick. See you here as soon as I get the dope on Mrs. Everett.
As I told you when you called, young lady, I can give you only a few minutes.
Well, I'm glad you could see me at all, Mrs. Everett.
We can sit here in the breakfast room.
Thank you.
Now, ask your questions and I'll answer them if they're not personal.
Well, they are personal, but only in a general way. How long have you been here?
Since 1936, the year after Mrs. Kemple died.
Uh-huh. Had you worked previously?
I had. 14 years. 2 jobs. In each case, I left because I was offered more money. If somebody offered me more money than I'm getting here, I'd leave tomorrow.
Uh-huh. Are you married, Mrs. Everett?
I was. My husband died.
Any children?
I have not. I hate them.
How do you find working conditions here?
I've seen better and I've seen worse.
How do you get along with your employers?
Mr. Kemple was a fine man. We got along well.
Oh. Do you mean you're having trouble with Mr. and Mrs. Benson?
No, Phyllis and Alex are all right. We got along well enough, but that June, I can't stand her. I never could.
Oh. Do you have any special reason to feel that way? Or is it because you don't like children?
She's a brat. Always was. Used to play tricks on me when I first came here. Left a toy wagon for me to stumble over when she was little, and I fell and broke my ankle. I'd have left here then, but Mr. Kemple offered me so much money I couldn't afford to go. But I've made that June pay for what she did. Why, I'm talking too much. What else do you want to know?
You wouldn't want to tell me what they pay you here, would you?
I wouldn't. I told you not to get personal. Now, I got to go. Good day.
Goodbye, and thank you, Mrs. Everett. All right, Scubby, I'll tell him. Thanks. Goodbye.
Oh, hi, Patsy.
Hello.
How'd you make out?
Here's a typewritten report of my interview. I didn't like that Mrs. Everett at all.
Oh, well, she doesn't like June, huh?
Mm-mm.
Well, good work, Patsy. That covers it.
You really like it, Nick?
I do. Get your hat. We're taking a ride out to Harrow Hills Sanitarium where Mrs. Kemple died. I want to talk to the doctor out there.
Right with you, Nick. Walter went out after you phoned, but he'll be back pretty soon.
Oh, have you heard from Scubby yet?
Oh, yes. He says he found plenty of stuff about Phyllis and Alex, but nothing you'd want. Except that Alex's business is in a pretty bad shape. He needs to expand and has been having trouble getting capital to do it.
Yes?
Scubby says he couldn't find out whether he'd put any of his wife's money into it or not.
I see.
What'd you find out at the surrogate's office?
I found that Mr. Kemple left a large fortune, divided equally between the two girls. But there were two interesting clauses in the will. One was that should either daughter develop a mental weakness of any kind, the other daughter was to have control of the money and administer it for the other's benefit.
Hey, Nick, that's something.
And the other, peculiar, was a statement that since the circumstances surrounding the birth of the two sisters were fully taken into account in drawing the will, no claims on that basis were to be allowed under penalty of forfeiture of all rights under the will.
What in the world does that mean?
Wish I knew. I called the lawyer who drew it, but he refused to talk about it. So I'm having Walter look up the birth certificates of both girls. Might be some help there.
Uh-huh. You think the doctor at the sanitarium could help you?
I don't know. I hope so. That's one reason I want to have a talk with him.
I'm sorry I can't be of more help to you, Mr. Carter, but my knowledge of the Kemple family is limited to Mrs. Kemple herself, as I said.
Doctor, tell me, did Mrs. Kemple know what was happening to her?
Oh, yes, some years before it actually happened, it became evident that sooner or later she would have trouble. Hers, as I said, was a case of schizophrenia, split personality. And in her case, the other side of her was homicidal.
But you say it can be inherited, Doctor.
It can be, but fortunately, it rarely is.
Well, thank you for your time, Dr. Lennox, and for your information. I think it'll help us to get to the bottom of this.
Turn left here, Mr. Carter. The Kemple place is halfway down the next block.
Nick, did I hear Walter telling you he could find only Phyllis's birth certificate?
That's right, Patsy. No record of June's birth at all. Wife, do you know where June was born?
No, I don't. Oh, by the way, Mr. Carter, I tried to get in touch with June to tell her we were coming, but the housekeeper wouldn't let me speak to her. Said she was asleep. Darn that woman, I don't trust her at all.
Is this the house?
Yeah, that's it.
All right. You'll have to wait in the car, Patsy. Mrs. Everett knows you.
Right, Nick.
I hope we can get in.
Oh, I think we'll manage somehow.
If Phyllis is here, she'll let me in.
Maybe there's nobody here. I think I hear someone coming.
When there's somebody sick in the house, you ought to know better than to make so much noise.
Mrs. Everett, I'm sorry, but we must see June Kemple at once.
She's in her room and in no condition to see anyone at once. Who are you?
This is Mr. Nick Carter, Miss Everett. Please let us see June.
What's a detective doing here?
I'm not here as a detective, rather as a friend. May we see June?
Very well. She's in her room. You can go up, but make it as short as you can. She's sick.
Thank you. Come on, Mr. Carter. I can't understand Miss Everett's dislike for June. She never has a good word for her.
Some people are like that, Wyatt. Some people just don't seem...
Randy, help! Help!
That's June. Come on.
Oh, Randy.
June, honey, what's wrong?
I couldn't open the door. I couldn't make my hands open the door.
It was probably stuck, June.
No, it wasn't the door. It was me. My hands.
Now, what do you mean by that, Miss Kemp?
It's just the way my mother acted when she was sick. Alex told me about it last night. She couldn't make her hands do what she wanted. I tried to open my door, and I couldn't. I just couldn't. I had to try and try before I could get it open. Oh, Randy. It was like a nightmare. A horrible
nightmare.
Come now, honey. Don't cry like that. I just can't stand it. Please, honey.
What? Look here.
Oh, what is it, sir?
Notice this?
Why, well, that's wax, isn't it?
It is. Wax that someone stuffed in the latch of a door to make it difficult to open. Not impossible, just difficult.
Then there is a plot to drive her insane. I knew it.
Either that or a plot to make her think she's insane. Nothing very mental about a piece of wax and a door lock.
Listen, June, honey, marry me right now. Let me get you out of this house. You'll be safe once I get you away from here.
Oh, no, Randy, I can't. It wouldn't be fair to you.
Listen. Someone just came in.
I'm glad you got that. Randy Wyatt and the detective are up talking to June, and she shouldn't be seeing anyone. She's sick. I tried to keep them out, but I couldn't. I'll go up and see what they're doing.
Is everything all right, June?
Yes, Miss Benson. There's nothing wrong with June.
I'm surprised you felt you had to see her when she's so ill.
Miss Benson, this is Mr. Carter, a friend of mine.
How do you do?
And I wanted him to see June.
Well, now that you've seen her, you better go. Come, June. I'll take you back to your room. You better lie down and be quiet.
All right, Phyllis, but it's no use. It's no use.
Well, Mr. Carter, I guess we...
Yes. Come on, White.
I'm sorry if Phyllis seems a little abrupt, but we're really very much worried about June. As I told you, Randy, she's exhibiting all the symptoms her mother had just before she was taken away.
Alex, this is Mr. Carter. He knew my father years ago.
How are you, Mr. Benson?
How do you do, sir?
Mr. Benson, do you happen to know where June was born?
June?
Yes.
But no, I don't think I do. Wait a minute. It seems to me I've heard Phyllis say that she was born in Barnstable.
And where's that?
It's about an hour out of the city, I believe, on the River Turnpike. Phyllis, wasn't June born in Barnstable?
Yes, she was. Oh, Alex, I don't know what we're going to do with that girl. She's possessed with that one idea. And since Mother... Oh, I don't know what to do.
Come on, Mr. Carter. We better get out of here.
Yes. Our work is finished here. For now.
But, Nick, aren't you going to eat anything before you go?
We'll grab a sandwich and a cup of coffee on the way. Why, Sim Carter
But,
used
Nick,
to go...
what are you expecting to find in Barnstable?
June was born there. If her birth certificate doesn't give us a clue to that clause in Campbell's will, I'll find somebody there who can. Fancy, you wait here at the office for me.
But what do you expect from me, Mr. Carter? You say you found the birth certificate in good order.
After we finally got that guy to open up town hall so he could have a look. Boy, was he hopping mad at being called away from his supper.
Dr. Jessup, you signed the birth certificate, so you should be able to answer my question. What is there about June's birth that would cause her father to put that strange clause in his will?
I couldn't tell you, Mr. Carter. Mrs. Kemple came up here for a rest, and June was born while she was here.
Dr. Jessup, suppose I should tell you that I think someone is trying to make June think she's losing her mind because her mother did. Would that stir your memory?
Losing her mind because her mother... Oh, no, that's impossible. Why, pardon me, I must see who's at the door.
Certainly, we'll wait.
It's strange that they should come to the back door.
Nick, he knows something. Sure as you're a foot high, he knows something.
Yes, Waldo, I think he does. And I think he's going to talk.
Nick, sounds as if he's in...
Dr. Jessup, what's wrong? Dr. Jessup.
You're right. See Leona Perkins. She...
Look at Nick. He was shot twice, right through the chest.
So I see.
But we didn't hear no shots.
Silencer, apparently. Waldo, see if you can spot anyone out there.
Right, Nick. I'll get him.
Oh, poor guy. I hadn't come here with... Waldo! Waldo! Did you...
It's no good, Nick. I thought I saw a guy hiding in the trees there, so I took a couple of shots at him. I guess it was just shadows.
You ought to know better than to go shooting off that old 44 of yours blindly that way.
But, Nick,
Waldo, you stay here. Call the sheriff. Tell him what happened. I'm going to find Leona Perkins before someone tries to eliminate her, too. Now, you got that, Patsy? Tell Matty to have his man keep constant watch on the Kemple house. And tell me just who goes in or out.
Uh-huh. And he's to wait until you come and report to you.
Right. I'll pick you up at the office on my way back. Oh, and have Randy Wyatt there, too, so he can go with us.
Where did you say you are now?
In Barnstable, at the home of Leona Perkins. She was June's nurse after she was born. She knows the answers if anyone does. All right, I'll see you at the office, Betsy. Sorry, Mrs. Perkins, but I had to get that call through without delay. Now, you know Dr. Jessup, of course.
Yes, of course. I worked with him for 15 years. He sent you to me?
Yes. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but Dr. Jessup has just been killed.
Dr. Jessup? Killed?
Yes, shot. By someone who wanted to keep him from telling me what I came to Barnstable to find out.
Dr. Jessup dead. I can't believe it.
But before he died, he told me to come to you. That you would tell me what the mystery is about June Kemple's birth.
Why are you asking these questions, Mr. Carter?
Because June's sanity is in danger.
June insane? She can't be.
Why not? Her mother was, I understand. Died in the sanitarium.
And you understand wrongly, Mr. Carter. Her mother is perfectly sane, and she's still alive. Alive and well.
What's that you say?
Do I look insane to you?
You? Why, no, of course not.
Mr. Carter, I am June's mother.
You are June's mother?
I am. June is really my daughter.
Miss Perkins, I'm afraid I don't understand. Why was she brought up as the Kemple's child?
Mrs. Kemple had one daughter, and she wanted another, desperately. But she knew she was gradually going out of her mind. And she was afraid if she bore another child, it too might be susceptible to the same dread disease. So she decided to adopt a baby, but secretly, to prevent any possible discrimination against it. She made inquiries in several places. Dr. Jessup heard of her search and came to me.
How did he happen to come to you?
He was my doctor. My husband had just been killed in an accident, and my baby was to be born in 3 days. We were very poor, and I was frantic with worry. I had no money, Mr. Carter, no relatives. I'd never worked a day in my life. I could see no way to provide for the child who was coming.
And you agreed to give up your baby?
Yes. In a moment of weakness, I did. When June was born, Dr. Jessup registered her as being born to Mrs. Kemple instead of to me. Oh, perhaps it was wrong of him, but he felt it was the wisest thing to do.
You've never seen her since?
No, Mr. Carter. Bitterly as I regretted my decision, I'd sworn I'd never try to see her again. And I never have.
Did anyone else beside you, the doctor, and the Kemples know of this?
No, not a soul. Even Phyllis was never told. She believes June to be her own natural sister.
I doubt that she does now. Mrs. Perkins, you must go back to the city with me at once. Not only June's sanity, but her life may be in danger at this very moment.
And you say you found some real evidence, Nick?
The best in the world, Patsy. I found Mrs. Perkins here.
Well, I don't understand, Nick.
You'll know the whole story in a few minutes, just as soon as we get to the Kemple's house.
Is it a plot against June, Mr. Carter? Is she really all right?
Yes, Wyatt, I believe so. It'll take time to get her back on her feet, but basically she's as sane as you or I.
But who would want to do a thing like this?
Could only be one person. And how she found out about it, I don't know. But she did, obviously.
Mr. Carter, how much further? I promised once I'd never see June again, but now
That's one promise that is better broken than kept. Well, here we are. Oh, that must be Matty's man across the street. You three go in. I'll be with you as soon as I get his report.
I must protest, Mr. Carter. This is outrageous.
Sorry,
this
Mrs.
time
Everett.
of night.
It has to be done this way.
Everybody's here, Nick, all except Phyllis. She's been in bed with a migraine headache ever since dinner.
Well, we'll go ahead without her.
Okay.
June,
Yes.
you say various things happened to you that seem to indicate that you're losing your mind.
Yes, Mr. Carter. Just like my poor mother when she was losing her mind.
How do you know about your mother?
Oh, Alex told me.
Alex told you. Mr. Benson, may I ask if you knew Mrs. Kemple?
Why, no, I didn't. She died before I met Phyllis.
And how do you know how she acted while she was going to pieces?
Well, I've heard the story from Phyllis.
Complete with details?
Why, yes.
Recently?
Why, I guess she has told me more in the last few weeks than she ever did before, but What are you getting at?
I won't let them take me away. I'll kill myself first. I will.
Steady, June, steady. That won't be necessary. There's nothing wrong with you mentally, and there never has been.
But all those queer things.
Every single one of those things is a trick, suggestion planted in your mind.
But my mother died in that place.
No, June, you're wrong. She didn't.
Why, Nick?
June's mother is alive and well today. I'd like to introduce her to you. Mrs. Leona Perkins.
Nick, this is the most fantastic story I ever heard. Are you sure?
I am. I have positive proof. Dr. Jessup's story and Mrs. Perkins' story, which can be backed up with documentary proof. And if you want something you can see for yourself, look at June's little finger. I've just now noticed how she has the same peculiar little crook at the end of it that Mrs. Perkins has.
My golly, Nick, you're right. It's just the same.
You're my mother. My real mother.
Yes, June, darling. Your real mother.
Oh, Mother.
Mr. Carter, who in heaven's name would want to do this to June?
A person who was afraid that she might be susceptible to the thing that killed her mother, and consequently hated the person who wasn't. A person who wanted to prove that it was someone else, not her, who was the weak one.
Carter, do you realize what you're saying?
Unfortunately, Benson, I do.
But you mean that Phyllis... Phyllis?
Oh, of course he doesn't, Alex. That's sheer nonsense.
Mrs. Benson, didn't you help June write the note that broke her engagement to Randy Wyatt?
Yes, at her request.
After you talked me into doing it.
And didn't you suggest that June heard things and felt things, and then when you got her believing she didn't you suggest to Alex that those things were a sign of mental weakness?
She did. I can tell now. She was always asking me if I didn't feel this or hear that. I thought she was trying to help me, but...
I was trying to help.
Where have you been the last 2-3 hours?
In my room with a headache.
No, you weren't. You drove to Barnstable, shot Dr. Jessup so he couldn't tell me the secret, and came back here. My man saw you come in. You sneaked in the back door and up to your room, changed your shoes because they got muddy in the doctor's backyard, and then you came down here to brazen it out. Randy, if you look, I'm sure you'll find the muddy shoes in her room, and you'll find the motor of her car still hot. And probably you'll find a gun in her car, too.
I'll take a look right now.
Stay where you are, all of you. You may find the muddy shoes, but I've got the pistol right here, and I'm going to kill you all. You're a pack of sneaking...
Better take her away, officer, before she hurts someone.
Officer?
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Nick!
All right. No harm done. Alex, take her upstairs. Keep her in her room.
Yes, Mr. Carter. Come on, Phyllis.
Sure. Lock me up. Just the way they locked my mother up. You think I'm crazy, but I'm not. I'm as sane as any of you. I'll show you.
How could you do such a thing, Phyllis? Why should you hate me so?
Why shouldn't I hate you? I've hated you from the moment I found those old letters of Father's after he died. Those letters from Dr. Jessup, which gave away the whole story. Dr. Jessup said he hoped I'd never suffer as my mother did. Said he could understand how pleased Father was to know that there was no possibility of you having inherited any tendency to a mental weakness. I knew what he meant, and I hated you for it. I wish I'd killed you long ago.
Come, Phyllis. You'll feel better in your own room. Mrs. Everett, will you come with us, please?
Of course, Mr. Benson.
Take your hands off. I know nothing about
What a terrible thing.
Yes. If you never found those letters, this whole thing might never have happened. They not only turned her against June, they planted the fear of insanity in her own mind. And the hate and the fear together grew into a phobia that was too strong for her.
Mr. Carter, I don't know what to say. If there's any way I can repay you, you have only to name it.
Oh, yes, Mr. Carter. I feel as if a load had been lifted off my heart.
This is a wonderful thing you've done, Mr. Carter. A wonderful thing. God bless you for doing it.
Nick? In the excitement, I forgot.
Forgot what?
Waldo.
Well, what about Waldo?
Waldo is being held in Barnstable on charge of killing Dr. Jessup.
What?
Yes. He called just before you got back. Said he'd try to explain what happened, but the sheriff didn't believe him. Especially since 2 shots had been fired from his pistol, and 2 shots killed Dr. Jessup.
Oh, poor Waldo. I suppose the more they questioned him, the more excited he got that he finally talked himself right into his cell.
Well, you better do something about it, Nick, before Waldo goes crazy. Before he...
Okay, Patsy. Now, use your phone, June.
Certainly.
Poor Waldo. Oh, operator, I want the sheriff's office in Barnstable. Yes, the sheriff's office, that's right. Now, I want to talk to the sheriff himself. Yes, the sheriff.
Well, Nick, how about a little look into next week's story?
No sooner said than done, Hugh. It all started with a man being strangled in his hotel room in the very early hours of the morning.
And then went on to include a piece of silk torn from a shirt, a dictaphone record, and a missing wife.
Who was missing because her husband wanted it that way. but refused to stay missing when she received a letter containing a railroad ticket.
It was really the hotel maid.
Patsy, save something for next week.
What do you call your story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Dictaphone Murder.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, which is produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Pictured stories of Nick Carter appear in every issue of The Shadow comics. In the broadcast of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Lon Clark is starred as Nick, Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Original music is played by George Wright. Script is by Jock McGregor and Peggy Mayer. Any resemblance in these programs to actual persons, living or dead, or to actual places is purely coincidental. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented over most of these mutual stations each week at this same time. This is Hugh Sanders saying so long until next week. This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Broadcasting Corporation. Broadcasting Corporation. Broadcasting Corporation.
The Sears Radio Theater is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Enjoy.
A classic study of public attitudes toward radio reveals that the basic needs for information, pleasure, relaxation, and companionship of 96% of all adults are satisfied by radio. Advertisers like Jim Webb of the A. Webb Lock Safe and Alarm Company are finding this to be an excellent environment in which to present their advertising message. Jim advertises on the Al Carroll Show, Saturdays and Sundays, and Jim feels... Well, let's let Jim tell
We
it.
advertised with Al Carroll on his Super Handyman show, and I believe the audience of the Super Handyman show must enjoy Al's commercials because we've had good response. So I believe that probably advertising with Al Carroll and WFAA pays in the long run.
That's the voice of one of many advertisers who have tried radio advertising and enjoyed its results. Results, after all, are what it's all about. WFAA, radio, the personal medium.
That's the theme from the Sears Radio Theater. Tonight, a program of mystery with Vincent Price as your host. Here's a preview.
Aren't you just a little bit curious to know whose spirit haunts this house?
All right. Who is the ghost?
It's you, Lydia. Your spirit haunts this house.
The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
You can rent almost anything. Electric tools, exercise equipment, party supplies, tools for gardening, building, even earth-moving equipment. Why buy when you can rent? You can rent anything, almost. This commercial is brought to you by Tarrant-Dallas County Renters Association. And we would like to remind you that spring is once again upon us, and you can rent those tools you'll be needing. Why purchase when you can rent at a very nominal cost? No maintenance, storage, or repairs to worry about. To find a rental service near you, look in the yellow pages. They are full of surprises.
This is Vincent Price. Our story begins in New York City, that mecca of delight and terror. It is early November, less than 3 weeks before Thanksgiving. A young woman, very pretty, is walking along Lexington Avenue carrying a shopping bag. Her buoyant stride and radiant face suggest she has just bought a new dress. She seems oblivious to her surroundings, as carefree as if she were strolling through a meadow on a fine spring day. She approaches 49th Street, looking straight ahead, she begins to cross against the light. The young woman is suddenly struck down, her reverie of a moment before shattered like a glass figurine under the wheels of a taxicab.
Oh, my God, a woman!
She walked right in front of that cab. I saw her.
Is she hurt? Hey, is she dead?
Don't move her. Somebody call an ambulance.
Lady, why do you step off of the curb? Oh, jeez. She don't look good. She ain't moving.
Accidents are not unusual in New York. Hundreds happen every day. Yet this one, as we shall discover, is different. It is just the beginning of a mysterious series of events. Events that will be felt, but perhaps never explained or understood.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. 5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week, brought to you in Elliott Lewis' production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, Going Home, by Anne Heath. Our stars, Ann Given and Jack Crucian. The Sears Radio Theater is brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company, where value is your byword. Sears, where America shops.
Our family is growing pretty big these days. We've got family members in 9 different states, and Sears sure comes in handy. We can select gifts at the Sears near us, then bring them along on visits to our daughter in Seattle and my brother in Miami. And if what we bought isn't just right for them, they go to the Sears near them and exchange it. That's Sears. In their stores or through the catalog, Sears is where America shops.
Sears, where America shops.
The word's out and spreading fast about the jeans from Sears Men's Store that grow beautifully. It's a sure sign they're feeling fine and feeling good. For the denim that keeps going strong a long time. Get them trim cut, regular cut, even get them pre-washed. The jeans that grow beautifully. Now at most Sears retail stores.
From Sears, fashion that fends off the storm, salutes the sunshine. Step out, military flair. These double-breasted trench coats get down to details. Choose olive green or khaki tan Dacron polyester and cotton, sizes 8 to 18. Another fashion winner, the new quilt trim sheared shoulder coat with self-belt in chino beige polyester and cotton, sizes 6 to 16. Both coats come with a nylon lining. Fashion that fends off the storm, salutes the sunshine in the coat department at most larger Sears retail stores.
A fateful accident has plunged a young woman's daydream into nightmare. Is it the real world into which she now awakens? Or does reality lie instead on the other side of consciousness?
Who are you?
I am a doctor, Miss Stevens, and you're in a hospital.
Hospital? How did I get... What happened?
Well, you've had an accident. Don't try to talk now.
An accident? But I don't remember any accident. The last thing I remember, I was walking down the street. Lexington, I think it was, and I had a package. Yes, I remember now. It was a dress. I just bought that lavender dress.
Don't tire yourself, my dear. What you need now is sleep. Plenty of time later to think about what happened.
But, Doctor, I can't remember anything.
Shh. You're a very lucky young lady. It's a miracle you weren't killed.
Killed?
Yes, my dear. By rights, you should be dead. And dead people don't talk, so be a good girl and go to sleep. I'll check in on you later.
My stay in the hospital lasted almost 2 weeks, but it seemed like a lifetime. Although my memory gradually returned, I still couldn't recall the accident itself. The mind has been known to block out traumatic events. Perhaps it was this defense mechanism that was working within me.
Finally, I was released and allowed to return home to my apartment. The day after my return, I received a telephone call from someone whose voice I didn't recognize.
Is this the lovely Lydia?
Who is this?
I'm so glad I've reached you at last, Lydia. I've been phoning for days. You never seem to be in.
I've been away. Please, who is this?
But you don't know me. At least we've never met. But do you remember the old farmhouse on Deerfield Road in Cornwall?
Why, yes. That's where I spent summers as a child. But how do you know the house?
Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Alexander Pluto, but my friends call me Alex. I bought the house 2 years ago from that farmer, what was his name? Riska.
Yes, Bill Riska. He bought the farm from my father. He was going to give it to his son when he was old enough to farm it himself.
Well, apparently the boy decided he didn't want to be a farmer. The old man seemed relieved to be rid of the place, almost as happy as I was to find it. You see, I'm a sculptor, and I've been searching for just the right place to work. The farmhouse would be too remote for most people. I'm sure you remember, the nearest neighbor is 3 miles down the road.
Then it hasn't changed.
Not in the least.
I'm glad to hear that, Mr.
Pluto. Oh, but please, call me Alex.
Yes, well, I've often wondered what became of the place. I'm not surprised Billy didn't want to stay in the sticks. He was kind of a wild kid. It's good to know the house belongs to someone who cares for it. Well, it was very thoughtful of you to call and tell me...
That's not quite the reason I called.
Oh?
I don't suppose you believe in spirits.
You mean ghosts?
I've never liked that word. Makes me think of hobgoblins and Halloween and Casper, that ridiculous little cartoon character. No. What I'm referring to is the spirit, or presence, if you will, of an actual person. See, there's one living in this house.
Mr. Pluto.
Alex.
I really haven't time for ghost stories today. It's been nice talking with you, but I must go now.
Aren't you just a little bit curious to know whose spirit haunts this house?
All right. Who is the ghost?
It's you, Lydia. Your spirit haunts this house.
What are you saying?
At first, it was just a feeling. You know, like when you sense there's someone in the room with you.
I can't believe I'm hearing this.
Then you began to appear to me in a more human form.
Human form?
Oh, Lydia, you are lovely. Your face so innocent. Your body such form, such grace. Classic, like a marvelous Greek statue. And you have the most exquisite porcelain white shoulders.
Me? I don't really have a... What am I saying? This is insane. Listen, I'm sure you didn't call just to upset me. If this is some kind of joke, it's not very funny.
I assure you, it's no joke.
What you're saying is absurd. Even if there were such thing as ghosts, or spirits as you call them, and only a child would believe that, mine couldn't possibly be haunting your house. It's impossible, Mr. Pluto, because I'm not dead.
To look the height of fashion wherever I go requires many coats. But for home, I need only one coat fashion surrounding me. Sears' best Easy Living interior paint. One coat of Easy Living on the walls, and every room looks stunning. Save $3 on every gallon. Choose from 25 decorator colors and Easy Living latex flat and semi-gloss, plus bright white ceiling paint for your home. Because with Sears' Easy Living paint, it's one coat when used as directed at most Sears retail stores. Sale ends March 24th.
Sears has a bedspread with all the muscle to resist the wear and tear it gets from high-spirited kids. It's Tough Cord, a sturdy blend of 75% polyester and 25% rayon. Choose from bunk twin and full sizes in 10 bright solid colors or 5 coordinating plaids. All machine washable and perma-pressed for no-fuss, easy care. When you want value in a strong and sturdy bedspread, look for Tough Cord, because kids not only sleep in their bedrooms, they play there too. At most Sears retail stores.
Understand you type fast.
Yes?
Accurate?
Well...
That's okay. You'll be typing on Sears' exclusive corrector electric typewriter with easy correction and more. It's Sears' best. Try typing Sears corrector typewriter. Whoops. Now, first, Sears is S-E-A-R-S, not Z. So, backspace to the incorrect letter. Tap the correction key. Now the mistake is blocked out. Next, type the correct letter. Then proceed.
Yes, Daddy.
Listen, I'm sure you didn't call just to upset me. If this is some kind of joke, it's not very funny.
I assure you, it's no joke.
What you're saying is absurd. Even if there were such thing as ghosts, or spirits, as you call them, and only a child would believe that, mine couldn't possibly be haunting your house. It's impossible, Mr. Pluto, because I'm not dead.
I see you every afternoon, Lydia. In your straw hat with the red ribbon, riding down the road in your little cart behind your pony, Ebony.
But how could you know that? It was almost 20 years ago. I was only 10. And Ebony, how did you know my pony's name?
I know all about you, Lydia. Everything.
Sculptors are known to be eccentric, but even allowing for artistic temperament, Alexander Pluto seemed an unusually odd sort of man. There was something about his voice. It gave me an eerie feeling, and I couldn't stop thinking about the strange things he'd said. How did he know so much about me? And what was it he wanted? The next day, he phoned again, and again the following day. Hello?
Hello, Lydia.
Why do you keep calling me? What do you want?
All I want is for you to come home.
What do you mean? I am home. This is where I live.
No, Lydia, I mean home. To the farmhouse.
You can't be serious. Look, Mr. Pluto, that's your home now, not mine.
Yes, it is mine. And yours. You belong here. You must come home.
I'm hanging up. Please don't call me again.
Good morning, Miss Stevens. Haven't seen you lately. Been away?
No, I've been... Yes, I've been away. I'd like you to fill a prescription for me.
Sure thing. Be glad to. Let's see what we've got here. Tranquilizers, huh?
Yes, I haven't been sleeping well.
Oh, that's a common ailment in this city. I'd say half the people that come in here are looking for a way to get a good night's rest.
Will it take long?
What?
The prescription, will it take long? I'm kind of in a hurry.
No. Won't take but a minute. I'll just type this up for you. So, you managed to get away, huh?
Away?
Yes, away from our fair city, your trip.
Oh, yes.
Where'd you go, the Bahamas?
No, I went to visit a friend in Philadelphia.
Philadelphia? No, that's not my idea of a vacation. No, if we could afford it, me and the missus, we'd go to those Bahamas. Plenty of sunshine, miles and miles of white powdery beaches.
Please, I really am in a hurry.
Oh, sorry. I guess I got carried away. It's just that it's kind of a dream of ours. Someday. Forgive me for saying this, but you don't seem quite yourself. Is something troubling you?
No, of course not. It's the lack of sleep. It makes me a little tense, that's all.
Are you sure that's all it is?
Yes, of course I'm sure.
All right. Here are your pills, Miss Stevens. Shall I put this on your account?
Yes, thank you.
You'd better take one of those right away and calm those nerves of yours. You'd think somebody was after you or something.
I knew the druggist meant well, but I just couldn't take his chatter or his prying. I had to get back to the solitude of my apartment, where I'd be safe from questions I couldn't answer. Oh, where's that blasted key? I'm coming. Ah, here it is. Hello?
Hello, Lydia.
Oh, no.
Please, don't say that. Not when I've come all this way.
What?
Yes, I'm in the city. I've been following you.
You When?
Just now. I followed you when you went to the drugstore.
Oh, my God.
You have lovely legs, Lydia.
Listen, you've got to stop this. If you don't stop bothering me, I'll call the police.
But I mean you no harm. I only want...
What? What do you want?
I just want you to come home with me.
No, I've told you no. Please, please go away and leave me alone. Oh. A week went by and I heard nothing more from Alexander Pluto. No phone calls, nothing. Maybe he'd finally given up. One morning I was talking on the phone to Sheila, my closest and dearest friend.
Well, I think you should call the police, just in case he's still hanging around.
No, they'd think I was crazy. Just another neurotic female who's scared of her own shadow. You have to get killed before the cops will help you.
Oh, Lydia, don't be so cynical. I do wish you'd report this guy. Most nuts are harmless, but, well, you never know. If you don't want to call the police, I'll do it for you.
No, please, Sheila. I want to put all that behind me. I want to forget. I've been like a prisoner in this apartment. It's time I got out and back to work. I want to feel like a normal person again.
Oh, it's good to hear you talk like that. But I still wish...
Sheila, please.
All right. Can we get together for lunch soon?
I'd love to. How about Wednesday?
Wednesday. Let me think. Oh, yeah, that'd be great. But let's go to that little omelet place where we always...
Hold on a sec, Sheila. There's someone at the door. It's probably the boy with the groceries. It's you. There, standing before me, was an angular man with graying hair, dressed in a worn cardigan and corduroy trousers. His intense slate blue eyes seemed to penetrate right through me, holding me transfixed, unable to speak or to move.
Hello, Lydia. I've come to take you home.
Lydia? Lydia, where are you? Lydia?
Sears Radio Theater will return after this message from your local station.
When you're looking for the dog food used by most professional dog owners and breeders, you're looking for Wayne dog food. The minimum protein levels in Wayne dog food are higher than most other dog foods. Because of this, you get an excellent protein-balanced dog food. Now this, combined with a competitive price, makes Wayne's the best dog food for your money. You can't find Wayne dog food at the grocery store, but Wayne's can be found at the Aggie Feed Store. That's the Aggie Feed Store, the largest feed store in the Southwest. They're on Highway 175. Going east out of Dallas, take the first exit after Loop 12. Then follow the service road to Aggie Feed Store. In Mesquite, it's Ace Hardware and Feed at 4413 Gus Thomason. Remember Wayne dog food, the dog food used by most professional dog owners and breeders, now at competitive prices at the Aggie Feed Store, the largest feed store in the Southwest, on Highway 175 east of Dallas.
Want to know the best way to better a lawn? Well, if the grass is always greener on your neighbor's side of the fence, it's probably because he uses Best Lawn Food, the balanced fertilizer for greener, healthier lawns. Best Lawn Food contains an effective combination of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potash to promote early growth. And its exclusive Zip polyphosphate formula means more available phosphorus over longer periods of time, resulting in a stronger root system and greener, healthier grass. On the other hand, if the grass is always weedier on your side of the fence, you can knock out those weeds and feed your lawn at the same time with Best Weed and Feed. It has the Zip polyphosphate formula, but it also contains Trimec for effective weed control. You can do 2 jobs in 1 application. And speaking of Best, now you can have the best T-shirt in town. Bright, glamorous, full-color Best T-shirts will be on sale at the Best Lawn and Gardens product booth at WFAA Spring Thing in the Women's Building at Fair Park, April 6th, 7th, and 8th. See you there.
Chills run up and down your spine. There's a creeping sensation at the back of your neck. You're listening to CBS Radio Mystery Theater. I'm E.G. Marshall, your host for these hour-long dramas of suspense, adventure, and the macabre. Heard 7 times a week on most of these stations. Here's a sample of what we mean.
Hush, hush, my darling. Your mother is taking care of all of you. You have nothing to fear. Let those who move against us learn to cower in terror. As long as the moon is full, we rule the nights. Ours is the power and the glory. You will inherit the world, and I am your queen in whatever guise I choose to cloak myself.
Listen here for CBS Radio Mystery Theater 7 times a week on most of these CBS Radio network stations.
So Lydia has at last come face to face with the voice on the telephone. Drawn by some unknown force as powerful as love itself, she's compelled to go with this stranger. What is the power he has over her? And where is this place he calls home?
Where are we going?
Don't be afraid, Lydia. I'm an excellent driver.
You? How did I get here?
I came for you.
But I don't remember.
There's nothing to remember. All that matters is that you're here now.
Where are you taking me?
I told you, Lydia. I'm taking you home.
You mean we're going to Cornwall, to the farmhouse?
That's right.
Oh.
There's nothing to be afraid of. I assure you, Lydia, I won't harm you. Now, it's a long drive, so why not just sit back and relax? There's plenty of time for a nap if you'd like. There's a pillow on the back seat.
I'm not tired.
As you wish. I just want you to be comfortable.
Comfortable? Is this your idea of comfort? First you terrorized me on the phone for days, and now you kidnap me. If you don't intend to harm me, then what do you want with me?
Nothing more than what I've already told you. You must trust me.
Trust you?
Yes. Everything's going to be fine. Just fine.
Everything would be fine. How I wished I could believe that. I tried to make sense of what was happening, but my head was clouded with fear. Sheila was right. I should have called the police.
Are you warm enough, Lydia? This heater doesn't work very well, I'm afraid.
Yes, I'm fine.
Are you sure? There's an Afghan in the back.
Thank you. I'm not cold.
You know, I tried to think of everything. I so wanted this to be a pleasant trip. But the weather isn't cooperating, is it? This time of year, I suppose we should be grateful it's not a snowstorm. I haven't put the chains in the trunk of this old jalopy yet. I've been so wrapped up in my work, I've lost all track of time.
Your work?
Yes, I guess you've forgotten. I'm a sculptor. For this past month, I've been working on something terribly exciting. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever done. That is, it will be when it's finished. I am so anxious for you to see it.
Is that why you kidnapped me?
I do wish you'd stop using that word. It sounds so villainous. I mean, it makes me feel like a common criminal.
Well, aren't you?
Hardly. I'm afraid I've never been common anything. There wasn't time. As an artist, my life has been devoted solely to the quest for beauty. A beauty that is as timeless as love. Did you know that true beauty, like true love, is a vision of the eternal? You see, Lydia, there are other planes, other dimensions of existence. If we don't fear them, they reveal themselves to us, just as your spirit has revealed itself to me.
I don't understand any of this.
Well, perhaps you will when we get to the farmhouse. We're almost out of gas. There's a station around the next bend. Yes, there it is.
Afternoon. Help you, mister?
Yes, fill it up, please, regular.
Yep, winter's coming, all right. She's been pouring down like this most all day. Don't look like she wants to let up, neither. Your folks come far?
We're driving up from the city.
City folks, eh? Yeah, don't get down to the city much myself. The wife and I, we make a trip into Hartford about once a year before Christmas. Wife likes to shop in them fancy stores for the grandkids. You know them stores, ma'am?
No, I don't.
You're feeling all right, ma'am? You look kind of pale.
Yes, I'm fine. Alex, If you don't mind, I'd like to go to the restroom.
Can't wait till we get home.
You said I should trust you. Can't you trust me?
I want to, Lydia.
Can you tell me where your ladies' room is, please?
Right round back, ma'am. You can't miss it. Better run, though, or you'll be soaked clear through. Women. They're all alike, eh, mister? Can't go to a gas station without paying a visit to the ladies.
Oh, please answer. Operator, get me the police, and hurry.
What city, please?
I don't care, any city.
There are a lot of police stations in Connecticut, ma'am. I have to know which one you want.
But I don't know.
Are you calling on a payphone, ma'am?
Yes, I am.
Then look on the phone book. It should tell you what city is closest to you.
Phone book. Yes, here it is. New Milford. It's New Milford.
Thank you. One moment, please. I'll connect you.
Please hurry.
New Milford Police. McConnell speaking.
I'll take that phone, young
Hello.
lady.
Anybody there?
I did want to trust you, Lydia.
The journey resumed in silence. I slumped down in the seat, my forehead pressed against the cold window. I stared out at the gray, rain-swollen sky, the bleak November landscape flashing by. My mind and body were drained. I was unable to struggle further against a force I couldn't understand. Enveloped by a sense of foreboding, I awaited my fate as the car moved northward through the rain toward what? Late that afternoon, the car finally turned off the main highway onto a narrow dirt road surrounded by dense woods.
We're almost home, Lydia.
About 3 miles further on, we came to a clearing. There on a knoll, set back from the road, beneath the protective branches of 2 ancient elm trees, stood the farmhouse. As the car arrived in front of the house, the rain suddenly stopped and the sun broke through the clouds. Vapors of steam curled upward from the roof toward the brightening sky. The house glistened like a memory.
Well, here we are. Come on, get out of the car, Lydia.
The house, everything, it's all just as it used to be.
Do come and have a look around.
Yes, all right. For the moment, I forgot my fear in my joy at seeing again my beloved childhood home. I wandered over the property, fond memories returning as I rediscovered familiar places. It was as if I never left. There was the vegetable garden all tilled and ready for winter, and the apple orchard, even the old ladder resting against the same crooked tree. But the biggest surprise was my swing. I ran toward it as eagerly as if I were greeting an old friend. How I used to love that swing. I'd sit for hours just swinging back and forth, looking out over the trees across the road, dreaming of the places I was going to go, the people I'd meet someday. Sometimes I'd see a storm coming way off. Then suddenly it would be there, and I'd run for dear life to the potting shed. The potting shed. I wondered if it was still there behind the house. There it was, unchanged. I pulled open the rickety door and went inside.
Ah, here you are.
I was just looking around.
Of course you were. There's so much to see, isn't there?
Yes, it's all so familiar.
I know. It's just as you remembered it.
Exactly. It's all exactly the same. I can't believe it.
Believe it, Lydia. It's as real as you or me.
But I still don't understand. Why have you brought me here?
You'll know soon enough. It's not something I can tell you. You must discover it for yourself. Now, let's go inside. I have a surprise for you.
What's the best way to save on new clothes? Sew them. Start by saving $40 on a Kenmore sewing machine at Sears with a convertible free arm for narrow sleeves, cuffs, and legs, a built-in buttonholer, even 6 stretch stitches. This free arm Kenmore just $199.95 and save $30 on a wood veneer sewing cabinet.
Sale ends March 31st. Prices and dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii. Available at most Sears retail stores. Kenmore. Solid as Sears.
Here comes spring. I know. Isn't the weather lovely? I'm talking about your dress. It's as soft and breezy as spring. Soft dressing is what spring is all about. And her dress is from Sears' expressive collection of dresses and skirt sets. Fluid lines and feminine designs. Fine detailing to shape and define. In fabrics that move with you. Polyester or polyester and silk. In subtle spring shades for quiet excitement. Misses, petite, and half sizes. In the dress department at most larger Sears retail stores.
Put together a whole wardrobe with the classic collection separates at Sears. Now you can buy the pants to a suit, the vest to a suit, and the jacket to a suit separately. So every well-tailored piece of the outfit you buy is geared to your size and build. You can create a more casual look with solid color blazers and patterned slacks, or patterned sport coats and solid color slacks. The colors coordinate to let you mix and match. Now that's style, sense, and satisfaction. The classic collection at most larger Sears retail stores.
Vincent Price again, and here's the concluding act of Going Home.
We entered the house through the kitchen. As the door closed behind me, I was plunged further into a world which, unlike Alice's Wonderland, was uncanny in its familiarity. It was as if the past 20 years never existed, and I was once again a child of 10. The kitchen was my favorite room, always so warm and cozy. What good times we had there. The huge stone fireplace, the Dutch oven, the yellow-dotted Swiss curtains at the window. On the table was a wooden bowl that looked like the one Mother kept filled with fruit. Only now it held red pomegranates.
How does it look to you?
It hasn't changed.
It's a wonderful room, don't you think? There's so much of you in it.
I feel as if I'm dreaming. As though any minute I'll wake up and I'll be back in my apartment and none of this will have ever happened.
You're not dreaming, Lydia.
But this can't all be real.
I assure you it is. Now, come along. I want you to see the rest of the house.
This is incredible. The living room, it's the same, even the furniture. Where did you get this furniture?
It was here when I bought the place.
But it looks so new.
Yes, it does look nice, doesn't it?
This furniture belonged to my family.
I know.
You know? How could you know?
I just know.
Everything was in exactly the same place. The dining table, the couch under the window, the cobbler's bench Papa bought for a coffee table, and my mother's rocking chair.
Yes, I like that chair myself. It's quite pleasant to sit there in the evening and read.
But how did you know?
Know what?
How did you know where everything went?
I told you. I just know.
That clock. Where did you get it?
Which one?
The one that just chimed. There on the mantelpiece.
Oh, that one. A beauty, isn't it?
That clock belonged to my great-grandmother. I'm sure my parents took it with them when they sold the house. Why is it here?
Please, Lydia, no more questions. There seems to be a chill in the house. I'll make a fire. Thoughtless of me. I should have warmed the house while you were outside looking around. Yes, would have been nice and warm by now.
Please, won't you tell me what this is all about? What do you want with me?
Nothing. I want nothing.
Then why?
Why what?
Why have you brought me here?
You mustn't try so hard to understand. Some things can't be explained. They just happen.
Happen?
Yes. As I told you in the car, there exists a dimension other than the one we're accustomed to. Some people would call it supernatural, but I dislike that word. I prefer to think of it as a spiritual thing. Not in the religious, but in the mystical sense.
Mystical?
Yes. Something that can't be explained rationally or scientifically.
Like spirits?
Precisely. Ah, now that's better. Do come and warm yourself, Lydia.
When does my spirit appear to you?
Different times. Most often while I'm working. It has to do with creativity. It makes one more receptive to other levels of awareness.
Other levels of...
Awareness, yes. Look, it's very simple, really. Like being tuned in to a different radio station.
Has anyone else ever seen this spirit?
No. Even if there were others here, chances are they wouldn't notice anything unusual not being tuned in properly. One has to be on the right frequency to glimpse the world beyond.
Beyond. That means beyond life, doesn't it?
That's right.
That's what I don't understand. How can there be a spirit if the person isn't dead?
Would you like some tea? I would. I'll go put the kettle on. Won't be a minute. Do get closer to the fire, Lydia. You look chilled to the bone. Lydia? Lydia, where are you? Lydia. Lydia. Ah, here you are. I'm afraid it's locked, Lydia. The front door is never used. Now, come and have some tea. Feeling better? A cup of tea is soothing, isn't it? Now, if you'll come with me, there's something I want to show you.
I'd rather just sit here by the fire if you don't mind.
Please, Lydia, this is very important. Come on, there's nothing to be afraid of.
Please, I'd rather stay here.
You must learn to trust me. Now, come along. It's in the cellar.
In the cellar?
Yes. Follow me. I'll take your hand if you like.
No, I'll come.
There's my girl. I really must get oil on this door. Keep forgetting. Ah, there it goes. Mind your step now. These stairs are a bit steep.
It's dark. I can't see.
Your eyes will adjust in a moment. There's a light switch down at the bottom.
So cold.
There. Let there be light. You see now?
What's that? That thing with the cloth over it.
That's my surprise. Come closer, Lydia. Come stand where you can see when I take the cover off. There, that's right. Are you ready?
Yes, I guess so.
Mind, it's not quite finished yet.
The cloth floated to the floor, revealing the surprise. It was a marble figure of a woman. She was delicate and graceful, with a translucency of alabaster. She looked like a Greek statue, and yet something about her was strangely contemporary.
Well, what do you think?
She's beautiful.
I knew you'd like her. When she's finished, she'll be my most exquisite creation. Tell me, do you recognize her?
I don't think so.
Now look carefully.
It can't be me. How could you have known? But she's so beautiful.
That's how I see you, Lydia. As the lovely Persephone.
Persephone?
The loveliest of goddesses. Not even Aphrodite could hold a candle to either of you. Lydia, would you be kind enough to do me a favor?
What is it?
Would you pose for me? There's one area that's giving me trouble, around the eyes. Your eyes were never quite clear when you appeared before. If you'll just stand right where you are and tilt your head a little bit to the left. That's it. That's it. Good. Now, this will only take a moment or two. There's a poem by D.H. Lawrence. Let me see if I can remember how it goes. Let me guide myself with the torch of a flower down the darker and darker stairs, down the way Persephone goes, just now in first frosted November. Appropriate, don't you think?
I don't know.
There. Oh, I think I've got the essence. She just needs some refining to live up to her model. You can move now. And if you'll excuse me, I must continue working if I'm to finish today. Why don't you go upstairs and have a look at your room?
My room?
Yes, it's right where it was. Just up the stairs and to the left. Oh, and Lydia...
Yes?
Do forget about trying to escape. It's not possible.
Almost in a state of shock after the day's bizarre events, I left the dank enigma of the cellar. As if drawn by a magnet, I climbed the stairs to the second floor. I walked down the hallway to where my room used to be, then hesitated, unsure of what I might find inside. I took a deep breath and opened the door. It was incredible. The room was just the way I left it over 20 years before. I stood there in the doorway and gazed into the past. There was my white canopy bed, my dresser, my stuffed animal collection on the blue chair in the corner, even my treasured copy of Black Beauty on the little pine desk Papa made for me. I couldn't believe my eyes. I thought I must be losing my mind. First, I couldn't remember how I ended up in the hospital. And now this. I wonder where that came from. I went to the window and parted the organdy curtains. Below, in the gathering darkness, I could barely make out the dim forms. Then I saw. There, on the road, sitting in a cart being pulled by a black pony, was a little girl wearing a big straw hat. My God! That's me! That little girl is me! I was suddenly seized by a cold panic. Its icy fingers gripped my skull like a vice. I had to get out of there. I ran out of the room and down the stairs as quietly as I could.
Lydia? Oh, forgive me. I didn't mean to startle you.
Please, I must get back to the city. I must go.
I'm sorry, but you can't leave. Not anymore. Your return has already been delayed. It's almost a month overdue.
What do you mean, overdue?
Since the accident.
The accident?
Yes, dear Lydia. And now you've come home. At last, you've come home to stay.
The last thing I remember, I was walking down the street. Lexington, I think it was. Yes, I remember now. I just bought that lavender dress. Suppose, when we die, we do continue to exist in another dimension. The world beyond is imagined in many ways, not all of them pleasant. Is our fate the dark nether world of Pluto and Persephone? Or could it be that we are destined to return to the time and to the place of our fondest memories?
The word's out and spreading fast about the jeans from Sears Men's Store that grow old beautifully. It's a sure sign they're feeling fine and feeling good. For the denim that keeps going strong a long time. Get them trim cut, regular cut, even get them pre-washed. The jeans that grow old beautifully. Now at most Sears retail stores.
Clinging jerseys, tight satin tops, they only look good if they hug your body smoothly.
Sears Best All Bra Light helps you and your clothes look good. How? All Bra Light has no-seam cups, and straps adjust in the back so you look great up front. Whatever you do, whether it's dashing around town or simmering with disco fever in that slinky dress, it's flattering fun with the Sears All Bra Light. Available at most larger Sears retail stores.
They wear them in Alaska, in Texas, in Maine. Wherever the territory's tough, the kids wear Sears Toughskins, the toughest jeans in Sears Tough Jeans territory. Fashioned from a perma-pressed tri-blend fabric so tough, kids can actually jump on trampolines made from it. Sears Toughskins in boys and girl sizes. Now in latest spring colors, styles, patterns. Brushed finish, too. You have tough kids, Sears has Toughskins. Only in the children's store at most larger Sears retail stores and through the catalog.
Radio Theater has been brought to you by Sears, Roebuck and Company, where our policy is satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Sears, where America shops. Going Home was written by Ann Heath, produced and directed by Fletcher Markle. Your host was Vincent Price. Our stars were Ann Given and Jack Crucian. Also heard were Vic Perrin, Joan McCall, Bill Zuckert, and Jack Manning. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CBI.
10:04, 10:03, 10:02. It's time to improve your home's looks with beautiful vinyl siding from National Sales. We now have $5 billion allotted for vinyl siding loans to improve your home. We'll put vinyl siding on your home regardless of good credit, bad credit, repossessions, no credit, single, divorced. It doesn't matter. As long as you have a job or other income and you're buying or own your own home. So call right now, 238-7186. We have operators standing by right now to take your call. Dial 238-7186. That's 238-7186. This siding carries a 40-year warranty, so don't wait. Call today, and we'll have someone out there tonight. 238-7186. Remember, we have guaranteed financing. That number again is 238-7186. Out of town, call collect area code 214-238-7186. Television programming is getting better and better. Every day you see brilliant specials, outstanding dramas, hilarious comedies, and the most outstanding sports coverage worldwide. Wouldn't it be great to watch your favorite programming on your own giant screen TV? From Visual Encounters, who feature Muntz TV. Muntz was the pioneer in the manufacture of the giant screen television, and they're now pioneering the lowest price. Only $13.95 complete. Call Visual Encounters at 361-9220 or go by their showroom at 5988 Northwest Highway in Preston Center. Muntz giant screen televisions offer the brightest picture on the market. Visual Encounters also features the lowest prices on your favorite videotape recorders. Don't miss a single moment of magnificent, thrilling TV. Go by Visual Encounters in Preston Center or call 361-9220. That's 361-9220. Visual Encounters.
Tomorrow's Sears Radio Theater will be a story of love and hate with Cicely Tyson as your hostess. Let's listen.
A ring would look wonderful on this finger.
Clem, you shouldn't say that.
Say what?
You shouldn't say that about a ring. You shouldn't ever say things like that unless you mean it.
I mean it.
So be sure and tune in tomorrow to the Sears Radio Theater.
Slide into the 1979 baseball season with Ranger reports each weekday from veteran pitcher Ferguson Jenkins. Fergie will talk about the games coming up, what kind of competition the Rangers will be up against, and the kind of competition the Rangers have to offer this season. Listen for the Ranger Report with Ferguson Jenkins starting March 26th, Monday through Friday at 8:15 a.m. and 5:45 p.m. exclusively on WFAA News Talk 57.
There's a new program here at WFAA News Talk 57. It's called Texas Daybreak. I'm Jess Smith, and I'm up early every Monday through Friday to host the program between 5 a.m. and 6. Bill Blanchard keeps us updated on the latest morning news. We spend a lot of time on the weather, and Joe Halstead spins a few tall tales and Texas short stories. 5 a.m. to 6, Monday through Friday, Texas Daybreak. Good way to start the day. From WFAA News Talk 57.
I'm Charles Osgood, CBS News, inviting you to get a head start on the morning news with Dick Wheeler and all the news people here on WFAA.
Dallas, Fort Worth.
CBS News. A swell of bipartisan support for President Carter for his achievement in the Middle East. I'm Rita Sands reporting on the CBS radio network. Unless new problems develop, Egypt and Israel could sign a long-awaited peace treaty within 2 weeks. Their defense ministers will arrive in Washington this week to work out final details. There'll be a review of U.S. military commitments, which play an important role in the treaty. Pentagon sources say the estimated $4 billion in military aid, to be spread over 3 or 4 years, will be almost equally divided between Israel and Egypt. Key congressional leaders say it will be money well spent. Former President Richard Nixon agrees.
While peace cannot be purchased by dollars alone, and no one should ever make that fatal mistake, if by an expenditure of money we can strengthen the foundation of peace which exists.
All right, it's that time of day again. It is time for the Trivia Minute, and here we go. Severus Septimius Galba was Roman emperor ruling for 7 months from June the 8th, 68 AD, to January the 15th, 69 AD. He was the first emperor in the year of the 4 emperors and assumed the throne following Nero's suicide. Born into a wealthy family, Galba held at various times positions of praetor, consul, and governor for the provinces of Galilee, Aquitia, Germania Superior, and Africa during the first half of the 1st century AD. He retired from his positions during the latter part of Claudius's reign, with the advent of Agrippina the Younger, but Nero later granted him the governorship of Hispania. Taking advantage of the defeat of Vindix's rebellion and Nero's suicide, he became emperor with the support of the Praetorian Guards. Galba's physical weakness and general apathy led to his rule being dominated by favorites. Unable to gain popularity with the people or maintain the support of the Praetorian Guard, Galba was murdered on the orders of Otho, who became emperor in his place. And that was the Trivia Minute. And now let's get back to the shows. Journey to the Stars with Space Patrol, coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy have gone to the offices of John Crozer to rescue a noted scientist abducted by Crozer.
I know Professor Hegman is somewhere in this building, Crozer. Take us to him.
Why, Commander, you're mistaken.
Oh, no, we're not. Don't sit there under that sun lamp. Take me to Hegman.
Well, all right, Corey, if you insist.
My eyes, turn off that lamp.
Get him, Happy.
I can't see.
Here's yours, Cadet. Now, Corey, I am going to finish you off permanently.
We'll be back in just a moment with today's Space Patrol story, the Brain Bank and the Space Binoculars.
Wow! Man, oh man, oh man! Yummy!
That boy sounds excited, doesn't he? Well, no wonder. He's just had his first taste of Rice Chex, the delicious bite-sized super cereal.
Wow! Man, oh man, oh man! Yummy!
Same boy, yep, and the same cereal, only it's his second bowl. Try Rice Chex yourself, gang. You'll love it.
I'll say, and when you eat a good breakfast with Rice Chex, you're supercharged.
Absolutely. So, gang, try it today. Delicious Rice Chex. And, hey, today's the day for the biggest news ever announced on Space Patrol. So stand by, and I mean with pencil and paper, for the most sensational message you ever heard on Space Patrol. Not far from Space Patrol headquarters on the man-made planet Terra is the Crozer Building. From his spacious offices on the top floor, John Crozer directs his far-reaching enterprises. It is Crozer's proud boast that his payroll list is virtually a scientific hall of fame, an interplanetary who's who of distinguished men and women in every field of science and technology. His rugged features and penetrating eyes are reflected on the polished surface of his mammoth Endorium desk as he confers with his director of plant operations, Erla Becker, and the noted physicist, Professor David Hegman.
Miss Becker, is there anything else on the agenda which concerns Professor Hegman?
Yes, you wanted me to remind you to congratulate the professor.
Oh, yes, the Kleinhurst medal. I understand you're to receive it at a banquet this evening.
That's right, Mr. Crozer.
Congratulations. You're upholding the Crozer tradition.
The Crozer tradition?
Of course. For the past 3 years, every winner of the Kleinhurst Medal for Scientific Achievement has been associated with Crozer Enterprises.
Oh, I understand that the medal is given for work, which I did before I joined your organization.
Well, I speak in jest, more or less. Well, that completes our conference, Professor.
I have something to tell you, Mr. Crozer.
Yes?
I am forced, with regret, of course, to submit my resignation.
Your resignation? I don't understand, Professor.
Well, it's my doctor's orders. He says my health won't permit me to continue my work for your company.
But you're under contract. You're absolutely necessary to this project.
I am very sorry. But my doctor tells me that unless I retire, I may not last for more than a few months.
This puts my company in an awkward position, Professor. I won't tolerate it.
I regret this as much as you do, Mr. Crozer. But I don't see what I can do about it.
See here, Hegman. It'll take us 3 years to complete construction and install equipment. Your contributions are useful now in our present stage, but they'll be absolutely essential in 3 years from now.
Oh, Mr. Crozer, no one individual is absolutely indispensable. There are other scientists in my field.
Hegman, I hired you because you're the only man alive today who can see this particular phase through to a successful conclusion. This whole operation is geared around you. You can't resign.
Well, my doctor tells me that I have no choice. Surely you don't expect me to endanger my life?
I'm going to have a talk with that doctor of yours.
I'm afraid it won't do you any good, Mr. Crozer. 2 other doctors have confirmed his diagnosis.
Very well. We shall see. Our interview is ended, Hegman. I have other matters to discuss with Miss Becker now.
Goodbye, Mr. Crozer.
Goodbye, Professor.
The nerve of that man. Trying to walk out on me, John Crozer.
I understand how you feel, but as the professor says, it can't be helped.
I'll hold him to his contract. He's got to keep working for me. That project must be finished as I planned.
You can't force him to disobey his doctor's orders, contract or no contract.
Look here, Miss Becker. You're director of plant operations. It's up to you to find a way out of this.
Well, let's face facts. Hegman's brain will be of most value to us 3 years from now. But he's got to retire immediately, so he's out of the picture.
If there were only someone else with his knowledge.
There is one possibility, but it's not legal.
Well, let's hear it.
Suppose Professor Hegman were to be put in suspended animation for 3 years. Then, when he's revived, his health will be exactly as it is now. He'll be able to do a few months of work when he's most needed. Of course, Hegman wouldn't consent to it.
Well, that's immaterial to me. We'll do it by force. That's an admirable idea, Miss Becker. We'll literally be establishing a brain bank. We'll put Hegman's brain on ice till we're ready to use it.
There's only one catch. How are we going to explain his disappearance?
Leave that to me. You locate some suspended animation equipment and get it here. When we get it set up, we'll bring Hegman to my office for one more conference.
Well, nobody seems to know where the professor is, Commander. I've even checked with his doctor.
I've just phoned Crozer. He hasn't seen him either.
Well, maybe the professor forgot about his appointment with you. He could be out with friends celebrating. After all, he's just received the Kleinhurst Medal.
I doubt that he'd forget the appointment, Happy. He seemed very anxious to talk to me. You knew, didn't you, that the professor has to retire?
No. Why, sir?
His doctor warned him that he can't keep up the pace. Oh, by the way, there's something I've been wanting to show you. Yeah. Have a look at this new Space Patrol equipment.
Binoculars?
Yes. Not just ordinary binoculars, Happy. They're space binoculars.
Can I try them out, sir?
Sure, they're yours.
Gee, they've got a band on them so you don't have to hold on to them. Yeah, the band fastens them around your head.
Right, it leaves your hands free. Now, take a look over the city with them, Happy. I'll take the polarization off the windows.
Wow, these are great, sir. Why, I can even read a small sign on the space terminal building. A sign I can't even see without the binoculars.
Well, you get out in space, out of the atmosphere of Terra, then you'll really see something.
You mean they're even better out in space?
They're so sensitive, they'll pick up very small objects many miles away. They're designed especially for pilots on search missions. Within a planet's atmosphere, they're good 4-power binoculars.
Wow. Hey, look, there's some people walking 5 blocks away, and it looks as though I could almost reach right out and touch them. Hey, from what you say, Commander, I'd sure like to take a look through them out in space.
Mr. Crozer, this is the most outrageous thing I have ever heard. I refuse to let you do it.
Professor, I'm afraid there's nothing you can do about it.
Don't you know that even if I gave you my consent, it is still illegal for private persons to use the suspended animation process? Now, if you'll unlock the door, Crozer, I'll leave.
Hegman, my friend, you're not leaving. Miss Becker, we might as well get started with the process. Give him the preliminary injection.
All right, Mr. Crozer.
Get away from me.
Hegman, get away from that window.
I wouldn't advise jumping out, Professor. It's a long way to the street.
Yes, and it wouldn't be suspended animation. It would be terminated animation. Go on, Miss Becker. Give him the electronic injection.
Get away from me.
There. I've got my hand over his mouth. Quickly, Miss Becker.
Oh, hold him still.
Quit struggling, Hegman, or you'll really get hurt.
There.
How long does it take for the electronic injection to knock him out?
Just a few seconds.
Good.
Oh, he's losing consciousness.
All right, Miss Becker. Let's carry him into the suspended animation chamber and finish the process.
Commander, look. I can see the lettering on the windows of the Crozer building. These binoculars are fantastic, even in the atmosphere.
Take a look at Terra Park, Happy. You can probably see the ants on the rose bushes.
Yeah, they aren't that good. But I can see people inside the Crozer building. Look, sir, on the top floor, there's a man standing in the window. I can see him just as plain. Here, sir, try him.
All right, I'll take just one look, but then I think we'd better get to work.
Yes, sir. It's the 4th window from the corner of the building, see?
Yeah, it is clear. Well, that's Professor Hegman.
Huh?
At least I think it is. Oh, he's gone now. Wonder why Crozer didn't have the professor call me. I suppose Hegman's busy closing up his work with Crozer.
Yeah, I think he'd at least phone you.
I'll tell you what, Happy. I've got an errand to make right near the Crozer building. Let's drop in and see the professor on the way over.
I've checked the suspended animation equipment. Everything's working fine, Mr. Crozer.
How long does it take?
Another hour and we'll be through.
Oh, good.
You aren't going to keep him here in the building, are you?
No, in a day or so we'll take him to Mars.
We'll have to take the equipment there, too. We have to give him booster treatments every 3 months. Say, haven't you been under that helio lamp long enough?
Oh, I've got it on low setting. You ought to try it, Miss Becker. It's really very relaxing.
Not as relaxing as that treatment we're giving Hegman.
Yes. He'll be relaxed for 3 years.
Speaking of Hegman, did you see him throw anything out of the window when you were struggling with it?
I know. Did you?
Well, he made a sort of throwing motion with his hand. I think I better go down the street and check.
Yeah, that's right. He certainly didn't have time to scribble any note. But let's not take any chances. Come in.
Hello, Mr. Crozer.
Oh, Commander Corey. Nice to see you.
Thank you. This is Cadet Happy.
How do you do, Cadet?
How do you do, sir?
Sit down, gentlemen. I hope you don't mind if I go on with this lamp treatment. I'm acquiring a tan for myself.
I see you are.
Unfortunately, I don't have the opportunity to get it the natural way as you space patrolmen do.
That's quite a high-powered lamp.
Yes, it can be if it's turned up. Have to know how to handle it.
The reason I came over, Mr. Crozer, is to see Professor Hegman.
No, the professor isn't here. Remember, I told you I'd ask him to call you if he showed up.
We saw him standing by the window of this office just a few minutes ago.
You saw him in the window?
Happy and I were testing some new Space Patrol binoculars. We thought we saw Hegman.
Hegman? You must be mistaken. Oh, I know. One of my attorneys was here a while ago. He's about the same height and build as Hegman. Yes, come to think of it, there is a resemblance. Funny, I never thought about it before.
Well, apparently we made a mistake, Mr. Crozer. Sorry to have bothered you.
No bother at all. No bother at all.
The old fool threw this out of the window. I didn't know there was anyone in here.
We were just leaving, but I've changed my mind. May I see what you have there?
Oh, it's nothing at all.
No, Commander. Just a little promotion gimmick one of our companies is putting out.
May I see it?
Yes, of course.
The Kleinhurst medal, a promotion gimmick?
A Kleinhurst medal?
There's only one man who would have that medal on his person at this time. That would be Professor Hegman.
What are you getting at?
This young lady just said it was thrown out of the window. Well, why would anyone throw a valuable award like this out of a window unless they wanted to attract attention? So give it to me straight, Crozer. Where is Professor Hegman?
You're jumping to conclusions, aren't you, Commander?
That was Hegman we saw. If you're not trying to hide something, why are you and this woman so evasive? Why did you lie about the medal? You've got Hegman somewhere in this building.
I suppose you won't be satisfied until you search the place.
That's right.
All right, then. Come on. I'll just turn this lamp on full power and right in your eyes.
Turn it off.
My eyes. Get him, Happy.
I can't see.
No, but I can. Grab that bookend, Miss Becker. Nice work, Miss Becker. And now, Cadet. That'll hold them for a while.
It was a smart trick, Mr. Crozer, shining that helio sun lamp in their eyes.
I had to do something after that faux pas you pulled.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know they were here.
I've got to move fast. Arrange for a spaceship. We'll get Hegman aboard.
What about these two?
We'll lock them in the next room till we get Hegman out of here. Then I'll come back and finish our Space Patrol friends for good.
We'll be back with Space Patrol in just a moment.
Oh, come on, Captain Tufeld. Tell me what Buzz Corey's big new surprise is for all his kids. Won't you, huh?
No, I can't tell you.
Please?
Nope, it's a secret until the end of today's program.
Is it something the commander himself uses?
Oh, you bet it is. It's official Space Patrol equipment.
Can't you really tell me what it is?
Nope, it's a secret.
Well, then, how about a little hint?
Well, I'll tell you this. It's something absolutely new and different.
Oh, man. I just can't wait.
Well, you hurry now. Get a pencil and paper ready and keep listening because in just a few moments, I'll tell you what the big surprise is and how you can get it. And all you boys and girls listening in, you do the same thing. Get pencil and paper ready and be all set to take down the information you need to get that wonderful new surprise Buzz Corey has for you. So long for now. See you at the end of today's program when I'll tell you all about the biggest, the swellest, the most exciting value ever offered on Space Patrol. John Crozer and his assistant, Erla Vecker, have placed Professor Hegman in suspended animation, intending to revive him 3 years later to finish vital scientific work on a vast project Crozer is managing. When Commander Corey and Cadet Happy decided to search the building for the professor, Crozer blinded them with a beam from a high-powered helio sun lamp and then knocked out the virtually defenseless space patrolman. Buzz and Happy have just regained consciousness and their vision and find themselves locked in a room.
It's no use, Happy. We can't break down that door.
We must be in the Crozer building, judging by the view from the window.
Yeah, on the top floor.
And Crozer's probably miles away by now with the professor.
I doubt it. He wouldn't go away without being sure we'd never be able to report him. He'll be back.
And then I've got a feeling we'd better get out of here before he returns.
Let's take a look out the window.
Say, maybe we can attract the attention of somebody in another building. Oh, it's locked, too.
Yeah. Hey, there's a ledge out there. If we break the window, we could crawl on the ledge to another window.
And that's not my idea of a pleasant stroll, 50 stories up.
It's not mine either, but it's a lot safer than what Crozer has in mind for us. Yeah, this chair ought to do the trick. Turn your head, Happy. Watch out for the glass.
You want me to go first, sir?
Wait till I knock these sharp splinters loose. Hey, let's go. I'll boost you up.
I can make it now, sir. Wow, what a long way down to the street.
Don't look down, Happy. Lie flat on the ledge and crawl.
Yes, sir.
I hope we can find another open window along here.
I wish this ledge was wider. I feel like a tightrope walker.
Oh, easy, Happy.
Oh, my knee slipped off. For a minute, I thought I was a goner.
Don't try to hurry.
Commander, we're in luck.
Is that window unlocked?
Yes, sir, and it's partway open. All I have to do is push it.
Easy now. Don't push yourself off the ledge. Anybody inside?
I don't see anybody. Well, Here goes. Nobody in here, sir.
Watch the door.
How are you going to do away with Corey and the cadet?
You unlock the door. Swing it open. I'll blast them with this gun before they have a chance to rush us. Open the door, and be sure and stand back.
Don't worry.
All right, Corey, we'll... They're gone.
Gone?
This room's empty. Look at the window.
Well, they couldn't have climbed down the side of the building.
Yeah, they certainly wouldn't jump. The ledge. They used the ledge. By now, they've probably given an alarm. This whole building will be swarming with space patrolmen soon.
Well, what'll we do?
We've got to get out of here. We'll have to forget about the equipment. We've got to get to the spaceport and blast off right away. Hurry, Earl. We haven't a second to spare.
Take it easy, Happy. All right. Open the door.
Well, there's nobody in here either. Just some equipment of some kind.
Some men's clothing, coat and a hat.
What kind of equipment is this, sir?
Suspended animation equipment.
Oh, that's what they use in criminal rehabilitation centers to help cure criminal tendencies.
Yes, but how did Crozer get hold of it? And what for?
I thought it was against the law for private individuals to have these.
Well, that wouldn't stop Crozer. But why would he want this equipment? Why would he want to put under... Professor.
What?
That must be it. With the professor in suspended animation, he'd be easier to conceal.
Well, sure, but what good would the professor be if he was unconscious?
Crozer could revive him whenever he needed him, even months or years from now.
I wonder what Crozer did with him.
He'd try to get him off Terra. Let's go to the spaceport, Happy. Happy, I've just checked with the space control dispatcher. There was a slip-up. Crozer blasted off.
Didn't they try to stop him?
The order to hold him wasn't relayed to the dispatcher in time.
How long ago did Crozer blast off?
About 15 minutes ago. But I've got a description of his ship. Come on, Hap, let's get aboard Terra 5. We're going after them.
That was luck. I was afraid they'd stop us at the spaceport.
Look in the viewscope. There's a ship following us.
The space patrol.
Yeah, we are in a spot. We can't outrun that ship.
No, but we can get rid of the professor. Corey doesn't find Hegman on the ship. He can't prove anything against us.
Well, what do you intend to do? Just shove the chamber out into space?
Yeah. Chances are the professor will never be found. Come on, we've got to get rid of Hegman, and then we'll take our evasive action. Corey won't stand a chance of locating that box with Hegman in it.
We're gaining on them, sir. All that crazy flying Crozer's doing isn't getting him anywhere.
He's trying to delay the inevitable as long as possible. Maybe I can talk some sense into him. Turn on the spacephone, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Commander Corey aboard Terra 5 calling John Crozer in private cruiser T431. Commander Corey calling John Crozer.
This is Crozer. Go ahead, Corey. Go ahead.
This hide-and-seek isn't getting you anywhere. It's just a matter of minutes. Play it smart and give up.
You talked me into it, Corey. But at least I gave you a run for your money. What do you want me to do?
We'll pull alongside and join airlocks.
All right, Corey.
Just a warning, Crozer. Don't try anything. Corey out.
They've joined airlocks with us.
All right. Have you got the electronic injection?
Yes, it's right here.
Yeah, they won't suspect anything from you. Watch your chance and use it on Corey. I'll jump the cadet. He won't be in your way. And then when they're unconscious, they can join Professor Hegman out there in space. All right, Earl. Here they are. Careful, don't make any slips.
All right, Crozer. Get your hands up.
Of course, Commander.
Searching for weapons, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Where's Professor Hegman?
Professor Hegman? Why, we haven't the slightest idea.
Come on, quit stalling. What did you do with him?
We haven't got him. Search the ship if you don't believe me.
That's just what we will do.
He doesn't have any weapons on him, sir.
All right, keep your gun on them, Happy, while I search the ship.
All right, lady. Get over there next to Crozer.
My name is Erla Vecker, and I'll be glad to. Oh, excuse me. Commander?
Oh, no, you don't. What have you got there?
Let go of me.
Open your hand. Come on, Erla. That's it. Well, electronic injector.
I'll take that gun, cadet.
Oh, no, you don't. All right, Crozer.
Hey, nice one, Commander.
Don't try anything like that again, Crozer. And no tricks from you either, Erla.
It's lucky you saw her with that electronic injector, sir. You should have had us in deep freeze.
That was a very foolish move on your part, Erla. Now you're in this just as deep as Crozer. Now, let's have it. Where's Hegman?
All right, I'll tell you, but you'll never find him. He's somewhere out in space.
What? You threw him out of the ship?
That's right. All sealed up in a nice, cozy box. Chances are he'll float forever in space, in suspended animation.
Happy, get these two into our ship. We'll cut loose and start a search. They're going to stay right with us till we find them.
Nothing, sir. That blip turned out to be a small meteor.
You're just wasting your time, Corey. That box with Hegman in it is just a speck in space. Your view scopes won't show it unless you happen to be very close.
We'll just keep looking.
I've got the view scope on full sensitivity and wide scanning, sir.
I'm afraid the view scope isn't much help. Well, here, let's try these.
The space binoculars.
It's a long chance, but it might work. Scan in a slow arc, Happy.
There's something. Oh, no, it's just another meteor.
Let me have a look. Hey, wait a minute. It's a rectangular shape. Check it, Happy, about 10 degrees high.
I see it, sir. Yeah, it's a box, all right. That's it. We found it.
Change vector, Hap. Let's hope we're not too late. There it is, Happy.
Yeah, I can see it now through the view scope, even without the binoculars.
Stand by to fire forward braking rockets.
Standing by, sir.
Fire rockets. Yeah, that'll stop us, Happy. All right, get the spacesuits. We'll pull the box into the ship. And Crozer, we'll just lock you and Erla in a compartment till we get the professor aboard.
Why don't you sit down and relax, Crozer? You'll wear out the commander's carpet.
Why don't we hear from the hospital?
Yeah, you're pretty worried now, aren't you, Crozer? You know, if Professor Hegman doesn't come out of that deep freeze, it's going to go mighty hard on you and Erla.
Well, they should know by now.
Oh, for Saturn's sake. Sit down and stop that pacing.
Oh, here's the commander.
Crozer, look who's with him.
Professor Hegman.
That's right. It's certainly lucky for you two that the professor pulled through that treatment.
Yes. And, Mr. Crozer, it will give me a great deal of pleasure to testify against you.
And show me with more of his work than the doctor first thought.
Well, in that case, we actually did you a service, Professor. Commander, that should be taken into account.
Don't think you're going to get off easy on that account.
It's just luck, and the fact that we had these space binoculars that saved the professor.
Yes, Happy. I had no idea that the binoculars would actually help us save a life.
You sure were right about their being terrifically powerful out in space. And they're great in a normal atmosphere, too.
I'm not going to lose any time in issuing them to all Space Patrol personnel.
Sir, did you know that when you look through the binoculars the wrong way, you can see into the future?
Oh, I was under the impression that they just smallify. But if you say so.
Oh, that's ridiculous. It just makes objects look far away.
Uh-huh. And far away, I see a criminal rehabilitation center with two people in it. John Crozer and Erla Vecker. And they're getting the same kind of treatment they gave Professor Hegman, suspended animation. You want to have a look?
In just a moment, we'll give you an exciting preview of next week's thrill-packed Space Patrol adventure. But first, gang, oh boy, first of all, here's that big, wonderful surprise we promised you. Get your pencil and paper, get all set to go. This is the greatest value we've ever offered on Space Patrol. Commander Corey, you tell the gang what this terrific new item is.
Boys and girls, our surprise for you is a pair of those wonderful new Space Patrol space binoculars. Binoculars like the ones I used today when I spied the professor floating in that box way, way off in the distance, remember?
Gang, you'll be able to see way, way off in the distance with the Space Patrol binoculars you get, too. Yes, sir, these binoculars are 4 power binoculars with 4 lenses. And when you look through them, they make people, houses, buildings, cars, everything else blocks and blocks away look bigger and nearer and clearer. No adjusting necessary. The lenses are fixed focus lenses. Why, you don't even have to hold these wonderful binoculars up to your eyes. You wear them like official outer space headgear. They have a strong elastic band on them, and when you slip it over your head, it holds the binoculars in place and leaves your hands absolutely free. Makes you look like a man from Mars, because these binoculars stand out from your eyes a full 3.5 inches.
That's right. These are not flimsy little celluloid goggles or a mask. These are real, full-size binoculars. Overall, they're 5 inches wide, 5 inches long, and they're made of solid plastic. Beautiful, long-lasting black solid plastic with bright red leather-like trimming that makes them look terrific.
Now, don't forget, you can see way off in the distance with them. You can spot your dad coming home from work, spot the mailman coming blocks away. You can watch birds in high trees, study animals, identify people in the distance, read signs way, way off, and see airplanes way up in the sky.
And when you look through the other end of your space binoculars, they do a switcheroo. They make close-up things look like they're far away from you.
Yes, sir, gang. These powerful Space Patrol space binoculars are the greatest value we've ever offered on Space Patrol. To get a pair, do this. Buy a box of Instant Ralston. Then, with your name and address, send 25 cents in coin and an Instant Ralston box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in continental USA and may be withdrawn at any time.
If you don't agree that yours are absolutely tops, return them. We'll return your money.
That address again is Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Buzz and Happy are approaching a building where the Secretary General's daughter Carol is held captive. Suddenly, they become aware of a tingling, painful sensation and a ringing in their ears.
Hey, it's getting hard to walk. I feel like I had a big weight on me.
I can hardly move either, Happy. Nora must be using some kind of ray on us.
A paralyzer ray?
I think it may be worse than that. They're undoubtedly in an ultrasonic beam. Get back to the ship. Get out of range quickly.
I can't. I can't make it.
Happy, get up. You've got to get up. Here, I'll help you.
I can't even crawl. My head, there's 1,000 needles in it.
If we don't get out of this beam, it'll tear us to pieces.
Be sure to be with us next Saturday for the exciting story, The Sleepwalker, when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again bring you Space Patrol! Space Patrol, an original Mike Moser production starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston and directed by Larry Robertson. Other players were Virginia Hewitt, Ken Mayer, David Duval, and Bela Kovac. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present the new exciting Space Patrol. And be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol story on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. Space Patrol comes to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's the adventures of Superman on nightly old-time radio shows. Coming up next.
Presenting the transcription feature, Superman. Up in the sky. Look, it's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman. And now, Superman, who has appeared on Earth as the champion of the weak and the oppressed. In his disguise of Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet, Superman has foiled the diabolical plans of the Yellow Mask, a maniac who thought himself emperor of the world. And now, a new adventure comes to the mild, spectacled reporter, who is known to the city room as Clark Kent. Not knowing what strange and exciting days are directly ahead, Kent listens eagerly as a photographer brings word of a fire in one of the city's largest buildings. Listen.
Hey, Mr. White. What about that fire in the Sterling Tower?
Yeah? What about it? Don't go, Kent.
Just got a phone call. They think there's a girl trapped on the 20th floor.
What? A girl trapped? Can't they get her out?
Can't reach her.
Mr. White, let me cover that story. Maybe
what, Kent?
maybe I can do something. Can I cover it?
Go ahead. But if the fire department can't reach her, why do you think you can?
Listen, you ain't heard of half of it, Chief. Hello, Miss Lane.
What's all the excitement, Mike?
Go on, Mike. Wait. What about photographs? Who's up there?
I'm going myself right away. But get this, will you? There's something phony about this fire.
Phony?
Yeah. Well, that's the dope I got. The fire marshal thinks maybe it's incendiary. Somebody set it on purpose. A firebug.
What?
Who did it? Whereabouts in the building is it? Did I hear you say something about a girl? Did she do it?
Listen, give me a chance, will you? There's a mining company got offices up in the tower. North Star Mining Company. That's where the fire started, and they think that's where the girl is.
They think?
Mr. White, we're wasting time. Mike and I can grab a cab and be up there in 5 minutes.
What's this, the star reporter turning fireman?
Maybe thinks he can save the girl. Come on, Galahad.
Yes, do hurry. When you get back, we'll have a special medal for you. Clark Kent, Scoops and Life.
Quit that, Lois. No time for fooling. On your way, Kent. Call back the minute you have anything.
Say, there's a hook and ladder on the street right now. It must have turned the another alarm. What do you say, Kent? Wait till I grab my camera. We'll have a cab. Come on. you turn that corner on two wheels. How you doing, Kent?
I'm all right, Mike. Hey, look. You can see smoke in the sky up ahead.
Oh, this is a fire, all right. Ought to get some swell shots. Tough if that dame really is trapped. Say, speaking of dames, what's Lois Lane got against you?
Oh, almost hit that traffic officer.
Hey, Eddie, if you gotta knock somebody off, don't pick on cops. Why does she cold shoulder you, Kent?
I don't know. Just seems to have taken a dislike to me.
Oh, boy, I'll say she has. And I can tell you why, too. You ain't got a chance with her, Kent.
No?
No. Ain't you heard? About that guy she says comes down from the clouds in a red cape and pulled her out of the wrecked airplane?
Oh, listen, Mike, there's nothing to that.
No, that's what you think, kid. You just asked her. She's got a real steady now. She's that way about Superman. What's the matter, Kent? Why don't you laugh? Ain't you got no sense of humor? Oh, boy, I think it's rich. Hey, here we are. This'll do it, Eddie. Find a place to park and stand by to rush back plates.
Hey, Mike. There's the fire chief.
Oh, gee, look at that blaze, will you? Grab your hat, Ken. Here we go.
Yeah.
All right. Stretch a line up there at the south corner. Get a hose crew under that east wall.
That wall is looking mighty bad, Chief. Due to topple any minute now.
Keep your eye on it, Grogan. And see if you can run a ladder up the ledge where that girl was.
She's gone, Chief. Reckon she couldn't stand the heat. Hey, here comes the press.
Hello, Chief. I'm Clark Kent of the Daily Planet.
Don't bother me now, boys. We got our hands full. Lieutenant!
Yeah?
Don't let your men get too close in there. Now just watch it.
Okay.
Yeah, Chief. About that trapped girl. Is she still up there?
I don't know. I haven't seen her. She must be a goner. Where you going with that camera?
Well, just getting a couple of shots, Chief.
Get back out of there. See me later, will you, Kent?
All right, Chief. Just one thing. What about the fire being incendiary?
See the fire marshal. He's the one to do the talking about that. Hey, Sanders, bring that water tower to the third story. Take it fast. Take it another alarm.
Hey, listen, Kent. What do you say? If we could get up on that building and cross the street, we'd have a swell angle, see?
Good idea, Mike. There's a balcony up there. I'm afraid the chief won't like it.
Who cares? What he don't know won't hurt him. Come on, kid. This is going to be good.
Mike, you go ahead up there. I'm going to call the office. Didn't I hear the chief say to send in another alarm?
Yeah, that makes 4. Mighty big fire that takes 4 alarms in this man's town.
Uh-huh.
Okay, kid. When you come back, look for me where you see the most smoke.
Right.
Steady, Rome. Light.
Mr. White, this is Kent. Listen, the fire's terrific. 4 alarms.
4 alarms, eh? What's the chief say?
He won't say anything. Too busy to talk.
What about the fires being incendiary?
Well, I haven't found the marshal yet. Mike and I just got here. I thought I'd better phone you and tell you about the 4 alarms.
Right. Now listen, Kent. Keep phoning me whenever anything happens.
Mr. White, they expect the east wall to go down any second. Mike's got his camera set to watch it.
You tell him not to take too big a chance. And that goes for you, too, Kent.
Don't worry. I don't take many chances. So long, Mr. White.
Oh, Kent. Wait, what about the girl? The one they said was trapped on the 20th floor.
Well, Mr. White, I don't know. She was in the offices of the North Star Mining Company, but where she is now, look, I'd better get back.
Well, go ahead. I'll wait for your call. Hey, get ready for plates on the Sterling Tower fire. Slug it, wall goes out in mammoth blaze.
Hey, right here, Kent. Out on the balcony. Come on, watch your step.
Mighty thick smoke here. Can't see a thing.
Well, it's a tough spot, all right. But every once in a while it clears, and boy, do I get a shot.
How about the wall?
All set to go. I better get that hose line out of there. Hey, look. Look over there at the wall. Ain't that a crack? Look up there.
Mike, you're right. I can see flames right through it.
Look at the chief down there in the street. He sees it.
He's calling his men back. Mike, what if it falls this way?
It won't. What's the matter?
Mike, look. High up. Up there above the ledge.
Hey, gee, Kent. It's her.
It's that girl. Up there on the 20th floor. Mike, she's managed to get to a window. What's she going to do?
She can't do nothing. Wait till I get her focused.
Oh, never mind your camera. Call them down on the street.
They can't see her. They don't know she's there.
Hey, Chief. Hey. There, the girl at the window.
It's no use, Kent. They don't hear you. You can't do nothing.
Mike, look at her. You can see her at the window. She's trying to break the glass.
That won't help her. Look, in there behind her. Flames. Watch it, Kent. Here comes the smoke. Can't see. Where are you, Kent? Kent!
Back in the balcony. Good thing that smoke came when it did. Maybe I waited too long. Too long even for Superman. I'll try anyway. Up into the smoke.
Hidden from the crowd by billows of dense white smoke pouring out of the burning building, Superman wings his way through the air to attempt a daring rescue of the girl trapped on the 20th floor. Flames crackle and spit like things alive as he reaches the window. One blow smashes the glass. Superman drops into the room, now a roaring inferno. Sheets of orange flame envelop him. His keen eyes search the fire-gutted office. The girl is nowhere to be seen.
Flames. Hotter than a blast furnace. Hope she got back out of this. Must be inside. Where's that door? There we are. Cooler in here. Not for long. Fire's following me in. There she is, hiding in the closet. I can see her right through the door. If I wrap her in my cape, the heat won't get to her. Quick. There we are.
I can't stand this.
Quick, you'll be all right. That's it. Hold on. Now then, back. Back out of this. Not the way we came in. Through the flames and out and back. The tower. We just make it. Out the window. Onto the ledge. That crowd in the street. Wind has cleared the smoke. They'll surely see me this time. But it can't be helped. The wall, it's going. It's splitting. But not with us. We're away, just in time.
Watch that wall, Grogan! Get those men back! It's going any second.
Hey, Chief, what about that girl on the 20th floor? Anybody seen her?
We can't get her. Even the extension ladders won't reach. We've tried everything.
Chief, look, up in the sky.
It's a man, flying. No, it can't be.
It is, or we're both crazy. Look at him.
The wall's going. Watch it. Back, back. Everybody back, back, back.
As one wall of the burning building collapses into the street, Superman, like a bird in flight, carries the rescued girl to safety, drops down in an alley near the fire. There, he once again assumes the guise of Clark Kent reporter. Leaving the girl for a moment, he hurries in search of an ambulance doctor. Mike, the Daily Planet photographer, spots him. Together, they return to the alley with the doctor and the battalion chief.
Here she is, Doctor. I don't think she's badly hurt.
Unconscious. She may be burned. We'll see.
Aren't you a reporter, Kent?
Yes, Chief. Daily Planet. I'm with Mike.
That's right, Chief.
I know, but how did you happen to find this girl?
I was running to call my paper, and then I happened to see her staggering out of the rear of the building. Oh, how in the world she ever got down from the 20th floor is a mystery.
More than that, Kent. It's a miracle. I saw a man up there. I saw a man fly out of that window.
Oh, that can't be.
And me not there with my camera?
Well, I'm not crazy, Kent. Neither is Captain Grogan. We both saw him. Is she all right, Doc?
Probably won't come to for a while. Badly shot. Wait. He's coming around.
Oh, don't let them. They'll get away. Catch them. Stop them. The big crowd.
Can't get this.
Quiet.
Stop. Stop. You don't dare. Catch them. Catch them.
She's out again. Here, quick. Get her in the ambulance. She's suffering from shock. Smoke poisoning.
Wait, Doctor. What was she talking about?
How should I know? You heard her, didn't you? Sounded like hysterical babbling to me. Okay, there. Coming through with the stretcher. Gangway, please.
Was it hysterical babbling, or has sudden, unexplained mystery risen from the ashes of the Sterling Tower building? Who is this girl, and how did she happen to be trapped in the 20th floor office of the North Star Mining Company? Who did she want stopped and caught? Clark Kent is suspicious. Don't forget to tune in next time and follow the story of one of Superman's most exciting adventures. And remember, tune in with us next time and follow the exciting transcription, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look, it's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
The Adventures of Philo Vance are up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Sorry, Sergeant Heath. I still say we send for Philo Vance on this murder case.
Hey, why? The whole homicide department work, haven't we? And if that isn't enough, I ought to have a man here by tomorrow at the latest.
I know all that. I still say this is a case for the maestro.
The maestro. Philo Vance, the murder maestro. Oh, sure, he's helped on cases, but we don't need him on this. What's so tough about it? A millionaire named Simon Joyce is walking along a road.
Mistletoe Road.
All right, Mistletoe Road. A hit-and-run driver clips him. So maybe it's murder. And because the thing happened so close to the state line and chances are the car crossed it, we get the FBI. Well, what else do you think we need?
I'm not discounting either your department or the FBI, Heath, but I still would feel better if Vance were on this case.
Look, Mr. Markham, I'll be reasonable. Maybe this was a planned murder. So if it was, we got 3 suspects. The dead man's niece and nephew who lived with him and his bachelor brother. Wait till we're through with them before you yell for Vance.
According to the dead man's will, neither the niece nor nephew inherited a dime, so they had no motive. No monetary motive, that is. And as I understand it, the 3 were very friendly.
Sure, that's right. I questioned the servants and found that out. But the brother, Mr. Markham, the dead man's brother, he gets the business all for himself. He and the dead guy were partners, and it was an awful good business. He's the one I'm going to work on.
Take it easy with him, Heath. I've questioned him myself, and he's a sick man.
He'll be a whole lot sicker after I get through with him. If he killed his brother, believe me.
One other thing, Heath.
Yeah?
Apparently you didn't object to the FBI being called in. Why object to Vance?
First of all, I don't even get a chance to call the FBI. James Evans, the dead man's nephew, brought them in. But I welcome the FBI, DA. I'd take them any time rather than work on a case with Philo Vance.
Now, Heath, Vance never takes any bows for the cases he helps us on. You always get the newspaper credit for the cases he solves.
That's just it, DA. Think what that does to my morale.
How much further, Markham?
Not too far. It's around a bend in the road up ahead.
That's the spot where Mr. Joyce's body was found, eh?
That's right. Knocked in a ditch on the left side of the road. The reason I'm certain it was premeditated, Vance, is that from what I understand, Mr. Joyce always walked at the very edge of the road.
If he were that careful, he'd walk on the left side of a road, facing any cars that might be approaching.
Our examination showed that the car that hit him was coming toward him, Vance. That's what bears out our theory. Sorry we're getting out here so late in the evening, but I couldn't reach you before.
I was busy cleaning up another case. By the way, you realize, of course, Markham, that we're being followed.
Oh, yes.
Well, my turn to be surprised at you, my friend.
I got a little tired of having you do that to me on every case we work on, Vance. You don't mind, do you?
Not a bit. I promise to do it to you again on this one, too. Providing you'll tell me who's in the car in back of us.
It's Dan Stevens of the FBI, Vance. He was on his way out here, and Heath told him we were coming out, so he said he'd follow us. Any objections?
Of course not.
He said he'd wait in his car until we were through examining the scene of the crime. He said he didn't want to get in the way.
What he meant was that he wanted to make his own observations. But that's perfectly all right with me.
Here we are, Vance. Here's the curve, and there's the spot.
Mr. Evans was found across the road, eh?
That's right. A little way down from that big tree.
Very interesting. If your theory is correct, and a car came down this road the way we came, intent on hitting Mr. Joyce, he'd have to come very close to that tree as he made the turn. I wonder.
You wonder what?
Come with me and see. Better get out my side.
All right. I'm right with you, Vance.
Well, I see our FBI friend has stopped, Markham.
He's keeping his word not to interfere till we were finished. Well, here's the tree, Vance. Tell me what there was about it that made you think.
Made me hope, my friend. Hope that perhaps the murder car grazed it.
And took some paint off, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
That wouldn't do us much good. As soon as the driver noticed it, he'd have the scratch repainted.
Oh, of course he would, but...
Oh, you found something on the tree, Vance?
I most certainly have. A bit of paint. Dark green paint. Markham, we may have something here. Signal to Mr. Stevens of the FBI to come over here, will you?
Certainly. Oh, Stevens! Stevens!
Yes?
Would you come over here, please?
Of course.
He's coming, Vance. Why do you want him?
Markham, do you know the FBI can take that little bit of paint on the tree trunk and tell you what make of car it came from and what year and what model?
Yes, I've heard that.
It's true. J. Edgar Hoover, head of the FBI, mentioned it in a speech the other day.
They can do the same tracing with a fragment of glass from the headlight and sometimes from a windshield.
Oh, hi there, Markham. You yelled for me?
Yes, I did, Stevens. I'd like you to know Philo Vance.
The private investigator? My pleasure, Mr. Vance.
Thank you. It's a privilege to meet a member of your great organization. Now we can consult the corpus juris secundum together.
Latin wasn't my star subject in college, Vance. What does that mean?
Nothing important, believe me. What is important is this. Mr. Stevens, I want you to look at that bit of paint on the tree.
Where? Oh, yes. Yes, I see it.
I understand the FBI laboratories can tell what make of car that paint came from, the model of the car and the year.
That's right. I'll just take my penknife and remove that paint and a bit of the wood it's on. That won't hurt the tree any.
By what process does your FBI determine all the details from just a bit of paint, Stevens?
Well, it's pretty long and involved, and it isn't necessary for us agents to be familiar with the details, Markham.
Being cagey, Mr. Stevens?
No, not at all, Vance. I honestly don't know. I know enough to believe we've got a very valuable clue here, though.
I think we have. Will you rush it back to town for analysis?
I most certainly will. I'll phone Mr. Markham a report as soon as I get one. Oh, where will you be the first thing in the morning, Markham?
They've fixed a spare room for me at the Joyce main house.
I'll call you there. Where will you be, Vance?
With Markham. I haven't met our suspects yet, and after a good night's sleep, I'll start on that niece and nephew first thing in the morning. Well, Vance, this is the room they've given us, according to the butler. Shall we go in?
Might as well, Markham. Just one moment, though. I want to fix the floor plan in my mind.
All right.
Now, James Evans, the dead man's nephew, has the room next to ours, right?
Yes, and according to the well-informed butler, he's retired. Sally Evans, his sister, has the room down the hall, but she hasn't come home this...
That came from that room.
It must be the nephew, James Evans. Come on, Vance.
Right.
Mr. Evans, what's wrong? What's wrong in there?
Wait just a minute. Oh, Mr. Markham, thank goodness it's you.
This is Philo Vance. What happened to you, Evans? Nightmare?
Nightmare? It sure wasn't any nightmare. Somebody climbed in the window and tried to smother me with my pillow. Whoever it was went out the window when I yelled for help.
Vance, what are you looking for over there?
Just looking out the window of Mr. Evans' room, Markham. Somebody did climb up here and apparently down again within the past few minutes. This leaf I picked up from the floor was only recently torn from the vine.
Mr. Evans, I'll have the police double the guard around this house. You can go back to sleep.
Oh, thank heavens.
I guarantee you'll be safe from the man who just tried to smother you.
Man, Markham? The attempt to smother Mr. Evans here wasn't made by a man.
Is that you who just came in, Sergeant Heath?
Yeah, Vance, it's me. Enjoying your breakfast?
Yes, very much. Care to join me?
I had breakfast hours ago. Where's Mr. Markham?
I left him upstairs sleeping. So you caught the girl who tried to smother Mr. James Evans last night, eh?
Well, how do you know that?
Oh, you're a good police officer, Heath. And the men who are guarding this house know their business. When I told Mr. Markham last night that the person who tried to smother Mr. Evans was a girl, I knew you'd pick her up.
Well, we did. But how did you know it was a girl? Even if you caught a look at a figure running from the house, it was too dark to see whether it was a man or a woman.
That's true, but the figure climbed through the fence surrounding this house, Heath. A man would have climbed over it, inasmuch as it wasn't very high. That much I could see.
You ask me, there isn't anything you can't see. Anyhow, I got her outside. She's the murdered guy's niece. You want her in here?
Yes, I'd like to talk to her while I'm waiting for Mr. Stevens of the FBI to phone in his report. Please, Heath.
Okay. Hey, Murdoch, bring that Evans girl in here, huh? All right. You getting anywhere on this case, Vance?
In distance, nowhere. In intensity, I'm doing very well, I think.
Well, what is it you want with me?
Miss Evans, I believe I'm Philo Vance.
I'm delighted.
Well, the words are right, but the tone is wrong. Heath, do you mind?
No, Vance, I'll leave you to. Yell if you want something.
Right, thank you. Miss Evans, why did you try to smother your brother last night? Excuse me, please, I'd better take that. Philo Vance speaking.
Vance, Stevens of the FBI. I got a laboratory check of that paint from the tree. Comes from a 1942 Plymouth. Probably a convertible.
Well, that's excellent, Mr. Stevens. Thank you very much. Do me one more favor, will you?
Well, sure, Vance. What?
The dead man had a brother, the only individual in this case who benefits from the will. Meet me at his office in an hour, will you? It's in the Wilcox building.
I'll be there. See you later, Vance. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Now, Miss Evans, as I remember it, I had asked you why you tried to smother your brother last night.
I did it because I loved my Uncle Simon.
Am I to see the connection between my question and your answer?
Of course. My brother killed Uncle Simon, so I wanted to kill him.
So your brother killed your uncle, eh?
Yes.
Can you prove that?
No, I just know it, that's all.
Well, that, I'm afraid, isn't enough. Miss Evans, what kind of car do you own?
I have a convertible.
Plymouth, 1942?
Yes. How did you know?
That was the car that ran down and killed your uncle, Miss Evans. Right now, I have a clue I want to run down. And then I'll be back to you.
Oh, Vance. Vance!
Hello there, Mr. Stevens. I've been waiting for you.
I got here as soon as I could. So, old man Joyce's office is in this building, huh?
On the ground floor. While I was waiting for you, I was looking around. Take a look at this car parked at the curb.
1942 Plymouth. Convertible.
With the initials B.J. on it. That could mean Bernard Joyce, the dead man's brother.
Well, let's go in and find out.
Right. Mr. Stevens, in the event that Bernard Joyce, who was the partner of the dead man, was stealing from Simon Joyce, could you tell from looking at the books?
No, but we have expert accountants over at the FBI.
That's what I imagined. After you, sir.
Thank you. Why do you ask about the books?
Because everything points to the brother as Simon Joyce's killer.
Oh.
The entire business now goes to him. The car parked outside, which we now know was the same make and model as the murder car, is his. And it would be a plus motive if Bernard Joyce had been stealing from the firm.
Well, we'll find out. Joyce and Joyce, architectural consultants. This is the office, Vance.
Let's go in, Mr. Stevens.
Well, what do you two want? What do you want?
Excuse us, please, Mr. Joyce. My name is Vance. I'm a private investigator. This is Mr. Stevens of the FBI.
Don't care who you are, who he is either. I'm a sick man. Hand me that water pitcher. Time to take one of my pills.
I'll pour it for you.
That's enough. That's enough. What are you trying to do? Give me enough water to drown me? I'm sick enough as it is.
Mr. Joyce, where were you when your brother was murdered?
He wasn't murdered. He was out walking. He was hit by a car. It was an accident.
Very well. The accident occurred early on Tuesday morning, about 8:30 a.m. Where were you at the time?
8:30 Tuesday? I don't know. I was driving around somewhere, I imagine. No place definite. Wanted to pick up my nephew, James. A fine boy, James. Only he wasn't home. His sister's a devil. He's a fine boy. Now, be quiet now, both of you. This is a business I'm trying to run. Hello?
Hello, this is District Attorney Markham. Is Philo Vance there?
Oh, Vance?
That's my name, sir.
Yep, he's here. Wait a minute. For you.
Is there an extension I can use, Mr. Joyce, where I won't be overheard?
What's the matter? Afraid I'll hear you?
Yes.
Now, go in that office there and close the door.
Thank you. Stevens.
Don't worry, Vance. I'll see that Mr. Joyce hangs up the minute you pick up that phone.
Thank you. I won't be long, gentlemen.
Take your time, Vance, old man.
Right. Markham?
Hello, Vance. What was that sound? Somebody listening in?
That was Mr. Joyce hanging up the phone in the next room. What's bothering you, Markham?
Vance, I'm completely restless about this case. Nothing's happening. I was wondering if you'd found out anything.
I think so, Markham. For instance, I know who killed Simon Joyce, and I know why he was killed. But unfortunately, I can't prove a case against our murderer yet.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Mistletoe murder case began with the finding of the body of Rich Simon Joyce, victim of a hit-and-run driver on Mistletoe Road. Philo Vance is working on the case, as is an FBI representative named Stevens, called in by James Evans, a nephew whose sister, Sally Evans, later tried to smother him. The dead man's fortune went to his brother and business partner, Bernard Joyce, from whose office Philo Vance just told me he knew who had killed Simon Joyce but couldn't prove it. Our men watching the Joyce home report that Sally Evans and her brother are in the living room. It is a little late.
So, you tried to kill me, did you? Tried to smother me while I slept.
I tried once, and I'll try again. Only this time, I'll do it.
Look, you little hellion, I'll teach you not to...
Come one step nearer to me, and I'll let you have it with this lamp.
You don't scare me. The place is full of policemen. You wouldn't dare.
Oh, wouldn't I? Just try it and see. Why shouldn't I do it? You're a murderer. You killed Uncle Simon.
Stop acting. You did it and you know it. Don't try to make it look like me, or I
Don't
swear
do it,
I'll...
James. Don't touch me.
I'll make you sorry you ever...
What's going on in here?
What does it look like, Sergeant Heath? Looks like I hit my brother with this lamp, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that's exactly what I did.
Vance, is that you in that car?
Yes, it's I, Markham. Just drove here from the city. Been interviewing Mr. Bernard Joyce.
Vance, what did you mean by telling me you knew who killed Simon Joyce but couldn't prove it? Tell me who it is, and we'll find a way of making the guilty one confess.
Sorry, my friend, not yet. Is that the garage where the family kept its cars?
Yes. Is that where we're heading?
That's right. How many cars in the garage, Markham?
2, both Plymouth convertibles. Belong to the nephew, James Evans, and the niece, Sally.
What year Plymouth, Markham?
I'm not sure. 41, 42, I'd say, as a guess. Why?
I'll tell you when I see them, which should be now. Well, there we are. Now, this car on the left, initials S.E. That must be Sally's.
Yes, that goes without saying. And the other one is James' car.
May I repeat what you just said? That goes without saying, too. This model of Miss Evans is a 1942. Well, that's interesting. Help me look for a scratch on the fender somewhere, will you?
Of course.
While we're looking, I'll tell you that Simon Joyce's brother has a 42 Plymouth convertible. I saw it. It had a scratch on the fender, newly painted.
Oh, I see what you meant when you told me you knew our murderer.
No, I don't think you do. Now, look here, Markham. Look, a newly painted spot on the girl's car.
Of course it is. Well, Vance, that complicates things somewhat.
Think so? Let's inspect her brother's car. I guarantee that has a newly painted spot on it, too.
What?
Our murderer is very cute, Markham. There was undoubtedly a scratch on the murder car, so he scratched and painted over the cars belonging to our other 2 suspects.
Vance, here's the scratch on James Evans' car. Newly painted over, too. There's a phone over there. Want to call the FBI and report this to Stevens? He has a right to know.
I believe he's questioning Miss Evans in the house now. I would like to call Mr. Joyce, though. That's a coin telephone, and I don't have any change. Let me have a nickel, will you?
Certainly. I'm sorry, Vance. All I have is $2 half.
Well, it doesn't matter. We'll call from the house. We can use the room we had last night.
Vance, wait a minute.
Why?
I can be of a little help on this case anyhow. The FBI report said that the paint from the tree came from a 1942 Plymouth convertible, right?
Yes, of course.
Well, look here at James Evans' car. It isn't a 42 at all. It's a 40.
He could have been driving Miss Evans' car, Markham.
That's right, I suppose.
No, I'm sorry, my friend. I didn't mean to confuse you, but it's wrong. Miss Evans' car can't be driven. I inspected the motor last night. The carburetor's been removed, and the dust around it indicates it's been out for some time.
But Miss Evans could have been driving her brother. No, I'm sorry. She couldn't have. That's a 1940. I found that out myself.
Confused, Mark?
Confused is a charitable word.
Well, you won't be in that state much longer. No longer than this evening, believe me. By that time, I'll have this entire case ready to lay right in your lap.
Any more questions, Mr. Stevens? Because if you have any, you'll get the same answers. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know.
All right, Miss Evans. I'm through with you, I imagine. Where's your brother?
He left here for town about an hour ago. He'll be back for dinner.
I hope you don't intend to leave the house.
He can go and I can't.
I wasn't able to see him to tell him that he couldn't leave. Now, I'm going upstairs to chat with Vance and Markham. I hope you'll... sit still, please. I'll take it. Hello? Stevens speaking.
Stevens, this is James Evans.
Yes?
I'm calling in to report. I intend to remain here in town, and I won't be back at the house till morning.
I'm sorry, Mr. Evans, but I'll have to ask you to come back.
Come back?
Yes, I have something very important to discuss with you. Very important.
Oh, really? Well, when do you want me to come back, then?
At once.
Okay, I'll drive back, but it'll take an hour. Goodbye.
Bye. Your brother's on his way back.
For my part, he can stay away forever. Look, Mr. Stevens, I know he killed Uncle Simon. I can't prove it, but I know it.
I assure you, Miss Evans, I'll investigate him thoroughly. And I'm sure Mr. Markham, Philo Vance, and Sergeant Heath will do the same. You might be interested in knowing that we do have a very definite clue. It seems that the car that killed your uncle...
Help! Help, Mr. Markham! Vance, help!
They're coming down, Miss Evans.
What happened here? What happened, Miss...
How did this happen, Miss Evans?
Stevens.
I don't know. I was talking to him, and a shot came from the window, and he fell right here, right in front of me.
How is he, Markham?
He's dead. Bullet got him in the heart.
My brother was in town. He just called up, and Mr. Stevens told him to come back. And then Mr. Stevens came over here to talk to me, and then there was a shot.
No. Take it easy, Miss Evans. You won't be under this strain much longer. Philo Vance has promised to name your uncle's murderer. There's no question that whoever killed him killed Stevens. We'll have him in custody by this evening. Right, Vance?
That's correct. But first, I want to pay another visit to the garage and then to the police laboratory. Come with me, please, Markham.
Mr. Vance, Mr. Markham, you'll soon see how we bring out fingerprints that are not entirely visible under a microscope. Now, this telephone dial you brought me...
The one I took from the telephone in Simon Joyce's garage, Doctor.
Yes, of course. Now, over it, I break this small vial. Here. The vial contains iodine crystals. The fumes from the crystals are invaluable in bringing out latent fingerprints. In a moment, we may even be able to see them with the naked eye.
Vance, if we were looking for fingerprints, why didn't we take the telephone receiver from the garage? If your theory is right, we could have gotten excellent prints from that.
Our murderer is clever, Markham. If, as I imagine, he used the phone in the garage, he would have worn gloves to hold the receiver. But he'd never have seen the necessity for wearing them when he dialed a number. Besides, gloves are unwieldy when you're dialing.
Prints are coming up, gentlemen. Just the tip of the finger, but prints just the same.
You have the fingerprints of the girl, her brother, and the dead man's uncle to compare those with.
Yes, these I have. Sergeant Heath got them early in this case. Now, I compare under the microscope.
I'll tell you whose prints they are.
Man, if you could tell us, why did we go to all this trouble?
It's the proof we need, Markham.
But, Vance, if you had told us the murderer before, the FBI man Stevens would be alive today.
The FBI was never on this case, Markham. Stevens was not an FBI man. He was an imposter. That's the reason I knew that the murderer was the man you told me had called the FBI. Markham, arrest James Evans for murder.
My nephew, James, my favorite nephew. I find it hard to believe. Please, Mr. Vance, the water pitcher.
Certainly, Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, it was because James was your favorite that he killed your brother. He knew the entire state would go to you, that you were sick, and that you would eventually pass on and leave everything to him.
A poor, misguided boy.
He thought he was very clever, didn't he, Vance?
In a way, he was, Markham. That business of calling in the FBI was very cute. We've never had that happen before.
Vance, how did you know that Stevens wasn't an FBI man? And that, as a consequence, James Evans never called the Federal Bureau?
That was my lead to him almost from the beginning, Markham. In the first place, according to the FBI manual, a federal investigator must either be a lawyer, a linguist, a scientist, or an accountant. Early in the case, I mentioned a very well-known law book, Corpus Juris Secundum. It's in every lawyer's office.
And Stevens had never heard of it?
That's what he said. And he didn't know that the Latin words meant second body of the law. Therefore, he wasn't a linguist. When we were on the way to visit Mr. Bernard Joyce here, Stevens told me that if there was a discrepancy in the books, he couldn't find it. He'd have to take it to the FBI offices.
Proving he wasn't an accountant.
Exactly.
Yes.
And when he couldn't explain the process by which the paint from the murder car was checked and analyzed, I knew he wasn't a scientist. Well, if he wasn't a lawyer, an accountant, a linguist, or a scientist, he couldn't have been an FBI man. Simple.
That's true, of course. But, Vance, what made you think to take the dial from the garage telephone?
If my logic was correct up to there, it was James who killed Stevens. He had called Stevens on the phone a moment before, saying he was in town. Yet a moment later, Stevens was shot.
This even I understand now. If my nephew was in town, he couldn't have been near enough to kill Stevens a moment later.
No, but if he called from the garage, he could have. And I believed he did call from the garage. And laboratory tests prove he did.
Vance, I know now what started you on your original line of reasoning. If, as you suspected, Stevens wasn't an FBI man, then Evans never called the Federal Bureau, but devised this scheme of supplying us with the false clue of the 1942 Plymouth car. His own car was a 1940, removing him from suspicion. And the scratch on the fender, he cunningly duplicated on his sister's car and on your car, Mr. Joyce.
He wanted it to look like I killed my brother.
He didn't care who was blamed as long as he got away with it. The reason he killed Stevens was because he knew Stevens could blackmail him forever after the masquerade was over.
Well, Vance, it seems that the masquerade is over now. And so, incidentally, is the Mistletoe murder case.
And now you will hear the rest of the story with Paul Harvey. Up next.
Now, the rest of the story. In every sport, at every echelon. I mean Sandlot to World Series, Bunny Hill to Olympic Downhill, Park District to Augusta National. There are those who participate and those who, for whatever reasons, must cheer from a respectful distance and dream, what if? St. Joseph Elementary School, Cold Spring, Ohio, has 2 third-grade basketball teams, both of them nicknamed St. Joe's Blue Jays. The teams are differentiated by the names of their instructors coaching them. One is Mr. O'Brien's and Mr. Gray's team. The other is Mr. Braun's team. And somewhere on the ground floor of this Babel Tower of names is a tow-headed third grader named Ryan Lloyd. Now, Ryan has yearned to be a basketball star for as long as he can remember. Around third grade, general interest in basketball starts heating up at St. Joseph's School. But at the beginning of the fall semester, Ryan was told by pals and coaches, you're just too short for basketball. So Ryan hung out on the sidelines until coaches O'Brien and Gray finally invited him to practice with their team, and the young fellow's hook shot was pretty good for someone vertically challenged, as was he. Decent layups and foul shots, too. What if I practice hard and get better, Ryan beseeched the coaches. No, they insisted, the boy was just not built for basketball. All right, comes the big game now. January 5, 2002, a close matchup between the 2 third-grade teams at St. Joseph's School, and there on the sidelines, as usual, supporting his practice buddies, sits 8-year-old Ryan Lloyd. The game is hard played, and with 2 minutes to go, the score is still close. Slight edge for the coaches O'Brien and Gray, and that's when one of them, looking down at the little face reflecting so many emotions, tells Ryan, okay, I'm putting you in. And he is further instructed, now don't shoot, just pass the ball. Don't shoot and stay out of the way. But as Ryan rushes into the fray, the momentum of finally being a part of something he has loved for so long carries him to the hoop in search of rebounds, of opportunities to score. But the minutes tick down to seconds, and the numbers on the scoreboard closer than ever beckon Ryan to make a difference for his team. Now just 10 seconds left, an instant, an eternity in the mystery that is basketball. A teammate hurls the ball inbounds to Ryan. The other team swarms around him, sure to stall, to steal, to stifle his dream. But Ryan Lloyd, the boy too short for the sport of giants, straining to see over the heads of the defenders, spots the hoop and shoots the ball. The buzzer sounds, the ball is on its way. It's arcing high and then down, dead center into the net. The breathless, silent gymnasium erupts in shouts, in cheers, in tears. Ryan's team has won. His arms are airborne, pumping fists of victory as teammates joyous converge. For sometimes in sport happens something so pure, so real, so right, as it did that warm day in cold spring when Ryan Lloyd, age 8, his legs part paralyzed from spina bifida, buried the biggest field goal of his young life from his wheelchair. And now, you know the rest of the story.